Chapter 1. Siblings. Brother, I am so hungry. Brother, am I going to die? Snowflakes danced through the air. In a ramshackle thatched hut, a little girl clad in tattered clothing, her lips chapped, lay on a rudimentary bed, barely clinging to life as she spoke to the boy. The boy, wearing straw sandals, tightly grasped the girl's hand and reassured her, "Linger, do not be afraid, your brother is here. You will not die." "But, brother, I am truly starving. I cannot hold on much longer." Upon hearing his sister's words, the boy's eyes reddened. "Brother, I miss our mother. If only mother were still here, we would not be in this predicament," the girl said, tears streaming down her cheeks. The boy's name was Lu Fan. The girl's name was Lu Linger. Once upon a time, they had known happiness. Yet, that joy came to a sudden halt 3 years ago. 3 years prior, their mother succumbed to illness, and within a month, their father remarried. What shocked them even more was that their stepmother swiftly cast them out of their home. From that moment on, the siblings relied solely on each other. They had hoped to survive through hardships, but they were utterly unprepared for the greatest famine in a century. It was said that in the north, wild grasses and tree bark had been devoured, yet tens of thousands still perished from starvation. Rumors even spoke of cannibalism emerging in those lands. Gazing at his frail sister on the bed and the empty rice jar, Lu Fan clenched his teeth and declared, "Linger, I will not let you perish from hunger, I swear it." With that, Lu Fan suddenly lifted his sister Linger from the bed and ventured out into the storm. "Brother, where are you going?" Linger asked weakly. "Home." At the mention of home, Linger's eyes glazed over as she murmured, "Do we still have a home?" The Lu family. As Lu Fan carried his nearly lifeless sister Linger back, he encountered their father, Lu Dahai, and their stepmother, Wang Shi, sitting at the dining table. "Oh, aren't these two little bastards? What brings you back?" Wang Shi sneered, cradling a child in her arms while casting a disdainful glance at the siblings. Lu Dahai, taken aback by their arrival, could not help but ask, "What are you two doing here?" Slowly lifting his gaze, Lu Fan replied, "I've come to beg you for some food to save Linger." "Save Linger? What is wrong with her?" Lu Dahai inquired. "Linger hasn't eaten for 3 days. She is on the brink of starvation," Lu Fan explained. At these words, Lu Dahai's expression faltered, and he opened his mouth to respond, but suddenly, Wang Shi interjected. "You little brats think you could just ask for food? Do you believe my house is a granary? Furthermore, whether that little wildling lives or dies is none of our concern. In these times, many starve outside. One more or one less makes no difference. Wouldn't you agree, old Lu?" Her words rendered Lu Dahai speechless. "Please, just lend me a little food. You can rest assured, as long as it saves Linger, I would be willing to work like a donkey for you. I beg you," Lu Fan pleaded, dropping to his knees before Lu Dahai. He knocked his head against the cold ground, causing blood to flow, yet Lu Dahai dared not utter a word, looking instead to Wang Shi. "Oh, is this little brat trying to play the rogue? Let me tell you, stop with this nonsense. Even if you knock your head off here, we will not give you a single grain of food." Seeing Wang Shi's response, Lu Dahai could not help but say, "Darling, what if we just lend them a little? After all, it's just a loan, they will return it, right?" However, as soon as he spoke, Wang Shi erupted, "Lu, have you lost your mind? You expect these two little wildlings to repay you? Are you still pining for that dead woman? Wanting to support these two brats?" No, I didn't," Lu Dahai quickly retorted. "Then why would you lend them food? Don't you realize we have little food ourselves?" As Wang Shi continued to berate Lu Dahai, Linger, lying weakly on Lu Fan's back, suddenly murmured, "Brother, I don't want to stay here, let's go." Upon hearing his sister's feeble voice, Lu Fan replied, "But you." Linger shook her head. "Brother, even if I die of hunger, I do not wish for you to kneel before them." At Linger's words, a bitter smile crept onto Lu Fan's lips. Then, he slowly rose to his feet. "All right, I will heed your words." With that, he prepared to leave, carrying the frail Linger on his back. "Stop." Just then, Wang Shi suddenly called out to the siblings. She then dashed inside, retrieving a bundle and tossing it at Lu Fan's feet. "Take your dead mother's belongings and get out of here, lest they bring misfortune to our home. And do not return. If you do, I will unleash the dogs to tear you two wildlings apart." With a sharp bang, the door slammed shut. Lu Fan remained silent, bending to pick up the remnants of his mother's life, before turning to carry Linger away into the storm. The wind and snow were frigid, yet they were not as cold as the human heart. Upon returning to their dilapidated, thatched hut, night was fast approaching. Linger, weakened by hunger and cold, had succumbed to a semi-conscious state. Seeing his sister on the verge of starvation, Lu Fan's eyes brimmed with tears. He recalled his mother's dying wish to take care of his sister at all costs. But now, the thought of his mother pierced Lu Fan's heart like a knife. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the bundle containing his mother's belongings. Opening it, he discovered a wooden comb used by his mother, some clothing, and, peculiar enough, an old black gourd. This gourd was ancient, entirely blackened, with some wear along its edges. The only oddity was a few faint patterns etched on its base. Lu Fan remembered that this gourd was part of his mother's dowry, rumored to be a family heirloom. As a child, he had touched it once, only to be scolded by his mother, never daring to do so again. Who would have thought it would resurface now? Holding the black gourd, Lu Fan thought it might serve well for carrying water while foraging for wild vegetables in the mountains. At the same time, his longing for his mother intensified. Raising his head to look at his frail sister on the bed, Lu Fan finally stood and said, "Linger, rest assured I will not let you starve. I will head into the mountains now to find wild vegetables for you. Wait for me." With that, Lu Fan filled the gourd with water from a cistern, secured it with a hemp rope, slung it over his shoulder, and pushed open the door. Outside, the wind and snow grew ever stronger. Lu Fan wrapped his tattered clothing tighter around him and ventured into the mountains against the storm. The mountain path was treacherous, and the accumulated snow made it even more difficult to traverse. Not long after entering the mountains, Lu Fan, weakened by hunger, stumbled and fell into a ditch with a loud thud. His arm was scraped by sharp stones, and blood flowed from a wound. Touching the injury, he saw his fingers stained with blood. "I am so hungry," he lamented, reaching for the gourd on his back, intending to drink some water to stave off his hunger. 3 days had passed. He had eaten nothing, subsisting solely on water. Just as Lu Fan was about to lift the gourd to drink, a drop of blood from his finger fell onto it, and suddenly, the patterns on the black gourd flickered with a fleeting light. What just happened to the gourd? Lu Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. The gourd remained unchanged, yet the patterns at its base seemed clearer than before. Was that just my imagination? I must be so famished that I'm seeing things. Lu Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly, opened the gourd, and took a few gulps. The cold, clear water filled him with a sweet sensation. How strange this water tastes different, almost sweet. Lu Fan mused as he savored it. After finishing the water, Lu Fan resumed his search for wild vegetables. To his surprise, after drinking from the gourd, the gnawing hunger seemed to have lessened significantly. Even more astonishing, he felt warmth spreading through his body, and his strength began to return. Why does it feel like my hunger has diminished significantly after drinking that water? Water can stave off hunger? Isn't that absurd? Could it merely be a psychological effect? Lu Fan continued to mock himself as he persisted in his quest for wild vegetables. Chapter 2. Linger Awakens. In these famine-stricken times, the game in the mountains had been hunted to extinction by those within a 100-mile radius. Even wild vegetables had nearly been exhausted. After a full hour of searching the mountains, Lu Fan managed to unearth 2 wild vegetables and gather a few dried pine nuts. As he continued his search for more wild vegetables, a woman's desperate cries suddenly echoed from deep within the forest. "Please spare my child. I beg you." Lu Fan looked up to see several men armed with clubs pursuing a woman who clutched a child in her arms. The woman was dressed in rags, clearly from a nearby village. The child she held appeared to be only a few months old. The men had surrounded her, closing in menacingly. "Please spare my child. If you must eat, then consume me instead." The woman, encircled by a group of men, clutched her wailing child tightly as she implored them. "My dear sister, we truly regret this, but we are driven by insatiable hunger," replied a toothless man wielding a sickle. "Indeed, sister, my comrades merely wish to survive. If you seek someone to blame, let it be the wretched heavens. Enough of this chatter. Let us act swiftly lest the child be snatched away by another, leaving us to starve. With that, the men advanced towards the woman. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fan was rendered utterly paralyzed by fear. Cannibalism? Heavens above! These individuals were utterly deranged. As he listened to the woman's heart-rending cries and the child's anguished wails, Lu Fan dared not linger any longer. Just as he prepared to flee, his foot slipped and he fell to the ground with a gasp. Who goes there? The toothless man, brandishing his bloodied sickle, bellowed in response to the noise, turning to face Lu Fan. Upon recognizing Lu Fan's figure, the man's eyes gleamed with a predatory hunger. Damn it, it's merely a little brat. We can turn him into rice meat. Quickly seize him. Do not let him escape. No sooner had the man spoken than the other three lunged towards Lu Fan. Lu Fan, paralyzed by fear, turned and ran. Overwhelmed with terror, he summoned every ounce of strength to flee with wild abandon. As the men pursued him, they initially sought to catch up, but after a brief chase, they realized that Lu Fan's speed rivaled that of a cheetah, quickly leaving them far behind. In the face of this predicament, the men panted in rage and frustration. Boss, that kid runs too fast, we cannot catch up. Damn it, we let our meals slip away just like that. You're all useless. Chastised, the men fell silent. At the foot of the mountain, a lone figure continued to dash through the deep snow. It was Lu Fan. He descended the mountain in a single breath, his legs trembling from fright. Though he was aware that this era was rife with famine and corpses littered the land, he had never before witnessed such a gruesome act of cannibalism. It was utterly terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan suddenly glanced back up at the mountain. Having run so far, surely they have not followed me? Strange. Why do my legs feel lighter than before? From the summit to the foot of the mountain, there must be several miles in the past. It would take me at least 2 or 3 hours to descend. Yet today, I made it down in mere moments. And the most peculiar thing is, despite running all the way down, I do not feel the slightest bit fatigued or breathless. Confronted with this situation, Lu Fan was astonished. Yet having narrowly escaped danger, he had little time to ponder, mostly feeling a sense of luck. Well then, I should return home to care for Linger. With that thought, Lu Fan shouldered his gourd and made his way home. Inside the dilapidated, thatched hut. Upon returning, Lu Fan found his sister, Lu Linger, lying on the bed, barely conscious. Linger, brother is back. Today, I found 2 wild vegetables and gathered some pine nuts. Lu Linger, weakly opening her eyes, whispered, Brother, I just dreamt of mother. She told me to come find her. She said that if I follow her, I will never have to suffer from hunger again. Hearing his sister's words, Lu Fan felt a pang in his heart, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Approaching the bedside, he gently took Linger's cold little hand and reassured her, Do not fear, Linger, for I am here. I will never allow you to starve. Now, Linger, drink some water first. I will prepare a wild vegetable soup for you right away. With that, Lu Fan quickly fetched the gourd and offered it to Linger. Glug, glug. Linger took a few sips before lying back down to rest. As for Lu Fan, after feeding Linger, he set the gourd aside on a pile of firewood and hurried to prepare the wild vegetable soup. The black gourd clattered as it tipped over on the wood pile, and water flowed from within, trickling onto the logs. Since the water jar was empty, Lu Fan picked up a wooden bucket and set a Linger on the bed. Linger, you rest at home. I will fetch some water and return shortly to make your soup. With that, he stepped outside. After a while, Lu Fan returned with a bucket of well water. Linger, brother is back. As he pushed open the door, he placed the bucket down, but upon looking up, he found the bed empty, with no sign of Lu Linger. Where is Linger? Seeing her absence sent Lu Fan into a panic. Throwing down the items in his hands, he hurriedly began searching. However, in the rickety thatched hut, there was no trace of Lu Linger. Realizing that Linger was nowhere to be found, Lu Fan felt a thunderous shock in his heart. Without a second thought, he grabbed a sickle and rushed outside. Just as he burst out of the room, a voice suddenly called from behind him. Brother. Lu Fan turned to see Lu Linger had appeared behind him, clutching several pieces of wood. Linger, you scare me to death. Where did you run off to? Seeing her, Lu Fan rushed to ask. I noticed we were out of firewood, so I went to gather some from behind the house, Lu Linger replied. Gazing at the pieces of wood in her hands, Lu Fan finally felt his heart settle. Fool, did I not instruct you to rest? Who sent you out to gather firewood? Huh, that's odd. Weren't you just on the verge of unconsciousness from hunger? How have you regained your senses so swiftly? Lu Fan suddenly realized a grave concern. Just moments before he left, Lu Linger, who had not eaten for 3 days, had succumbed to a state of delirium, even beginning to experience hallucinations. Yet, in the brief time he had gone to fetch water, how could his sister appear so much better? I don't know. I just know that ever since you gave me half a gourd of water, I seem to feel less hungry, Lu Linger replied. A gourd? Water? Lu Fan was taken aback. Indeed, she affirmed. Hearing this only deepened Lu Fan's confusion. How could drinking water alleviate hunger? And moreover, how could it restore his sister's awareness? This seemed akin to the earlier hallucinations. Linger, tell me the truth. Are you truly no longer hungry? Lu Fan pressed her. Truly, brother. Gazing at Lu Linger, whose lips were now rosy and teeth pearly, he noted the stark contrast to her earlier, near-lifeless state. Could it be that the water from the gourd genuinely possessed the ability to quell hunger? Chapter 3. The marvelous gourd. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan hurriedly dashed into the thatched hut and seized the black gourd. Lu Linger, perplexed by the situation, hurriedly followed suit. She observed Lu Fan holding the gourd, glancing around, his mind beginning to ponder. How could the water from this gourd possibly quell hunger? Linger had clearly not eaten for 3 days and was on the verge of starvation. How could drinking the water from this gourd render her hunger at bay? Lu Fan was perplexed. He stared intently at the black gourd, only to find that the water inside had completely spilled out. Could it be that Lingo had been starved for too long, resulting in a momentary revival? Yet, that seemed implausible. He distinctly remembered feeling less hungry after drinking from this gourd, and he had been filled with vigor. Just as Lu Fan pondered these thoughts, Lu Linger suddenly pointed at the ground and exclaimed, Brother, brother, look quickly, the tiny grass on the wood has sprouted. Lu Fan lowered his head and was instantly taken aback. To his astonishment, he noticed that several pieces of wood nearby were sprouting a profusion of tiny green shoots. It is important to note that this is the dead of winter, a time when vegetation lies dormant and lifeless. Furthermore, these logs were cut down only a couple of days prior, and at that time, they bore no signs of life. Yet now, how could these pieces of wood suddenly be adorned with layers of delicate green sprouts? Lu Fan was taken aback as he bent down to examine the tiny green sprouts. They had truly emerged, and the speed at which they were growing was beyond anything Lu Fan had ever heard or seen. Faced with this astonishing scene, Lu Fan stood in a daze. How could this be? Suddenly, Lu Fan recalled that the water from his black gourd seemed to have flowed onto these pieces of wood. Water. Could it be due to the gourd's essence? Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that the water he had fetched was from the village's large well, and the entire populace of Little Stone Village relied on that very source for their sustenance. If it were indeed beneficial, would the villagers not have discovered it long ago? Contemplating this, Lu Fan's gaze suddenly fell upon the gourd. This situation could yield only one conclusion. It was the gourd bequeathed by his mother. An audacious thought suddenly blossomed in Lu Fan's mind. Grasping the gourd, he hurriedly began to examine it. Meanwhile, Lu Linger, perplexed by the turn of events, gazed at Lu Fan with a look of astonishment. The gourd remained unchanged, seemingly unaffected. After gazing at the gourd for a considerable duration, Lu Fan suddenly dashed towards the water tank. He filled the black gourd with some water, and then he unearthed a broken bowl and filled it with water as well. A comparison ensued between the two. Lu Fan took a sip from the bowl of clear water, which remained bland and icy. However, upon tasting the liquid from the gourd, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a hint of sweetness within the water. My heavens, it is truly different. Although both are ostensibly the same water, the flavor transforms entirely when contained within the gourd. Could it be that this gourd, left behind by my mother, is indeed a treasure? With this thought, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If the water drawn from this gourd could truly stave off hunger and promote the growth of plants, then he and his sister would no longer have to endure hunger and cold. He resolved to experiment further. Lu Fan, fearing that he might be indulging in fanciful thoughts, swiftly seized the gourd, procured a piece of wood, and poured the gourd's liquid upon it. He was now eager to observe whether the water drawn from this gourd could indeed catalyze the growth of plants. Time gradually elapsed. Approximately half an hour later, astonishingly, the desiccated wood that had been doused with the gourd's water began to sprout layers of delicate green shoots. It was truly blossoming, and the rate of growth was nothing short of miraculous. Lu Fan stood there, utterly astonished. If the earlier occurrence could be deemed a mere coincidence, Then this was nothing short of a miracle. As he reached out to caress the freshly sprouted green shoots, his eyes glistened with emotion. It was happening. Wealth was within reach. He could hardly believe that the water contained within this black gourd could genuinely catalyze plant growth. Did this mean that he could cultivate crops and rice using the water from this gourd in the future? With this thought, Lu Fan, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed over to embrace Lu Linger. "Sister, we are going to be rich. We shall never go hungry again." The 10-year-old girl, taken aback by her brother's exuberance, inquired, "Brother, is it really true?" "Indeed it is." Lu Linger was unaware of the circumstances. However, upon hearing her brother declare that they would not go hungry, a radiant smile blossomed on her dusky little face. Subsequently, Lu Fan commenced his experiment with rice and corn. Regrettably, his family was exceedingly impoverished. After rummaging through the rice jar for an extended period, he managed to unearth 2 minuscule grains of millet. Once he found them, Lu Fan hurriedly took the grains outside to plant them. He then began to fill a gourd with water, pouring it over the newly sown seeds. Following this, he entered a protracted period of anticipation. Nightfall approached, growing increasingly dark, while the wind and snow outside intensified. Yet, at that moment, Lu Fan's face radiated with hope. A quiet night passed. By dawn, as the first light of day emerged, Lu Fan rushed outside. To his astonishment, in the vast expanse of the snow-covered ground, 2 vibrant green rice shoots had broken through the soil, already reaching his calves, with visible rice ears swaying in the cold wind. Gazing at the 2 tiny grains he had planted just the day before, which had miraculously transformed into 2 mature rice plants overnight, complete with rice ears, Lu Fan was overwhelmed with joy. "Ha ha, they truly have grown," he exclaimed. "If I can cultivate rice, does that not mean I can create a bountiful harvest? From this point onward, my sister and I shall no longer suffer from hunger." As Lu Fan, filled with excitement, hurriedly poured the clear water from the gourd onto the 2 rice plants, he eagerly awaited their maturation. In mere moments, the 2 rice plants in the snowy expanse were catalyzed to ripeness. He plucked one, and as he husked the ear of rice, the glistening grains revealed themselves before Lu Fan's eyes. Lu Fan could not resist picking up a grain and placing it in his mouth, whereupon he crushed it between his teeth, releasing a delightful aroma that filled his entire mouth. It was truly the taste of rice. Lu Fan can hardly recall the fragrance of rice. 3 years have passed since he and his sister were expelled from the Lu family, and they have since relied on foraging for wild vegetables to stave off hunger. Now, at last, they have tasted grains of rice, causing Lu Fan's eyes to glisten with emotion. Subsequently, Lu Fan hurriedly peeled open the remaining rice ears and continued to sow the individual grains. "From this day forth, I, Lu Fan, shall cultivate a realm of abundance. I will no longer allow my sister to suffer from hunger." Lu Fan held a gourd in his hand, and a glimmer of light shone in his eyes. Chapter 4. "Oh my, do you actually have rice?" Within the thatched cottage, which had its fair share of drafts, Lu Linger was roused from her slumber by an enticing aroma. How delightful! Rubbing her eyes, Lu Linger groggily sat up from her small bed. Upon sitting up, she beheld her brother, Lu Fan, tending to a fire and cooking over it. A large iron pot was perched atop the flames, from which the delectable fragrance wafted forth. "Brother, what are you doing?" Lu Linger exclaimed in surprise. "Linger, you are awake. Hurry, get up quickly. Brother will prepare a bowl of rice for you." Lu Fan spoke as he lifted the lid of the iron pot, then scooped out a bowl of steaming, fragrant rice. Rice? Lu Linger thought she must have misheard. For 3 years, she had relied on her brother, and the finest sustenance they had ever tasted was wild vegetables. Rice? Such a luxurious item was something Lu Linger had never dared to dream of. Yet now, her brother claimed there was rice? Just as Lu Linger was engulfed in astonishment, Lu Fan truly approached her with a steaming bowl of fragrant rice. "Linger, hurry and eat while it's hot." Lu Fan handed the rice to Lu Linger as he spoke. Staring at the glistening grains and inhaling the fragrant aroma, Lu Linger was momentarily entranced. "Brother, am I dreaming? Is this truly rice?" As Lu Linger rubbed her eyes in disbelief, she inquired, "Hee, silly girl, what else could it be if not rice?" Lu Fan tenderly patted the little girl's head and replied, "But brother, haven't we run out of food? Where did you find the rice?" Lu Linger continued to inquire. "This was something I cultivated myself." "Cultivated?" "Indeed, Linger. From this day forth, I assure you, I will no longer allow you to suffer from hunger." Upon hearing this, Lu Linger felt her eyes welling with tears. Gazing at a steaming bowl of fragrant rice, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Hurry and eat." Lu Fan gently wiped the tears from his sister's face and said, Following that, Lu Linger began to devour her meal with great enthusiasm. Lu Linger felt that this was the most delicious rice she had ever tasted in her life. In this era of famine, merely surviving without succumbing to starvation was already a blessing. Yet now, her brother had allowed her to indulge in fragrant rice. "Brother, have you eaten yet?" Lu Linger paused midway through her meal, her face etched with concern as she turned to Lu Fan and inquired, "Rest assured, dear brother, I have already dined and am no longer hungry." Lu Fan patted his belly as he spoke, chuckling, "That's wonderful." Observing that Lu Fan had also enjoyed some rice, Lu Linger felt reassured and continued to eat heartily. Watching the little one devour her food with gusto brought a smile to Lu Fan's lips. With this magical gourd, Linger and I shall no longer endure hunger. While Lu Linger savored her meal, Lu Fan stepped outside. Before his modest thatched cottage lay a vast expanse of pristine white snow, adorned with a row of lush, ripe rice plants. These were the fruits of Lu Fan's labor from early that morning. Gazing at the verdant rows of rice, he hastily encircled them with snow to protect his precious harvest. Lu Fan was astute. In this era of famine, if he did not conceal the rice properly, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of countless starving individuals, potentially leading to dire consequences. After all, in these times where hunger has driven people to cannibalism, what deeds could remain unthinkable? Using the surrounding snow, he encircled all the rice before returning to his thatched cottage. At the entrance of Little Stone Village, two furtive figures made their way into the nearby grove. The man was bald, while the woman was a charming young matron. "Baldy, let us make this clear. You must give me a pound of chaff in exchange for a night with me. No backing out," she insisted. Understood. Just make sure to serve me well," he replied. "Rest assured, as long as you provide me with food, I would not mind you attending to me daily." As they conversed, they strolled toward the thicket. Upon passing Lu Fan's thatched cottage, the woman paused, glancing at the chimney emitting smoke. "Baldy, look, that Lu kid is actually kindling a fire." "What of it?" the bald man replied. "Are you foolish? A fire indicates they have food. It's strange. Just a couple of days ago, I distinctly saw the Lu siblings near death from starvation. How could they suddenly have provisions?" The woman queried, her curiosity piqued. "There is nothing to eat. In this day and age, even the wild vegetables on the nearby mountains have been stripped bare. How could those two wildlings possibly have food?" The bald man scoffed. The woman pondered this logic and conceded. "All right, let us hurry to the grove. I can hardly contain myself." As the bald man pulled the woman along, he playfully squeezed her shapely rear. "Baldy," she exclaimed, playfully protesting, before following him into the woods. After a brief interval, the alluring young matron emerged from the grove, her garments wrapped closely around her, holding a pound of chaff cakes with a light-hearted demeanor. This chaff, a mixture of rice husks and cornmeal, was once considered fit only for feeding pigs and dogs. However, in this age of desperation, such fare was more precious than gold. With the chaff in hand, the woman walked with newfound buoyancy. As she passed by Lu Fan's thatched cottage once more, she noticed the chimney still emitting smoke. Moreover, she caught a faint whiff of rice fragrance. How could the Lu siblings' cottage emanate the scent of rice? Could it be that they truly have food? With this thought in mind, she quickened her pace toward Lu Fan's abode. Lu Fan was crouched down, gathering firewood to cook rice for his sister while studying the precious gourd. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Fan instantly stood up, alert. "Is Lu Jiaxiaoga home?" "It's your neighbor, Wang Sa," came the voice of a woman from beyond the door. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan immediately recognized her as the renowned widow Wang of the village. Renowned for her beauty, she was often referred to as the village flower of Little Stone Village. However, many women in the village held her in disdain, labeling her a reincarnation of a seductive fox spirit. It was quite unexpected for Widow Wang to suddenly appear at his home. Contemplating this, he pondered. Lu Fan spoke up. "Sister Wang, what brings you here?" "Oh, it's nothing much. I simply twisted my ankle while passing by, so I thought I might rest for a while at your home," she replied. "Young Master Lu, could you please open the door? My foot is quite painful," the Widow Wang continued to say from outside. As she spoke, she let out a series of pained exclamations. It seemed that she was about to enter the house. Lu Fan quickly secured the precious gourd, and then covered the large pot of rice he had been cooking. Once he had completed everything, he cautiously opened the wooden door just a crack. Through the gap, he caught sight of Widow Wang's exquisite visage. It must be said that Widow Wang was indeed strikingly beautiful. Her fair complexion was complemented by a figure that exuded charm and grace. Upon noticing Lu Fan opening the door, her large eyes darted toward the crack as if she were a thief peering into a thatched cottage. "Sister Wang, I apologize. But my sister has been feeling a bit unwell lately, so I hope you understand." Lu Fan would certainly not allow the young widow to enter at her whim. What if she harbored ill intentions? "Oh dear, young Master Lu, my sister-in-law's feet are truly in agony. Would you kindly allow me to rest for a moment?" Widow Wang said, feigning a fall, and with a sudden thrust, she pushed open the wooden door of the thatched cottage. Upon entering, she beheld Lu Linger, who was engrossed in her meal, devouring rice with a fervor. Particularly, when her gaze fell upon the frail young girl, her cheeks adorned with grains of rice. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Rice? My heavens, are you actually eating?" Upon hearing the words of Widow Wang, Lu Fan swiftly rushed to shield his sister, sternly declaring, "Sister-in-law Wang, what are your intentions?" "Dear Lu, do not be alarmed," she replied soothingly. "I harbor no ill will. I merely wish to inquire about the source of your rice. In these times, food has become scarce within a 100-mile radius. Otherwise, I would not have been driven to scavenge for mere scraps to feed my pigs and dogs, as that wretched bald man forced me to do. Where I procure my rice is of no concern to you, sister-in-law Wang. I kindly ask you to vacate my home at once," Lu Fan asserted with resolute firmness. "Oh dear, my little Lu. How can you so swiftly dismiss your sister-in-law?" she cooed, playfully tossing her hair as she cast a seductive glance at Lu Fan. Lu Fan coldly stared at her. Simultaneously, his right hand instinctively picked up a stick from the side and gripped it tightly, observing the stick in Lu Fan's hand. Widow Wang said, "Lu Xiaoga, please do not be anxious. I assure you, I shall only sit for a moment before leaving. By the way, Lu Xiaoga, where do you procure your rice? Could you kindly share this with me? I must confess, I have not tasted a single grain of rice in the past 6 months. If you can tell me where you acquired this rice, I would be more than willing to fulfill any request you have." Widow Wang leaned provocatively against Lu Fan, her soft fingers tracing circles on his chest, her sultry gaze whispering enticingly in his ear, including sharing a bed. The atmosphere was charged with seduction. The warmth enveloping Lu Fan, the fragrant scent emanating from her body, though he was inexperienced, made him slightly intoxicated. Chapter 5. The City God Temple. However, Lu Fan did not linger. He swiftly dodged away. Widow Wang's notorious reputation was well known throughout the village, and Lu Fan had no desire to associate with such a woman. Moreover, in these times, grain was far more precious than a woman. He understood the gravity of the situation. Grasping the firewood stick beside him, he pointedly urged Widow Wang. "Sister Wang, I shall say this once more. Please leave. If you do not vacate, do not blame me for being impolite." Seeing Lu Fan brandishing the stick with a fierce glare, Widow Wang retorted, "What? Are you daring to strike me?" Bang! Lu Fan struck the nearby stove with his stick. "If you don't believe it, you may as well give it a try." Upon witnessing Lu Fan's fierce demeanor, Widow Wang was instantly struck with fear. All right, I concede, you little rascal. Am I not allowed to leave?" she muttered as she stormed out of the thatched cottage. Once she had exited, Lu Fan swiftly slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Outside, Widow Wang continued her tirade, but Lu Fan remained unperturbed. Once her complaints subsided and she had departed, Lu Fan hurriedly approached his sister. "Linger, from this moment forth, you must remember to never disclose to anyone that we have food. Do you understand?" Lu Fan suddenly admonished Lu Linger. Lu Linger was taken aback. "Why, brother? Don't we have food now? Aren't we no longer afraid of hunger?" the 10-year-old girl questioned, perplexed. "Precisely because we possess food, we must not allow outsiders to know," Lu Fan elucidated. "You must understand, we are living in an era of great famine. If word were to spread that we have provisions, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. Moreover, I must confess, I witnessed a horrifying scene on the mountain today, people resorting to cannibalism." "Ah, cannibalism?" Upon hearing this, Lu Lingo gasped in fright. "Indeed. Thus, from now on, you must remember to never disclose our possession of food to anyone outside, regardless of who it may be. Do you understand?" Lu Fan reiterated his warning. Lu Linger nodded quickly and said, "Brother, I understand. Rest assured, from now on, I will never speak of this to anyone." Seeing his sister's agreement, Lu Fan finally felt a sense of relief. As he had mentioned, during this dire era of famine, it was imperative that no one knew they possessed food. Otherwise, he and his sister would undoubtedly become enemies of all. However, considering the thatched hut they resided in, which scarcely offered shelter from the elements, how could they ensure their safety? The memories of the widow Wang still haunted Lu Fan. No, they could not remain here any longer. With that thought, Lu Fan turned to Lu Linger and said, "Linger, quickly gather our belongings. We must leave this place." "Leave, brother? Why should we depart when everything seems fine?" Lu Linger, perplexed, exclaimed, "Fool, do you not understand? In these chaotic times, our foremost consideration must be the issue of safety. Think about it. We already have provisions. What if others, envious of our fortune, come seeking to seize them?" As Lu Linger recalled the fierce demeanor of Widow Wang from earlier, she promptly nodded in agreement. "All right. I shall heed your advice, brother." After uttering these words, Lu Linger hurriedly began to gather her belongings. Meanwhile, Lu Fan ventured outside, where a vast expanse of white snow blanketed the ground, and a row of rice plants he had sown early that morning swayed gently in the breeze. With a heavy heart, Lu Fan meticulously plucked each ear of rice before wielding the sickle to sever entire rows from their roots. There was no alternative. Having resolved to depart from this place, Lu Fan had to ensure absolute thoroughness. If he left any traces of the rice behind, it would inevitably reveal his agricultural endeavors to others. In a short while, Lu Fan had uprooted every single stalk of rice. Once he had cleared the area entirely, he returned to the thatched cottage. "Brother, I have tidied everything up." Lu Linger, carrying 2 tattered bags, spoke to Lu Fan as he walked in. In truth, the siblings had very little to pack. Aside from a worn-out quilt and a few scattered belongings, they possessed almost nothing. "All right, let us be on our way." As Lu Fan spoke, he filled a gourd with water from the barrel, slinging it over his shoulder, and gathered the remaining grains of rice from the pot. With that, the two of them exited the thatched cottage. Igniting a torch, Lu Fan hurled it onto the thatched roof. With a resounding roar, the torch quickly ignited under the influence of the cold wind. In the blink of an eye, the once humble cottage transformed into a sea of flames. "Brother, we are once again without a home." Lu Linger gazed at the thatched cottage where she had once shared 3 years of companionship with her brother, her eyes glistening with a poignant sense of reluctance. Lu Fan was, in fact, reluctant to part. He gently stroked the little girl's head and reassured her, "Do not worry. Dear sister, I will soon provide you with a comfortable home once more." Lu Linger stood in silence, unsure if she had heard anything. As she gazed at the thatched cottage engulfed in flames, Lu Fan grasped her hand and said, "Linger, let us depart." Lu Linger nodded silently, then followed Lu Fan into the snowstorm. Barely half an hour had passed when several figures hastened towards the thatched cottage. "Widow Wang, are you certain that the Lu siblings truly possess grain?" inquired a man with sharp eyes, wielding a kitchen knife, his countenance dark and foreboding. "I witnessed it with my own eyes. I can assure you 100%, Widow Wang replied. "But how could those siblings, who have always been so destitute, possibly have grain?" Another robust man interjected. "Widow Wang, do not deceive us. If you dare to trick us, beware of the consequences. Why would a mere woman like me lie to you? Rest assured, just focus on seizing the grain," Widow Wang reassured them. "Very well. Let's hope you don't lead us on a wild goose chase," the men said, following Widow Wang towards the village's thatched cottage. Before long, they arrived at the cottage where Lu Fan once resided. However, upon raising their eyes, they saw nothing but the charred remnants of a burnt ruin. "Damn it, Widow Wang. Where are the Lu siblings you spoke of?" The man with the knife seized Widow Wang by the collar, his voice laced with fury. Widow Wang was taken aback, exclaiming, "The Lu siblings used to live here." "Nonsense, there's not a soul in sight. Are you toying with us?" "I swear, I am not deceiving you. Just half an hour ago, I saw those 2 children feasting on white rice." "Rice? You must be jesting. In these times, even pig feed is scarce, let alone rice. How dare you mock us? Brothers, take this wretched woman away. I intend for all of us to enjoy ourselves today." At the command of the man with the sharp eyes, his companions swiftly carried Widow Wang away. As she was taken, from afar, on the mountain path, Lu Fan and Lu Linger were making their way slowly. "Brother, where are we heading now?" Lu Linger, covered in snow, looked up at Lu Fan. "To a secluded place," Lu Fan replied while pulling her along. "Secluded? Indeed, we now have food and need not fear hunger. Therefore, finding a hidden location will ensure our safety." Upon hearing her brother's words, Lu Linger ceased to question further. Along the way, whenever they felt hungry or fatigued, the siblings would drink from the black gourd. Strangely, after consuming the liquid from the gourd, their hunger would swiftly dissipate, and even their strength would be remarkably restored. This phenomenon made Lu Fan increasingly convinced that the gourd left by their mother was indeed a treasure. The mountain path twisted and turned. With each step forward, The sight of frozen corpses became more prevalent. At one point, Lu Linger inadvertently stumbled over the corpse of an elderly man, causing her eyes to widen in fright. "Are you afraid, Lingo?" Lu Fan asked, noticing her trembling form. "As long as I am with my brother, I am not afraid," she replied, warming Lu Fan's heart. He affectionately ruffled her hair. "Let us continue." Time passed without measure, and suddenly, a dilapidated temple appeared before Lu Fan's eyes. He recognized this temple as the most renowned city god temple within 100 miles. However, it had fallen into disrepair, and rumors of ghostly occurrences and deaths had turned it into a haunted ruin. A year ago, Lu Fan ascended the mountain to forage for wild vegetables and sought refuge from the rain at the city god temple. He recalled that, during his visit, he had discovered a concealed stone door behind the statue of the deity. However, he had paid it little mind and hurriedly departed. Upon reflection, he thought, how splendid this city god temple is. Not only does it offer a ready-made shelter, but it also remains undisturbed by others. If my sister and I were to reside here in the future, it would be an ideal place for us to find safety. With this thought, Lu Fan's heart swelled with joy as he grasped Lu Linger's hand and exclaimed, "Linger, let us be on our way. We shall finally have a home." "Huh? Where?" she inquired. "Right over there." Lu Fan spoke while gesturing towards the city god temple not far away. Chapter 6, Abundant Harvest. Before long, Lu Fan led Lu Linger to the city god temple. Before them stood a dilapidated temple. The entrance arch had collapsed, and within the temple, wild grasses thrived amidst a chaotic scattering of stones. "Brother, can anyone possibly reside here?" Lu Linger was evidently a bit frightened, instinctively retreating behind Lu Fan. However, Linger was not afraid. This city god temple was a dwelling place for deities, and surely we could reside here. "Come, let us enter." Lu Fan grasped Lu Linger and pushed open the dilapidated doors of the city god temple. With a creak, as the worn door swung open, a cloud of dust rushed towards them, revealing the temple's state of utter decay, with cobwebs festooning every corner. Even a few of the deity's statues had suffered destruction at the hands of men. Subsequently, Lu Fan hastily sought the stone door concealed behind the colossal statue. Behind the imposing figure, a tangle of wild grass thrived, and fragments of stone littered the ground. Lu Fan cleared the surrounding weeds, revealing a concealed stone door before his eyes. "Ah, it truly remains." Upon seeing the hidden stone door, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could reside here with Linger in the future, they would never have to worry about being discovered again. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan quickly turned to Linger and said, "Linger, please wait here. I shall venture inside this stone door first to explore." Lu Linger widened her eyes as she gazed at the stone door, shaking her head as she declared, "No, brother, I must accompany you." Observing his sister's insistence to follow him, Lu Fan replied, "Very well, but you must stay closely behind me." "Understood," she affirmed. "So it shall be." Lu Fan picked up a sickle from the side, and then found a torch, preparing for the siblings to enter. The stone door was quite heavy. With considerable effort, Lu Fan pushed it open with a resounding rumble. As the door creaked ajar, a foul stench wafted out from within, prompting Lu Fan to hastily pinch his nose. He raised the torch to illuminate the surroundings, revealing a descending staircase before his eyes. To his astonishment, there was indeed a subterranean cavern here. As Lu Fan, filled with curiosity, ventured inside with a torch in hand, his sister Lu Linger silently trailed behind. After carefully guiding his younger sister down, Lu Fan was astounded by the cavernous expanse of the subterranean chamber. However, apart from its vastness, there was naught else within. "Brother, this cavern is truly immense." Lu Linger stared wide-eyed at the gaping chasm before her. Lu Fan nodded with delight, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is remarkably spacious." "Ha, Linger, from this day forth, let us reside here." "Huh, live here?" Lu Linger was taken aback. "Precisely. This cave not only shelters us from the wind and rain, but is also exceedingly concealed. Living here together as siblings would be utterly delightful." Lu Fan responded joyfully. The cave before him truly exceeded Lu Fan's wildest imaginings. Not only was the interior astonishingly vast, but it also provided superior insulation compared to the temple above. Furthermore, with the magical gourd in his possession, he could cultivate rice in this secure and secluded haven. Such a sanctuary was, without a doubt, the very refuge Lu Fan had longed for. Lu Linger gazed at the vast cavern, a smile blossoming on her delicate face. At last, they had a home. Thus, the siblings settled into the embrace of the cavern. They ignited a torch, illuminating the entire space. Subsequently, Lu Fan commenced the cultivation of rice. Although the cavern was devoid of sunlight, Lu Fan was unperturbed, for he possessed a magical gourd. He meticulously husked the rice, then wielded a hoe to turn the earth before him, and soon began his planting. After completing the sowing, Lu Fan watered the seeds with the enchanted gourd's water. Lu Fan has now discovered the remarkable utility of this magical gourd. The longer he allows water to reside within it, the more swiftly it seems to catalyze the growth of plants. Moreover, the water contained in this gourd possesses the extraordinary ability to stave off hunger and restore vitality. 3 days later, within the warm and inviting cave, the surroundings are bright and tidy. Clusters of mature rice grow in neat rows, exuding a vibrant life force. Additionally, the ground is adorned with an abundance of lush green wild vegetables. Most impressively, 2 sturdy pine trees stand nearby, their branches laden with an abundance of pine cones. By the crackling campfire, Lu Linger, happily savoring her rice, called out to her brother Lu Fan, who was diligently working in the rice field, "Brother, you have been busy all morning. You should take a break and have something to eat." Lu Fan, smiling as he turned back, replied, "I'm fine. I'm not tired. But brother, we have already stored a large sack of rice. We need not endure hunger any longer," Lu Linger insisted. In truth, during these 3 days, Lu Fan had not only cultivated over 100 liters of rice using the gourd water, but he had also planted wild vegetables and pine trees. In this era of famine, having even 100 liters of rice would be considered a sign of affluence. "Silly sister, one can never have too much food," Lu Fan remarked. Hearing her brother's unwavering stance, Lu Linger could only chuckle in response. Thus, another day of hard work came to a close. Lu Fan had already stored nearly 200 liters of rice. In addition, he had gathered an ample supply of wild vegetables and pine nuts, filling 2 large baskets to the brim. Within the warm embrace of the earth cave, Lu Fan cradled the crystalline grains of rice while contemplating his future plans. If he and his sister consumed 1 liter of rice per day, they could sustain themselves for approximately half a year. Moreover, he could continue to cultivate more without interruption. As these thoughts danced in his mind, a smile crept upon Lu Fan's lips. Chapter 7. Qingyang Town. The human condition. Once one is free from the worries of sustenance, a few whimsical thoughts inevitably arise. Lu Fan was no exception. He lifted his gaze to behold his sister, clad in tattered, threadbare garments, and then glanced down at his own worn trousers, which exposed a portion of his shins. In that moment, a flicker of resolve ignited within him. He yearned to procure new attire for both himself and his sister. It had been 3 years since he had been cast out by his biological father, and during that time, he had not donned a single new piece of clothing. The ragged shirt he wore was a last gift from his mother, stitched for him on her deathbed. Furthermore, he aspired to venture into the town to purchase a new iron pot, along with essential provisions such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. After all, subsisting solely on plain rice had left his throat parched, his mouth ablaze, and he was now troubled by constipation. "Linger, I am planning a trip to the town. Stay home and be well," Lu Fan declared resolutely. "Brother, what do you intend to do in the town?" Lu Linger inquired with curiosity upon hearing of Lu Fan's plans. Lu Fan smiled and said, "Brother wishes to visit the town to exchange rice for some silver. And then I shall buy you a new garment to wear." "New clothes?" "Indeed, dear sister. After all these years, we have not adorned ourselves in fresh attire. Now that we finally have some grain, it is time to procure you a new outfit." Lu Fan gently tousled the little one's disheveled hair. Upon hearing about the new clothes, Lu Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement as she embraced Lu Fan tightly, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly wonderful." Lu Fan smiled. Subsequently, he prepared to set off for the town. "Linger, brother is heading to the town, and you must remember, no matter what happens, do not leave the cave and do not wander about, understand?" Lu Fan cautioned his sister as he was about to depart. Lu Linger nodded and said, "Brother, I promise I won't run away." "Well, that's good. Stay home and keep watch. If you get hungry, just help yourself to something to eat. I am going to the town now." Lu Fan filled a small cloth bag with 5 liters of rice, fastening it around his waist. Next, he filled a black gourd to the brim with water, carrying it on his back. Once everything was prepared, he climbed out of the underground chamber. The city god temple stood outside, amidst the relentless wind and snow. After Lu Fan opened the stone door, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that no one was present before he silently emerged. Subsequently, he gathered some dry grass to deliberately obscure the stone door. Once he had completed all of this, Lu Fan set off towards the town. Outside, the wind and snow raged fiercely, yet Lu Fan felt warm and comfortable throughout his journey. Lu Fan witnessed countless crowds fleeing from famine. He saw the lifeless bodies of the elderly and children lying by the roadside. He also observed the desperate struggle and violence among people fighting for a morsel of food. Year after year, famine ravaged the land, reducing human lives to mere blades of grass. Lu Fan touched the few liters of rice tied to his belt, hurriedly covered it with his clothing, and continued on with a bent posture. Xingyang Town, the largest settlement within 100 miles, lay approximately 20 miles from his humble village of Little Stone. However, fortune favored Lu Fan with the restorative powers of his magical gourd. Otherwise, traversing such a distance would have left him utterly exhausted. In truth, Lu Fan had only visited Xingyang Town twice in his life, once as a child, accompanied by his mother, and the second time 4 years ago during her grave illness when he sought medical assistance. Yet, upon his return to Xingyang Town today, he was struck by a profound sense of desolation. What was once a bustling town now appeared starkly deserted. In the lonely streets, he occasionally glimpsed a few figures, but beyond that, there was nothing. It was unimaginable that years of famine had reduced even such a prosperous town as Xingyang to this desolate state. Lu Fan let out a long sigh and continued on his way. Presently, Lu Fan was heading towards the market to exchange rice for silver coins, as it was only with silver that one could conveniently procure goods. Soon enough, Lu Fan arrived at the market, where a considerable number of people gathered, perhaps due to the recent passing of the new year, as many had brought their valuables to sell. On either side of the market, one could find an array of goods for sale, to the extent that even the selling of children could be observed. As Lu Fan approached, he witnessed a young boy bargaining with a peasant woman selling her daughter, remarking that her figure was too slender and frail, insisting that she was worth no more than 10 coins. Listening to the exchange, which resembled the haggling over livestock, Lu Fan pondered to himself, when I have money in the future, shall I also seek to acquire a beautiful wife? One who could bear children by night and assist in farming during the day, while caring for my sister? How wretched it is that I entertained such wicked thoughts. Lu Fan quickly shook his head, forbidding himself to ponder further. Subsequently, Lu Fan began his search for buyers, preparing to sell his rice. Due to the bustling crowd at the market, he hesitated to display his 5 sheng of rice. After some contemplation, he eventually made his way to the rear of the market. Upon raising his gaze, a towering building loomed before him, adorned with the inscription, Huang's Pawn Shop. Observing this grand establishment, which he had never seen before, Lu Fan surmised that it must be prosperous. Thus, he approached it and inquired, "Greetings, esteemed shopkeeper. Do you accept grain for pawn?" After Lu Fan approached, he inquired of an elderly man seated in the pawn shop, clad in a leather jacket. Upon hearing the mention of pawning grain, the old man instantly became alert, his eyes widening as he gazed at Lu Fan. "Young lad, do you possess grain?" "Indeed. I have a modest amount. May I ask how the process works?" Lu Fan spoke cautiously. Upon hearing that Lu Fan possessed grain, the old man's eyes sparkled with hope. "As long as you have grain, be it rice or millet, our pawn shop offers 30% more than the market price." "Little one, do you truly have grain?" The old man clearly found it hard to believe, given Lu Fan's ragged appearance resembling that of a beggar. "Yes, I do." As he spoke, Lu Fan turned and pulled a handful of glistening rice from his belt, offering it to the old man. "Rice? Is it really rice?" The pawnshop elder's eyes lit up upon seeing the rice Lu Fan produced. He reached out eagerly to take it, but Lu Fan quickly withdrew his hand. Noticing Lu Fan's hesitation, the elder awkwardly chuckled. "Do not fear, young master. I merely wish to inspect the goods. By the way, young master, it's cold outside. Do come in and sit." Faced with the old man's sudden warmth, Lu Fan hesitated for a moment. Glancing inside the pawnshop and noting that it was just the elderly man alone, before he stepped inside. After warmly welcoming Lu Fan, the old man quickly glanced around and then shut the shop's door. "Young master, do you drink tea? Allow me to pour you a cup," the elderly man said as he moved to prepare tea for Lu Fan. "No, thank you. Shopkeeper, you haven't tea told me yet. How much can I exchange for this grain per liter?" Lu Fan inquired. The old man, while serving the tea, smiled and replied, "Young master, I shall be frank with you. You know that in these famine-stricken times, grain is worth more than anything else, especially high-quality rice like yours. I want to deceive you. If you truly have it, I can offer you 1 tael of silver per liter. What do you say?" 1 tael of silver equates to 1,001. Upon hearing this figure, Lu Fan's heart surged. To put it into perspective, just moments ago at the market, a maiden had been sold for merely 10 won. Yet now, a liter of his rice could fetch 1,001. Though astonished to the point of speechlessness, Lu Fan strove to suppress his emotions. Taking a deep breath to steady his excitement, he murmured, "Just 1 tael of silver?" Chapter 8. Striking it rich. Seeing Lu Fan's reaction, the elder exclaimed, "My young master, 1 tael of silver is quite a sum. You must realize that in these tumultuous times, 1 tael can purchase half an acre of land, or even procure several maidens as brides." In light of the elder's words, Lu Fan remained silent. Observing Lu Fan's reticence, the pawnshop elder, with determination, declared, "How about this? Today, I shall take a loss. For 1 liter of rice, I shall give you 1 tael of silver along with an additional 101. What do you think? If you are still unwilling, then I, alas, have no further options." The elder spoke while watching Lu Fan's reaction intently. Lu Fan's mind raced rapidly. Initially, he had merely intended to exchange some grain for a few hundred coins. However, to his astonishment, in this year of famine, grain proved to be exceedingly precious. Now, witnessing the other party offering 1 or 2 silver coins along with 100 coins, he realized that if he hesitated any longer, he might not come across such a favorable deal again. Moreover, being young and frail, it would not be wise for him to wander around Qingyang town with grain. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan spoke up. "Very well, I shall exchange for 5 sheng." "What? 5 sheng? Young master, are you jesting with this old man?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's proposal of 5 sheng, the pawnbroker's eyes widened in disbelief. 5 sheng equated to 10 jin. In this era of famine, such an amount of rice was undoubtedly a staggering price. Lu Fan spoke while slowly unfastening his belt, subsequently extracting the 5 liters of rice that had been wrapped around his waist. "Goodness, there truly are 5 liters. My little nobleman, you are remarkably impressive." Upon seeing the sack of rice in Lu Fan's hand, the old man from the pawnshop's eyes widened with greed. "First, the money. You hand over the cash, and I shall provide you with the grain." Lu Fan tightly clutched his bag of rice and addressed the elderly man at the pawnshop. The old man, taken aback by Lu Fan's caution, smiled and reassured him, "Do not worry, young noble. Feel free to inquire around. Our Huang's pawnshop has been a pillar of integrity in Qingyang town for many years, always prioritizing our reputation and treating everyone with fairness." However, Lu Fan paid no heed to his incessant chatter, instead clutching his bag of grain tightly. Seeing Lu Fan's unwillingness to relinquish it, the old man from the pawnshop finally smiled and said, "Very well, let us proceed as the young noble desires. We shall exchange the payment for your grain." With that, he hurried into the pawnshop. Before long, the old man emerged, holding 5 taels of silver along with 500 copper coins. 5 taels of silver and 500 copper coins, neither a bit more nor a bit less. "Young noble, may I now receive the grain?" As he extended the silver and coins towards Lu Fan, the latter gazed at the gleaming silver and the heap of copper, striving to contain his excitement. Taking a deep breath, he finally accepted the silver and then handed over his bag of grain to the old man. Upon inspecting the bag, the old man's eyes lit up with delight. He quickly retrieved 2 gleaming grains of rice, popped them into his mouth, and crunched down, exclaiming with fervor, "Such fine rice. It is truly exquisite." After receiving the money, Lu Fan directly addressed the shopkeeper, saying, "Farewell." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait a moment, young master." The old man from the pawnshop called out hastily as he saw Lu Fan about to depart. Lu Fan promptly secured the silver. His fist clenched tightly as he inquired with vigilance, "Is there anything else?" "Do not be alarmed, young noble," the old man reassured. "It is indeed fate that I have the pleasure of meeting you today. By the way, I am surnamed Huang. In Qingyang town, they call me Huang Beirong. I would like to inquire, young noble, from where do you procure your rice? If my memory serves me right, there has been a scarcity of grain within a 100-mile radius, has there not?" Lu Fan would certainly not divulge to Huang Beirong the matter of his provisions. "I beg your pardon, but I cannot disclose that information," he replied. Lu Fan turned and departed. Observing Lu Fan's departure, Huang Beirong's eyes narrowed. This young fellow is indeed quite cautious. However, in this age where humanity preys upon itself, who could afford to let down their guard? Quite commendable, indeed. Yet, I wonder where this young lad procured such an abundance of provisions? In the streets. As Lu Fan emerged from the pawnshop, weighed down by silver and copper coins, he felt as though he were floating. 5 taels of silver, along with 500 strings of copper coins. Good heavens! Such a considerable fortune was beyond anything Lu Fan had ever dared to envision. Who could have imagined that it would materialize into reality? Steady now, steady. He must not let himself be carried away by this windfall. As Lu Fan inhaled deeply, he repeatedly reminded himself of the momentous occasion. After all, who could remain indifferent upon suddenly acquiring such a substantial sum of money? Finding a secluded alley, Lu Fan erupted into a joyous laugh, reminiscent of a pig squeal. Particularly, as he clutched the heavy silver in his hands, tears of excitement welled in his eyes. After caressing the coins for a considerable time, he hastily tucked the silver into his waistband and then withdrew 200 copper coins before finally exiting the alley. Subsequently, Lu Fan proceeded to purchase essential supplies. Upon arriving at the nearby market, he engaged in haggling and spent 300 coins on oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, as well as acquiring a large iron pot. Subsequently, he made his way to the tailor's shop to procure new garments for his sister. Initially intending to buy several new outfits for her, he reconsidered, realizing that he must not display his wealth. Ultimately, Lu Fan spent 45 when to purchase 2 old cotton jackets, 2 pairs of cloth trousers, and 2 pairs of shoes. Adorned in the old jackets, with the new trousers and shoes, Lu Fan felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and warmth envelop him. Despite the garments being secondhand, he found immense satisfaction in them. After settling the payment at the tailor's shop, Lu Fan joyfully slung a large iron pot over his shoulder and carried his bundles. Preparing to leave. Just then, 2 figures unexpectedly passed by. "Hey, old Lu, doesn't that silhouette resemble your ex-wife's illegitimate child?" Upon closer inspection, the speaker was none other than Lu Fan's stepmother, Wangxi Wangzuelian. Beside her stood Lu Fan's biological father, Lu Dehai. How could this be possible? Lu Dehai gazed at Lu Fan ahead, burdened with numerous bags. Indeed, those 2 little rascals are on the brink of starvation. How could they possibly make their way to Qingyang town and purchase so many items? Come, let us hasten to Lord Huang's residence and inquire whether he will permit us to continue renting the land. If we are unable to secure the lease, we shall face hunger in the coming year. After uttering these words, Wang Zulian averted her gaze from Lu Fan entirely. Lu Dehai merely glanced back at Lu Fan before following Wang. On the street, Lu Fan, carrying a large iron pot and holding some items, was walking along. Suddenly, a hoarse voice emerged from the alley. "Kind-hearted stranger, could you spare some food? I beg you, I haven't eaten for several days." Lu Fan turned his head and beheld an old beggar huddled in the alley, speaking directly to him. Gazing at the beggar, Lu Fan instinctively pulled his clothes tighter around him and turned to leave. In these times, many succumb to starvation. Who would willingly offer food to others? A kind-hearted person. "Perhaps, I can trade you this chicken for something to eat. Would that be agreeable?" The old beggar suddenly interjected. After speaking, he produced a woven basket from seemingly nowhere, revealing a small yellow chick within. The chick appeared to have just hatched, its head bare and looking feeble, as if it had fallen gravely ill. Lu Fan, initially intent on departing, paused upon sighting the chick. Chickens lay eggs and provide meat. Should he consider purchasing this chick to raise it? Then, when the time comes, he could slaughter it for meat. Ever since the Great Famine, Lu Fan had forgotten the taste of meat, and now, confronted with the sight of this yellow chick, a flicker of compassion ignited within him. Buying it was not out of the question. After all, he was not short on money at present. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan approached the old beggar. Chapter 9. Another marvelous use of the magic gourd. "Old man, how would you like to exchange for this chick?" Lu Fan approached the old beggar and inquired. The beggar, emaciated to the bone, had bloodshot eyes that spoke of his suffering. Clutching a chicken coop, he said, "I wish to exchange for some food. Just a bit of grain will suffice." "I'm afraid I have no grain," Lu Fan replied, "but I can offer you some money. You may use it to purchase food for yourself." "Really?" The beggar's face lit up with disbelief upon hearing about the money. "Indeed. However, I only possess 2 coins. If you are willing, I can give you both, but in return, you must part with the chick and the coop." As he spoke, Lu Fan cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, before retrieving 2 copper coins from his pocket. Upon witnessing Lu Fan produce the coins, the old beggar's excitement was palpable. "Very well. 2 coins it shall be," he exclaimed, promptly handing over the chicken coop and the chick to Lu Fan. After receiving the coins, Lu Fan handed 2 to the old beggar. "Thank you, my little benefactor. Thank you." The old beggar expressed his gratitude towards Lu Fan upon receiving the copper coins. Lu Fan smiled as he carried the chicken coop away. Today had been a fruitful day for him. Not only did he procure food and clothing, but he also acquired a little yellow chick. Although the chick was quite small, Lu Fan believed that if raised properly, the chicken would eventually yield delicious meat. It was time to head home. In order to avoid drawing attention, Lu Fan intentionally gathered some weeds to cover the items he had purchased. Then, with a cheerful disposition, he carried the large iron pot and made his way home, passing by the city god temple. As Lu Fan returned, dusk was approaching. Upon entering the city god temple, he brushed off the accumulated snow from his garments and surveyed his surroundings. Once he confirmed that no one was present, he hurried to the back of the deity statue, pushed aside the overgrown weeds, and opened the stone door. Inside the subterranean chamber, Lu Linger, clad in tattered, patched clothing, was diligently harvesting rice. Startled by the sound of the stone door being pushed open, she quickly grasped her sickle and exclaimed sharply, "Who is it?" "Linger, it's me, your brother," returned at last. Lu Fan descended the steps as he spoke. "Brother, you have finally returned." Upon seeing Lu Fan, Lu Linger cast aside her sickle and leaped into his embrace. "Hee Linger, look at the new clothes I bought for you. Hurry and change into them." As he spoke, Lu Fan unveiled the cotton jacket, trousers, and shoes he had purchased. Lu Lingo gazed at her new clothing, and in an instant, she leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly wonderful." She then proceeded to change her attire. "Lingo, are you hungry? Today, I have purchased oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. From this day forth, I shall prepare delicious meals for you every day, and we shall no longer subsist solely on plain rice." Upon finishing his words, Lu Fan commenced the preparation of the dishes and the cooking of rice. In a short while, Lu Fan had cooked a large pot of white rice and stir-fried 2 dishes of wild vegetables. Dressed in her newly purchased attire and savoring the delectable dishes, Lu Linger felt as though she were the happiest person in the world. "Oh, brother, what is this?" Suddenly, Lu Linger observed the chicken coop that Lu Fan had brought back. It was a yellow-feathered chicken he had purchased upon his return. Lu Fan spoke as he opened the chicken coop, revealing a timid little chick with a bald head, softly chirping as it ventured out. "Wow, a chick. Brother, you actually bought a little chick?" From a young age, Lu Linger has harbored a fondness for small animals. Upon encountering a chick, her heart brimmed with joy as she cradled the little creature in her arms. Indeed, raising this chick would not only yield eggs in the future, but could also provide succulent meat. "What a delightful prospect," Lu Fan remarked. However, upon hearing Lu Fan's intention to slaughter the chick for its flesh, she instinctively shielded the yellow-feathered bird and exclaimed, "Brother, no. I do not wish to eat the chick. I want it to live." Lu Fan chuckled heartily and said, all right, brother, I shall heed your words. We shall not consume it, but rather allow it to lay eggs." "Hiki, you are still the best, dear brother." Lu Lingo was filled with joy. Subsequently, Lu Fan resumed his cultivation endeavors. Days passed swiftly, and before long, half a month had elapsed. During this period, Lu Fan remained in the cave with his sister. Occasionally, he would take her outside to explore the vicinity of the city god temple. Over the course of these 15 days, the once frail Lu Linger had transformed into a rosy-cheeked beauty, her stature having significantly increased. Had she not been clad in tattered garments, she would have undoubtedly been regarded as a lovely young maiden. As for Lu Fan, he too had grown taller and stronger during this time, his strength increasing remarkably. Inside the expansive cave, one could observe the rice and wild vegetables cultivated by Lu Fan. Additionally, there was a large yellow hen cackling away, which Lu Fan had purchased from an old beggar a fortnight ago. What piqued Lu Fan's curiosity was the fact that since drinking the gourd water, the chick had been growing at an astonishing rate, laying eggs at an extraordinary pace as well. While a typical hen produces an egg daily, this yellow hen was capable of laying over a dozen each day, and on occasion, even exceeding 20. Moreover, the cave was filled with a veritable mountain of grain, estimated to be several hundred stone in total. This bounty represented Lu Fan's harvest over the past month. Gazing at the mound of grain, Lu Fan felt a mix of joy and concern. He rejoiced that he and his sister would no longer suffer from hunger. However, he was troubled by the sheer volume of grain, for he had run out of bags to store it, forcing him to leave it piled up within the cave. This not only occupied precious space, but also posed a risk of being pilfered by mice, which would surely cause him distress. Oh, how wonderful it would be if there were a means to conceal all this grain securely. "Gourd, don't you agree?" Lu Fan murmured to the black gourd in his hand as he spoke. Ever since he discovered the marvelous utility of this gourd, He had taken to carrying it with him at all times, even while eating and sleeping. Just as Lu Fan finished speaking, the intricate patterns at the base of the gourd flickered momentarily. In the next instant, whoosh. In an instant, a dazzling spectacle unfolded before Lu Fan's eyes as the mountain of grain before him vanished completely. "Where has my grain gone?" he exclaimed, his astonishment causing him to leap in disbelief. Suddenly, he recalled that the gourd had flickered just moments before. Could it be that this precious gourd had absorbed all of his grain? With this thought racing through his mind, Lu Fan hastily grasped the gourd and peered inside. To his amazement, he beheld a veritable mountain of grain within its depths. Good heavens, this gourd can contain such an abundance of grain. Lu Fan was taken aback. What intrigued him even more was that this magical gourd could not only hold grains, but also completely separate them from water. It seemed as though there were countless non-overlapping spaces within the gourd. Chapter 10. The little noble has finally arrived. Isn't it astonishing? This gourd can contain such an abundance of items. Lu Fan was utterly exhilarated. He had initially believed that this gourd could merely accelerate the growth of plants. But to his astonishment, it possessed such remarkable utility. Did this not imply that his future wealth and provisions could be stored within this gourd space? With this thought, Lu Fan promptly took out several hundred coins of silver and copper from his possession. "Gourd, take all my money as well," he commanded. As soon as Lu Fan uttered these words, whoosh, the silver and copper coins indeed vanished into the gourd. Moreover, whenever Lu Fan needed it, he merely had to shift his thoughts, and wealth and provisions would materialize before him. Upon discovering the marvelous utility of the gourd, Lu Fan was utterly exhilarated. Haha, I shall no longer have any worries. As long as I store all valuable items within the gourd, who could possibly perceive them? Lu Fan mused contentedly. Subsequently, Lu Fan resumed his exploration of the enchanted gourd. After a considerable period of probing, he discovered that this gourd possessed the remarkable ability to contain a multitude of items. However, he also noted a significant limitation. It appeared incapable of accommodating living creatures. For instance, the egg-laying hen could not be ensconced within its confines. Nevertheless, despite this drawback, Lu Fan was overjoyed. He no longer had to worry about his provisions and wealth being coveted by others. Subsequently, Lu Fan gathered all his valuable possessions and placed them into a gourd. A few days passed. Lu Fan decided to take a stroll in Xingyang town. Additionally, he had accumulated an excessive amount of provisions and wished to procure some new items in the town. After shouldering his gourd and giving his sister some instructions, Lu Fan set off. Outside, the chill in the air intensified. Although it was no longer snowing, the biting cold had rendered all the flora and fauna lifeless. Upon arriving in Xingyang town, Lu Fan noticed that the population was dwindling. Every household had their doors firmly shut. Lu Fan wrapped himself in his cotton coat and walked towards Xingyang town. Outside the Huang's pawnshop, an elderly man wearing a felt hat and a plush coat was directing several servants to clear the accumulated snow in front of the entrance while squinting at the desolate street. "Father, it's so cold outside. Why are you always out here?" At that moment, a round-faced girl, around 16 or 17, rushed out from the pawnshop. "Father, are you watching for that young noble? Why hasn't he come for so many days?" Huang Beirong gazed at the street and replied, "I'm just wondering about that young noble and why he hasn't appeared." "Father, do you really think that young noble has food? But that doesn't make sense. Didn't you say that all the crops within 100 miles have already perished in the frost, and there is no food left?" The round-faced girl questioned. "I cannot say for certain, but I do know that the grain belonging to that young noble is undoubtedly the finest we have seen in recent years. It is a pity, though, that he has vanished without a trace," Huang Beirong lamented. Despite being over 60, Huang Beirong was renowned in Xingyang town as Huang the Millionaire. It was said that 1/3 of the farmland in the entire Xingyang town belonged to the Huang family. Huang Beirong was indeed a bona fide landlord. As the two conversed, a figure appeared in Huang Beirong's line of sight. That figure looks like the young noble." He squinted, and upon closer inspection, he recognized him. The young noble. It truly is the young noble. Huang Beirong exclaimed excitedly as he rushed towards Lu Fan. Lu Fan, carrying a gourd, raised his hand in greeting upon spotting Huang Beirong in the distance. "Greetings, shopkeeper. Ah, my dear young noble, you have finally arrived. Do you know how much I have missed you during this time?" Huang Beirong exclaimed warmly, grasping Lu Fan's hand with enthusiasm. Lu Fan was rather taken aback by the unexpected warmth of the local gentleman. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he was ushered along, he heard the man address his daughter. "My dear, do you see? This is the young noble I mentioned last time. The round-faced girl glanced at Lu Fan, and despite his ragged attire, she noticed his handsome features and tall stature, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she called out, "Young noble, hello. Greetings, I am Lu Fan. You may simply call me by my name," he replied, for Lu Fan, who had lived a modest life, found it somewhat inappropriate to be referred to as young noble. "Ah, so the young noble's name is Lu Fan. What a splendid name," Huang Beirong said with a smile, before leading Lu Fan into the courtyard. Last time, Lu Fan merely sat outside the pawnshop without entering. Now, being pulled into the grand estate by Huang Beirong, Lu Fan's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed upon the opulent mansion. He never anticipated that the shopkeeper Huang would possess such extravagant wealth. Lu Fan sighed inwardly. After being ushered inside by Huang Beirong, the latter promptly instructed his servants to serve tea and water to Lu Fan, which left him both surprised and flattered. Once the tea was served, Huang Beirong cautiously inquired, "Young noble Lu, may I ask if you still have any of the grain you brought last time?" It turned out that ever since Huang Beirong had tasted the rice brought by Lu Fan, he had been astonished by its fragrant aroma. Strangely enough, after consuming it for several consecutive days, his blood circulation improved remarkably, even alleviating his long-standing ailment of chronic leg pain. Initially, Huang Beirong was skeptical about the grain's efficacy. However, after finishing the 5 liters of rice provided by Lu Fan, his old ailment suddenly flared up again. Faced with this predicament, Huang Beirong realized that the grain brought by Lu Fan was not only of exceptional quality but also possessed genuine healing properties for his chronic condition. Consequently, the old man began to eagerly await Lu Fan's return. Little did he anticipate that he would have to wait a full fortnight. Now that Lu Fan had finally arrived, he wasted no time in asking, "To be honest, I have come today with the intention of exchanging grain for some silver." Lu Fan spoke candidly, jesting. At present, he had a veritable mountain of grain stored away. How could he possibly be in want of provisions? Splendid. Young Master Lu, how much grain have you brought this time? I reiterate, whatever you possess, I, old Huang, shall procure in equal measure. Huang Beirong thumped his chest, exuding confidence. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan simply replied, "I have only brought a modest supply, merely a few dozen liters." Lu Fan certainly would not reveal that he currently possessed several hundred stones of grain. If he did, it would likely frighten Huang Beirong to death. Nonetheless, even with this restraint, Huang Beirong's eyes turned red upon hearing Lu Fan mention several tens of liters. Is it truly so? Indeed. Splendid. I want it all. Let us adhere to our usual arrangement. 1 liter of millet for 1 tael of silver, plus 100 guan. What say you, young Master Lu? Huang Beirong exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Very well. Thank you, young Master Lu. I shall instruct my servants to fetch the money immediately. But what of your grain? Huang Beirong inquired with sudden curiosity. Several tens of liters of grain equate to over 100 G. Yet Lu Fan appeared unassuming, carrying only a black gourd, which hardly suggested he possessed any grain at all. Lu Fan certainly would not reveal that all the grain was concealed within his precious gourd. Instead, he said, "I arrived in haste earlier and left the grain elsewhere. Huang, could you kindly lend me a rice bag? I shall fetch the grain for you now." Huang Beirong understood Lu Fan's cautious nature. After all, during this time of famine, many would resort to violence for a morsel of food, capable of committing heinous acts. Thus, upon hearing Lu Fan's words, he promptly nodded in agreement, saying, very well. I shall have my servant bring you a rice bag at once." With that, he instructed a servant to fetch a rice bag for Lu Fan. After receiving the sack of rice, Lu Fan departed from the Huang family pawnshop. Huang Beirong escorted Lu Fan to the door and then stood in the snow, gazing hopefully for Lu Fan's return. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the Huang family pawnshop. "Master Huang, we have come to extend our New Year greetings, wishing you prosperity as vast as the East Sea and longevity surpassing the South Mountain." As the voices echoed, a man and a woman knelt before Huang Beirong, holding gifts in their hands. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these 2 were none other than Lu Fan's biological father, Lu Dahai, and his stepmother, Wang. It turned out that Lu Dahai and Wang had been renting the land they cultivated from Huang Beirong each year. Moreover, they were not alone. Nearly 1/3 of the residents of Qingyang town, within a radius of several dozen miles, also rented land from Huang Beirong, paying their rent and crops annually. Looking at the couple, a hint of disdain crossed Huang Beirong's face. "What brings you here again?" Wang hurriedly bowed her head, pleading, "Master Huang, we beseech you to allow us to continue farming this year's land." Rest assured, if you permit us to rent it, we will surely repay the overdue rent by next year. Indeed, Master Huang, our entire family relies on those 2 acres. If you grant us the chance to continue renting, we will pay you double the rent next year." Upon hearing the promise of double rent, Huang Beirong stroked his chin thoughtfully. In truth, due to successive years of famine, Lu Dahai and Huang had failed to pay their rent in full this year. Yet, as a businessman, Huang Beirong understood that in these times of natural and man-made calamities, his idle land would remain unproductive. If these 2 could indeed provide him with double the rent, it would not be an unwelcome arrangement. With a grunt, Huang Beirong inquired, "Are you truly willing to pay double the rent?" "Absolutely. As long as Master Huang allows us to continue renting," Huang responded eagerly. "Very well. In light of your apparent sincerity, I shall have someone prepare the contract for you to sign shortly." With that, Huang Beirong turned and returned to the pawnshop to prepare the lease agreement anew. Upon hearing that Huang Beirong would permit them to farm again, the couple was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master Huang. You are truly our family's benefactor. Old Lu, we finally have land to cultivate again. As long as we have land, we shall never fear hunger again." Indeed, indeed. Just as they reveled in their newfound hope, Lu Fan approached, shouldering the sack of grain. "Hey, old Lu, look. Is that not your ex-wife's illegitimate child?" Suddenly, Huang pointed at Lu Fan, who was carrying the sack of grain. Lu Dahai was taken aback. Upon truly seeing Lu Fan, he too was momentarily stunned. It was indeed him. How peculiar. The offspring of your ex-wife has not perished from hunger? Moreover, he has ventured all the way here? Just look at what that little wretch is carrying. It appears quite heavy. Who can say? Let us approach and take a closer look. Just as Lu Fan was making his way over, a scornful voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Oh, isn't this the illegitimate child born of that wretched woman?" Upon hearing this jarring remark, Lu Fan looked up and beheld Wang Shi and Lu Dahai. Instantly, his expression changed. "What are you doing here?" Lu Fan quickly placed the sack of grain behind him, remaining vigilant. "I still have a question for you," he said. "You little wildling. It appears you haven't starved to death after all. What is that you're carrying in your hand?" "Come, let me have a look," Wang remarked, preparing to approach Lu Fan to inspect the sack of grain. Lu Fan swiftly retreated, exclaiming furiously, "Do not come any closer." Upon hearing this, Lu Dahai responded, "Lu Fan, how can you speak to your stepmother in such a manner? She merely wishes to examine your bag. What is there to fear?" In the face of Lu Dahai's inquiry, Lu Fan retorted, "Such a vile creature as her is unworthy of being my stepmother." Meanwhile, Lu Dahai urged, "Old Lu, do take note. This little wretch dares to insult me. Hurry, strike him across the face, put an end to him." Lu Dahai never anticipated that Lu Fan would dare to insult the Wang family. He immediately exclaimed, "Lu Fan, kneel and apologize to your stepmother." "Apologize to her? What is she even worth?" Lu Fan spoke harshly. "I am your father. Do you truly disregard my words?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's declaration, Lu Dahai retorted with anger, "Huh? How dare you claim to be my father? What kind of father stands by and watches his children starve without lifting a finger?" "Lu Dahai, let me make myself clear. Ever since you cast my sister and me out of our home 3 years ago, I have had no father. So, spare me your pretentious authority when you attempt to command me." Lu Dahai could hardly fathom that Lu Fan would dare to address him in such a manner. In a fit of anger, he raised his hand and bellowed, "You wretched child, do you seek punishment?" Just as he was about to strike, a voice emerged from within the Huang pawnshop. "Presumptuous! I shall see which fool dares to lay a hand on my esteemed Huang Beirong." With those words, Huang Beirong rushed forth, accompanied by a group of followers. Old Master Huang, Lu Dahai, and the Huang family were taken aback when they saw Huang Beirong rushing out. Just as they were about to speak, unexpectedly, Huang Beirong ran straight towards Lu Fan. "Young noble, what has happened?" Lu Fan fixed his gaze intensely upon Lu Dahai and Wang Shi, declaring, "These 2 scoundrels seek to seize my sack of grain. Master, the decision rests with you." "What? Stealing grain?" Upon hearing this, Huang Beirong was instantly incensed. "Scoundrels, who granted you the audacity to pilfer from my domain and lay claim to my esteemed heir's belongings? Bring me these ruffians." With a command, several servants rushed forth armed with clubs. The sight of the approaching servants left Lu Dahai and his wife utterly bewildered. "This wild bastard, what nonsense is he spouting?" "Indeed, Master Huang, Lu Fan is my son. When did he become your esteemed heir?" "Son?" At this revelation, Huang Beirong's expression shifted as he turned towards Lu Fan. "Do not heed this scoundrel's fabrications. I do not know him." Lu Fan retorted candidly. Huang Beirong echoed, exactly. My esteemed heir possesses a status far beyond that of your kind. Seize them. With Huang Beirong's command, the servants advanced, striking Lu Dahai and Wang Shi. Ah, ah, ah. The couple cried out in agony, pleading, Master Huang, he truly is our son. We do not deceive you. Regrettably, Huang Beirong had no interest in their desperate claims. As he observed the couple being beaten, a sensation of unprecedented satisfaction enveloped Lu Fan. What is the reason behind this? Why does Master Huang exhibit such favor towards that wild child? Covered in bruises, Wang Shi lay sobbing in the snow. Turning to Lu Dahai, she inquired, what now? Does Master Huang still intend to honor our agreement for the 2 acres of land we were to cultivate? Lu Dahai, bloodied and bewildered, replied, how could I possibly know? Lu Dahai, with a face full of sorrow, lamented, it is all in the hands of fate. If we are truly denied land to cultivate, we might as well resign ourselves to starvation. Chapter 12. Ginseng at the Huang pawn shop. After the commotion caused by that troublesome couple, Lu Fan gained insight into their land rental situation. After exchanging a sack of grain for over 50 taels of silver, Lu Fan addressed Huang Beirong, saying, Shopkeeper, I strongly advise you against granting any land to those 2 rascals outside. After all, individuals of their ilk are utterly devoid of conscience. Huang Beirong, being a perceptive man, understood Lu Fan's implication and chuckled, rest assured, young Master Lu, I shall not allot them even a morsel of land. Ah, that is reassuring, Lu Fan replied. Just then, Huang Beirong was seized by a fit of violent coughing. He covered his mouth with a handkerchief, only to expel a dark, crimson blood. Father, your old ailment has recurred. Quickly drink some ginseng soup. The round-faced girl, witnessing her father's bleeding lips, hurriedly approached with a bowl of ginseng soup. Gazing at the ginseng soup, Lu Fan swallowed hard. Wow, the legendary ginseng. He had heard from a storyteller that ginseng was the essence of heaven and earth, renowned not only for its ability to prolong life but also for its capacity to invigorate the body. He never expected that the shopkeeper could afford such a luxury. Truly, a man of immense wealth. By the way, isn't ginseng also a plant? Since his precious gourd could cultivate grains and wild herbs, why couldn't it yield ginseng as well? With this thought, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shopkeeper, may I inquire, is the ginseng you consume expensive? Huang Beirong, taken aback while sipping his ginseng soup, responded, Young brother Lu, do you also wish to partake in ginseng? Lu Fan quickly shook his head and said, No, I cannot afford it. I was merely inquiring. Upon hearing this, Huang Beirong chuckled lightly and replied, To speak candidly, this item is indeed exorbitantly priced. A ginseng that is aged at least a few years typically costs no less than 10 taels of silver. What? 10 taels of silver? Hearing this, Lu Fan was so taken aback that he could hardly utter a word. Huang Beirong continued, and this is just for ordinary ginseng. If it has aged further, the price escalates even more. To my knowledge, there was once a hunter who unearthed a century-old ginseng in the mountains, and he exchanged it for an entire house in the county. At this revelation, Lu Fan's mouth fell agape. Good heavens! A century-old ginseng could indeed be traded for a house in the county? If his cherished gourd could truly cultivate ginseng, would he not be utterly prosperous? Shopkeeper Huang, do you have any ginseng left? Lu Fan inquired cautiously. Alas, this is the very last one, Huang Beirong replied. Then may I ask where I might procure ginseng seeds? Lu Fan pressed further. Though Huang Beirong was puzzled by Lu Fan's curiosity, he responded, Generally speaking, you can only find such seeds at a century-old reputable medicine shop. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan silently took note. He had already resolved to seek out a pharmacy shortly, inquiring whether he could procure this ginseng. If his precious gourd could indeed cultivate ginseng, it would be an extraordinary fortune. After conversing a while longer with Huang Beirong, Lu Fan finally departed from the Huang pawn shop. As he exited, he noticed that Lu Dahai and Wang had vanished without a trace. Gazing at the desolate street, Lu Fan hurriedly set off in search of a pharmacy. Half an hour later, Lu Fan discovered a sizable apothecary on the eastern street of Qingyang town. As Lu Fan approached, he observed a young apprentice busily grinding medicine. Esteemed guest, are you in need of some medicine? The apprentice inquired upon noticing Lu Fan's entrance into the apothecary. Lu Fan nodded silently and cautiously stepped inside. May I inquire, esteemed guest, what remedy do you seek? The young attendant, observing Lu Fan's expression of unease, continued to inquire. Lu Fan pondered for a moment before softly inquiring, Do you have any ginseng seeds here? What? The apothecary's assistant thought he had misheard. Do you have any ginseng seeds here? Lu Fan lowered his head and repeated once more, ginseng seeds? The young attendant at the apothecary finally understood. With a face full of curiosity, he glanced at Lu Fan, and upon noticing his tattered attire, could not help but inquire, "Young master, are you certain you wish to purchase ginseng seeds?" "Indeed," Lu Fan replied. "Ah, we do have ginseng seeds in stock. However, young master, do you possess the means to afford them?" questioned the apothecary's attendant. Lu Fan inquired in a soft voice, "How much for a packet?" "5 taels of silver for 1 packet," replied the apothecary's assistant. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's mind raced. Although ginseng was expensive, he never anticipated that even the seeds would command such a high price. The assistant, noticing Lu Fan's silence as he lowered his head, could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Young sir, in these times, when even a proper meal is hard to come by, what do you intend to do with such seeds?" "Useful," Lu Fan replied. Of course, he had no intention of revealing his purpose. He then reached into his possession and produced gleaming silver ingots, placing them upon the counter. Not a coin more or less, a total of 5 taels of silver. The assistant stared in astonishment at the 5 taels laid out before him. It was hard to believe that in this day and age, someone would spend such a sum on something so impractical. Surely, this fool must have more money than sense. 5 taels of silver it is. Now give me the ginseng seeds. Lu Fan extended his hand and addressed the young attendant of the apothecary. The attendant stood in a daze, momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, he quickly responded, "Yes, yes, esteemed guest, please hold on." With that, he hurried inside to retrieve the ginseng. Before long, the attendant emerged with a quaint box in hand. Upon opening it, they revealed a collection of seeds sufficient to cultivate several acres of ginseng. "Here you are, esteemed guest. Please take good care of it," the attendant said, presenting the ginseng seeds with both hands to Lu Fan. Lu Fan carefully examined the item after receiving it. Once he confirmed its authenticity, he swiftly tucked it into his bosom and turned to leave. "Esteemed guest, please take your time," the young attendant from the apothecary called out as he hurried to follow. "Should you require anything, do make sure to visit us again next time." Lu Fan hurriedly stowed the ginseng he had purchased into his black gourd. As he walked, he silently mused, hoping that the magical gourd could indeed cultivate the ginseng. Otherwise, he would have suffered a significant loss of 5 taels of silver. 5 taels of silver equated to 10 measures of grain. The more he pondered, the more his heart ached. However, if he could truly grow ginseng, he would be on the path to great wealth. After acquiring the ginseng, Lu Fan proceeded to buy a plethora of daily necessities in the town. Additionally, he purchased 10 pounds of pork from the nearby butcher shop. Pork had become a luxury, and few affluent families in town could afford it. As he realized he had spent nearly a tael of silver in the blink of an eye, Lu Fan chided himself for being such a spendthrift. Nonetheless, with his ample finances and the bountiful supply of grain in his gourd, he felt little concern. It was time to return home. After packing all his belongings into the gourd, Lu Fan cheerfully prepared to head back. Chapter 13. The Taoist priest. Just as he exited the street of Qingyang town, a frantic crowd of refugees surged back from outside the city, running as if possessed. Witnessing their desperate flight, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. "Good fellow, what has happened? Why are you fleeing with such urgency?" Lu Fan intercepted an elderly man fleeing from the disaster and inquired. The old man, gaunt and barefoot, gasped for breath as he replied, "There has been a massacre outside the town. Many lives have been taken. Who committed these murders?" Lu Fan urgently asked. "It was the mountain bandits. They are pillaging for grain and abducting women and children." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan stood there, momentarily stunned. In this year of famine, human life was as expendable as straw. In the struggle for survival, many had turned to banditry, resorting to killing for sustenance. Some even went so far as to reduce women and children to mere meat for consumption. "Youth, heed my warning. Do not venture beyond the town," the desperate elder implored before hastily fleeing. Yet, to remain within the town meant he could not return home to care for his sister. But what if he encountered the bandits outside? This dilemma tormented Lu Fan. Resolving to wait, he decided it would be prudent to postpone his return until dusk approached. With this determination, Lu Fan found a secluded spot and began his vigil. The streets bustled with passers-by, each lost in their own plight. Lu Fan sat there, lost in thought, with his precious gourd on his back. At that moment, a sudden voice echoed from behind him. "Young one, I see that your celestial crown is full and your bones are remarkable. You are a rare talent in martial arts, a gem that appears once in a century. Would you consider becoming my disciple and inheriting my teachings? Rest assured, my terms for accepting a student are quite modest. Merely a morsel to eat will suffice." Lu Fan turned his head and beheld a disheveled old Taoist priest who clutched a soul banner in his hand. With a lecherous gaze fixed upon Lu Fan, he began to speak. Lu Fan instinctively shrank back, pondering to himself, who is this old Taoist who has suddenly appeared, seeking to teach me martial arts? How absurd. Little one, do not be afraid. I genuinely recognize your extraordinary talent. Consider the chaos of the times, where lives are as fragile as grass. Do you not yearn to acquire unparalleled skills to safeguard yourself? Observing Lu Fan's disdainful expression, the old Taoist continued, learn martial arts? Upon hearing these words, Lu Fan's mind began to whirl. Although he suspected that this old man was likely a charlatan, there was a certain logic to his words. In this era where lives are easily lost amidst famine, despite possessing a magical gourd for growing food, what would he do if he encountered malevolent individuals? Moreover, with bandits wreaking havoc outside the town, one careless moment could lead to both him and his sister falling into their clutches, which would spell disaster. Indeed, if he were to truly master martial arts, he could not only protect his sister but also strengthen himself. With this thought, Lu Fan raised his gaze to the old Taoist. Before him stood a man of utter disarray, his eyebrows forming a singular line. Were it not for his earth-toned robe, Lu Fan would certainly mistake him for a beggar. Can you truly wield martial arts? Lu Fan looked up and inquired of the disheveled Taoist. Of course. I am the abbot of the Baiyun Temple, known by the Taoist name Ame. You may inquire in Qingyang Town. Our Baiyun Temple was once a place of great prestige, a revered sanctuary that even royal relatives would come to pay homage. Young lad, do you understand what it means for royal kin to seek our favor? The old Taoist spoke eloquently, attempting to impress Lu Fan. Lu Fan remained silent, merely casting a disdainful glance at the old Taoist's tattered attire. The old Taoist, perhaps realizing that he had boasted a bit too much, hastily changed his tone, saying, Enough, enough. I shall not burden you with tales of the past. Young one, I shall only ask you this. Are you willing to take me as your master and become my first disciple in the lineage? Lu Fan shook his head and proceeded onward. This fellow was clearly a fraud. Observing Lu Fan walk away without a glance, the disheveled Taoist hurried after him. Little one, don't run. I know you have something to eat in your pocket. I just saw you emerge from the butcheress shop. Have mercy. Spare a thought for this old Taoist. I am truly on the brink of starvation. The scruffy Taoist trailed Lu Fan like a persistent shadow. However, Lu Fan paid him no heed. As Lu Fan remained unfazed, the old Taoist grew anxious. Little one, halt. It seems that unless I reveal something of value, you are destined to miss this once-in-a-century opportunity. With that, the scruffy Taoist suddenly produced a cloth bag from behind him and began to rummage through it, spilling forth a plethora of items. There were yellow talismans, a peachwood sword, and most notably, a martial arts manual inscribed in a crooked, unrefined script. Young one, these treasures have been accumulated by me during my time at Baiyun Temple. Today, seeing that we are fated, I shall make an exception and offer you some. As long as you provide me with a morsel to eat, you may examine anything within this collection, including this unparalleled manual. The old Taoist shook the tattered book in his hands as he spoke to Lu Fan. Lu Fan was rendered speechless. He thought to himself, has this old Taoist gone mad with hunger? Does he truly believe he can fool me like a fool? Just as Lu Fan was pondering this, unexpectedly, a white jade slip fell from the disheveled Taoist's bag. Strangely enough, at the very moment the white jade slip dropped, Lu Fan suddenly noticed a glimmer from the treasured gourd slung over his shoulder. Lu Fan thought he was seeing things and quickly picked up the treasured gourd for a closer inspection. Sure enough, he noticed that the intricate patterns at the base of the gourd were subtly shimmering with light. Could it be that the jade slip was capable of provoking such a reaction from the gourd? Lu Fan was immediately intrigued. Although he was still unclear about the nature of that jade slip, he understood better than anyone that whenever the patterns at the bottom of the magical gourd shimmered, extraordinary events would unfold. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan promptly took out a rice ball from his pocket, his travel provisions. Since he wasn't hungry at the moment, he decided to offer it in exchange for the jade slip from the old Taoist. Pointing at the fallen jade slip, Lu Fan said, Old Taoist, please hand that to me. This rice ball is yours. What? You want this? No, no, no. I cannot part with this. The scruffy Taoist quickly clutched the white jade slip tightly in his hand upon seeing Lu Fan's interest. You just said that if I provided you with some food, you could give me something from your bag. Why is this any different? Lu Fan inquired. The scruffy Taoist replied, because this is a treasure left behind by my revered ancestor. Upon hearing the word treasure, Lu Fan furrowed his brow. If you refuse to sell it, Then so be it. Lu Fan did not insist further and placed the rice ball back into his pocket. He turned and began to leave. Upon seeing that Lu Fan was truly departing, the disheveled Taoist suddenly called out from behind, "Hey, little one, wait. What is it?" Lu Fan turned around and said, "If you genuinely wish to purchase the treasures passed down by my revered ancestor, it is not entirely impossible. However, you alone, as a mere rice ball, cannot afford it." The scruffy Taoist gripped the white jade tablet in his hand, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Lu Fan furrowed his brows. Lu Fan certainly did not lack for food, as his magical gourd was filled to the brim with grain. Contemplating this, he inquired, "What else do you desire? At the very least, you must provide me with 2 rice balls, right?" The scruffy old Taoist extended 3 fingers. "Oh no, 3 rice balls." Upon hearing the old man demand 3 rice balls, Lu Fan replied, "Forget it. I only have 1. 1 rice ball is insufficient. I need 2. The disheveled Taoist insisted, bargaining. "Just 1. How about 2? I possess but a single one." Fine, just give me the 1 rice ball." Ultimately, after a fierce internal struggle, Lu Fan managed to exchange 1 rice ball for the scruffy old Taoist's white jade slip. As he handed the rice ball to the old man, the Taoist clutched the jade slip with both hands, his face a mask of sorrow and indignation. "Oh, Grandmaster, I am incompetent and deeply apologize to you and the Baiyun Temple, but I have no choice. I am too hungry and must survive. Forgive me, forgive me." After his lamentation, the scruffy old Taoist finally presented the white jade slip to Lu Fan. As he departed, he remarked, "This jade slip was bestowed upon us by our ancestral master, who rescued a celestial being from the mountains, and that being instructed us to ensure it is well preserved." Naturally, Lu Fan was not inclined to believe such claims. Chapter 14. What kind of cultivation technique is this? After acquiring the jade slip in exchange for the rice ball, Lu Fan prepared to return home. Once he stored the slip within his magical gourd, he exited the town. Along the way, Lu Fan proceeded with utmost caution, for he harbored a deep-seated fear of encountering mountain bandits. Fortunately, as he traversed the path, he encountered no such threats. Could it be that the old man fleeing from disaster had deceived me? Just as Lu Fan pondered this, a potent stench of blood wafted forth from a ravine ahead. Lu Fan cautiously approached and immediately retched upon witnessing the scene before him. In the valley, the ground was strewn with the corpses of those fleeing from disaster. A cursory glance revealed no less than 100 bodies. The remains were sprawled haphazardly, predominantly comprising elderly men. There were no children or women among them. More horrifyingly, all the deceased had been stripped of their clothing, with some even having their arms and thighs severed. Faced with such a gruesome tableau, Lu Fan felt paralyzed with fear. Scarcely daring to breathe, and without a moment's thought, he fled. Eventually, as dusk began to settle, Lu Fan returned to the city god temple. Upon entering the underground cavern, his pallor remained ghostly white. "Brother, you're back." "Huh, brother, why do you look so pale?" Lu Linger, who was in the cave, hurriedly approached him with concern upon seeing his ashen face. Lu Fan first picked up the gourd and gulped down several mouthfuls of water. Then, panting heavily, he exclaimed, "How terrifying! How frightening! Brother, what on earth has frightened you to this extent?" Lu Lingo asked with a face full of confusion. Lu Fan recounted the harrowing incident he had witnessed at the graveyard. Upon hearing his account, Lu Lingo was left utterly stunned. Lingo resolved, from that moment onward, to refrain from wandering aimlessly. Otherwise, should they truly encounter those mountain bandits, their fate would be sealed. Lu Fan hastily cautioned his sister. Lu Linger nodded vigorously. After experiencing the harrowing events in the Dead Man's Gorge, Lu Fan increasingly recognized the significance of martial arts training. In this era of famine, if one lacked sufficient strength and were to encounter bandits, the consequences could be dire. However, having grown up in the quaint little stone village, Lu Fan had little exposure to martial artists, let alone the opportunity to practice martial arts himself. With a sigh of lament, he concluded that until he acquired the necessary abilities, it was wiser to remain in a state of cautious stability. He began to retrieve all the items he had purchased from the treasured gourd. "Brother, what is this? Why is it wrapped in a box?" Suddenly, Lu Linger noticed a black box made of rosewood and, filled with curiosity, inquired about it. "This is the ginseng seed that my brother purchased at a considerable expense today." Lu Fan spoke as he retrieved the ginseng seeds. Ginseng? Clearly, Lu Lingo was unaware of the preciousness of ginseng and observed it with curiosity. Indeed, ginseng is incredibly valuable. It is said that consuming it not only replenishes one's vitality and restores energy, but also nourishes the essence and promotes longevity. Lu Fan remarked. Wow, is it truly that remarkable? Lu Linger was taken aback. Indeed, Linger, I shall endeavor to cultivate them. If I succeed, I promise that you shall enjoy ginseng at every meal. Whether you prefer it stir-fried or boiled, it shall be entirely up to you, Lu Fan declared. Hee. You are the best, brother. Let us proceed. Lu Fan commenced the cultivation of ginseng. To be candid, he harbored considerable uncertainty regarding the prospects of success. However, he reasoned that since ginseng is a plant, it ought to be akin to rice in its ability to thrive under the right conditions. He decided to proceed with the endeavor, reassuring himself that even if the seeds failed to germinate, it would not be a matter of great concern. After comforting himself with this thought, Lu Fan prepared a patch of land and meticulously buried the ginseng seeds within it. Subsequently, he utilized the water from his treasured gourd to nourish the seeds. Once he completed all necessary tasks, Lu Fan settled down to await the outcome. Lu Fan no longer lacked for provisions. The grains within the precious gourd were more than sufficient for him and his sister to sustain themselves for a year or two. Additionally, he had stored a considerable amount of wild vegetables, eggs, and wealth. As he contemplated this, a smile crept across Lu Fan's lips. However, a daunting dilemma soon emerged in his mind. While he had an abundance of food and riches at present, the question of how to safeguard these treasures loomed large. In this ruthless age, Lu Fan understood better than anyone that without a certain level of strength to protect his resources, it was only a matter of time before they would attract unwanted attention. Surely, he and his sister could not remain confined to this city god temple for eternity. No. He resolutely decided he must find a way to grow stronger. Only by enhancing his own abilities could he effectively guard his provisions and protect his sister. With this thought, Lu Fan suddenly recalled the mysterious jade slip he had exchanged with the disheveled old man. Although he was unaware of the true nature of the slip, Lu Fan believed that its ability to elicit a response from his gourd indicated its extraordinary significance. Resolute, he hastily retrieved the jade slip from the gourd. The slip was entirely snow white, composed of an unknown material. It felt icy to the touch, sending a chill through him. What exactly could this be? As Lu Fan surveyed his surroundings, he meticulously examined the jade slip from various angles. After a considerable duration of scrutiny, he could discern no remarkable qualities within this jade artifact. How could that old Taoist claim it to be a treasure left behind by his revered ancestor? And what nonsense about it being a gift from an immortal? Bah, he was nothing but a charlatan. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had merely exchanged a rice ball for it. Lu Fan murmured, just as he was about to toss the jade slip back into the gourd. An enigmatic flash suddenly emanated from the slip, and a beam of white light penetrated directly into Lu Fan's brow. Buzz. In Lu Fan's mind, a dense array of golden characters suddenly emerged. The foundational qi cultivation method of the evergreen technique. This method is divided into 10 levels. Following this was the cultivation pathway of the evergreen technique. As he absorbed the intricate teachings within his consciousness, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, this jade slip contained a cultivation manual? He had initially presumed that the jade slip he purchased from the disheveled Taoist was nothing but a worthless trinket. Little did he expect that it actually concealed a genuine manual within. Yet, what exactly is this evergreen technique? What does qi cultivation entail? And what is this division into 10 levels? He could only wonder whether mastering this technique would enable him to vanquish mountain bandits. Lu Fan had never engaged in cultivation. Thus, he possessed no understanding of the path of training. Nevertheless, despite this ignorance, he was utterly elated. With this newfound technique, did it not imply that he could embark on the journey of martial arts from this moment forth? How splendid! As long as he could cultivate, he would grow stronger. Once he became formidable, who would dare to snatch his provisions or bully his sister? Contemplating this, Lu Fan was filled with excitement. He resolved to commence his training without delay. Lu Fan acted decisively and quickly settled into a meditative posture, following the cultivation methods that danced in his mind. The first stage of the evergreen technique, guiding qi. To first refine the tangible aspects, organs, muscles, bones, and flesh, utilizing the subtle essence of the material world to attract the celestial spirit energy. As he silently recited the principles of the evergreen technique, Lu Fan began to immerse himself in the practice. Beyond the mental mantra, various peculiar postures and images appeared vividly in his consciousness. According to the elucidation of the evergreen technique, these postures could summon the energy of heaven and earth. However, when Lu Fan assumed those postures, he always felt an extreme sense of awkwardness. As for sensing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, he was utterly incapable of detecting even the slightest hint. Chapter 15. Channeling Qi. One day's time. Lu Fan was diligently attempting to cultivate his skills. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that, regardless of the postures he assumed, his body remained devoid of any sensation. Could it be that I am practicing incorrectly? Lu Fan was perplexed. After preparing a meal for his sister, he resumed his cultivation. Yet another night of practice yielded no results. The following morning, Lu Fan sat there, furrowing his brows, contemplating his next course of action. He had anticipated acquiring the secrets of cultivation, but to his dismay, he felt nothing at all. Alas, could it be that he was simply too dull-witted? If that were the case, he resolved to dedicate himself to even more rigorous training. He refused to believe that daily practice would yield no progress whatsoever. Thus, Lu Fan continued his relentless cultivation. Another day passed. Lu Fan still felt nothing. On the third day, while he was cultivating, Lu Linger, who was gathering eggs, suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, come quickly and see what this is." Upon hearing a commotion, Lu Fan hastily made his way over. Upon bending down to inspect, he discovered peculiar plants sprouting from the ground. The roots of these plants were remarkably short, with half submerged in the earth while the other half protruded above. The leaves were entirely unlike those of any other flora, taking on an oval shape adorned with a dense array of fine bristles. Most astonishingly, the shape of the roots resembled tiny figures. Is this ginseng? Have I truly managed to cultivate ginseng? Gazing at the root that bore such a resemblance to a little figure, Lu Fan, overwhelmed with excitement, leaped into the air in sheer joy. Previously, Lu Fan purchased the expensive ginseng with a mindset of mere experimentation. To his astonishment, he has indeed managed to cultivate it. A mature ginseng plant can fetch a price of 10 taels of silver in the market. Moreover, ginseng that has aged further commands a price that is utterly exorbitant. Upon calculating, Lu Fan found himself overwhelmed with joy. He had struck gold. This was indeed a moment of great fortune. From now on, he would cultivate ginseng daily, which meant he could exchange it for silver in Qingyang town each day. Meanwhile, Lu Lingo, unaware of the situation, noticed her brother's exuberance and hurriedly approached him with curiosity. "Brother, what is this?" she inquired. "This is the ginseng I have grown," he replied. "Ginseng? Is it the precious and highly sought-after item you mentioned before?" Lu Linger asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "Indeed, Linger, from now on, as long as I cultivate ginseng, I will ensure you have it as a daily snack," Lu Fan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Linger's beautiful eyes narrowed into crescent moons, brimming with delight. In the days that followed, Lu Fan commenced in fervent endeavor in ginseng cultivation. Lu Fan is astute. He had heard Huang Beirong explicitly state that the older the ginseng, the more potent its effects. Therefore, rather than hastily unearthing the mature ginseng, Lu Fan opted to continue catalyzing its growth with gourd water. During this waiting period, he diligently practiced the evergreen technique. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Within his underground chamber, nearly 2 acres of densely planted ginseng had flourished. Moreover, Lu Fan harvested all the wild vegetables he had previously cultivated and stored them in his treasured gourd. He then dedicated the remaining vacant land entirely to the cultivation of ginseng. Now, within the vast underground cavern, apart from the rice, there exists solely ginseng. After 10 days, it is nearly time to uproot and assess the yield. Lu Fan gazed at the ginseng covering an expansive 2 acres, pondering in silence. Approaching the ginseng, he bent down and pulled one from the earth. To his astonishment, he was taken aback by what he had unearthed. The ginseng he had cultivated was as thick as a child's arm, considerably more robust than the aged specimen from Huang Beirong's household. Furthermore, the ginseng he had nurtured displayed a hue and form that surpassed the ones he previously acquired from the apothecary, appearing far more lifelike. As he beheld his own harvest, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I wonder how many years this ginseng has matured? It seems I must wait until I reach Qingyang town to personally present it to Huang Beirong for confirmation." Lu Fan pondered for a moment. Then, he bent down and pulled out 2 more. Holding 3 ginseng roots, resembling white radishes, Lu Fan joyfully called out to Lu Linger, who was playing nearby. "Linger, I have ginseng for you. Would you prefer it stir-fried or boiled?" Lu Lingo, engrossed in her play, turned around and exclaimed, "I want both stir-fried and boiled." "All right then." With that, Lu Fan began to busily prepare the 3 ginseng roots. Before long, Lu Fan prepared 2 large bowls filled with ginseng. Among them were stir-fried dishes mixed with wild vegetables, as well as those boiled like the ones made by Huang Beirong. "Linger, eat up. I heard from Master Huang in the town that this is a highly nourishing delicacy." You should indulge a bit more, Lu Fan said as he served Linger a generous bowl. Lu Linger nodded thoughtfully, lifted her bowl, and began to eat. However, barely a bite in, she spat it out with a gasp. Brother, it's so bitter, she exclaimed, her face contorted in distaste as she looked at the ginseng she had just rejected. Is it really that bitter? Lu Fan hastily took a bite. As soon as he tasted it, he almost gagged. It was indeed bitter. Consequently, Lu Fan quickly prepared a fresh bowl for his sister. Meanwhile, he adopted an attitude of perseverance against wastefulness and disdain, resolutely forcing down an entire pot brimming with ginseng. The ginseng settled in his stomach. Lu Fan did not perceive this thing to be particularly effective. He merely felt a warmth enveloping his body after consuming it. And this sensation lingered thereafter. Lu Fan then resumed his cultivation of the evergreen technique, adhering to the prescribed methods of its practice. Lu Fan pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, intertwining his hands and placing them over his lower abdomen. He then began to allow the incoming breath to gradually circulate throughout his entire body. Strangely enough, despite having practiced for 10 days without any noticeable effects upon consuming ginseng, he felt a subtle warmth suddenly arise in his abdomen. This warmth was delicate, and as it meandered through his body, it imparted an indescribable sense of ease. Could it be? A sensation has begun to awaken in my abdomen? Is it merely an illusion, or is it truly the result of the ginseng? In Lu Fan's mind, speculation brewed. According to Huang Bairong, this ginseng was a treasure. Consuming it could enhance vitality, fortify one's essence, and strengthen the foundation of one's being. To his astonishment, it turned out to be entirely true. With this realization, Lu Fan immediately resumed his earnest cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Throughout this day, Lu Fan ingested several more ginseng roots, resulting in a profuse nosebleed, leading him to fear he was gravely ill. This was alarming. The potency of the ginseng was indeed overwhelming. If he continued this way, it would inevitably lead to complications. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Lu Fan promptly refrained from overindulging. Now, he dared to consume only 2 roots a day, and even then, he opted to brew them into a soup. As for his sister, he sliced the ginseng into fragments and incorporated them into rice cakes, which he then offered to Lu Linger. With each ginseng root Lu Fan consumed, the warm energy within him seemed to multiply. Strangely, ever since he began to cultivate this energy, his appetite had surged to more than double what it once was. Previously, Lu Fan typically required only 3 bowls of rice for a meal. However, to his surprise, he consumed 5 bowls this time and still felt a twinge of hunger. Yet, at present, Lu Fan lacked for nothing in terms of sustenance. Thus, he indulged freely in his meal. Whenever hunger struck, Lu Fan would eat, and once satisfied, he would sit in meditation. 3 days passed in this manner. Lu Fan felt the energy within his dantian growing increasingly potent. Moreover, he realized that by practicing the eternal green technique, he could draw in the subtle essence of the surrounding world into his body. Could this be what is referred to as the first level of eternal green? The attraction of qi? Chapter 16, Manager Huang, what do you see here? Since Lu Fan began his cultivation of the eternal green technique, he experienced a profound transformation in both his senses and perception. Now, he could hear the rustling of grass and the whisper of the wind from a distance of about 10 meters. Remarkably, he could even sense the presence of the city god temple outside the cave. This technique was undeniably effective. The deeper he practiced, the more exhilarated he became. One day, after a night of intensive meditation, Lu Fan awoke to find a viscous black substance oozing from the pores of his skin. The sticky substance overflowed from his pores, and it was quite a nauseating sight. Upon witnessing this, Lu Fan promptly retreated to the side and rinsed himself with clean water. After completing his wash, he remained perplexed. How could an entire night of cultivation lead to such an abundance of black impurities emerging from his pores? Moreover, it was curious that after expelling these viscous black substances from his body, he felt remarkably lighter, as if his strength had multiplied several times over. Initially, he suspected it might be mere imagination. However, when Lu Fan effortlessly lifted a heavy stone weighing around 100 pounds, he realized he had undergone a transformation. He had become stronger. With just one hand, Lu Fan hoisted the stone as if it were composed of cotton. Brother, you are truly incredible. How can you lift such a massive rock? Lu Lingo exclaimed, her round eyes wide with astonishment, gazing at Lu Fan as if he were a monster. Lu Fan never anticipated that merely practicing the evergreen skill for just over 10 days could endow him with such extraordinary strength. This was something he had never even dared to dream of before. Indeed, he has grown stronger. Lu Fan swung his arm with a single motion. And with a resounding thud, the hefty stone weighing over 100 pounds crashed onto the ground, creating a substantial crater in its wake. Subsequently, Lu Fan continued his attempts, dedicating 3 days to the endeavor. Lu Fan has now acquired the strength to lift a colossal stone weighing 200 pounds. Furthermore, after his body has lightened, his leaping ability has dramatically improved, enabling him to jump nearly a yard in height. Outside the city god temple, one can witness Lu Fan, at one moment, bouncing energetically while hoisting the 200-pound stone, and at another, brandishing his fists. The biting cold of the wind and snow falls upon the youth. Yet he remains impervious to the chill. After an indeterminate passage of time, Lu Fan forcefully slams the stone onto the ground, then executes a powerful leap. Returning to the city god temple, he has now reached the capability to lift over 200 pounds, and his jumping prowess is nearly a yard high. If he continues his training diligently, he firmly believes he will grow ever stronger. The only source of frustration lies in the uncertainty of his current level of power. He wonders whether he can measure up to the martial scholars within the county. Lu Fan murmured, having never been exposed to martial arts since childhood. He was utterly unaware of his current abilities. Never mind, after tomorrow, I shall inquire with Huang Beirong in Qingyang Town. Lu Fan believed that Huang Beirong was the wealthiest gentleman in Qingyang Town, undoubtedly well-versed and knowledgeable, possessing greater wisdom than himself. Moreover, Lu Fan found himself surrounded by an abundance of ginseng in the cave. Eager to trade some of it in Qingyang Town, he made his decision. The following day, he filled a precious gourd with dozens of ginseng roots and set off for Qingyang Town, having not ventured out for half a month. Lu Fan observed that the ice and snow had become increasingly thick. Moreover, the number of those succumbing to starvation was rising. In the past, one could still glimpse crowds of refugees on the roads. However, now, not even a ghostly shadow could be seen. Lu Fan understood that this natural and man-made disaster was likely to intensify. Upon arriving at Qingyang Town, he promptly made his way to the Huang family pawnshop. As he approached, he noticed a group of guards, armed with swords, stationed outside. Taken aback by the presence of so many guards, Lu Fan pondered the situation. He then approached them and inquired, "Hello, may I ask if Manager Huang is available?" "Who are you?" A guard with a sword at his waist and a scruffy beard coldly asked. "My name is Lu Fan. I have previously conducted business with Manager Huang," Lu Fan replied. At that moment, a young man emerged from the pawnshop. He had slanted eyes and was adorned in fine garments. Upon stepping outside, he asked, "What is the situation?" The bearded guard responded, reporting to the young master, "This fellow claims he wishes to see Lord Huang and states that he has done business with him before." The young man, upon hearing this, turned his gaze toward Lu Fan. "Could it be that you are the Lu Xiaogaran my uncle often speaks of?" he asked after scrutinizing Lu Fan. "Indeed, that is me," Lu Fan affirmed. "So it is true. Greetings, greetings. I am Huang Ping. My uncle has always said that Lu Xiaogaran is one of his esteemed guests and mentioned that you possess the finest grains from Ping'an County. I wonder, is that truly the case?" Huang Ping inquired, examining Lu Fan from head to toe. "I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information," Lu Fan responded. "I simply wish to meet Manager Huang. Is it convenient?" Noticing Lu Fan's reluctance to answer, Huang Ping awkwardly smiled. "Of course, it is convenient. Lu Xiaogaran, please, come inside. I shall take you to meet my uncle." With that, Huang Ping led Lu Fan into the pawnshop, frequently glancing at him, which made Lu Fan feel somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny. Soon, they arrived. Lu Fan encountered Huang Beirong, who was adorned in a lavish coat of mink fur. Strangely, he appeared somewhat younger than before, and his complexion seemed markedly improved. Upon spotting Lu Fan, he eagerly approached, akin to a long-lost relative. Grasping both of Lu Fan's hands and exclaiming, "Little noble Lu, it is such a delight to see you again. You cannot imagine how much my health has improved since consuming the rice you sold me. Not only has my condition flourished, but even my chronic ailment, the lingering cold leg syndrome, has been miraculously alleviated thanks to your rice." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan felt a twinge of curiosity. Could it truly be? The rice he cultivated with the magical gourd could also possess healing properties? Although Lu Fan harbored doubts, he nonetheless smiled and replied, "If Manager Huang enjoys it, then that's wonderful." "Enjoy it?" "Indeed, I do. Young Lord Lu, do you have any of that rice left? If so, I shall reiterate my previous statement. I want it all," Huang Beirong declared with an expression of extravagant enthusiasm. Lu Fan stated, "I have indeed brought the grain. However, before we proceed with the transaction, I would like to inquire about some other matters with you, Master Huang. Feel free to ask anything, as long as I am aware. I will certainly divulge all that I know to you, esteemed young Master Lu," Huang Beirong replied, patting his chest confidently. Lu Fan nodded slightly and glanced at Huang Beirong's nephew, Huang Ping, who stood behind him. Huang Beirong, being a man of considerable intellect, readily discerned Lu Fan's caution. Thus, he smiled and said, "Young Master Lu, please do not take offense. This is my beloved nephew, Huang Ping." After speaking, Huang Beirong turned to Huang Ping and instructed, "Ping Earth, you may step aside for now. I wish to have a private conversation with young Master Lu." "Yes, uncle," Huang Ping replied, casting a glance at Lu Fan before quietly withdrawing. Once Huang Ping had left, Huang Beirong turned his attention back to Lu Fan and remarked, "Young Master Lu, now that my nephew has departed, we are alone. Please feel free to speak your mind." Lu Fan then emitted a soft acknowledgement. Subsequently, he retrieved a palm-sized ginseng from his pocket. This ginseng was resplendently translucent, roughly the thickness of a child's arm. Once he brought it out, Lu Fan turned to Huang Beirong and inquired, "Master Huang, what do you think this is?" Chapter 17. The martial artist Huang Beirong was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening as he gazed at the ginseng in Lu Fan's hand. Upon realizing what it was, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Heavens, young noble, how is it that you possess such a large ginseng?" Lu Fan smiled faintly and said, "It remains the same. You need not concern yourself with where I acquired this ginseng. My sole inquiry is this: what is your opinion of this ginseng?" Huang Beirong took the ginseng and examined it meticulously. After scrutinizing it for quite some time, he suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "What an exceptional ginseng! It is indeed remarkable. If I am not mistaken, this ginseng, esteemed Lu, must be at least a decade old, correct? Are you certain, Master Huang?" "Absolutely," Huang Beirong asserted with unwavering confidence. Lu Fan also believed in Huang Beirong, recognizing the extensive knowledge of this wealthy landlord from Qingyang town. Upon hearing Huang Beirong claim that his ginseng was approximately 10 years old, Lu Fan's mind began to whirl. He had only been cultivating his ginseng for about a mere 10 days. If what Huang Beirong said was true, it would mean that his cultivation time equated to an entire year for an ordinary person. Thus, if he cultivated for 100 days, wouldn't he be able to produce a century-old ginseng? With this thought, Lu Fan felt a surge of excitement. A century-old ginseng, how much could it fetch in the market? "Shopkeeper Huang, if I were to sell you this ginseng that is aged for over a decade, how much would you be willing to offer?" Lu Fan inquired. "What? Sell it to me?" Huang Beirong responded, somewhat incredulous. "Well, but I have never seen such a large ginseng before." Huang Beirong spoke the truth. In this era of famine, even cannibalism had become commonplace. Who had the means to afford ginseng, especially one that was over a decade old? "No worries, just give me a preliminary offer, and I shall see if it aligns with my expectations. If it does, I would be willing to sell it to you." Lu Fan was uncertain about the appropriate price for the ginseng. After much contemplation, Huang Beirong finally spoke. "The utmost I can offer is this amount. If it exceeds that, I truly cannot afford it." As he spoke, he extended his palm. 50 taels. Upon hearing the figure of 50 taels, Lu Fan nearly leaped with excitement. However, he remained prudent, striving to suppress his exhilaration and feigning a nonchalant demeanor. "Is there no room for negotiation?" he inquired. With a sorrowful expression, Huang Beirong replied, "I must be honest with you, esteemed young sir. Although I possess some wealth, in these years of famine, I simply cannot afford to pay a higher price. Should I increase my offer, I would be risking everything I have." "Very well, then. 50 taels it is. I shall sell you 2 roots, totaling 100 taels." After Lu Fan finished speaking, he retrieved another ginseng from his pocket and tossed it to Huang Beirong. "What? 2 stalks?" Huang Beirong was utterly bewildered upon witnessing Lu Fan seemingly perform a magic trick as he produced yet another ginseng. "Good gracious! My dear grandfather, how can you possess so many exquisite ginsengs?" Huang Beirong was, of course, oblivious to the fact that Lu Fan's magical gourd actually contained dozens of ginsengs even larger than the one before him. Moreover, within Lu Fan's family stone cave, there were an entire 2 acres of them. If Lu Fan were to reveal them all, it would likely astonish even the most prominent figure in Qingyang town to the point of disbelief. "Thank you, young Master Xie. Thank you, young Master Lu." With ginseng in hand, Huang Beirong repeatedly bowed in gratitude to Lu Fan, nearly kneeling to the ground in reverence. Lu Fan, of course, held no concern for the 2 ginseng roots, for he possessed an abundance of them. Thus, he sold the 2 plants to Huang Beirong for a mere 100 taels. The reason Lu Fan refrained from demanding a higher price was that he understood more than anyone the principle of rarity, that which is scarce is precious. Moreover, In these times of famine, should he carelessly reveal dozens of aged ginseng roots, it would undoubtedly stir up a storm of attention and unrest throughout the city. One must exercise prudence and maintain a low profile in order to survive in chaotic times. Young master, as you carry such wealth and treasures with you, do take care. Huang Bairong cautioned while handing over the silver. I must be frank, these turbulent times are growing increasingly perilous. Recently, I have heard tales of bandits in the mountains who have resorted to murder and robbery due to starvation. There are even rumors that they have resorted to turning women and children into meatballs for sustenance. I advise you, it would be wise to follow my lead and spend a little to hire some warriors as your protectors. In doing so, even if you encounter the bandits, your safety would be assured. Upon hearing the term warrior, Lu Fan's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. No wonder there were so many guards armed with swords stationed outside the Huang pawn shop. It turned out that these were all hired warriors contracted by Huang Bairong for protection. Master Huang, how well do you know these warriors? Lu Fan pondered before inquiring. What do you mean? I mean, even if I were to hire warriors as bodyguards, it is essential to understand their capabilities. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, young Master Lu. You speak wisely. I shall not conceal from you that all the warriors I have employed are merely ordinary ones. As for the innate warriors, their fees are exorbitantly high. Innate warriors? Upon encountering this unfamiliar term, Lu Fan's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Master Huang, could you elaborate on the hierarchy of these warriors? He hastily asked. Certainly. In our great Qing dynasty, we are a nation founded on martial prowess. The formidable warriors can scale walls and defeat 100 foes in a single strike. As far as I know, the ranks of warriors are categorized into innate and acquired, culminating in the Grandmaster level. Acquired warriors cultivate their external skills, honing their bones, tendons, skin, and blood to perfection, and are thus considered adept practitioners. On the other hand, innate warriors refine their internal energy. And it is said that once an innate warrior releases their true energy, they can eliminate their adversaries without a trace, leaving nothing but ashes and a mere heartbeat. As for the Grandmasters, they hold dominion over their territories, wielding immense power. There are even whispers of celestial beings who can traverse the clouds above the Grandmaster level. However, those celestial beings remain shrouded in mystery, and very few have ever laid eyes upon them. Listening to Huang Bairong's words, Lu Fan felt as if a door to a new world had swung open before him. So warriors possess such a multitude of ranks. And there exist celestial beings as well. The acquired warriors focus on external cultivation, while the innate ones delve into internal mastery. The Grandmasters, in their own right, command unparalleled authority. Yet, Lu Fan could not help but wonder what significance his own practice, the evergreen technique, held in this hierarchy. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan turned to Huang Bairong and asked, Master Huang, where does the realm of qi cultivation fit within these warrior classifications? Qi cultivation? Huang Bairong was taken aback. Indeed. Previously, Lu Fan had acquired a jade slip from the disheveled Taoist, which distinctly stated, qi refinement realm. However, the issue arose when Huang Bairong spoke at length. Seemingly without any mention of the qi refinement realm, Huang Bairong shook his head and said, I apologize, but I have not heard of any qi refinement realm. Lu Fan felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. It seemed that the evergreen technique he had cultivated did not quite belong to the realm of external or internal martial arts. What, then, was its true nature? After engaging in a lengthy conversation with Huang Bairong, Lu Fan finally grasped the essence of a martial artist realm. However, one question lingered in his mind. What category did his current strength belong to? Chapter 18. The Ambush After Selling the Grain and Ginseng to Huang Bairong. Lu Fan took his leave. Just as he stepped outside, Huang Ping entered. Upon seeing 2 large ginseng roots in Huang Bairong's hands, Huang Ping's eyes brightened with excitement. Uncle, how come you have so much ginseng? This was personally sold to me by young Master Lu, Huang Bairong replied, unable to conceal his delight. However, Huang Ping was less pleased. Upon hearing that the ginseng came from Lu Fan, he questioned, Uncle, what exactly is that boy's background? How does he possess such treasures? I'm not certain. All I know is that the lad is exceedingly cautious. He never reveals anything when I inquire. I see, Huang Ping mused, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. If that boy has so many valuable items, why shouldn't he simply seize everything he possesses? A sinister expression crossed his face. Seize? How could I do that? Young Master Lu has treated me with such kindness. How could I be ungrateful? Huang Bairong huffed in disapproval. Huang Ping chuckled coldly at this. Uncle, you truly have a heart of gold. Yet a glint of malice flickered in his gaze. After departing from the Huang pawn shop, Lu Fan strolled through the marketplace. He was now devoid of concerns regarding money or provisions. Furthermore, with a magical gourd upon his back, he purchased a plethora of daily necessities and several dozen pounds of pork. Once everything was secured within his enchanted gourd, Lu Fan left the marketplace in high spirits. With the gourd concealing his treasures, he felt no fear of being targeted. Lu Fan returned once more to the apothecary where he had previously purchased ginseng. Upon spotting Lu Fan from a distance, the young attendant immediately recognized him. He affectionately called out, "Young master," and inquired, "What have you been up to lately? Are you here again to buy ginseng?" Lu Fan declared, "I shall forego the ginseng. I wish to inquire whether your establishment offers any other remarkable treasures apart from ginseng." The young attendant, having previously witnessed Lu Fan's extravagant demeanor, recognized that despite the shabby attire, this young master was indeed of substantial wealth. After all, who could nonchalantly produce 10 taels of silver to purchase ginseng in this era? Thus, he hurriedly responded, "Indeed, we have an array of exquisite items. Apart from ginseng, our apothecary boasts treasures such as reishi mushrooms, snow lotuses, and other fine goods." Reishi? Snow lotuses? How do these compare to ginseng? Lu Fan pondered. Lu Fan was not well versed in these expensive items. All was well, as the young master might have heard a saying, "A 1,000-year-old Ganoderma, a 10,000-year-old ginseng," which conveys this very meaning. After hearing the young servant's words, Lu Fan replied, "Very well, I shall purchase a little of everything." And with that, he concluded. Lu Fan promptly produced the money. Upon witnessing Lu Fan genuinely unveil the gleaming silver coins, the young attendant's eyes nearly bulged with excitement. He hurriedly presented the Ganoderma and snow lotus flowers. The reason Lu Fan purchased these items was undoubtedly to cultivate them at home. As long as he could grow them himself, wealth would surely follow. Upon acquiring the Ganoderma lucidum and the snow lotus, Lu Fan prepared to return to Qingyang town. Upon arriving at the town's entrance, he suddenly sensed the presence of someone trailing behind him. Turning around, he found the deserted street devoid of any figures. Could it be that he had misinterpreted his intuition? Lu Fan squinted his eyes slightly, glancing back before hastening his steps to depart. As he left, 5 shadowy figures emerged from the alley at the street corner. "Is that lad you mentioned, young Master Huang, the one with the treasure?" inquired a burly man wielding a ghostly blade, his gaze cold as he watched Lu Fan retreat. "Indeed, it is him." Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the speaker was none other than Huang Bairong's own nephew, Huang Ping. "Young Master Huang, are you certain? That fellow appears rather shabby. And he carries nothing but a tattered gourd. He hardly seems like someone who possesses food or treasures," remarked another scarred-faced brute. Huang Ping scoffed in response. "What? Does this young master look like one who would deceive you?" "Certainly not. My apologies." The 4 men replied. "Enough of this idle chatter. Remember, your sole task is to capture that lad. Upon success, each of you shall receive a measure of millet," Huang Ping declared. At the mention of millet, the eyes of the 4 hulking men gleamed with excitement. "Rest assured, young master, today, even if that fellow had wings, he would find it impossible to escape our grasp. Now, let us pursue him swiftly." With that, Huang Ping led the 4 formidable men in pursuit of Lu Fan. As Lu Fan stepped out of Qingyang town, the wind and snow gradually intensified. Although the snow piled high enough to reach his knees rendered movement quite cumbersome, it did not hinder Lu Fan in the least. Particularly since he began practicing the evergreen technique, his steps had become remarkably spry, enabling him to leap with ease, covering nearly 10 feet in a single bound. As he proceeded, he suddenly spotted 5 figures near a ditch ahead. These individuals wielded large sabers and wore black cloth masks over their faces. Upon seeing them, Lu Fan's heart sank with a jolt of alarm. This was bad. He was indeed being targeted. What should he do? What should he do? Lu Fan struggled to control his breath, his mind racing with thoughts. Just as he contemplated possible rescue methods, a towering figure ahead, a masked man wielding a ghost-headed knife, spoke first. "Kid, halt. Today is your unfortunate day. Quickly surrender all the food and valuables you possess, or else death shall be your fate." As the words echoed, 4 accomplices encircled Lu Fan from various directions. Lu Fan was somewhat flustered. After all, this was his first encounter with such a situation. "Excuse me, my good sir. Have you perhaps made a mistake? I possess neither food nor any valuable possessions." Lu Fan exclaimed. "Nonsense. I witnessed you emerge from Mr. Huang's residence. How can you claim to be penniless? I advise you one last time. Surrender all your wealth, and perhaps we will spare your life. Otherwise, prepare for your demise." As the burly man wielding a ghost-headed knife spoke, Lu Fan realized the gravity of the situation. It was evident that his adversaries had uncovered his secrets. Once they were aware, his fate was sealed. "Flee." With no time for contemplation, Lu Fan turned and dashed away. "You little brat. Think you can escape? I'll see where you run. The man with the ghost-headed knife shouted, charging forward with 4 accomplices, swinging his weapon menacingly, intent on slaying Lu Fan. Sensing the terrifying blade approaching, Lu Fan swiftly twisted his body. Whoosh! The blade grazed his cheek, slicing through the air. Damn, this kid can dodge my attacks? The knife-wielding man was taken aback. Chapter 19. In these times, even dogs cannot be trusted without hesitation. He unleashed several more strikes with his knife, aiming at Lu Fan. Faced with the relentless onslaught, Lu Fan darted left and right. Although the man's technique was formidable, Lu Fan moved with astonishing agility, evading every single strike. The knife-wielding man, exhausted and astonished, muttered, I didn't expect this little rascal to be quite the fighter. Brothers, we've encountered a tough opponent today. Let us all go at him and finish him off. With a commanding shout, the other 3 men joined the fray, surrounding Lu Fan. Overwhelmed by the 4-pronged assault, Lu Fan felt a surge of panic. After all, he had only mastered the introductory techniques of his Qigong practice, and he was utterly unfamiliar with any martial arts skills. As the 4 men closed in, Lu Fan faltered and fell to the ground. Haha, kid, think you can escape now? The man with the ghost-headed knife saw Lu Fan down and swung his weapon toward his face. In that critical moment, Lu Fan disregarded everything else and channeled a surge of energy from his dantian into his fist. With a powerful strike, he unleashed his punch. Boom! His fist collided with the blade, producing a sharp crack. Not only did the ghost-headed knife shatter into 2 pieces, but the man was also sent flying backward, spitting blood. The burly man collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. His companions were left in shock, staring blankly at the scene. Even Lu Fan stood frozen, his eyes wide as he gazed at his own fist. How could a mere infusion of energy from his Qigong practice yield such extraordinary strength? Could it be that this technique was truly unparalleled? As Lu Fan reveled in his unexpected triumph, the remaining 3 men roared in fury. You wretch! How dare you harm our brother? Prepare to pay with your life. With that, the 3 men lunged toward Lu Fan once more. Lu Fan had no time for contemplation. He swiftly leaped into the air. With that leap, he soared over 10 feet high, leaving the 3 masked assailants momentarily stunned. What the hell? That kid can fly. As the trio grappled with their astonishment, Lu Fan's fist came crashing down upon the foremost masked man. Bang! The unfortunate brute barely had time to utter a scream before he met his demise. The other 2 stood frozen, aghast at the display of power. He actually killed him with 1 punch? What a monster! One quivered in fear. What do we do now? What else? Run, you fool! As the words left their lips, they turned to flee. Yet, Lu Fan would not allow them to escape. With a bound, he pursued them relentlessly. Then, with a resounding thud, 2 more fists struck their backs, eliciting anguished cries as the masked men fell lifeless to the ground. After dispatching the trio, only the leader of the masked gang and the barely conscious man with the ghostly knife remained on the scene. Lu Fan stood resolutely amidst the swirling snow. His fists clenched, his gaze icy and fierce, slowly turning to face the last masked figure. The remaining assailant, now thoroughly terrified upon meeting Lu Fan's fierce stare, hurriedly picked up a blade from the ground and pleaded, Stay back. Don't come any closer. Lu Fan remained silent, steadily advancing towards him. As Lu Fan approached with a menacing aura, the masked man gritted his teeth and swung his blade. Before the knife could descend, Lu Fan delivered a powerful kick to his chest. With a thud, the masked man spat a mouthful of blood, his body propelled backward a staggering 56 meters. His large sword clattering to the ground. Speak. Who are you? Why do you seek to rob me? Lu Fan picked up the large knife from the ground while sternly addressing the blood-spitting masked man. The individual who had been kicked to the ground coughed violently, blood spilling forth as he pitifully pleaded, I am sorry, I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life. Upon hearing these words, Lu Fan felt a sense of familiarity. He then pressed his foot onto the masked man's chest and, with a swift motion, tore away the black cloth covering his face. It is you? Upon recognizing the visage of the man before him, Lu Fan could not help but exclaim. There, lying on the ground, was none other than Huang Ping, the beloved nephew of Huang Bai Rong. Yet, at this moment, Huang Ping's countenance was ashen, his mouth and nose stained with blood. He pleaded, Lu Xiaogaran. I am truly sorry. I am truly sorry. Today, I was blinded by greed and have wronged you. I beseech you, for the sake of my uncle, spare my life. Lu Fan finally understood the situation. No wonder someone had set their sights on him. It was none other than Huang Ping. Speak. Who sent you to hunt me down? Was it Huang Bai Rong? Lu Fan demanded, wielding his large blade with a fierce tone. And no, it was my own idea. My uncle knows nothing about it. Huang Ping hurriedly replied. Are you certain? Lu Fan pressed. Absolutely certain. Young Master Lu, I truly realize my mistake. I beg you, spare my life. I assure you. If you let me go, I shall never dare to cross you again, Huang Ping pleaded desperately. Spare you? If I were captured by you today, would you show me mercy? Lu Fan retorted sharply. The question left Huang Ping speechless. In these times, it seemed even a dog could not be trusted. So perish you shall. With that, the blade fell. With a swift motion, Lu Fan severed Huang Ping's head, which rolled on the ground. After eliminating Huang Ping, Lu Fan turned his gaze towards the nearly breathless man wielding the ghostly blade. The large man's eyes widened, but he was rendered completely immobile. Without uttering a word, Lu Fan grasped the knife and struck down once more. After dealing with these individuals, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. The biting wind and snow lashed against him, yet he neither shivered nor feared. Only the icy glint in his eyes remained, akin to a solitary wolf amidst the storm. After a moment of bewilderment at the lifeless bodies before him, Lu Fan murmured softly, "Fortunately, I practiced the evergreen technique. Otherwise, I might have been the one to perish today." In this era of famine, it was evident that trust could only be placed in oneself. He lifted the precious gourd and took a few hearty gulps of water before setting off toward home. However, as he departed, he found himself clutching a bloodied ghost-headed knife. Chapter 20. The first laborer upon returning to the city god temple, darkness had already enveloped the sky. As Lu Fan entered the cavern, he was greeted by the sight of his sister, Lu Linger, who was in the midst of preparing a meal. Upon noticing Lu Fan's bloodied appearance, she dropped the bowl in her hand with a clatter, her face a mask of fright. "Brother, what happened to you? Why are you covered in so much blood?" she asked, hastening towards him, fear evident in her voice. "Do not be afraid, Linger. I am unharmed. This blood belongs to others." Lu Fan reassured her while gently setting down the ghostly blade he held. Only after hearing that it was not her brother's blood did Lu Linger hurriedly inquire, "Brother, what on earth transpired?" Lu Fan recounted the harrowing incident of today's attempted assassination in its entirety. Upon hearing that someone had indeed plotted to take his life, Lu Linger was overwhelmed with fear, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Brother, let us refrain from venturing out in the future, shall we? The outside world is far too perilous." Lu Linger embraced Lu Fan Dao. Lu Fan smiled reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, I will take good care of myself." After comforting Lu Linger for quite some time, he finally managed to lull the little girl to sleep. Then, Lu Fan rinsed the blood from his body with clear water. Today marked Lu Fan's first experience with taking a life. However, perhaps due to having witnessed an abundance of death, he felt no trace of panic or fear. Instead, he sat there in a daze, gazing at his hands. He vividly recalled that during the confrontation, had it not been for the delicate thread of energy within his abdomen, he might have been the one to perish today. Yet, how could the essence cultivated from the evergreen technique be so formidable? Lu Fan was taken aback. Regardless of the circumstances, it was undoubtedly wise to diligently cultivate the evergreen skill. As for the true prowess of this technique, he could always inquire with a martial artist in the future. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan began to meditate and practice. Ever since the harrowing incident, he had not ventured out of the cave. On one hand, he needed to focus on his cultivation. On the other, he aimed to cultivate more crops and ginseng. Beyond ginseng, Lu Fan had also successfully grown Ganoderma and snow lotus flowers. The Ganoderma, indeed, possessed effects akin to ginseng, as the apothecary's assistant had claimed. After consuming it, Lu Fan found not only his physique growing stronger but also the energy coalescing within his abdomen increasing steadily. In just a short span of 10 days, his cave yielded 3 acres of ginseng, 2 acres of Ganoderma, and 1 acre of snow lotus. However, Lu Fan had intentionally reserved 2 acres of ginseng to achieve the potency of a century-old root, necessitating a longer cultivation period. As for the remaining acre with a shorter growth cycle, he planned to prepare it for his own consumption. Moreover, his treasured gourd now stored nearly 10,000 stones of grain, along with eggs, wild vegetables, and other provisions. Should anyone behold the treasures within Lu Fan's gourd, they would undoubtedly be astonished. It was truly a veritable treasury. Simultaneously, during these 10 days of cultivation, Lu Fan's strength has been steadily increasing, and he is now capable of lifting a colossal stone weighing 500 pounds. However, he is somewhat disheartened, for despite his physical prowess flourishing, he remains utterly clueless when it comes to martial arts techniques. Furthermore, as he has only mastered the first level of the evergreen skill, Lu Fan feels an urgent need to seek out a martial artist to learn some techniques. At long last, the snow has ceased. After being confined within the stone cave for over 10 consecutive days, Lu Fan finally took Lu Lingo out into the world. ever since they acquired sustenance. Lu Ling'o has blossomed remarkably. Not only has she grown taller, but her hair has also become thick and lustrous, though clad in a tattered red cotton coat. Her charming beauty is impossible to conceal. Together, they roam playfully outside the city god temple. Lu Fan stood at the lofty perimeter of the city god temple, gazing at the surrounding mountains as silent plans began to take shape in his mind. He envisioned constructing the entire area with azure stones, ultimately erecting a grand residence for himself, akin to the opulent estate of the esteemed Huang Beirong. No, it must surpass Huang Beirong's mansion in both grandeur and elegance. Ever since being cast out from the Lu family, the siblings had been without a permanent home. Even their current dwelling, a mere cave, could hardly be deemed a refuge, as conditions were rather austere. Throughout their trials, his sister had endured hardships alongside him, previously constrained by circumstances, but now with newfound wealth. He believed that beyond merely satisfying their hunger, a warm and inviting home was essential. Not only did he aspire to provide his sister with better living conditions, but Lu Fan also yearned for a more comfortable abode for himself. After all, within one's capacity, who does not desire to lead a more fulfilling life? Yes, the first step would be to construct a grand mansion. However, to realize this vision, laborers would need to be recruited, and it seemed he would soon have to employ some hard-working hands. Just as Lu Fan pondered these thoughts, a sudden exclamation from his sister, Lu Ling'o, pierced the air, interrupting his reverie. Lu Fan hurried over upon hearing the call, asking, "What is it, Ling'o?" Lu Ling'o pointed tremblingly at the snow-covered ground ahead and said, "Brother, there are people ahead." Lu Fan was taken aback and glanced up. There, amidst the vast expanse of white snow, lay a man in tattered clothing, unmistakably a refugee. At that moment, the man's face was marred by frostbite, his pallid visage devoid of any sign of life, sprawled upon the snow as if he were a lifeless corpse. "Brother, is he dead?" Lu Ling'o was apprehensive to inquire. Lu Fan shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Just as he was about to approach and ascertain whether the man was alive or dead, Lu Ling'o suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, he has moved. He is not dead." No sooner had Lu Ling'o spoken than the man struggled to rise from the ground, eventually catching sight of the Lu siblings. Lu Fan quickly shielded his sister behind him, his face etched with vigilance as he stared at the man. "Kind sir, could you spare some food?" "I have not eaten in days," the man croaked, his bloodshot eyes filled with desperation. "Food? Indeed, he is a refugee," Lu Fan thought, and resolutely shook his head in response to the man's plea. "I have no food." Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the man let out a bitter laugh. "Indeed, in this day and age, how could two children possibly have food? I apologize for the intrusion." With that, he limped away down the mountain. As she watched the man depart, Lu Ling'o suddenly said, "Brother, he is so pitiable." Lu Fan remained silent, merely gazing at the man's retreating figure. After the man had walked approximately 10 meters, Lu Fan suddenly called out, "Wait." The man turned his head upon hearing the voice. "Are you capable of laboring to build houses?" Lu Fan suddenly inquired, "Are you skilled in construction?" The man was taken aback. "Indeed, do you possess such abilities?" Lu Fan pressed on. "I do. I was once a skilled mason." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's mind began to whirl. He was in dire need of assistance to construct his estate. And here stood a man with a background in masonry. Was it not fortuitous that he could employ him? Contemplating this, Lu Fan proposed, "If you were truly a mason, would you be willing to work alongside me?" The man, a refugee, was momentarily stunned. "You? A fugitive?" "Yes, as long as you are willing to join me. I can offer you sustenance to survive." "Is that true? Can you genuinely provide me with food?" the refugee asked, his expression one of disbelief. Lu Fan nodded. "However, the condition is that you must heed my every instruction from now on." Before Lu Fan could finish his words, the man suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming, "Benefactor, if you could provide me with but a morsel to eat, I would willingly brave the treacherous mountains and fiery seas." "Very well. I trust that you will uphold your promise," he replied. Lu Fan led Lu Ling'o back to the city god temple, descending into the subterranean passage. Lu Fan served a bowl of thin rice porridge and brought it out. When the destitute man saw that Lu Fan had truly presented a bowl of porridge, he was utterly astonished. "Rice porridge? Was it truly rice porridge?" "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, kind young master." The man immediately knelt on the ground, bowing his head in gratitude to Lu Fan. Thus it was. Lu Fan successfully recruited his first laborer with a bowl of thin porridge. From their ensuing conversation, Lu Fan gleaned some information about the man, who was originally named Wang Daong and was a refugee fleeing from disaster. Having become separated from his group while begging for food some time ago, he now found himself in this predicament. Listening to the man's story, Lu Fan inquired, So, does that mean there are still many refugees with you? Wang Dayong nodded. Yes, my lord. Could you bring them to me to work? Lu Fan proposed. Rest assured. As long as you labor for me, I shall provide you with rice porridge to eat. What say you? Are you willing to bring them along? The grand wall and mansion that Lu Fan intends to construct cannot solely rely on the efforts of Wang Dayong. Thus, he requires a contingent of laborers. Upon hearing that Lu Fan could ensure the survival of these refugees, Wang Dayong widened his bloodshot eyes and asked, Is that truly the case, young master? Indeed. Lu Fan reassured him. Rest assured, as long as there is a bowl of rice porridge, not only will they be willing to toil and labor, but they would also gladly face fire and water for you, young master. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan smiled. Very well. From this moment forth, you shall assist me in bringing them here. Remember, I require only robust young male laborers. Lu Fan instructed. Yes, I understand, came the reply. Chapter 21. The Lord of Compassion. 5 kilometers from Qingyang town lies a market for those fleeing famine. In this era where human lives are as insignificant as grass, a single wild vegetable pancake can purchase 2 laborers desperate to escape. Even more astonishing, half a gene of feed for dogs and pigs can secure a young maiden. At this early hour, numerous affluent families from Qingyang town can be seen here, selecting and bargaining as if they were choosing livestock. Master, take me. I am inexpensive, needing only 1 meal of wild vegetable porridge a day to work the fields for you. Master, I am even cheaper. My family of 3 only requires to stay alive. Please, have mercy, just by us. In the market for the desperate, a group kneels before a corpulent landlord, pleading, Master, look at how cheap these lowly folk are. After all, we have some surplus feed. Shall we buy a few to guard our home? A young woman suggested to the rotund landlord. The landlord pondered for a moment and replied, Buying a few is feasible, but at most, I can afford to feed them 1 meal a day. Indeed, for these wretches, 1 meal a day is already a great fortune. As they conversed, suddenly a voice rang out from afar. Villagers, is there anyone willing to toil? My master has declared that anyone who volunteers will be provided 3 meals of millet porridge daily. Upon hearing this, the desperate crowd gazed in disbelief towards the speaker, who was none other than Wang Dayong, the first laborer recruited by Lu Fan. What? Millet porridge? Am I hearing correctly? Is there truly millet porridge? Hey, Wang. Is what you say true? Does your master really provide millet porridge? Quickly, the fleeing laborers began to question Wang Dayong. Of course, this is what my young master explicitly stated, provided you were chosen by him. Wang Dayong reiterated. Upon learning of the promised millet porridge, the desperate laborers were instantly driven to madness. I am willing. Just give me food. I am ready to do anything. So are we. In no time, a throng of laborers surged toward Wang Dayong. Observing the crowd rushing to Wang, the previously boisterous landlord was taken aback. Can you believe it? In this day and age, someone is using millet porridge to lure these lowly folk? Insanity. Bah, I refuse to believe it. Even our master can barely afford 1 meal of millet daily. I doubt anyone is more generous than him. Amidst the landlord's grumbling, Wang Dayong successfully gathered a substantial number of male laborers, leading them back to the Cho Wang temple. At the temple, after instructing Wang Dayong to recruit laborers, Lu Fan took out a large iron pot from the underground chamber and placed it over the fire. He then commenced the preparation of millet porridge, taking a small handful of rice and placing it into the pot to cook. Brother, why are you preparing so much thin porridge? Don't we have plenty of grains? Lu Linger, dressed in a red cotton coat, inquired with curiosity as she looked at Lu Fan. Lu Fan smiled gently. Silly girl, this thin porridge is not for us. It is meant for the laborers who will toil ahead. Laborers? Indeed, Linger, have you forgotten? I promise that from now on, you shall never suffer hunger or hardship. I will build you a grand house and procure the most comfortable bed, so we shall no longer have to sleep in a cave, Lu Fan declared. Is that true? Brother, are you really going to build a big house? Lingo exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Of course, how could I deceive you? Does that mean we will finally have a home? Yes. How wonderful it is. We finally have a home. The little one, filled with joy at the prospect of a grand house, embraced Lu Fan and shouted with glee. Meanwhile, as Lu Fan prepared the thin rice porridge, at the foot of the city god temple, Wang Dayong had arrived with dozens of ragged refugees. Brother Yong, you must not be deceiving us. Can that young master truly provide us with food? One refugee questioned skeptically. As he walked, Wang Dayong reassured them that young master spoke those very words himself. How could I possibly mislead you? But in these times, who would be so kind as to offer us food? Even porridge made of millet? Another added. Indeed. I haven't seen millet porridge in over a year. Wang Daong laughed heartily. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps that young master is a bodhisattva reincarnated, here to save us wretched souls. As they spoke, Wang Daong led the group to the city god temple. There he is. That young master is our bodhisattva, Wang Daong announced, pointing to Lu Fan standing by the temple. The group of refugees paused momentarily in astonishment when they laid eyes upon Lu Fan and the large iron pot steaming with fragrant porridge. As the mountain breeze wafted the aroma toward them, their eyes ignited with fervor. Goodness! It smells like rice. It is truly porridge. Gazing at the pot of thin rice porridge, the refugees' eyes glistened with a primal hunger. Lu Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wang Daong would bring along so many refugees in such a short time. Rising to his feet, he approached the group. Young master, I have brought you the individuals you requested, exclaimed Wang Daong, his tone laced with reverence. Upon finishing his words, he gestured toward the crowd of refugees, urging them. Why do you not prostrate yourselves and pay your respects to our benevolent young master? We pay our respects to the benevolent young master. The multitude of refugees promptly knelt before Lu Fan, their heads bowed in submission. Observing the large number brought before him, Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. Following this, Lu Fan began to select. In front of them stood dozens of refugees, a motley crew, comprising both the elderly and the young. Lu Fan was not a philanthropist, and thus he would not take everything for himself. Instead, he selected 15 strong and robust individuals, allowing the rest to depart. The reason for choosing precisely 15 was rooted in Lu Fan's selfishness. Given his current capabilities, he believed he could manage any ill intentions from these 15 should they arise. After making his selection, Lu Fan addressed the group of refugees with a resonant voice. Listen well, all of you. I have taken you in today out of goodwill, and I hope you will be grateful and diligent in your work for me. Upon hearing this, the crowd knelt before him, exclaiming, Rest assured, esteemed benefactor. We will forever remember your great kindness and will work diligently for you. Hearing their pledges of loyalty, Lu Fan nodded in approval. Are we to work here? One of the refugees inquired, as the others looked to Lu Fan with curiosity. Lu Fan nodded his head affirmatively, saying, Indeed, right here. Do you see? Surrounding the city god temple, I intend to construct an immense wall. Furthermore, within this wall, I shall erect an exceedingly grand residence. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the group of over 10 refugees became perplexed, contemplating to themselves, what peculiar inclination does this young master possess? Why would he choose to build a mansion in this desolate wilderness? Despite their inner musings, they were unconcerned. As long as he provided them with food, that sufficed. Chapter 22. The Human Heart. After Lu Fan concluded, he continued, Listen carefully, everyone. From this moment forth, you shall labor on the outskirts, without my explicit command. You are absolutely forbidden from approaching within 100 paces of the city god temple. As he spoke, Lu Fan gestured towards the temple not far away. Should anyone dare to disobey these orders and venture too close, they shall not blame me for the ruthlessness of my subordinates. As Lu Fan concluded his words, his right hand abruptly raised a stone weighing over 100 pounds. With a gentle toss, the stone soared into the air, and Lu Fan unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The stone shattered into countless fragments, obliterated by Lu Fan's formidable strike. My goodness! This young master is astonishing. He actually smashed that stone with a single blow. Indeed. Goodness gracious. He appears to be merely 17 or 18 years old. How can he possess such immense strength? If that punch were to strike a person, it would surely rend them asunder. A group of over 10 refugees, initially skeptical of Lu Fan's youth, stood frozen in awe at his display of might. Rest assured, young master, as long as you provide us with food, we will dutifully follow your commands and work diligently. We promise to keep our distance from that temple. Yes, yes. Seeing the refugees earnestly pledge their loyalty, Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. Since you have agreed, come forth and eat. Upon hearing the promise of food, the refugees rushed forward like ravenous beasts. Is that rice? Oh my heavens, it truly is rice. I haven't seen rice in nearly a year. To think I would witness it again in my lifetime. Thank you, benevolent young master. You are like our savior. Grateful tears filled their eyes as they bowed in appreciation to Lu Fan. Such is the plight of those born in a year of famine, as they lamented. They had long been deprived of genuine sustenance. Now, the sight of a large pot of thin rice porridge was beyond their wildest dreams. Soon, the refugees began to devour the food voraciously. Watching them, a faint smile graced Lu Fan's lips. After providing the weary laborers with nourishment, he proceeded to instruct them on their tasks. The refugees, now satisfied with food, were eager to work. Observing the industrious laborers, Lu Fan cheerfully returned to the city god temple. In the depths of the cave, As Lu Fan joyfully engaged in his cultivation, he continued to plant using the magical gourd. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had swiftly passed. During this time, the dozen or so refugees working tirelessly had nearly completed the foundation of the outer wall of the city god temple. Moreover, they had, as per Lu Fan's instructions, transported numerous granite stones from the foot of the mountain. According to Lu Fan, these sturdy stones were intended solely for the construction of the wall. Although the work was arduous and exhausting, they were grateful to have food, and their contentment was evident. Throughout these 3 days, Lu Fan vigilantly guarded the city god temple each night, ensuring that the scavengers harbored no ill intentions. On this particular evening, Lu Fan remained in the city god temple, quietly observing the condition of the dozen or so refugees laboring in hardship. Over the course of 3 days, these laborers indeed adhered to Lu Fan's instructions, as not a single soul dared to approach within 100 paces of the temple. Furthermore, they had erected a substantial thatched hut below to shield themselves from the wind and rain. At this moment, within the hut, a flickering bonfire illuminated the scene. As the weary workers sat around it, engaged in light-hearted conversation, Brother Yong, one man, his face marked by a myriad of freckles, inquired of the dark-skinned Wang Daong. Where on earth did our young master procure such an abundance of provisions? Isn't it said that there is no grain to be found within 100 miles these days? Indeed, Brother Yong. Moreover, why does our young master prohibit us from approaching within 100 paces of the temple? Do you suppose there might be some treasure hidden within? Another chimed in. Why are you two asking such questions? Wang Daong retorted with a dismissive grunt. Heh, we're merely curious, aren't you curious, Brother Yong? The freckled man replied. Curious my foot. Luar Matsi, I advise you both to stifle those frivolous thoughts. Otherwise, I shall inform our young master. The dark-skinned man warned sharply. Please, Brother Yong. I was merely inquiring. Luar Matsi stammered, alarmed at the prospect of Wang Daong revealing his musings to Lu Fan. Inquire? Inquire what nonsense. Don't think I'm oblivious to your little schemes. We have been fortunate to find such a benevolent benefactor who has taken us in and provided sustenance. We must not be ungrateful. Should anyone dare to harbor ill intentions, I shall be the first to deal with you. Wang Daong declared resolutely. Yes, you're right. Brother Yong, we assure you we shall refrain from such inquiries in the future. As darkness enveloped the night and the cold winds howled, despite Lu Fan being several dozen meters away, their conversation reached his ears with clarity. Squinting his eyes at the thatched hut before him, Lu Fan murmured, This fellow is rather commendable. The following morning, the winds and snow subsided. Lu Fan led Lu Linger out of the city god temple. Clad in a red cotton jacket and sporting a ponytail, Lu Linger instantly captured the attention of the laborers nearby as she emerged from the underground passage. The young girl, with her ruby-red lips and pearly white teeth, had grown taller, and her daily consumption of ginseng and lingji had bestowed upon her a complexion that radiated a rosy glow, making her appear as if she were a young lady of noble birth. Look at the young master's companion. She is truly exquisite. Who could she be? Perhaps she is the young master's sister. Ah, so she is indeed his sister. No wonder she resembles a fairy. The laborers around Lu Lingo cast envious glances her way, while simultaneously calling out, Miss Lu, good morning. Upon encountering the laborers for the first time, Lu Linger, who was referred to as Miss Lu while carrying a small cloth bag on her back, instinctively shrank closer to Lu Fan in fright. Observing his sister's reaction, Lu Fan gently took her hand and reassured her, Do not be afraid, Linger, they are all my servants. Chapter 23, The Foreman. After Lu Fan led Lu Linger outside, he allowed her to play by herself nearby. Meanwhile, Lu Fan approached a group of over a dozen destitute laborers seeking refuge. Lu Fan summoned the laborers to bring Wang Daong to him. Shortly thereafter, the dark-skinned Wang Daong hurried over, asking, Young master, did you call for me? Indeed, Daong. I wish to appoint you as their foreman, overseeing these laborers and their tasks. Would you be willing to accept this responsibility? Ah, foreman? Wang Daong was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Lu Fan nodded. Upon hearing that Lu Fan inexplicably appointed him as the foreman, Wang Daong was momentarily taken aback. Can I really do it? He stammered, clearly incredulous. I believe in you. From this day forth, you shall diligently oversee their work. Lu Fan continued. Moreover, I shall provide for your meals and additionally reward you with 2 coins each day. What say you? Are you willing? Upon realizing that not only would Lu Fan ensure his meals, but also grant him 2 coins daily, Wang Daong became overwhelmed with excitement, trembling all over. 2 coins. Goodness. In this year of famine, a single coin can sustain one for several days. Yet this young master is offering me 2 coins a day. I'm willing. I'm absolutely willing. Wang Dayong's words came out in a quiver. Seeing his eager acceptance, Lu Fan smiled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "That is splendid." With that, the conversation concluded. Lu Fan addressed all the laborers in a resonant voice. "Listen closely, everyone. From this day forth, Wang Dayong shall be your foreman. If I am not present, you may consult him with any matters." Upon this proclamation by Lu Fan, the assembled laborers turned their gazes towards Wang Dayong, their eyes reflecting envy and a myriad of complex emotions. In an act of profound gratitude, Wang Dayong fell to his knees before Lu Fan, tears welling in his eyes as he expressed, "Thank you, young master, for your elevation. Thank you." Lu Fan assisted him to his feet and said, "This is what you deserve. Remember to work diligently." "Yes, yes. I shall not disappoint the young master's expectations." "Absolutely." And thus it was. Lu Fan appointed Wang Dayong as the foreman of the laborers. Lu Fan had made a resolute decision. Once his grand estate was constructed, he would recruit a cadre of loyal guards, akin to Wang Dayong, to not only safeguard his home but also assist him in his endeavors. Thus, he could leisurely tend to his garden, cultivate flowers, and enjoy life alongside his sister. Such a lifestyle, he mused, would surely rival that of the wealthy landowners in the town. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a smile crept upon his lips. In the days that followed, with Wang Dayong appointed as the foreman, Lu Fan found solace in the knowledge that he could now focus on cultivating crops and honing his skills within the subterranean chamber. Before he knew it, half a month had swiftly elapsed. During this time, Wang Dayong had successfully overseen the construction of the entire outer courtyard wall with the assistance of a dozen laborers. In this desolate wilderness, while many resources were scarce, stones were plentiful, allowing for rapid progress. The towering walls, reaching over 10 feet high, were constructed from the granite hewn from the surrounding mountains, encircling the entire city god temple, resembling a grand estate. "Young master, do take a look at our work," Wang Dayong exclaimed, gesturing towards the impressive stone wall encircling the temple as he reported to Lu Fan. Observing the fortified perimeter, Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. With this wall in place, he felt a renewed sense of security. At last, he could cultivate his plants within the confines of the walls, no longer needing to hide in the underground chamber for his agricultural pursuits. "Excellent work, indeed. I am most pleased with your progress. As a reward for your efforts, tonight I shall treat you all to steamed buns," Lu Fan declared. "What? Steamed buns?" The laborers erupted in excitement at the prospect of such a rare treat. In these times of famine, not only had steamed buns become an unattainable luxury, but even the coarsest grains for livestock were nearly exhausted. The mere thought of receiving steamed buns filled the workers with joy. Shouldn't everyone express their gratitude to the young master? With Wang Dayong's urging, the laborers promptly knelt before Lu Fan, bowing their heads in reverence. "Thank you, young master. You are like a second father to us." Lu Fan steamed a large pot of steamed buns, distributing them among the laborers. Outside, the workers held the white buns, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they savored each delectable bite. Inside the cave, Lu Fan continued to enjoy ginseng chicken soup and pork rice with his sister, albeit with a sense of monotony. With the completion of the outer courtyard wall, Lu Fan was now poised to construct a grand mansion. However, the endeavor of erecting such an estate demanded a greater workforce, as well as skilled carpenters, masons, and various other tradespeople. Thus, the next day, Lu Fan summoned Wang Dayong. "Dayong, I need you to head to Qingyang town in the coming days and recruit some laborers for me. Remember, they must be diligent and honest individuals willing to endure hardship." Lu Fan issued his orders. "Yes, young master, I understand. I shall recruit people this afternoon." After giving his instructions to Wang Dayong, Lu Fan gazed at the hilltop of the city god temple, where a vision of a flourishing estate emerged in his mind. This estate not only offered abundant food and drink but also teemed with chickens and ducks. As he pondered, a smile crept upon Lu Fan's lips. Chapter 24. The city god temple gained a god of wealth. The weather grew increasingly frigid, and the famine worsened. It was said that even the wealthy gentry of Qingyang town had begun to experience signs of food shortages. As for the unfortunate villagers within a 100-mile radius, countless souls perished from hunger and cold. In Little Stone Village, in the courtyard, a frail 2-year-old child sobbed pitifully, exclaiming, "Mother, I am so hungry." Wang Zuelian, trembling, held out a bowl of water and said, "Be a good child, Bower, do not cry. Our food has run out. Drink some water to stave off your hunger." Yet, how could mere water quell the pangs of hunger? Observing her son in such distress, Wang Zuelian shouted angrily toward the inner room, "Lu, look at our child. He is starving. Hurry to Qingyang town and beseech Lord Huang for land to cultivate. Otherwise, our family of 3 will surely perish from hunger." Inside the room, Lu Dahai sighed deeply as he bent over and stepped outside. What is the use of it? You know well that I have visited nearly 10 times. But Lord Huang has not even allowed me to cross the threshold. Ever since that fateful day when this couple insulted Lu Fan at the Huang pawn shop. Huang Beirong confiscated all the land rentals from the Lu family. Furthermore, not long ago, Huang Beirong directly dispatched individuals to seize all the rent rice that Lu Dahai owed from last year. Currently, the Lu household is devoid of any grain in the rice jar, and even the fodder for the pigs and dogs has been completely exhausted. Gazing at her wailing son, Huang could not contain her fury any longer. It is all the fault of that wretched little bastard, Lu Fan. Were it not for him, our family would not have offended Lord Huang, nor would we be enduring this hunger. Lu, you must wonder how that little wildling came to know Lord Huang, and how he could even be addressed as little noble by him. The memories of that day filled Huang with a seething rage. How could I possibly know? Lu Dahai emitted a low grunt. Are you not his biological father? How could you possibly be unaware of this? Huang continued her inquiry. What could I possibly be concealing from you? From the very day I wed you, when you instructed me to expel your siblings, I complied without hesitation. Whatever you commanded, I dutifully executed. Have I not done enough? At this moment, Lu Dahai was also incensed. Lu, clarify your words. What do you mean by saying I should drive them away? Shouldn't those two little wildlings leave? Should, enough already. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Lu Dahai, I must inform you that my son has gone nearly a day without food. Whether you resort to murder or arson at this point, you must hurry and procure some provisions for me. Otherwise, I will not let this matter rest. Listening to Wang's unreasonable tirade, Lu Dahai felt a headache coming on. In this year of famine, where could he possibly find food? In the entire little stone village, over a dozen souls had perished due to starvation. Just then, a limping man rushed in. This man was Lu Dahai's neighbor, surnamed Niel. In the past, Lu Dahai would affectionately refer to him as Uncle Niel. Upon entering, the limping elder exclaimed, Dahai, are you off to do some laborious work? What laborious work? Lu Dahai paused momentarily, taken aback. I am merely going to the city god temple to toil for a wealthy gentleman. You see? Are you aware? Just a few days ago, someone from the neighboring village was summoned for labor, and it is said that this affluent gentleman not only provides meals but also offers rice porridge. Upon hearing about the porridge, Lu Dahai's eyes instantly glistened with emotion. Is that truly the case? Even Wang, filled with excitement, chimed in, Uncle Niel, can you confirm that there will be rice porridge? Why would I deceive you? Uncle Niel replied. The person from the other village spoke of it firsthand. And he mentioned that the wealthy gentleman is quite generous, providing rice porridge at every meal and occasionally distributing large white steamed buns as well. The mere mention of the buns made Wang's eyes nearly well with tears of hope. Is that really true? Indeed. Currently, half of the labor force from our village has already gone, but it seems the gentleman is not hiring many, Uncle Niel remarked. Upon hearing this, Wang immediately urged Lu Dahai, why are you still standing here? Hurry and go take a look. If that gentleman truly wishes to employ you, my little Bao will no longer have to suffer from hunger. Yes, I shall go right away. Thank you, Uncle Niel. Rest assured, if I am fortunate enough to gain the gentleman's favor, I will surely repay your kindness. As Lu Dahai hurriedly donned his clothing, preparing to head to the city god temple, Wang Shi, disregarding all else, cradled her 2-year-old child and began to ready herself to accompany him. Upon exiting the small stone village, they beheld a throng of people who had already set off for the temple. Observing the multitude, Wang Shi, while holding her child, addressed Lu Dahai, you foolish man, why did you just mention repaying that lame scoundrel, Yo Heir? Why should we repay him? He kindly introduced us to work opportunities. Should we happen to catch the eye of the wealthy lord at the city god temple, we would no longer have to suffer from hunger. Lu Dahai, perplexed, inquired further. Yet Wang Shi merely curled her lip in disdain, retorting, you are naive. Do you not understand? That wretched cripple alerted you only because he is incapable of doing the work himself. Moreover, if you toil for your earnings, it is your rightful due. Let him dream of receiving payment. Upon hearing this, Lu Dahai fell silent, though he was perplexed. Wasn't it said that our city's Qingwang temple had always been deserted? Haunted even? When did a wealthy lord suddenly appear, and moreover, with steamed buns to offer? At that moment, Wang inquired with great curiosity. Lu Dahai shook his head and replied, I do not know either. Never mind, it matters not. As long as we are provided with food, they are our masters. Having said this, the couple embraced their child and made their way to the city god temple. Upon reaching the village entrance, suddenly, Lu Dahai paused, his gaze fixed upon the direction of the village. That very direction unmistakably pointed towards the dilapidated thatched cottage where the Lu siblings once resided. After a brief moment of stillness, he continued to reflect. Lu Dahai timidly inquired, "My dear wife, do you think I should share this wonderful news with Lu Fan? They reside in the nearby thatched cottage. What if, perchance, the wealthy gentleman takes a liking to Lu Fan? Might that not spare the siblings from starvation?" Upon hearing this, Wang was instantly filled with rage. "What? Even at this moment, you still think of that little wildling? Lu, have you truly not been able to forget your deceased wife?" "I have not forgotten. I merely consider that, regardless of the circumstances, those two children are my own flesh and blood, and as fate would have it, we are passing by their home." "Bah, you dare call those two wildlings your own? If they are truly your blood, then what does that make me and Xiaobao?" Wang scolded vehemently. Lu Dahai sighed. "All right, fine. If you do not wish for me to speak, I shall remain silent. Is that satisfactory? It seems you are somewhat perceptive. Let me inform you, should you dare to mention those two illegitimate children again, I will not let this matter rest." Thus, this couple joined the throngs of people heading towards the city god temple. Since Lu Fan commenced the construction of his grand residence, he had begun to recruit workers. After all, erecting a house necessitates far more manpower and resources than merely constructing the outer walls. Early in the morning, as Lu Fan emerged from the city god temple, a throng of laborers caught sight of him. "Good morning, young master. Do you have any other instructions for us today? Thank you for providing us with work. You are our savior." The moment he stepped outside, the laborers began to call out to Lu Fan. Although he still donned tattered clothing, in the eyes of these workers, Lu Fan had transformed into a genuine wealthy gentleman. After all, in these times, possessing grain equates to being a lord. Lu Fan greeted everyone with a smile before surveying his surroundings. Chapter 25, The True Wealthy Master. Upon exiting the city god temple, Lu Fan made his way to the foot of the mountain. As he arrived, he noticed a group of emaciated individuals clad in tattered clothing approaching the temple. These individuals were all villagers from the nearby settlements, having been enlisting laborers for the construction of a grand residence over the past few days. Lu Fan immediately comprehended the situation. Just then, as Lu Fan inadvertently raised his gaze, he was taken aback to see many villagers from Little Stone Village mingling among the crowd. Upon recognizing them, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Lu Fan's eyes. In the past, after being driven out of his home by Lu Dahai and his stepmother, these villagers had not hesitated to add insult to injury. Even when he foraged for wild vegetables, he often endured their ridicule. Little did he expect that these villagers would appear here now. Observing them, Lu Fan's expression gradually turned indifferent. Ahead lay the city god temple, the wealthy lord that the Lang spoke of should be within its confines, right? Indeed. It must be so. Who do you think this wealthy lord truly is? Why would he choose to construct a residence in such a desolate place? Who knows? It matters not who he is. As long as he can provide us with food, I shall be eternally grateful. As the crowd conversed, they drew closer to the city god temple. Suddenly, a woman in the throng pointed at Lu Fan, who was hidden in the mountains. "Oh, old Zhao. Is that not the illegitimate child of the Lu family? What is he doing here?" With her words, many villagers from Little Stone Village turned their gazes toward Lu Fan. Indeed, it is the Lu family's boy. Not long ago, Butcher Wang himself said that the Lu family boy had perished, and even their thatched roof had been lost. How is it that he is still alive now? Such a resilient little fellow. The villagers of Little Stone Village approached Lu Fan, chattering amongst themselves. "Hey, Lu family boy. It seems you haven't starved to death after all. What are you doing here?" The first to speak was a woman named Lu, notorious in Little Stone Village for her sharp tongue. Previously, she had quarreled with Lu Fan's mother, and since her passing, Lu had taken pleasure in tormenting Lu Fan and his sister. Lu Fan recalled an instance when Lu had viciously kicked his sister, Lu Linger, into the river while she was playing, nearly drowning her. Unbelievably, fate had brought them together again in this moment. "Lu family boy, I'm asking you a question. Why are you silent?" Lu pressed on, seeing Lu Fan's reticence. Does it even need stating? This boy must have come here early. Having heard that the wealthy lord at the city god temple is recruiting laborers, interjected another elderly woman. "Huh. The Lu family offspring is indeed cunning, arriving here before us. And what of it? With such a frail frame, how could the wealthy lord possibly take notice of him?" Exactly. Hearing the disparaging remarks from the villagers of Little Stone, Lu Fan smirked coldly. "If you are indeed compatriots, I advise you to swiftly return from whence you came. The master of the city god temple will undoubtedly not employ any of you. How dare you, Lu Little Wildseed? Who told you that the wealthy lord would not hire anyone from Little Stone Village?" A man, incensed by Lu Fan's words, shouted in rage. "Is this Little Wildseed mad? He dares to say that the wealthy lord would not want us, despite being from the same village." Lu sneered in response. "Indeed. What he says is merely the ramblings of someone who knows he has no chance with the master of the city god temple, added another. Child, dare to speak such derision again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. As the villagers hurled insults at him, Lu Fan merely smiled faintly. Do not believe me? Then just wait and see. With that, he concluded. Lu Fan paid no further attention to the residents of Little Stone Village and turned towards the city god temple. Observing Lu Fan's departure, the villagers began to mutter and followed behind him. Before long, they had gathered before the city god temple. Upon seeing the previously dilapidated temple now surrounded by towering walls, they were utterly astonished. The walls, made of solid granite, stood like a formidable natural barrier, obstructing their view entirely. My goodness! Has that wealthy gentleman truly enclosed the entire hill of the city god temple? Indeed, what a fortune this must have cost. It must be the same benefactor who provides rice porridge to Delang and the others. Is that so? Such wealth is astonishing. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, a voice suddenly boomed from Wang Daong. May I ask, who among you is from Little Stone Village? At his call, over 20 villagers promptly raised their hands, declaring, We are from Little Stone Village. Seeing their response, Wang Daong cleared his throat and proclaimed, Since you are from Little Stone Village, you may return now. What? Return? The moment those words escaped his lips, all 20 villagers were left dumbfounded. What does that mean? Why are we being sent away all of a sudden? Did you not say that the master of the city god temple was seeking laborers? We traveled a great distance, yet we haven't even met anyone. And now you want us to leave? Exactly. Upon hearing Wang Daong's dismissal of the villagers, they began to protest vehemently. I won't hide it from you. Our little master has decreed that not a single person from Little Stone Village is needed, Wang Daong stated bluntly. What? Not a single person from Little Stone Village? Why is that? Are we not human? On what basis are we being rejected? Indeed, you are looking down on us far too much. This is unacceptable. I must confront your master and demand an explanation for why Little Stone Village is being dismissed. Just as the commotion among the villagers escalated, suddenly, Lu Fan emerged from the city god temple, resolute in his stance. I do not wish for your company. Upon witnessing Lu Fan's departure, the boisterous Lu from Little Stone Village pointed at him, unleashing a torrent of insults. You, Lu Xiaya, who do you think you are to reject us? Echoed sentiments of disbelief. Indeed, who does this Lu brat believe himself to be? Summon your wealthy master. I demand to know why he spurns us. As the villagers of Little Stone began to hurl accusations at Lu Fan, Wang Daong stepped forward, indignant. You blind fools. You dare to berate our young master without recognizing him? Allow me to enlighten you. Behold, this is our esteemed master, young Master Lu. He gestured towards Lu Fan with a flourish. The villagers, numbering over 20, stood in stunned silence at the revelation that the laborers referred to Lu Fan as their master. How could this impoverished wretch, cast out from the Lu family, possibly be their wealthy lord? It was inconceivable. Just last month, he had come to borrow grain with his burdensome younger sister, only to be chased away by my fierce dog. How could he have transformed into a wealthy master in just over a month? Have you all lost your minds? As the disbelief among the villagers grew palpable, Wang Daong scoffed. Indeed, a pitiful lot. Bring forth the young master. At his command, all the laborers hastened to Lu Fan's side, respectfully addressing him as young master. Witnessing this display of reverence, the villagers of Little Stone were left in utter disbelief. Could it be that this scion of the Lu family had truly undergone a miraculous transformation? Had he truly become a wealthy master? How was this possible? Just a short while ago, he had been on the brink of starvation. How could he now preside over such an expansive estate? At that moment, Lu Fan stepped forward, directing his ire towards Lu, who had insulted him. You wretched woman, I warned you that I would not accept anyone from Little Stone Village. Do you finally believe me? Lu was left speechless, her mouth agape, rendered mute by the unexpected turn of events. It is your fault, Lu. Who dared to insult young Master Lu? A villager rebuked her. After chastising Lu, the same villager turned to Lu Fan, exclaiming, Lu Fan, I am Uncle Chan from the west side of your village. Do you not recall that just last month, you and your sister visited my home? Lu Fan smiled. Of course, I remember. I still recall that I merely passed by your doorstep with my sister, yet you mistakenly thought I was seeking to borrow food, and as a result, you unleashed your dog upon me, leaving my leg severely injured. How could I ever forget that? Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the villager surnamed Chen hurriedly interjected, Lu Fan, you have misunderstood me. Uncle Chen simply did not secure the dog properly at that time. Please do not hold it against me. Indeed, Lu Fan, regardless of the circumstances, we are all from the same village. Now that you have found prosperity, you ought to extend a helping hand to us all. Yes, yes, Lu Fan. When your mother gave birth to you, it was my old grandmother who assisted in your delivery. Lu Fan, please do us a kindness and provide us with some work. I have 3 children at home, and without food, they will surely starve. Listening to the villagers from Shaoshi, each one pleading in turn, Lu Fan chuckled. I'm sorry. Whether you starve or not is of no concern to me. Lu Fan, how can you speak like that? We are, after all, from the same village. Indeed, Lu Fan. We are not asking for your food for free. We merely hope to earn our keep through hard labor. Witnessing these ingrates beseech him, Lu Fan remained utterly unmoved. In the aftermath of the famine, Lu Fan had long perceived the true nature of humanity. Despite the villagers of Little Stone Village now calling his name with familiarity, it was not long ago that they would derisively label him as an illegitimate child. The village children were particularly cruel, often tormenting Ling Er and branding her as a misfortune born of a mother who had abandoned her. Now, they sought his assistance? He could hardly contain his disdain. Enough of this nonsense, he declared. Let me be clear. I want nothing to do with anyone from Little Stone Village. You may all leave. Upon hearing Lu Fan's declaration, an elderly man from the village stepped forward, saying, Young man, you are being rather excessive. Regardless of what transpired in the past, we have come here with humble hearts to seek your help. Are you truly considering yourself a lord over us? Do not forget. You too are a child of Little Stone Village. Lu Fan recognized the elder as the village chief, a man of considerable repute. With a cold smile, Lu Fan retorted, What do you want from me, chief? The chief replied, My intentions are simple. We ask you to provide work for the people of Little Stone Village, to ensure they have sustenance. Rest assured, if you are willing, we will never forget your kindness. When the famine has passed, we shall repay you in full. You speak wisely, young man. Once the hard times are behind us, we shall repay you doubly. Another villager chimed in, laughter echoing among them. Hearing their words, Lu Fan suddenly erupted into laughter. What is so amusing, young man? The chief inquired, perplexed by Lu Fan's mirth. I find it quite comical that you, old fool, harbor such delusions. Lu Fan scoffed. What? Do you dare insult me? The chief was momentarily taken aback. And what of it? Now you acknowledge your position as chief? 3 years ago, when my mother passed away, you cast me and Ling Er out of the village's lineage. Have you forgotten? You profess to act for the good of Little Stone Village, yet are you not here because you fear starvation yourself? The chief's face flushed with indignation as Lu Fan's words struck home. Old man, heed my advice. Spare me your empty words. I stand by my statement. None from Little Stone Village shall I assist. Now, remove them from my sight. With that command, Wang Daong and the laborers began to drive the villagers away. Thus, the inhabitants of Little Stone Village were thoroughly expelled, and once they were gone, a satisfied smile graced Lu Fan's face. As for what would come next, Lu Fan began to select laborers from the crowds of people in other villages. After choosing approximately 10 individuals, he instructed the others to return. Lu Fan is not a saint. The laborers he selected were predominantly robust and capable individuals. After all, he employed these laborers for the purpose of constructing his own home, rather than engaging in acts of charity. Down the mountain, as the villagers of Little Stone Village were driven away, they began to grumble. That despicable Lu Xiaoya, how could he dare to reject the people of Little Stone Village? Indeed, who would have thought that little brat could be so malicious? Have you ever wondered how Lu Xiaoya suddenly acquired such wealth? Wasn't he previously begging alongside that ill-fated sister of his? Who can say? While these conversations ensued, suddenly more individuals ascended from the mountain. Among them were Lu Dahai and his wife. Village chief, look, is that not Lu Xiaoya's biological father, Lu Dahai? What brings them here? 3 years prior, after the death of Lu Xiaoya's mother, Lu Dahai had cast the siblings out of their home. Could it be that they have come seeking Lu Xiaoya's assistance? Let us hurry and inquire. With that, the villagers of Little Stone Village rushed toward Lu Dahai. At that moment, Lu Dahai, who was holding a child, was making his way to the city god temple, accompanied by his wife, Wang. Suddenly, upon seeing the village chief and a large group of villagers approaching, they were taken aback. Village chief? Brother Chen, what brings you here? The man surnamed Chen replied, I was about to ask you the same. Lu Dahai, what does your son Lu Fan mean by all this? What? As Lu Dahai pondered the situation, Wang Shi suddenly interjected, Village chief, why do you mention that little wild child? Our family, old Lu, expelled that little wild child from our home 3 years ago. He is not a member of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, the villagers of Little Stone Village exchanged bewildered glances. Observing their reactions, Wang Shi asked, what is wrong? Am I not speaking the truth? The village chief shot a peculiar glance at Wang Shi, saying, are you truly unaware, or merely pretending? What should we know? Lu Dahai inquired, perplexed. About the wealthy lord of the city god temple, the village chief continued. Village chief, I just arrived with old Lu. How could I possibly know the wealthy lord of the city god temple? Surely, you think too highly of us, Wang Shi retorted, seeing the two claim ignorance. The villagers of Little Stone Village fell silent. Lu Dahai, are you truly foolish, or just pretending? You don't even know that your own son has become the wealthy lord? Lu Shi suddenly mocked. Chapter 27, Truly shameless, your own son has become the wealthy lord? Upon hearing this, both Lu Dahai and Wan Shi were left utterly bewildered. It's Lu Fan. Is he not your son? Wan Shi, upon hearing this, grew indignant and exclaimed, Lu Shi, what do you mean by that? Why bring up that little wild child for no reason? Lu Shi scoffed. To call you foolish is truly an understatement. You don't even know your own son has become the wealthy lord. My goodness. How could Little Stone Village have such fools like you? Are you saying Lu Fan has become the wealthy lord? Lu Dahai asked in disbelief. Of course. As Lu Shi revealed the truth, both Lu Dahai and Wan Shi were rendered speechless. No. Lu Shi, you're talking nonsense. That little wild child is barely surviving. How could he possibly become the wealthy lord of the city god temple? Wang Shi refused to believe it. Lu Shi huffed. How would I know? All I know is that your son is now quite impressive. Not only is he wealthy and well-fed, but he has also employed dozens of workers to build a grand residence. Boom. As Lu Shi's words reached the ears of Lu Dahai and his wife, the couple was left in utter shock. Lu Fan? Has he truly transformed into the wealthy lord of the city god temple? Old Lu, regardless of circumstances, you are Lu Fan's biological father. We implore you to persuade Lu Fan to provide us with some work, so that we may have sustenance to survive. Otherwise, we are on the brink of starvation. At this moment, the villagers turned to Lu Dahai. Indeed, Lu Dahai, you are Lu Fan's father, and you should be able to intercede on our behalf. Yes. As the villagers of Shaoshi village expressed their pleas, Lu Dahai stood there, utterly stunned. The son he had cast out of their home 3 years prior had now become the deity of wealth at the city god temple. This revelation was simply unfathomable for both Lu Dahai and the Wang family. City god temple. After recruiting 10 more laborers, Lu Fan returned to the cave to retrieve Lu Lingo. Lu Lingo carried a small cloth bag on her back. Within the bag were all the delightful snacks that Lu Fan had prepared for her. It contained Lu Fan's own cured meats, eggs, and rice cakes made with air-dried ginseng and reishi mushrooms, among other treats. Lu Lingo savored the rice cake while following Lu Fan. Suddenly, 2 familiar figures appeared before Lu Fan's eyes. Upon recognizing them, a chilling anger surged within him, for he beheld his biological father, Lu Dahai, who had cast him out 3 years prior, accompanied by his stepmother, Wang Shi. Behind Lu Dahai and Wang Shi stood the villagers of Shaoshi village. Noticing the return of these villagers, Wang Daong hastily approached, laden with labor, and addressed Lu Fan, young master, this group has returned once more. Shall we drive them away at once? Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively, casting a cold gaze towards Lu Dahai and Wang. Upon hearing the laborers refer to Lu Fan as young master, Lu Dahai's heart sank with a jolt. Could it truly be? His own son had indeed become the wealthy lord of the city god temple? Moreover, was that not Lu Lingo, who had barely escaped starvation not long ago? What was she holding in her hands? Rice cakes and meat? As she beheld the food in Lu Lingo's grasp, Wang's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The villagers from Shaoshi were so envious that beads of sweat were almost dripping to the ground. Lu Fan and Lingo, is it truly you? Lu Dahai gazed upon the pair of siblings before him, trembling as he uttered a word. Yet, Lu Fan responded in a voice devoid of warmth. Lu Dahai. What brings you here? Lu boy, that is your biological father. How can you address him so casually? The villagers of Little Stone Village protested, witnessing Lu Fan call Lu Dahai by his name. Oh, biological father? Does he even deserve that title? Lu Fan retorted coldly. How does he not deserve it? He gave you life and raised you. If he is not your father, then who is? The villagers continued to argue. Lu Fan chuckled lightly and addressed the villager from the small stone village, saying, since you hold him in such high regard, why not let him assume the role of your father, shall we? The surrounding villagers were momentarily rendered speechless by his retort. Following this, Lu Dahai remarked, Lu Fan, what brings you here? Moreover, weren't you residing in the thatched cottage at the village's edge? How have you come to be the prosperous master of the city god temple? Lu Dahai, you wish to inquire why Lingo and I have not perished from hunger, do you not? Lu Fan replied coldly. No, that is not what I meant. Lu Dahai quickly waved his hand. Cease your words. You, as a wretched being, dare claim to be my father? Reflect upon your conscience. Do you truly deserve such a title? In response to Lu Fan's outburst, Wang, cradling a child, suddenly stepped forward. Lu Fan, do not be so arrogant. Regardless of the circumstances, you bear the blood of the old Lu. Whether you acknowledge it or not, it remains an undeniable truth. Do you not agree, everyone? As Wang spoke, the villagers of Little Stone Village echoed her sentiment, chanting, Wang is right. Hearing their chorus, Lu Fan chuckled and shook his head. You shameless lot. How brazen you are. Now that I am prosperous and well-fed, you come seeking to forge a connection? Discussing father and son? Pray tell. Who was it that cast me out from the Lu family home? Who vowed that I would never again tread upon the threshold of the Lu household? Denying my bond with Lingo? At Lu Fan's words, the crowd fell into a palpable silence. For all were aware of the events from 3 years prior when Lu Fan and his sister were expelled by Lu Dahai and his wife. Undeterred by the scrutiny, Wang mustered her courage and retorted, Lu Fan, though your father cast you out, he remains your father. Now that you have found success, should you not support us? Lu Fan was directly infuriated to the point of laughter. Support you? Wang, how do you have the audacity to utter such words? Wang replied, Am I not speaking the truth? Let everyone be the judge. The villagers of Little Stone Village, who already harbored significant resentment towards Lu Fan, immediately echoed Wang's sentiments upon hearing her words. However, Lu Fan remained utterly unfazed. Lu Dahai and Wang, listen closely. Even if I were to raise a dog, I would not support you. So it is best for you to abandon this futile hope. With that, he concluded. Lu Fan cast his gaze towards the other villagers of Little Stone Village. And you, do you not relish following these two scoundrels in their barking? By all means, continue your cacophony. If I am not mistaken, you wretches must be nearly out of provisions, am I right? I shall wait and witness as one by one. You succumb to starvation before my eyes. I am curious to see if you will still make your noise then. With that, Lu Fan turned abruptly, taking hold of Lu Linger's small hand. Linger, come, I shall prepare sweet and sour ribs for you. He commanded, get rid of these rabble at once. At his order, Wang Daong swiftly rallied a group of laborers to disperse the crowd. Chapter 28, The Malice of Humanity. Thus, the scene unfolded. The couple, Lu Dahai and his wife, along with the villagers of Shaoshi, were all driven down the mountain. Once they reached the ground, Wang began to scold loudly while holding the child. Old Lu, look at the ungrateful wretch you have raised. Doesn't he even recognize his own father? What sort of person is this? Moreover, where did that little bastard acquire his provisions? Is it possible that Master Huang from Qingyang Town provided for him? Old Lu, tell me, how much do you think that little wretch has? He can even afford to hire laborers and feed that wild girl meat? Lu Dahai, who had been silent, suddenly erupted, shut your mouth. Startled by Lu Dahai's unexpected outburst, Wang was taken aback, and even the 2-year-old child in her arms began to wail. Have you lost your mind, Lu Dahai? How dare you yell at me? Wang exclaimed in disbelief. What of it if I am angry? It's all your fault. You wretched woman. If it weren't for believing your words, I would never have driven those siblings out of our home. Lu Dahai retorted vehemently. You blame me? You dare to blame me, old Lu? Wang, accustomed to being a shrew, rushed towards Lu Dahai, reaching for his hair. But unexpectedly, Lu Dahai delivered a resounding slap, the sound echoing through the air as it struck Wang Shi's face, causing blood to trickle from her lips as she fell to the ground in shock. Clutching her cheek, Wang Shi could hardly comprehend the situation. You dare hit me, Lu Dahai? She exclaimed. With bloodshot eyes, Lu Dahai retorted, What of it? I'm nearly starving. You thought I would still pamper you like before? At that moment, the 2-year-old child in Wang Shi's arms was frightened into tears. Silence, you wretched woman. Listen closely. You better pray that those siblings can forgive us. Otherwise, we shall all face starvation. After hurling his harsh words at Wang Shi, Lu Dahai turned and strode away. In Little Stone Village, the entire community was abuzz with the news surrounding Lu Fan. It seemed that every villager was aware of his newfound status as the wealthy lord. Within the spacious ancestral hall, the villagers, filled with righteous indignation, gathered in a fervor, led by the village chief. That brat from the Lu family has gone too far, rejecting every single one of us from Little Stone Village. Is he not forcing us into a dead end? Indeed, that wild child was once one of us. This is utterly unacceptable. We cannot simply wait here to starve to death, can we? Erkue speaks the truth. Village chief, what shall we do? At this moment, all eyes turned toward the village chief, who furrowed his brow. What can I decide? You all saw it. That Lu brat does not take me seriously at all. Village chief, I have an idea, a man named Erkue interjected, his demeanor ominous. What idea? The village chief inquired, as did the rest of the villagers. My suggestion is straightforward. Let us take decisive action and eliminate that Lu brat. Erkue declared, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. What? The villagers gasped at the notion of killing Lu Fan, their eyes widening in disbelief. Why do you look at me like that? I am thinking of the greater good. Consider this. Who among you still has any food left? Silence fell over the crowd, as they all knew they had run out of provisions. Since we have no food, we are destined to starve. I, Zhang Erkue, ask you, do you wish to perish slowly, or will you join me in a fight? Moreover, that Lu brat possesses food yet stands by as we starve to death. Should such a person not be dealt with? As Zhang Erkue spoke, voices began to rise from the crowd in agreement. I support Erkue's plan. After all, it is that Lu brat who is at fault. Exactly. I too support Erkue. That scoundrel possesses wealth and provisions yet refuses to share a morsel with us. Yes, let us kill him. At this moment, the fervor in their eyes intensified as they cast aside all notions of morality, driven solely by the instinct to survive. As long as they could seize wealth and provisions from Lu Fan, they believed they could endure. And how do you propose we proceed? You have seen that the Lu brat is surrounded by laborers for protection. The village chief remarked, clearly swayed by the tide of sentiment. What is there to fear? As far as I know, most of those laborers return home after dark. Only a few remain. With our numbers, can we not handle them? Zhang Erkue asserted. Very well. We shall follow Erkue's lead and take action tonight. Spread the word, everyone. Assemble here this evening and be prepared. Zhang Erkue commanded. Understood. Meanwhile, at the city god temple, after Lu Fan prepared a meal for his sister, he settled down to practice his cultivation. By now, he had been practicing the evergreen technique for nearly a month. Although he remained oblivious to his martial arts level, his strength had notably increased. He could now effortlessly lift several hundred pounds. With a single leap, he could almost cover a distance of 2 yards. Furthermore, since he began his training, Lu Fan had undergone a remarkable transformation. Both his complexion and appearance were far more handsome than before. Sitting cross-legged, he pondered to himself, wondering what it would be like when he reached the second layer of the chi refinement stage. He resolved that once the house was completed, he would seek out a martial artist in Qingyang town to inquire further. With his determination set, Lu Fan resumed his training. As night deepened, the temperature plummeted despite the snow having ceased. Outside the city god temple, within a humble thatched hut, Wang Daong and several laborers remained, while the others had returned home due to the bitter cold. At the foot of the dark mountain, unnoticed by anyone, dozens of shadowy figures stealthily approached the city god temple. Everyone, heed my command. Remember, once you spot that Lu fellow, show no mercy. A sinister voice pierced the darkness. Belonging to Zhang Erkue, flanked by the villagers of Little Stone Village, roughly 40 to 50 in number, predominantly men, with a few women and the elderly among them. Armed with axes, sickles, and hoes, they nodded in agreement upon hearing Zhang Erkue's words. Satisfied with their response, Zhang Erkue waved his hand, signaling them to advance. Inside the thatched hut, one laborer emerged, preparing to relieve himself. Upon raising his gaze, he was startled to see dozens of villagers from Little Stone Village, armed and creeping toward him. Who are you? He stammered. Before he could utter another word, Zhang Erkue's cleaver struck his neck with a swift motion. Ah! The laborer's cry echoed as he clutched his severed neck, collapsing into a pool of blood. Inside the hut, Wang Daong and the other laborers awoke to the sound of the scream. What was that noise? It sounded like someone was calling out. Wang Daong hurriedly donned his tattered coat, preparing to investigate with the other laborers. However, before they could step outside, a voice reverberated throughout the mountain. Quickly find that Lu fellow and kill him. Turning toward the voice, they saw Zhang Erkue leading the villagers into the hut. 2 laborers had not yet reacted before they were struck down by the villagers wielding hoes and sickles. The air filled with the anguished cries of ah, ah, as Wang Daong and the remaining laborers stood frozen in shock, realizing these were the very villagers who had come to apply for work that day. He could hardly believe his eyes. It's you? He exclaimed incredulously. Zhang Erkue, brandishing his cleaver, shouted angrily, hand over that Lu fellows, or none of you will leave here alive. Upon hearing their intent to harm Lu Fan, Wang Daong stepped forward defiantly. You scoundrels! How dare you threaten my young master? Men, grab your weapons. We will fight these ruffians. Wang Daong's loyalty was unwavering. Facing the multitude of villagers, he showed no fear, seizing a thick club. The other laborers quickly armed themselves as well. If you wish to die, then we shall oblige you. Fellow villagers, let us unite and eliminate them. With Zhang Erkue's command, the villagers surged forward, an overwhelming tide against Wang Daong and the laborers. Meanwhile, in the cave beneath the city god temple, Lu Fan, deep in meditation, furrowed his brow at the sudden commotion. What is that noise? At that moment, Lu Linger, startled awake by the sounds of chaos outside, hurried to Lu Fan's side, frightened. Lu Fan leapt to his feet and said, "Linger, do not be afraid. You should hide in the cave for now. I will venture outside to assess the situation." After Lu Fan finished speaking, he swiftly grabbed the ghost-headed knife he had found from the bandits and dashed out of the cave. As soon as he emerged, he beheld the villagers of Little Stone Village. The villagers, in a frenzy, wielded hoes, sticks, and sickles, mercilessly attacking the laborers Lu Fan had summoned. The laborers were battered, their skin torn and flesh mangled, with skulls shattered. Witnessing this scene, a chilling glint appeared in Lu Fan's eyes. It was these brutes again. Reflecting on the situation, Lu Fan realized the truth. They were retaliating against him for driving them away earlier that day, simultaneously seeking to seize his food supplies. Resolute, he tightened his grip on the ghost-headed knife and stepped forward. Ahead, a woman and an elderly man from Little Stone Village were beating a laborer who was barely clinging to life. As they struck him, they demanded, "Where's that brat Lu?" Just as they finished asking, a chilling voice emerged from behind. "I'm right here." The woman turned her head, and Lu Fan swiftly brought down his knife, severing her head. "Ah!" she cried out as her head fell to the ground. The elderly man, witnessing the grisly sight, collapsed in terror. "Lu brat, is that you?" he exclaimed, immediately calling out to the other villagers, "Someone come. I found Lu." With a shout, all the villagers turned to Lu Fan, who stood in the darkness, the ghost-headed knife in hand. Concurrently, familiar faces emerged, the village chief, Lu, Zhang Erkue, and others. Gazing at these former neighbors, Lu Fan tightened his grip on the knife. "Lu Fan, surrender your food, and perhaps we might spare your life today," one villager wielding a hoe declared. "Indeed, Lu Fan, you forced our hand. Why hoard the food when we are all from the same village?" Another echoed, "Yes. If you hand over all your provisions, we promise not to harm you." As the villagers clamored, Lu Fan let out a cold laugh and approached the shouting elder. Before the old man could react, Lu Fan stomped on his face. With a resounding thud, the old man's skull shattered, his scream silenced before it could escape. "You want food, do you? Come on, let me see if you brutes have the guts to come at me." The villagers surrounding the scene turned pale with fear. "This Lu brat has killed old Zhang." They gasped in disbelief. When did he become so ruthless? Just as fear gripped the crowd, Zhang Erkue stepped forward, brandishing a bloodied cleaver. "Don't be afraid, everyone. This brat may be fierce, but he has just one person. I refuse to believe we can't take him down together." With Zhang's rallying cry, the initially frightened villagers' gazes hardened like hungry wolves. "Kill him. If we eliminate this Lu brat, we won't have to starve." They shouted in unison, charging at Lu Fan with weapons raised. Faced with the approaching mob, Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. He kicked a heavy stone, sending it flying into the two foremost villagers. The impact was catastrophic, and they were instantly crushed under its weight. "Ah!" Their screams echoed as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Since cultivating the evergreen technique, this was Lu Fan's second real confrontation, though he lacked finesse in martial arts. His sheer strength was formidable. As the adage goes, one strength can overcome 10 techniques. Now, his fists could unleash hundreds of pounds of force. These villagers were no match for him. After dispatching the two villagers with the stone, Lu Fan leaped into the crowd like a tiger. His fists flew, creating a terrifying wind that sent snowflakes swirling. With every punch that landed, it felt like cannonballs striking, and in the blink of an eye, he had brutally dispatched a dozen more villagers. What the hell? How can that Lu kid be so strong? They gasped in horror. Could it be he knows martial arts? As Lu Fan continued to pummel the villagers, even Zhang Erkue began to feel fear. "Charge. Don't be afraid. Even if this Lu brat knows martial arts, can we not face him together?" he urged, attempting to rally the frightened villagers. "Zhang Erkue, why don't you go first? You always send us in." The village chief finally spoke out from the back. "Yes, Zhang Erkue. You just shout orders. Why don't you lead the charge?" Others chimed in. "I'm just trying to keep the bigger picture in mind." Zhang Erkue retorted. "To hell with your bigger picture. You're treating us as cannon fodder, sending us to our deaths." One villager shouted before throwing down his sickle and fleeing. Seeing their comrade run, the others quickly followed suit, abandoning their weapons and scattering in fear. Even the village chief, witnessing the mass retreat, gritted his teeth and joined the flight. "Hey, where are you all going?" Zhang Erkue was left dumbfounded as he watched everyone flee. Gazing at the blood-soaked corpses on the ground, he was overtaken by fear and turned to run as well. "You coward! Do you think you can escape?" Lu Fan's body swayed as he swiftly approached, delivering a powerful kick to Zhang Erkue's back. With a gasp, Zhang Erkue was sent sprawling to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, writhing in agony. Lu Fan approached, wielding a ghost-headed knife in his hand. As he drew near, Zhang Erkue, whose mouth was bleeding, finally felt fear. Please don't kill me, young man from the Lu family. I'm sorry. I promise I will never dare to do this again. Faced with Zhang Erkuei's desperate pleas, Lu Fan let out a cold laugh, begging me? It is too late. A beast like you deserves nothing less than death. After Lu Fan spoke, he struck Zhang Erkuei's forehead with a blade. A sound of whimpering ensued as Zhang Erkuei collapsed into a pool of blood. Following the demise of Zhang Erkuei, Lu Fan refrained from pursuing the other villagers from Shaoshi village. Instead, he fixed his cold, harsh gaze upon the fleeing villagers. Believing that such an effortless act of slaughter was far too lenient for them, he wished to witness those wretches suffer and perish from starvation. Finding solace in their impending demise, the nocturnal raid finally came to a close, resulting in the deaths of 21 villagers from Shaoshi village. On Lu Fan's side, 6 laborers also fell victim to those brutes. Young master, I apologize. It is our fault for failing to protect you. I am truly damned, lamented Wang Daong. His face smeared with blood. He bore a gash on his shoulder from a sickle, and his back bore several knife wounds. The remaining survivors among the laborers were similarly marred with injuries. Daong, this is not your fault. It is solely the wickedness of those brutes that is to blame. Lu Fan, aware of Wang Daong's loyalty, patted him on the shoulder and offered words of comfort. All right, everyone, let us first tend to our wounds briefly. I shall fetch some food for you. Satisfied with the performance of these laborers today, Lu Fan resolved to provide them with a generous portion of sustenance. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had also made up his mind. After tomorrow, he would venture to Qingyang town to procure additional medicinal herbs to tend to their wounds. He returned to the cave. Lu Fan provided them with rice flour and some rice balls. Upon seeing such an abundance of food, the laborers momentarily forgot their pain and expressed their gratitude to Lu Fan by bowing deeply. The night passed in this manner. The following morning, Lu Fan prepared to head to Qingyang town to procure medicinal herbs for treating the injured laborers from the previous night. As he stepped out of the city god temple, he noticed Wang Daong already working alongside several laborers. Observing them, Lu Fan was taken aback. Daong, why are you up so early to work? And are your wounds not hurting? Wang Daong, upon seeing Lu Fan, smiled and replied, Young master, we owe this to the delicious food you provided us last night. To be honest with you, our wounds no longer ache, and they have nearly healed. What? Your injuries are almost healed? Lu Fan was taken aback upon hearing this. Just last night, he had witnessed several gashes on Wang Daong's body, along with a stab wound on his arm inflicted by a sickle. Moreover, during this frigid winter season, the healing process was inherently sluggish. Yet, how could Wang Daong now claim that their injuries had nearly healed? Daong, is it true that your wounds have recovered so swiftly? Lu Fan, filled with disbelief, hurried over to take a look. It's true, my lord. If you don't believe me, just look, Wang Daong said while rolling up his sleeve. Indeed, the wound on his arm, which had been inflicted by a sickle just the day before, had significantly reduced in swelling and was already scabbing over, showing signs of rapid recovery. Gazing at the astonishingly healed wound, Lu Fan was left in utter bewilderment. Daong, did you apply any herbal remedies last night? Lu Fan inquired, puzzled. No, we didn't tea. Then how is it that your wounds have healed so swiftly? Lu Fan's confusion deepened. We owe it all to the rice dumplings you provided us, my lord. You have no idea. Those dumplings are a treasure. After consuming them, not only did the pain in our wounds subside, but our strength also increased considerably. Wang Daong exclaimed, turning to the other laborers for affirmation. Indeed, Brother Yong is right. The rice dumplings given by our lord are truly a marvel. Hearing the unanimous agreement among the laborers, Lu Fan's mind raced. If one person's recovery could be deemed a coincidence, then the simultaneous healing of all the laborers' wounds was nothing short of miraculous. But something felt amiss. The rice dumplings he had brought were merely ordinary grains grown by himself. Could it be that the rice cultivated from his enchanted gourd possessed healing properties? An explosion of realization surged within him. Lu Fan suddenly recalled a phrase spoken by Huang Beirong. The shopkeeper Huang had previously mentioned that after consuming the rice grains sold to him by Lu Fan, his long-standing rheumatism had inexplicably been cured. At that time, Lu Fan remained skeptical, believing that Huang Beirong was merely fabricating tales. However, upon witnessing the remarkably swift recovery of Wang Deyong and others from their injuries, he could not help but entertain a multitude of thoughts. Could it be that the items cultivated from his magical gourd truly possess healing properties? This notion ignited a surge of excitement within him, prompting him to hasten back to the underground chamber. Once there, he retrieved his treasured gourd and poured out some grains along with clear water. To his astonishment, the grains he had cultivated appeared distinctly different from ordinary ones. They were not only translucent in color, but also plump and glistening, exuding an ethereal radiance. After tasting the water poured from the gourd, he found it to be remarkably sweet, unlike any water he had ever encountered. It seems this gourd is indeed a miraculous vessel. Not only does it facilitate the growth of crops, but the produce itself appears to possess the ability to heal. If he were to concoct pills from these grains for sale, would it not be even more lucrative? With this thought, Lu Fan was overcome with exhilaration. Chapter 31. The Great Nourishing Pill. At present, Lu Fan lacked for nothing in terms of grain. However, if he were to transform these grains into medicinal pills, that would surely enhance their value. Yes, he resolved to create pills. In the past, Lu Fan had accompanied his mother to purchase medicine and had witnessed the exorbitant prices of traditional Chinese herbal ingredients within the apothecary. At times, a single prescription could cost several taels of silver. Furthermore, the price for superior quality herbs was often exorbitantly high. Contemplating this, Lu Fan resolved to take action. However, what form should his endeavors take? Lu Fan pondered, stroking his chin. Simply crafting with grains would surely fail to captivate people. Perhaps he could transform it into pill form. Mirroring the expensive offerings found in pharmacies, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Then, Lu Fan promptly began his endeavor. He crushed the grains thoroughly, then mixed them together as one would prepare feed for pigs, ensuring a uniform consistency. Once the mixture was complete, Lu Fan skillfully rolled it into pills, each the size of a thumb. The next step involved drying them. Before long, he had crafted 5 or 6 pills. Picking one up, Lu Fan placed it in his mouth for a taste test. The pill was remarkably hard, with a satisfying chew, and the flavor only intensified with each bite. However, the sole drawback was its complete lack of medicinal taste. It was simply too delectable. Selling such a product as medicine might prove to be quite problematic. Lu Fan pondered. No, I must incorporate some medicinal herbs. Otherwise, who would believe that these are medicinal pills capable of healing? With this thought, Lu Fan suddenly recalled the ginseng and reishi mushrooms he had cultivated. These are exceedingly precious Chinese medicinal herbs. If I were to mix a bit of them into the concoction, would it not enhance the efficacy of the pills compared to those made merely from grains? This is indeed a splendid idea. Lu Fan acted decisively, swiftly retrieving 2 ginseng roots and some reishi mushrooms from the treasure gourd. He meticulously sliced the ginseng and reishi into small pieces, grinding them into a fine powder. He then blended these ingredients into the rice grains he had prepared earlier. Once everything was complete, Lu Fan rolled them into medicinal pills. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, several pills were ready. Lu Fan picked up a pill and placed it in his mouth. As he bit down, the medicinal flavor immediately filled his entire palate. Not only that, but after swallowing the pill, Lu Fan instantly felt a warmth spreading through his abdomen. The infusion of ginseng and reishi has indeed rendered this pill more akin to a genuine remedy, Lu Fan exclaimed. Subsequently, Lu Fan resumed his work, dedicating the entire morning to the creation of dozens of pills. As he gazed at the multitude of capsules before him, a vision of glistening silver danced in his mind, prompting a smile to grace his lips. He thought, I must bestow a name upon these pills. Otherwise, what shall I say if someone inquires about their nature? Lu Fan pondered for a moment, and suddenly an idea struck him. Why not name it Great Nourishment Pill? After all, this concoction he had created was made from grains, capable not only of alleviating hunger but also of curing ailments. How nourishing indeed. Yes, it shall be called the Great Nourishment Pill. Just as Lu Fan was delighting in his thoughts, Lu Linger, donned in a red cotton coat and sporting twin ponytails, approached with curiosity. Brother, what is this? Lu Lingo gazed curiously at the pill placed before Lu Fan. This is a tonic pill I just concocted, Lu Fan said with a smile. A tonic pill? Is it delicious? Lu Lingo inquired eagerly, resembling a greedy little kitten. Of course. Linger, why not try one and see for yourself? Lu Fan picked up a piece and handed it to Lu Linger. Lu Linger first held it up to her nose to inhale its scent before placing it in her mouth. After taking a few bites, she slightly furrowed her brows. How is it, Lingo? Is it tasty? It is indeed delicious, but it tastes remarkably like an herbal remedy. So bitter. The bitterness is precisely as it should be. For it is, after all, a medicine, Lu Fan said with a smile. Lu Lingo paid little heed to such matters. After tasting a few bites, she found them inferior to the meatballs her brother made and thus ceased her consumption. In contrast, Lu Fan, having crafted these nourishing pills, began his experimentation. Exiting the city god temple, Lu Fan summoned Wang Daong and several injured laborers from the previous night. Daong, distribute these pills among our brothers and let them sample them. As Lu Fan spoke, he produced a handful of specially crafted healing pills and handed them to Wang Daong. Startled, Wang Daong gazed at the pills and inquired, "Young master, what is this?" "These are healing pills," Lu Fan explained. "I have specifically prepared them for your recovery." "Recovery?" Wang Daong was even more bewildered. "Yes, after you take them. Observe the effects and remember to inform me at the earliest opportunity if they prove effective." Despite his skepticism, Wang Daong hastily accepted the pills and distributed them among the injured laborers. The day passed in this manner. At night, Lu Fan diligently crafted dozens more healing pills. Now, he awaited the results of Wang Daong and the others after they consumed them the following day. If they indeed proved effective, Lu Fan would be on the path to prosperity, even if he were to rely solely on the sale of these healing pills. He could amass wealth and become a local magnate. The next morning arrived. As Lu Fan just stepped out of the city god temple, Wang Daong approached with an expression of excitement, exclaiming, young master, the divine medicine." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan immediately inquired, "What do you mean?" "It is the pill you provided yesterday, young master. You cannot fathom the miraculous nature of that pill. After consuming it with my brothers, not only did the pain from our wounds vanish, but by this morning, our injuries had completely healed." "Young master, look," Wang Daong exclaimed excitedly, rolling up his sleeve for Lu Fan to inspect. Indeed, within a mere span of 2 days, it was astonishing to witness that the wound on Wang Daong's arm, inflicted by a scythe, had remarkably healed. Were it not for the scar that remained, one would not believe that Wang Daong had sustained an injury just 2 days prior. "Excellent, excellent. It seems that the pills I crafted are indeed effective." A smile graced Lu Fan's lips. The following day, he crafted over 100 rejuvenating pills. Once completed, he prepared to take them out for sale. These revitalizing pills not only satiated hunger but also possessed healing properties. Lu Fan mused that once sold, they would surely surpass even the most expensive medicinal ingredients found in pharmacies. The next day, Lu Fan was poised to embark on a journey to Qingyang Town to sell some of his potent tonics. After giving careful instructions to Wang Daong and the other laborers, Lu Fan set off towards Qingyang Town. Following the recent assault by a group from Shaoshi village, Lu Fan had instructed Wang Daong to assemble a temporary guard team. This newly formed team now comprised over 10 members, all of whom were robust laborers enlisted by Lu Fan. Moreover, that was not all. Lu Fan also instructed Wang Daong to repair the courtyard gate in the coming days. The current city god temple is fortified by towering mountain walls, standing over 10 feet high, complemented by a dozen guards on watch. Even if the villagers of Little Stone Village harbor intentions of assault, it would not be an easy endeavor. Chapter 32. Offering assistance upon arriving in Qingyang Town, Lu Fan contemplated ways to sell his revitalizing pills. Unfortunately, in this year of famine, the common folk struggled immensely to secure even a morsel of food. It was highly improbable that anyone would casually purchase such items. After some reflection, Lu Fan ultimately needed to seek a connection from Huang Beirong. Upon arriving at the Huang family's pawnshop, he immediately spotted Huang Beirong. At this point, Huang Beirong regarded Lu Fan with the utmost reverence, not solely due to the fact that he could procure authentic grains from Lu Fan, but also because he increasingly felt rejuvenated after consuming them. Indeed, upon seeing Lu Fan, Huang Beirong promptly instructed his servants to prepare refreshments and brew a pot of fragrant tea for him. Lu Fan was equally unreserved. He indulged in some delectable pastries and then sold Huang Beirong 100 pounds of grain. Originally, Lu Fan had intended to sell him a greater quantity of ginseng. However, Huang Beirong lamented that his resources were limited and he could not afford to make any further purchases. Lu Fan was aware that in these famine-stricken times, wealth was hard to come by, so he did not press the issue. "Manager Huang, may I trouble you with a matter?" After receiving the silver coins from the grain seller, Lu Fan turned to Huang Beirong and exclaimed, "Oh, my dear benefactor, is there any need for pleasantries between us? Speak freely. Whatever I, Huang Beirong, am capable of, I shall undoubtedly fulfill," Huang Beirong declared, while patting his chest. Lu Fan also held a firm belief in Huang Beirong's character. Having interacted with this individual of the Huang surname on numerous occasions, Lu Fan regarded him as a landlord of sorts, yet he could not fault his integrity. This was aside from the fact that Huang Beirong had a scheming nephew. Reflecting on this, Lu Fan inquired, "Do you still remember, Master Huang, the last time you mentioned your old leg ailment being cured?" Upon hearing this, Huang Beirong slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Indeed, I remember. I must express my gratitude to you, dear Lu. If it weren't for the excellent grain you sold me, I would still be waiting for my old leg to heal." "Haha." Lu Fan smiled and said, "To be honest, Manager Huang, your chronic leg ailment has improved not due to the grain I sold you." "Oh, what then is the reason?" Huang Beirong was taken aback. It is because of this. As Lu Fan spoke, he reached into his pocket and produced a thumb-sized pill. What is this? Huang Beirong was taken aback by Lu Fan's sudden revelation of the pill. This is known as the Great Nourishing Pill, a miraculous remedy for ailments and injuries. The improvement in your chronic leg condition is, in fact, entirely attributable to this Great Nourishing Pill, Lu Fan boasted with flamboyance. Naturally, he would not disclose that the grain produced from the water of his precious gourd possessed healing properties. Otherwise, who would believe him? Thus, Lu Fan concocted a casual explanation. Really? Huang Beirong exclaimed, his eyes widening as he gazed at the grand medicinal pill in Lu Fan's hand. Of course. Otherwise, how could your chronic leg pain have suddenly vanished? Lu Fan replied with a beaming smile. Observing Lu Fan's assertion, Huang Beirong's gaze shifted toward the grand medicinal pill. In truth, he had previously pondered how grain could possibly remedy his chronic ailment. Now, upon hearing Lu Fan's words, he felt compelled to look once more at the grand medicinal pill. Young Master Lu, is this pill truly so effective? Huang Beirong inquired. It is indeed. My grand medicinal pill not only treats complex ailments but also facilitates recovery from common wounds at a rate more than twice that of ordinary herbs. Is it really so miraculous? Huang Beirong asked. Indeed. So, what do you intend for me to do? Huang Beirong finally posed the pivotal question. Lu Fan paused for a moment before speaking. The reason I sought out Master Huang today is to ask for your assistance in finding potential buyers for my highly potent medicinal pills, which I am prepared to sell in large quantities. I am aware that in Qingyang Town, Master Huang enjoys a reputable standing and possesses numerous connections, which is precisely why I have come to trouble you today. Upon hearing Lu Fan praise himself, Huang Beirong's face blossomed with joy. Young Master Lu is too modest. Rest assured, this small favor is something I, Huang Beirong, can easily accommodate. If necessary, I will inquire with contacts in the county town, as there are plenty of wealthy individuals there. Hearing Huang Beirong's assurance, Lu Fan smiled. By the way, young Master Lu, how do you intend to market these potent pills? Even if I were to provide an introduction, the prospective buyers would at the very least need to know the pricing, Huang Beirong inquired. Lu Fan remarked. The preparation of this nourishing pill is exceedingly complicated, and it contains a substantial amount of ginseng and reishi mushroom. Therefore, each pill starts at a minimum price of 10 taels of silver. What? 10 taels? Huang Beirong, upon hearing this, nearly collapsed to the ground. Indeed, Lu Fan, with an unflustered demeanor, remarked, My dear young noble, does a single pill truly command a price of 10 taels of silver? Is this not excessively steep? After all, in these years of calamity and famine, Huang Beirong mused, his mother would only pay 10 taels for a full-grown ginseng. How can a mere grain of your elixir demand such a sum? Trust me, this nourishing pill is undoubtedly worth 10 taels of silver. Lu Fan vowed earnestly. Observing that Lu Fan showed no room for negotiation, Huang Beirong finally nodded and said, Very well. I shall do my utmost. Well then, I extend my gratitude to you, Manager Huang. With that, he concluded. Lu Fan took out 3 large revitalizing pills from his pocket and handed them to Huang Beirong. These 3 shall be entrusted to you, Manager Huang. Should anyone require them, they are free to experiment with them. With that, Lu Fan presented the 3 revitalizing pills to Huang Beirong and then rose to take his leave. As he was departing, Lu Fan suddenly turned around and inquired, Manager Huang, why haven't I seen your nephew, Huang Ping, today? Mentioning his own nephew, Huang Beirong let out a long sigh. I shall not conceal it from you, my esteemed young friend. Ever since your last visit, that little rascal has inexplicably vanished. Goodness. I surmise that he must have encountered some misfortune. Lu Fan smiled and said, Then I wish him good fortune. After speaking, he fell silent. Lu Fan departed, leaving the Huang family pawnshop behind. Lu Fan once again visited the market to purchase several new outfits for his sister, along with a multitude of daily necessities. After carefully stowing everything into his treasured gourd, he joyfully made his way home. Although the snow had ceased, the temperature continued to drop. As Lu Fan approached the city god temple, a group of refugees suddenly rushed towards him. These individuals appeared disheveled, some bearing visible wounds and traces of blood. As they fled, they cried out in alarm, The bandits are coming. The bandits are coming. Upon hearing the mention of bandits, Lu Fan's brow furrowed in concern. Bandits again? Lu Fan was aware that since the years of famine, the chaos wrought by mountain bandits had ceased to be a rarity, as they too were in dire need of sustenance. However, he never anticipated that the current bandits would be so audacious as to brazenly descend from the mountains to plunder grain. Lu Fan tightened the precious gourd around his waist and hastily prepared to return to the city god temple. After walking another mile, a sudden commotion erupted from the dense forest ahead. the sounds of a fierce struggle piercing the stillness. As Lu Fan followed the sound, he beheld a burly man clad in a cloak, wielding a steel blade as he engaged in a fierce battle with a dozen bandits amidst the dense forest. Behind the bearded giant stood a prison cart, containing several women and 2 children. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fan instantly comprehended the grim reality. The bandits, driven by hunger, had resorted to cannibalism. Clearly, the women and children confined within the cart were intended to be taken to the mountains as provisions. Chapter 33. Youngster. Are you headed to the city god temple as well? You rascals! Are you not even human? How dare you seize women and children to serve as sustenance? The bearded man bellowed in fury, swinging his steel blade with unparalleled skill. Indeed, his swordsmanship was nothing short of extraordinary, amidst the flurry of blade shadows. Several bandits fell before him, defeated. He was undoubtedly a martial arts master. Upon witnessing the remarkable swordsmanship of the burly man with a thick beard, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had always aspired to cultivate martial arts and grow stronger. Regrettably, aside from the foundational techniques of his Cha-Ching Gong, he was utterly ignorant of combat skills. Although he possessed a great deal of physical strength, he lacked any fighting experience. Thus, he became utterly captivated by the burly man's display of skill. As for the bandits, despite their numbers, they were no match for the formidable warrior. In no time, the group of over 10 bandits fell victim to the burly man's blade. However, the burly man himself sustained 2 injuries in the fray. After dispatching the remaining bandits, he approached the prison cart, wielding his steel blade with a decisive swing, shattering the cart with a resounding crack. "Fear not, ladies. I am here to rescue you," he declared as he liberated the 6 imprisoned women. The women, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt before him, exclaiming, "Thank you, noble rescuer." "Do not mention it, ladies. It is the duty of a martial artist to assist those in distress," the burly man replied with pride. Hiding not far away, Lu Fan mused to himself. This man truly embodies the spirit of chivalry. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a sudden flash of a blade struck the sturdy tree behind which he was concealed, causing it to splinter with a loud crack. "Scoundrel, show yourself," came the booming voice of the burly man as he leaped forward, charging toward Lu Fan. Lu Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that despite hiding so far away, he would still be spotted by the burly man with a beard. Consequently, he hurriedly emerged from behind the trees, exclaiming, "Spare me, good sir." The burly man, upon observing Lu Fan's youthful appearance and attire, which was far from that of a mountain bandit, paused momentarily and inquired, "Boy, are you not a thief?" "I am not," Lu Fan hastily clarified. "If that is the case, then why were you lurking in the shadows?" The burly man glared at him. "I was merely passing by," Lu Fan replied. Upon hearing this, the burly man remarked, "You are fortunate, little one. Had I been less cautious, your life could have been forfeit." With that, he sheathed his steel blade with a decisive motion. Subsequently, he tore a piece of cloth from his attire to tend to the wounds on his arm. "Hero, you are injured," a woman exclaimed, unable to contain her concern as she witnessed the burly man tending to his wounds. "It is but a minor injury. Nothing to fret about." "Bah, it is entirely my fault for not having eaten in days. Otherwise, I would not have been harmed by such insignificant thieves," the burly man grumbled. After hastily bandaging his wounds, he straightened up and declared, "Fear not. I have eliminated all those wretched bandits. You may proceed safely." However, the women suddenly pleaded, "Hero, we beseech you to take us with you." "Take you with me? That is not feasible," the burly man replied. "Please. We have not a morsel of food left. Moreover, those bandits will pursue us. If you do not take us with you, we are surely doomed." A woman in tattered clothing knelt and wept. "Alas, it is not that I wish to abandon you, but I have no provisions to share." The burly man sighed deeply. "Hero, perhaps you could lead us to the nearby city god temple? There may be food there," another woman suggested suddenly. "The city god temple?" The burly man was taken aback. "Yes, good sir. According to a fellow villager, there is a wealthy master at that temple. He said that if one works diligently for the master, there will be food to eat. Please, we implore you, take us to the city god temple." Upon hearing this, the burly man expressed curiosity. "Is that so?" "Indeed, good sir. However, it is said that the wealthy master at the city god temple is very selective. He does not hire just anyone. Yet, if one is accepted, there will be ample food and drink, and no fear of starvation." The burly man pondered this for a moment. Logically, he should not involve himself in such matters. Yet, the mention of food made him hesitate, as he too had not eaten in days. "Very well. Since you have persuaded me, I shall escort you to the city god temple." I am eager to discover just how stringent the wealthy master's hiring criteria truly are. The burly man proclaimed. Thank you, good sir. Thank you. The women, upon hearing that the burly man would indeed take them to the city god temple, bowed deeply in gratitude. Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly upon witnessing this scene. He never expected these individuals would seek refuge with him. Little one, what shall you do? Just as Lu Fan pondered this, the burly man with a beard approached him and spoke. Lu Fan let out a sound of contemplation and raised his head, saying, How about I accompany you to the city god temple? Humph, you clever lad. Is it that you've just heard about a wealthy lord at the city god temple offering food, and that's what has piqued your interest? The burly man with a beard remarked disdainfully at Lu Fan. Lu Fan chuckled softly, tacitly acquiescing. Well, in light of my benevolent disposition, you may accompany us. However, I must forewarn you that I cannot guarantee that the so-called deity of the city god temple will take a liking to you. Should he find you unworthy and refuse to provide sustenance, I will be powerless to assist. The burly man with a beard asserted. No worries, I am not afraid. Lu Fan replied. Good, then let us set forth. Thus, under the guidance of the bearded giant, the group commenced their journey towards the city god temple. In the course of their ensuing conversation, Lu Fan gradually discerned the origins and name of the imposing figure before him. The man introduced himself as Douluo, a wandering hero. He recounted tales of his past as a bodyguard and his tenure as a centurion in the military, revealing that he had departed the army after offending a high-ranking general, which led to his subsequent life of hardship. Listening to his narrative, Lu Fan began to grasp the situation better. It was no wonder that this man exhibited such remarkable prowess. He was indeed a master martial artist. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Lu Fan continued to lead the way. Hey, you little rascal, why are you always in front? Do you even know the way to the city god temple? Douluo could not help but inquire, noticing Lu Fan persistently taking the lead. Lu Fan smiled and turned his head, saying, Rest assured, I have visited this city god temple before. Really? You better not lead me astray. The bearded man clearly did not believe Lu Fan. Yes, trust me. And so it goes. Lu Fan, accompanied by a robust man with a thick beard and a group of companions, made their way towards the city god temple. After another quarter of an hour had passed, Lu Fan led them to the foot of the city god temple. Pointing to the distant, towering walls, he remarked, Do you see that? That is the residence of the wealthy master of the city god temple. Impressive, I must say. I never expected you to actually know where the city god temple is. Douluo gazed at the high courtyard walls, unable to contain his admiration. Ha, I told you I would never deceive you, Lu Fan laughed heartily. Chapter 34. Shelter we have finally found it. Thank the heavens. I hope the wealthy master of the city god temple will take us in. Indeed. As long as we can have something to eat, we would be willing to work like oxen or horses, several women said tearfully. Douluo, with his full beard, remained silent, gazing at the towering walls of the mountain. Suddenly, he turned to Lu Fan and asked, Little one, what if that so-called master does not take a liking to us? Lu Fan raised his head and remarked, What do you think? Pa, what is there to discuss? If I am not welcome here, there will undoubtedly be a place for me elsewhere. I fear nothing, Douluo declared with great bravado. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan burst into hearty laughter. He had anticipated that Douluo would threaten to take action against the wealthy lord should he be dismissed. To his surprise, Douluo uttered a rather unexpected remark. Rest assured, if I were the wealthy lord, I would undoubtedly take a liking to you, Lu Fan responded with a smile. In reaction, Douluo disdainfully rolled his eyes at Lu Fan, thinking to himself, If you could ever be the wealthy lord, I would gladly eat dong. With that, Douluo led a group of people up the mountain. Lu Fan followed closely behind. Goodness, this city god temple's wealthy lord appears to be quite affluent, doesn't he? Just look at those towering outer walls. Could it be that he fears thieves? As they walked, Douluo gestured toward the imposing surrounding walls. Perhaps this wealthy lord is merely cautious, Lu Fan replied. Douluo scoffed. Cautious? I see it as simply being rich and timid. Lu Fan smiled lightly and chose to remain silent. Soon, the group arrived at the foot of the city god temple, gazing up at the towering walls. Envy flickered across the faces of all present, including Douluo. Although he was a formidable martial artist in these harsh times of famine, sheer strength could not stave off hunger. Who are you to dare trespass upon our young master's private domain? Just as Douluo and his companions reached the outer walls of the mountainous estate, a contingent of guards intercepted them, led by Wang Daong. As Lu Fan trailed at the rear of the group, Wang Daong and his men did not initially recognize him. Reporting to you, my lord, we are but refugees. We heard that the god of wealth at the city god temple is seeking laborers, so we hope to try our luck, a timid woman ventured to say. Wang Daong cast a glance at the women and replied, I'm sorry, but our young master does not employ women. Therefore, you should leave, please. We are capable of any task, and we can endure any hardship. We only ask for your mercy to shelter us and provide us with a morsel of food. Several women immediately knelt and wept in desperation. Alas, your pleas are in vain. Our young master truly does not hire women, Wang Daong sighed. At that moment, the bearded Dongwu could no longer restrain himself. What kind of nonsense is this? Is your master even human? Why can't he show a modicum of compassion? Moreover, they do not seek charity. They are willing to work. The young man turned to Lu Fan and asked, Am I not right? Incorrect. Lu Fan stepped forward with a smile. What? You little rascal, do you dare to say that I am wrong? Dongwu was taken aback by Lu Fan's unexpected retort. Lu Fan continued with a grin. It is merely the truth. Consider the plight of those who have perished from hunger and cold during these years of famine. Even a wealthy lord cannot indiscriminately dispense charity to everyone, can he? Dongwu found himself at a loss for words in response. However, you are different, Lu Fan continued. Me? Dongwu was momentarily stunned. Indeed, it is precisely because of noble individuals like yourself that perhaps the wealthy lord might reconsider his stance. After Lu Fan finished speaking, he winked at Dongwu. Before Dongwu could comprehend the situation, Lu Fan smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Do not worry. Today I shall take all of you in. With that, he strode forward. As Lu Fan walked ahead, Dongwu pondered, what does this lad mean by his words? Just then, at the gate of the wall, Wang Daong and a group of weary laborers spotted Lu Fan. Little master? What brings you here? I brought them with me. Lu Fan spoke in a calm manner. Upon hearing these words, Wang Daong and the other laborers were momentarily taken aback. As for Dongwu and the others, when they heard the laborers address Lu Fan as young master, they were utterly bewildered. What on earth? Why are these people referring to that young man as young master? Lu Fan turned his head with a smile and said, Because I am, indeed, the miserly and timid landlord you refer to in relation to the city god temple. By heavens, you are the young lord of the city god temple? The burly man exclaimed, spitting out his drink. The women who had fled from hardship behind him were also taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. Brother Dong, there is no need for surprise. It is the truth. Lu Fan continued, as you mentioned, I am indeed a miserly and cowardly landlord, and thus I must approach all matters with the utmost caution. I hope you will not take offense. Lu Fan smiled brightly. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Dongwu's mind was suddenly overwhelmed. It dawned on him that Lu Fan was indeed the wealthy lord of the city god temple. No wonder he claimed to know the way to the temple. No wonder he seemed unconcerned about the possibility of being summoned by the temple's god of wealth. Realizing all this, Dongwu immediately erupted in anger, cursing, You deceitful scoundrel. Lu, how wicked of you to have deceived me all along. Lu Fan chuckled, saying, There's no choice. I must exercise caution. Dongwu glared furiously, cursing under his breath. Lu Fan, with a smile and devoid of anger, approached and said, All right, Brother Dong, to make amends, I shall break my usual precedent today and accept all of you. Upon hearing that Lu Fan intended to take them all in, Dongwu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, Really? How could I possibly deceive you, Brother Dong? Lu Fan, having spoken, raised his gaze to all those before him and proclaimed, Today, while I can offer you refuge, let me be frank, once you enter here. All must heed my command. Should you defy me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Thank you, young master, for your benevolence. Rest assured. As long as you provide us with sustenance, we are willing to toil like beasts of burden, they responded. Upon hearing Lu Fan's agreement to shelter them, several women immediately knelt down in reverence, paying homage to him. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. In truth, before encountering Dongwu, Lu Fan had never contemplated the idea of sheltering these women and children. It was Dongwu who inspired Lu Fan to alter his perspective. The sole individual he wished to embrace was none other than Dongwu himself. Chapter 35. Teach me the art of combat. Upon Lu Fan's decision to take them in, he led them to the city god temple. As Dongwu and the others entered, they beheld a multitude of laborers busily constructing an expansive estate. Gazing at the vast foundation and the numerous workers, Dongwu and his companions were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment, each pondering the immense wealth Lu Fan must possess to undertake such a grand project. Brother Dong, you shall reside here from this day forth. De Yong, please guide them around to familiarize themselves with the surroundings and also procure some food for them. Upon hearing this, Wang Deyong nodded in agreement, responding, Yes, young master. And then Lu Fan returned to the city god temple. After Wang Daong and Dongwu familiarized themselves with the surroundings, he informed them of the temple's regulations. Firstly, no one is permitted to approach within 100 paces of the temple. Secondly, those who remain here must contribute labor. Although these women may not compare to the robust workers, they are nonetheless capable of moving bricks and performing other tasks. Within the depths of the cave, upon Lu Fan's return, he took out all the items he had purchased today from the treasured gourd. Lu Lingo beamed with joy upon seeing her brother return from Qingyang town with a bountiful array of delectable treats. After handing his sister the items, Lu Fan exited the city god temple. As he stepped out, he caught sight of Dongwu, who, draped in a cloak and wielding a steel knife at his waist, appeared somewhat out of place among the toil-worn laborers before him. Lu Fan glanced over and approached him. Upon seeing Lu Fan advance, Dongwu felt somewhat apprehensive. Dongwu had recently learned from Wang Daong that Lu Fan was indeed the wealthy lord of the Chengwang Temple. Furthermore, it was Lu Fan who provided sustenance for everyone here. This realization compelled Dongwu to exclaim upon encountering Lu Fan, "Young man, should I address you as the wealthy lord like everyone else? There is no need for such formality, brother Dong. Feel free to call me whatever you wish." Lu Fan replied, holding Dongwu in high regard and thus unconcerned about the title. How could it be otherwise? You possess wealth and provisions. What else could you be but a wealthy lord? Dongwu retorted with a smirk. Aha, are you still upset about my earlier deception, brother Dong? Lu Fan inquired playfully. Dongwu shook his head. No. Really? Indeed. Suddenly, Dongwu sighed, adding, in truth, your caution is entirely warranted. Just moments ago, your laborers informed me that a group of villagers attempted to ambush you under the cover of night for food. Thus, I believe your actions are justified. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your understanding. Actually, we should be thanking you. If it weren't for your provision of food to us unfortunate souls, we would likely be facing starvation imminently, Dongwu remarked, turning to observe the few women and 2 children he had brought along. My motivations are not entirely selfless. After all, I took them in so they could work, Lu Fan admitted. Dongwu raised his rugged, bearded visage and inquired, and what of me? What do you wish for me to do next? I must make it clear that if you expect me to labor for you, building houses or such, I shall not comply, he declared with a proud demeanor. Lu Fan smiled gently. Brother Dong, you are overthinking it. With your remarkable talent, how could I possibly ask you to perform menial labor? Upon hearing this, Dongwu's face broke into a grin. You always know how to flatter. So, what exactly do you wish for me to do? Lu Fan replied, what I require of you is quite straightforward. Teach me martial arts. What? Teach you martial arts? Dongwu had anticipated that Lu Fan would assign him the same laborious tasks as the other workers. But he was taken aback when Lu Fan expressed a desire to learn martial arts from him. Indeed, your martial skills are exceptional and your swordsmanship is remarkably swift, which is why I wish to learn from you. Lu Fan candidly expressed his true thoughts. Although he had practiced the eternal green technique for some time, he remained utterly unversed in martial arts techniques. This was one of the reasons he had taken in Dongwu. Haha, you certainly have an eye for talent. Upon hearing Lu Fan praise his skills, Dongwu beamed with pride. Yet, he added, but young lad, it might be a tad late for you to embark on the path of martial arts. Mastery in this realm is not akin to merely having a meal. It cannot be achieved in just a day or two. One must endure the harshness of winter training in the depths of cold and the sweltering heat of summer, steadily honing one's craft step by step. Take me for example. After 2 decades of sword practice, I have only just managed to achieve a modest level of proficiency. Listening to Dongwu, Lu Fan replied, you needn't worry about that. Just teach me the techniques when the time comes. Very well. After all, you're the wealthy master. And your word is law, Dongwu responded. Then it is settled. From this day forth, you shall instruct me in martial arts techniques. And I shall ensure you are well fed, Lu Fan said with delight. Agreed. However, let me make one thing clear. I shall only be responsible for teaching. Whether you grasp it or not is beyond my control, as martial arts require innate talent. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary gifts that I do. Dongwu declared with a hint of arrogance. Haha, understood. Thus, Lu Fan prepared to follow Dongwu in learning martial arts. However, Dongwu, still nursing several knife wounds sustained during his previous encounter with mountain bandits, mentioned that he would wait until his injuries healed before teaching Lu Fan the sword techniques. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan swiftly retrieved a powerful healing pill from his pocket and handed it to Dongwu, saying, here, take this. If all goes well, your injuries will be healed by tomorrow. Huh? What is this? Dongwu inquired with curiosity as he observed Lu Fan producing the pill. This is called the Vitality Pill. It is a miraculous remedy for healing that I have concocted myself. Lu Fan, while speaking, handed the powerful healing elixir to Douluo. Is this truly a miraculous remedy for injuries, or is it a mere fabrication? Douluo inquired, his face etched with skepticism. You shall discover its efficacy once you consume it, Lu Fan replied. Lu Fan had no desire to engage in extensive explanations with this boorish man, so he promptly handed the item to Douluo. Upon receiving it, Douluo first brought it close to his nose to inhale its scent, before placing it in his mouth. As he took a bite, a strong medicinal flavor immediately flooded his palate, and with each chew, the sound grew increasingly pronounced, akin to the act of consuming meat. By heavens, Lu Kid, how is this pill so delectable? Douluo remarked, licking his lips and savoring the lingering taste. Lu Fan burst into laughter. For this medicine of mine is indeed miraculous. Young Lu, do you have any more? I wish to have another dose, Douluo shamelessly inquired. No, I do not possess such abundance. Once you diligently teach me your martial arts, I shall provide you more, Lu Fan replied with a radiant smile. Humph, how stingy. If you won't give me any, then I shall not want it, Douluo declared with an air of arrogance. After Lu Fan had bestowed upon Douluo a potent restorative pill, he inquired, by the way, Brother Dong, what level do you currently stand at in martial arts? Douluo, upon being asked, replied, I shall not conceal it from you. I have practiced the sword for over 20 years, and now I have reached the 5th rank of the acquired realm. The 5th rank of the acquired realm? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, the martial arts are classified into 9 ranks. However, alas, in this year of relentless famine, even securing a meal has become a formidable challenge, leaving little room for the pursuit of martial training. Douluo sighed deeply. Chapter 36. First, learn the swordsmanship. Lu Fan had previously learned from Huang Bairong that the martial arts realm is divided into 3 stages, acquired, innate, and finally, the Grandmaster. Upon hearing that Douluo was at the 5th rank of the acquired stage, Lu Fan hastily inquired, Brother Dong, could you elaborate on the intricacies of martial arts? Certainly, Douluo replied. Clearing his throat, he began to narrate. He spoke of the Qing dynasty, which has always revered martial prowess. The martial arts realm is classified into acquired, innate, and Grandmaster levels. Each of these 3 major realms is further subdivided into 9 ranks. Legend has it that those fortunate enough to ascend to the Grandmaster realm may also seek immortality and embark on a path to celestial enlightenment. Celestial? The term piqued Lu Fan's interest, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Brother Dong, do celestial beings truly exist in this world? He asked eagerly. Indeed. I shall not conceal the truth from you. During my service in the military, I once witnessed 2 celestial beings of our Qing dynasty. With a mere gesture, divine flames descended, and a multitude of swords soared through the air, annihilating a city in the blink of an eye. At this revelation, Lu Fan was utterly astonished. Until now, he had only heard tales of celestial beings from storytellers. He could hardly fathom that such entities truly existed. Brother Dong, how does one attain immortality? He pressed on. Douluo shook his head, responding, I am unaware of that. The only thing I know is that to become a celestial being, one must possess celestial roots. Celestial roots? What are celestial roots? Lu Fan continued to inquire. It is said to be a special constitution suited for cultivating celestial arts. Beyond that, I cannot say. However, during my travels, I once heard an elder mention that possessing celestial roots is essential to gain the favor of celestial sects, thus offering a chance to enter the celestial realm. Otherwise, like you and me, mere mortals have no hope in this lifetime. As Douluo recounted the tales of celestial beings, Lu Fan felt as though a door to a new world had been flung open before him. However, the path to immortality seemed exceedingly distant for someone like him, who did not even understand martial arts. Thus, he shook his head and chose not to dwell on it further. A day passed quietly. As Lu Fan emerged from the city god temple, he beheld Wang Daong laboring diligently alongside the workers to construct his residence. The women whom Lu Fan had taken in were also toiling nearby, observing the scene before him. Lu Fan felt increasingly akin to a feudal lord. Young Master Lu, your medicine is truly remarkable. Just after one night, my wounds from the knife are nearly healed, exclaimed Douluo, who, upon spotting Lu Fan from a distance, hurried over with palpable excitement. Lu Fan was well aware of the miraculous efficacy of his medicinal pill. With a smile, he replied, See, I wasn't lying to you, was I? Douluo chuckled as he exclaimed, A divine remedy. It truly is a divine remedy. Young Lu, where on earth did you procure this wondrous medicine? How can it heal wounds so swiftly? That, I cannot disclose, Lu Fan responded. Lu Fan remarked, Humph. If you choose not to divulge, then so be it. I have no desire to hear it anyway. This sentiment was echoed after Dong Wu's injuries had healed. Lu Fan inquired, since your injuries have completely healed, can you now teach me martial arts? Certainly. I always keep my word, replied Dong Wu, as he hoisted a steel blade onto his shoulder. Very well, let us proceed to the back mountain for our training. With that, they set off. Lu Fan took Dong Wu to the back mountain. Finding a vast expanse of flat land, Lu Fan began to prepare to learn the art of swordsmanship from Dong Wu. Lu Fan did not disclose to Dong Wu that he had already attained the ability to lift several hundred pounds through his practice of the everlasting technique. Instead, he approached Dong Wu as a novice, seeking guidance. Young Lu, do you wish to learn my swordsmanship or the art of unarmed combat? Dong Wu proclaimed with an air of confidence, his arms crossed behind his back, resembling a scholarly instructor. Let us begin with the swordsmanship. Previously, Lu Fan had witnessed Dong Wu's knife technique, which was nothing short of mesmerizing. Thus, he remarked, you little rascal. How do you expect to master my knife skills without even grasping the fundamentals? Upon finishing his statement, Dong Wu thrust his steel knife forcefully into the ground. With a resounding clang, fragments of stone flew about as the knife penetrated the earth by 3 inches. Do you have any idea how much this bronze tiger head knife weighs? He continued. A hefty 80 pounds. I advise you, if you truly wish to learn martial arts, begin by studying the most basic footwork and strikes under my guidance. As for this knife technique, I fear your slender arms may not even be able to lift my large blade. Huh? Who says I cannot lift it? Upon finishing his words, Lu Fan effortlessly lifted the bronze tiger-headed blade that was embedded in the ground. With a resounding sound, the imposing weapon, weighing 80 pounds, was easily grasped in his hand. As Dong Wu beheld Lu Fan's remarkable feat of extracting the formidable blade with a single hand, his eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth, young lad Lu? How can you possibly lift my tiger-headed blade with just one hand? Lu Fan swung the hefty broadsword in his hand and chuckled, exclaiming, This weight is nothing. Dong Wu gazed in disbelief as Lu Fan effortlessly wielded his tiger-headed knife. It is important to note that this knife, crafted from pure steel, weighed a staggering 80 pounds. Even in his prime, it had taken Dong Wu nearly a year of arduous training to wield it single-handedly. Yet now, Lu Fan lifted the blade with such ease, as if it were mere air, his complexion unchanged and breath steady. Young man, do you possess innate strength? How can you lift such a heavy sword? Lu Fan smiled and said, I have mentioned that this weight is nothing to me. Dong Wu found himself at a disadvantage once more. He had initially believed that merely wielding a broadsword would compel Lu Fan to retreat, but unexpectedly, he ended up striking his own face instead. Can you now teach me the art of the blade? Lu Fan looked up and asked, cough, is that acceptable? Dong Wu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, took the tiger-headed knife handed to him by Lu Fan. With a muffled grunt, he proclaimed, Little one, although your strength is commendable, the essence of my swordsmanship lies in the intricacy of its techniques. Even if you possess innate strength without grasping the quintessence of my blade, it would ultimately be in vain. Now, allow me to demonstrate my renowned sword technique. Observe closely. Dong Wu, assuming the role of a mentor, was determined not to lose face today, thus he felt compelled to enlighten Lu Fan. With the steel blade in hand, Dong Wu leapt into the air like a great rock taking flight. He began to wield the blade, and indeed, his sword play was grand and formidable. The myriad of blade shadows combined with his unpredictable maneuvers left Lu Fan utterly mesmerized and filled with admiration. Little one, witness my most celebrated technique, the dominant blade. As he spoke, Dong Wu infused his entire essence into the steel knife. With a powerful swing, a thunderous sound erupted as the blade struck the blue stone, shattering it into fragments. Upon witnessing this display, even Lu Fan could not suppress his praise, exclaiming, What an incredible technique! After showcasing his ultimate move, Dong Wu sheathed his steel knife, wearing a proud expression. Well, little one, what do you think of that strike? Impressive, isn't it? Indeed, it's remarkable. I wish to learn. Lu Fan replied earnestly. Haha, that was the dominant blade, honed through over 20 years of dedicated practice. You wish to learn? It is not so simple, Dong Wu responded. Then how may I learn? Lu Fan inquired. You must start with the fundamental techniques. Only by mastering the basics can you hope to unleash the full might of the dominant blade. As for reaching my level, fret not, with my guidance, you shall certainly acquire it within 3 to 5 years. Dong Wu concluded, tossing the steel knife into Lu Fan's hands. Lu Fan took the tiger-headed knife and commenced his training. Chapter 37, The Dominance of the Blade. With the steel blade in hand, a fiery determination gleamed in Lu Fan's eyes. This marked his inaugural foray into the world of martial arts, and he approached it with utmost seriousness. Grasping the steel knife firmly, He diligently followed Dong Wu's instructions, beginning with the 8 fundamental knife techniques: chopping, slicing, flicking, thrusting, hanging, slashing, pushing, and retracting. While these 8 movements may appear simplistic, they encapsulated the myriad transformations inherent in knife techniques. Observing Lu Fan intently practicing each move, Dong Wu's face radiated pride. Good heavens! Fortunately, my skills with the blade are formidable. Otherwise, I would have truly embarrassed myself before this young lad today, he mused, stroking his chin. Hey, Lu. Align your elbow with the knife. Don't be lazy. Your flicking posture is incorrect. Raise your arm a bit more. Pay attention to your footwork. Never let it falter. Beside him, Dong Wu assumed the role of a stern instructor, guiding Lu Fan with pointed advice. The novice swordsman remained silent, fully engrossed in his practice as he adhered to Dong Wu's counsel. After several repetitions of the foundational knife techniques, he continued his dedicated training. Lu Fan suddenly felt compelled to attempt the dominant blade slash that Dong Wu had previously demonstrated. He had heard Dong Wu mention that the essence of this formidable technique lay in the accumulation of true energy. Only by amassing true energy within one's body could it be infused into the blade, thereby unleashing a tremendous force at the moment of execution. As Lu Fan had already cultivated the evergreen technique, he had indeed generated energy within his abdomen. However, he remained perplexed as to whether the diminutive essence, akin to a pinky finger's worth of energy residing in his dantian, was the same as the true energy Dong Wu had referred to. Perhaps it was time to put it to the test? Lu Fan acted decisively. He harnessed the energy flowing through his abdomen, resulting in a resounding roar. The energy within Lu Fan's dantian seemed to awaken, beginning to circulate through the meridians and acupoints of his entire being. As the energy coursed through him, it felt as though his vital essence had increased tenfold. Subsequently, Lu Fan directed the surge of energy into the steel blade in his hand. The formidable tiger-headed knife, weighing over 80 pounds, trembled violently as it sensed the influx of Lu Fan's inner force. With the knife's vibrations, the snowflakes on the ground danced wildly in the air. Meanwhile, Dong Wugan, seated upon the blue stone, remained utterly unaware. He mistakenly believed that Lu Fan was still practicing the fundamental 8 stances of knife technique. Young lad, you must practice diligently. Otherwise, given your talent, it will take you at least several years to master the dominant blade slash. Dong Wu's words had barely left his lips. Lu Fan suddenly raised his steel blade and struck down with a resounding force. The blade, imbued with a dark azure hue, cleaved through a substantial boulder weighing several hundred jin, shattering it into countless fragments. The ground trembled. Witnessing the explosion of debris, Dong Wu, who had been seated, fell back in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the space that Lu Fan had just obliterated. The dominant blade slash? You, my friend, actually executed the dominant blade slash? Good heavens, am I hallucinating? Dong Wu rubbed his eyes, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, having harnessed his energy through the evergreen technique for that decisive strike, also felt a flicker of astonishment. Brother Dong, how was that strike? He inquired. Dong Wu, still dazed, stared at Lu Fan with a ghostly expression. How on earth did you perform that strike? I merely infused the energy within me into the steel blade. Just as you instructed, Lu Fan explained. Upon hearing this, Dong Wu felt as if he had just consumed 10 pounds of excrement. Lu, you must tell me the truth. Have you practiced swordsmanship before? Dong Wu pressed. Never. Lu Fan replied. Are you certain? Why would I deceive you? As Dong Wu listened to Lu Fan's assertion of never having trained in swordsmanship, his worldview shattered. This is outrageous. Could this young man truly be the prodigy of martial arts legend? Yet, that couldn't be right, no matter how gifted one might be. It was inconceivable to wield such tremendous power after just commencing training. Dong Wu had toiled for over 20 years to master the dominant blade slash. And yet Lu Fan had only just begun. Moreover, the might of Lu Fan's strike far exceeded his own by several magnitudes. Good heavens! Is he a monster? Dong Wu's expression twisted as he regarded Lu Fan. Brother Dong, what did you think of that strike? At this moment, Lu Fan inquired once more. Dong Wu felt utterly flustered, cursing inwardly. How dare you? That strike of yours is astonishingly superior to the techniques I have honed for over 20 years. How am I supposed to assess it? Despite the turmoil within, Dong Wu forced himself to maintain a facade of composure and replied, It's quite acceptable, I suppose. Upon hearing the words quite acceptable, Lu Fan responded with an "Oh. Young lad, do not let pride consume you. Although your talent for wielding the sword is exceptional, you are still merely a novice. Remember, from this point forward, you must refrain from employing the dominant blade strike. Begin by mastering the foundational techniques. Dong Wu hastily interjected. determined to prevent Lu Fan from becoming overly arrogant. Lu Fan had indeed just begun to explore the art of swordsmanship, thus he nodded and said, "All right." With that, he resumed practicing the most fundamental sword techniques. As for Dongwu, he watched Lu Fan tirelessly execute each movement, feeling a burning flush on his face. A day passed in this manner. After a full day of practicing basic sword techniques, Lu Fan had finally gained a rudimentary familiarity with the art of the blade. In the evening, he settled into a cave to commence his cultivation of the evergreen technique. At this moment, the energy in his dantian was nearly as thick as a pinky finger. Moreover, through more than a month of incessant consumption of ginseng and reishi mushrooms, Lu Fan sensed his vitality growing increasingly formidable. Not only were his senses becoming sharper, but he also felt a qualitative transformation in his physical body. As he practiced the evergreen technique, the surrounding atmosphere remained oblivious to the influx of spiritual energy converging towards the Chu Wang Temple, ultimately being absorbed into Lu Fan's body. As night faded, the dawn of a new day approached. Early in the morning, Lu Fan hurried to the back mountain to engage in his training. At present, he lacked neither resources nor provisions. Moreover, the construction of his residence was entirely entrusted to Wang Dayong and the laborers, thus relieving Lu Fan of any concerns. In the snowy expanse of the back mountain, Lu Fan's figure soared as he wielded a tiger-headed knife, practicing the swordsmanship imparted to him by Dongwu. By midday, Dongwu arrived. Lu Fan noticed Dongwu's arrival and hurriedly approached him. "Brother Dong, I have nearly mastered the foundational knife techniques you taught me. What should I practice next?" Hearing this, Dongwu's nostrils flared, and he inwardly cursed, "Damn, this kid is truly a prodigy. How can he learn the knife techniques so swiftly?" Clearing his throat, he suddenly declared, "For now, I will not teach you any knife techniques." "What? No knife techniques? Then what shall we learn?" Lu Fan inquired, puzzled. "Let us focus on boxing techniques." Dongwu replied after a moment of contemplation. "Boxing techniques?" Lu Fan was taken aback. "Indeed. Upon reflection, if I wish to cultivate you into an unparalleled master, I cannot rush the process. Therefore, I believe it is best to teach you the fundamentals of boxing and footwork first." In truth, Dongwu wanted to express, "Brother, how can I teach you knife techniques? Your prowess with the blade far surpasses mine. What could I possibly teach you?" But Lu Fan was oblivious to these thoughts. Upon hearing that Dongwu intended to teach him boxing and footwork first, he hesitated before responding, "Very well." Noticing Lu Fan's reluctant demeanor, Dongwu remarked, "What's wrong? Young Lu, do you look down upon the fundamentals of boxing and footwork? Let me tell you, mastering martial arts is not a matter of a single day or night, especially with our external martial arts practice, which requires steadfast, incremental effort." With that, Dongwu suddenly delivered a powerful punch against the stone wall before them. Boom. The wall shattered upon impact. Do you see the result of my 20 years of training? A single punch generates a force of 200 pounds. I ask you, who could withstand such power? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan remarked, "Only 200 pounds? Very well, little one. I shall now impart to you a genuine martial arts technique known as the Thunderous Fist. This technique comprises 8 primary moves, each containing 24 variations. Should you master this art in its entirety, you will undoubtedly ascend to at least the 3rd rank of the postnatal martial realm," Dongwu declared with great bravado. Lu Fan let out an "oh" and began to learn. He observed as Dongwu positioned his feet apart and assumed a proper stance, then proceeded to demonstrate for Lu Fan. The Thunderous Fist, the essence lies in striking with the force of thunder, swift as the wind. Boom. As Dongwu stepped forward, the ground beneath him shattered instantly. Subsequently, Dongwu soared into the air and began to execute the 8 forms of the Thunderous Fist. Thunderous Fist, first technique, Gale. With a commanding shout, Dongwu's fist crossed. His rapid strikes transformed into a flurry of illusions, akin to a 1,000-armed Ajura. Thunderous Fist, second technique, Rushing Thunder. With another powerful shout, his second set of punches followed in quick succession. The fierce wind generated by his blows sent the surrounding snowstorm swirling wildly. Remarkably, as Dongwu unleashed the Thunderous Fist, one could hear the deafening sound of explosive impacts. What an extraordinary martial art! Witnessing such skill, Lu Fan could not help but applaud in admiration. After completing all the techniques of the Thunderous Fist, Dongwu, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Lu, did you see that? This is the Thunderous Fist I am about to teach you. Impressive, isn't it? Truly impressive." Lu Fan responded enthusiastically. Lu Fan listened attentively as Dongwu, with a charmingly aloof smile, imparted wisdom. "Remember, to master this boxing technique, one must grasp its essence. Encapsulated in 8 words, fist swift as the wind, fist fierce as thunder, When you can strike faster than the speed of wind and produce a sound akin to thunder with your punch, it will signify that you have barely scratched the surface of mastery. Douluo felt compelled to showcase his own prowess, fearing that if this young man progressed too swiftly, it would hinder his ability to teach him in the future. With Douluo's teachings resonating in his mind, Lu Fan nodded vigorously and began diligently practicing each movement. In a nearby area, Douluo commenced instructing Lu Fan in the Thunder Sound Fist. Although the technique comprised only 8 moves, it encompassed 192 variations. Douluo meticulously taught Lu Fan each of these techniques, and Lu Fan, in turn, devoted himself to the training with utmost seriousness. Fully aware that this was his first encounter with authentic martial arts, he practiced tirelessly until darkness enveloped the surroundings. Lu Fan has finally managed to memorize all the techniques of the Thunder Sound Fist. In the evening, upon returning to the cave, Lu Fan resumed his rigorous training. "Brother, what are you practicing?" inquired Lu Ling'er, who was beside him, gnawing on a large chicken leg, her mouth smeared in grease, while curiously observing Lu Fan's vigorous punches. "I am honing my martial arts," Lu Fan replied. "Martial arts?" "Indeed. Only by mastering martial arts can I adequately protect you in the future," Lu Fan asserted. Upon hearing her brother's words, Lu Ling'er suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, I want to learn martial arts too. That way, when I grow up, I can protect you as well." Touched by her earnest declaration, Lu Fan affectionately ruffled Ling'er's hair. "All right, once I have mastered it, I shall surely teach you." With that, Lu Fan resumed his training. According to Douluo, the Thunder Sound Fist required not only swift punches akin to a thunderous storm, but also the crucial element of delivering a strike with the might of thunder. The memory of Douluo's explosive punches resonated in Lu Fan's mind, igniting a fervor within his gaze. But what if I were to channel the energy of the everlasting chi into my punches? He recalled the impressive results from his previous attempts with the dominant blade technique. With a surge of inspiration, Lu Fan resolved to experiment. He took a deep breath, positioned his fists, and simultaneously summoned the energy from his lower abdomen. As the energy flowed through him, he swiftly concealed it within his fists. With a powerful exhalation, he unleashed a punch. Lu Fan's speed this time has nearly doubled compared to when he first began his training. Indeed, it proved effective, with the guidance of the chi from his dantian. His velocity has significantly increased. As Lu Fan contemplated deeply, he fervently harnessed the flow of energy, embarking on an intense training session. By midnight, the cavern resonated with thunderous sonic booms, reverberating throughout its depths. The sound was so profound that it roused Lu Ling'er from her slumber. "Indeed, it proves effective," he exclaimed, gazing at his fists, which now could unleash a series of explosive sounds. Filled with exhilaration, Lu Fan pressed on, diligently practicing without a hint of fatigue. Whenever weariness threatened, he would sip from his gourd, and after replenishing himself, he resumed his rigorous training. At the break of dawn the following day, to avoid disturbing his sister's slumber, Lu Fan rose early with the dawn and ventured alone to the back mountain to practice the Thunder Sound Fist. The resounding booms echoed intermittently from the direction of the mountain, causing Wang Daong and a group of laborers, still nestled in their thatched tents, to cover their ears in frustration, muttering, "What on earth is this weather? Why is it thundering so loudly at this early hour?" Chapter 39. Am I worthy of the young master? At last, the day broke. Wang Daong and his fellow laborers, sporting dark circles under their eyes, gradually rose to commence their tasks. "Brother Yang, what is happening? Why does it sound like thunder is crashing continuously from the back mountain? The commotion is quite significant, isn't it?" one laborer inquired. "Indeed, Brother Yang, could it be that something has gone awry over at the young master's place?" another chimed in. As they listened to the thunderous sounds emanating from the mountain, Wang Daong shook his head, stating, "I am uncertain as well. Why don't we go take a look?" "Brother Yang?" suggested one laborer. "No. The young master has instructed us that regardless of what transpires, we must not approach within 100 paces of the city god temple. We must heed the young master's words," Wang Daong replied firmly. "Very well," they conceded. As the laborers continued their murmurs, Douluo, a burly man sporting a thick beard and wielding a tiger-headed knife, also noted the thunderous noises emanating from the back mountain. Upon hearing the ruckus, his heavy brows knitted together in concern. "Thunder? Could it possibly be that perverse lad, Lu? No, that is impossible. He has only just begun his training. How could he produce such earth-shattering thunder? Damn it, I must see this for myself." With that, Douluo dashed towards the back mountain. In the snowy expanse of the back mountain, Lu Fan was diligently practicing his martial arts. His punches were swift as the wind, striking with the ferocity of thunder. With each blow, the air resonated with a series of explosive sounds akin to thunderclaps. "My goodness, This lad Lu is truly remarkable. Upon reaching the back mountain, Dongwu was immediately petrified at the sight of Lu Fan's figure. Especially when he witnessed the thunderous sounds accompanying each of Lu Fan's punches, Dongwu was utterly astounded. A monster. Goodness, this boy is nothing short of a monster. In just a single day, he has mastered the thunderclap fist, which took me 2 decades to perfect. Moreover, the thunderous sounds he produces are several times louder than my own. Just as Dongwu stood there, frozen in shock, Lu Fan spotted him. With a smile, he turned and said, "Brother Dong, you've arrived. Perfect timing, for I practiced diligently all night. Would you kindly assess my thunderclap fist?" Lu Fan diligently practiced the first technique of the swift wind fist as instructed by Dongwu. Observing Lu Fan truly mastering the thunderous fist and producing a resounding thunderous sound, Dongwu was rendered speechless. "Brother Dong, how do you find my practice?" After a prolonged silence, Dongwu finally replied, "Well, it's quite good. Hiki, thank you, Brother Dong, for imparting the thunderous fist to me. Rest assured, I will diligently train as you advised," Lu Fan assured him. Hearing this, Dongwu felt as though his worldview had shattered, and his weathered face burned with embarrassment. "Then you practice well. I shall take my leave." Dongwu dared not look further, fearing that his resolve might falter. After departing the back mountain, Dongwu muttered curses under his breath. "Damn it. That kid is a monster, undoubtedly a monster. How on earth am I supposed to teach anything in the future?" The thought that Lu Fan, having mastered in a mere day what he had painstakingly honed for over 20 years, and even surpassed him, left Dongwu with a sense of despair. 3 days swiftly passed. Throughout this time, Lu Fan devoted himself to practicing the thunderous fist and the dominant blade taught by Dongwu. In these 3 days, he not only mastered both techniques but also fused them seamlessly. However, during this period, Lu Fan had not seen Dongwu again. Ever since that day when Dongwu witnessed Lu Fan practicing the 8 forms of thunder, the burly man seemed to have vanished without a trace. One day after completing his training on the mountainside, Lu Fan intended to seek out Dongwu to inquire about which set of skills he should practice next. Since Lu Fan commenced the construction of his residence, Wang Daong, accompanied by dozens of laborers, had nearly finished the outer structure of the estate. Although the mansion was not yet fully completed, its initial form had already emerged, exuding an air of grandeur. Upon Lu Fan's approach, all the laborers bowed their heads and greeted him with utmost respect, exclaiming, "Young master." After Lu Fan greeted them, he happened to notice a woman whom Dongwu had brought along earlier. "Hello, may I inquire if you have seen Dongwu in the past couple of days?" Lu Fan approached and inquired. Although the woman was clad in tattered garments, her appearance was quite striking. Particularly, her graceful figure was alluringly curvaceous. She was indeed one of the several women whom Lu Fan had previously taken in. Upon being questioned by Lu Fan, she promptly rose and replied, "Reporting to the young master, I happened to see the valiant Dong outside the surrounding wall just yesterday." As she spoke, she gestured towards the towering mountain wall that stood over 10 feet high. "Oh, thank you." Lu Fan, having finished speaking, went to find Dongwu. After Lu Fan left, several women gathered around. "Zixian, what did the young master say to you just now?" inquired a somewhat older woman, eager for gossip. The stunning woman known as Zixian replied, "The young master didn't say much, just asked about Hero Dong." "Oh, I thought the young master had taken a liking to you." The woman laughed. "Sister Zhou, what are you saying? How could someone as precious as the young master ever notice me?" Zixian responded with a hint of disbelief. "Why wouldn't he notice you? Our young master is still quite young and unmarried. Besides, you were once the most celebrated courtesan in our town. If the young master were to take a liking to you, wouldn't that be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, instantly elevating your status?" Another woman chimed in. "Sister Zhou, please don't jest. How could the young master possibly look at a faded flower like me?" Zixian sighed. It turned out that before the Great Famine, Zixian was renowned far and wide as a courtesan. It was said that a wealthy gentleman once spent 100 taels of silver in a single night just to behold her beauty. However, after the famine, she had fallen into such dire straits. What does it matter? As long as you don't speak of it, no one will know. Besides, the young master has been so kind to take us in. We ought to repay him well. Indeed, Sister Zhou is right. Miss Zixian, why not serve our young master in the evenings? If you truly win his favor, you shall never again endure hardship or hunger. Moreover, our young master is exceptionally handsome." Upon hearing this, Zixian's delicate face flushed with embarrassment, but her mind began to ponder, if I could truly gain the young master's affection, it might not be such a bad thing after all. However, could a faded flower like me ever be worthy of such a young master? Chapter 40. Sparring outside the encircling mountain walls, a solitary figure could be seen. chewing on a blade of grass and muttering to himself. Upon closer inspection, it was Douluo. How strange. I, Douluo, have traveled far and wide for many years, yet this is the first time I've encountered such an extraordinary individual. Just 2 days. In merely 2 days, he has mastered all the martial arts I've honed over 2 decades. What will I do from here on out? As Douluo grumbled, he idly poked at the snow before him with his tiger-headed knife. No, no. I absolutely must not let that brat find out the truth. If he discovers that I have nothing left to teach him, he might just kick me out, and then I would starve. Douluo thought to himself, scratching his head. Just then, he caught sight of Lu Fan approaching in the distance. Brother Dong, what brings you here? Upon seeing Lu Fan, Douluo quickly sprang to his feet, saying, I was just feeling bored and decided to take a stroll. What about you, young lad? Why aren't you practicing diligently? I've already mastered the Thunder Fist and the dominating blade strike that you taught me, Lu Fan replied. Humph. Hearing that makes my heart ache. Douluo coughed. When practicing martial arts, one must avoid being restless. Young lad, do you understand? Never let a minor achievement lead you to complacency. Remember, it takes time to build a solid foundation. Douluo adopted a lecturing tone. I understand your point. Hence, I wish to spar with you. I want to gauge how much I have improved compared to you, Lu Fan said with a smile. What? You want to spar with me? Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. You've said that practice must involve real combat, so I want to test my current strength, Lu Fan affirmed. Seeing Lu Fan's determination, Douluo found himself at a loss. What should I do? If I refuse, he will surely suspect me. But if I agree to spar and find myself outmatched, how embarrassing would that be? What to do? What to do? Why not go for broke? After all, this young lad has only been training for a few days, and his combat experience and skills are far beneath mine. Besides, I taught him everything he knows. With that thought, Douluo decided to accept the challenge. Upon hearing Douluo agree to spar, Lu Fan was overjoyed. After all, this was his first opportunity to spar with a true expert. As Lu Fan currently had no weapon, they would begin by practicing their hand-to-hand techniques. Come on, young lad. Let us see what you've learned these past few days, Douluo declared, assuming a stance. All right, Brother Dong, here I come. Lu Fan responded, and with that, they began. Lu Fan charged forward like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. His fists surged forth, the ferocity of his blows akin to a tempest. Striking towards Douluo. In the face of Lu Fan's onslaught, Douluo did not dare to underestimate him. He swiftly evaded the barrage of punches. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, trading blows in a rapid succession of martial techniques. Lu Fan's boxing technique was as swift as a whirlwind, each strike resembling a thousand-handed demon. Conversely, Douluo's boxing style, while lacking the speed of Lu Fan, excelled in experience and skill. In a mere moment, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of dozens of blows. Goodness, this young lad truly is extraordinary. In just a few days, he has mastered the entirety of my Thunder Fist. Fortunately, my extensive combat experience has kept me from facing defeat today. Douluo pondered while trading punches with Lu Fan. Yet, despite Lu Fan's remarkable technique, it could never surpass the depth of my 20 years of cultivation. This imp shall finally witness my true prowess. With that thought, Douluo summoned all his internal energy and unleashed a powerful punch, embodying 2 decades of his martial arts mastery. In his own words, who could withstand this blow? Meanwhile, upon witnessing Douluo's energy surging, Lu Fan exclaimed, I thought we were merely competing in techniques? It turns out one can utilize internal energy. With this realization, he contemplated further. Lu Fan swiftly gathered the stream of energy from within his dantian, and the energy began to manifest. Lu Fan felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body. And then, with equal fervor, he unleashed a powerful punch. Fist met fist. The forceful collision of their blows reverberated through the air, shattering the ground beneath them. Amidst the flurry of snowflakes, a substantial crater, over 2 meters wide, was formed where they stood. Yet, surprisingly, Douluo had vanished. Brother Dong? Brother Dong? Staring at the sudden absence of Douluo, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. I am right here. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the depths of the crater that had been created. Lu Fan looked up and saw Douluo in the pit, his face smeared with dirt, struggling to climb out while calling out, Brother Dong, are you all right? Seeing him in such a state, Lu Fan quickly expressed his concern. I'm fine, really. Douluo shouted as he clambered out of the dirt pit, his face covered in grime, while inwardly cursing, I'm fine, you old man. You nearly knocked me dead with that punch, and you still ask if I'm okay? Dong brother, are you truly unhurt? Lu Fan inquired again, observing Douluo's struggle to emerge from the pit. No, no, how could I possibly be hurt? Dongwu insisted defiantly while clutching his sore back. That's a relief. Dong brother, what do you think of my punching technique? Lu Fan asked with a cheerful grin. In response to Lu Fan's question, Dongwu turned his head away, gritting his teeth as he replied, "It's good, exceedingly good." Then, Dong brother, when shall we engage in another session to refine our swordsmanship? Upon hearing Lu Fan's proposition, Dongwu gasped in alarm. Let us skip the swordplay for now, you little brat. I have other matters to attend to today, so I shall take my leave. With that, Dongwu hurriedly turned and limped away, grimacing as he held his back. Hey, Dong brother. Lu Fan watched in silence as Dongwu departed, pondering to himself. How can this so-called master be so irresponsible? Chapter 41. The unashamed return. In the following 2 days, Lu Fan sought to practice with Dongwu. But the valiant warrior adamantly refused. According to his excuse, I have been starved for too long, which has led to a deficiency of vital energy within me, thus rendering me unfit for practice at this moment. Lu Fan would certainly not impose undue pressure on others. Thus, Lu Fan was immersed in solitary cultivation. As he sat cross-legged in meditation, a sudden, searing heat radiated from his abdomen, akin to the sensation of flames engulfing him. Following this, a flow of energy, initially no thicker than a pinky finger, began to swell, ultimately expanding to the girth of a thumb. Shortly thereafter, a series of resonating sounds reverberated throughout his entire being. Why did my abdomen suddenly feel so warm? Could it be that I am on the verge of breaking through to the second level of the eternal green technique? Contemplating this, he pondered deeply. Lu Fan promptly formed a hand seal and began to practice the breathing technique of the evergreen skill. As he inhaled and exhaled, the surrounding spiritual energy within a radius of several miles converged towards the city god temple as if drawn by a vortex. Time passed steadily. With the absorption of countless spiritual forces, Lu Fan sensed a profound transformation occurring within his blood vessels. His sensory capabilities sharpened remarkably, even his hearing extended, allowing him to discern the conversations of laborers setting up tents outside with crystal clarity. Splendid! I have finally broken through to the second tier. Within the cavern, Lu Fan opened his eyes in exhilaration. His pupils shone ever more brilliantly, akin to radiant flames. After achieving the breakthrough to the second tier of chi cultivation, Lu Fan decided to take a stroll around the periphery of the city god temple. Just as he stepped outside, a melodious voice reached his ears. Greetings, young master. Lu Fan looked up and beheld a beautiful visage. It was none other than the refugee he had taken in, Zixian. Lu Fan held a profound impression of her. Aside from her undeniable beauty, she was also remarkably diligent in her work. However, what surprised Lu Fan was her unexpected presence at this late hour. Is it you? Why are you still awake at such a late hour? Fan spoke, gazing at the enchanting Zixian under the moonlight. Despite her tattered attire, her beauty could not be concealed. She looked up, her lovely eyes fixed on Fan. I have been waiting specifically for you, young master. Fan was taken aback. Waiting for me? Why? He asked, filled with curiosity. Because I feel that you, young master, have shown such kindness in taking us in. Thus, I wish to repay you. As she uttered these words, Zixian lowered her head. She then began to unfasten her garment. As her clothing fell away, her fair skin revealed itself to Fan's astonished gaze, along with a glimpse of a crimson undergarment and the promise of fullness beneath. Caught by the sight, Fan's blood surged, his eyes widening in disbelief. What are you doing? He stammered. I am repaying you, young master. I possess no other means but to offer myself. I hope you will not find it distasteful. With that, Zixian continued to disrobe. As she neared complete undress, Fan quickly interjected, Stop, stop. Young master? Zixian looked up. I do not require you to undress, nor do I seek repayment in such a manner. You should return to your rest, he insisted. As Lu Fan's heart raced uncontrollably, he hastily spoke. Does the young master look down upon me? Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Zixian lowered her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. No. If you truly wish to repay me, simply work diligently for me in the future. As for such gratitude, I desire none at this moment. Facing Lu Fan's refusal, Zixian responded with a soft "oh" before donning her clothing. Once she was dressed, she offered Lu Fan a slight bow and said, Then I shall not disturb the young master any longer. With that, she departed. Watching her leave, Lu Fan quickly slipped into the underground chamber. Inside the vast cavern, Lu Lingo was sound asleep. After Lu Fan returned, images of Zixian's fair form began to dance in his mind. The youth, brimming with vigor, could hardly remain unmoved by such enchanting sights. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan splashed cool water on his face, resolutely reminding himself to not think about it. to absolutely not think about it. Yet, the more he tried to suppress those thoughts, the more vividly Zixian's beautiful visage and delicate figure became etched in his memory. Once the house was completed, should he truly consider seeking a lovely bride? After all, he was no longer lacking in wealth and resources, and he possessed considerable skills. Perhaps marrying a wife and having children would indeed be delightful. No, wait. I am now a wealthy master, and wealthy masters often take concubines. The young man sat there, his thoughts wandering restlessly. In the following days, Lu Fan continued his cultivation. As for the valiant Dong, since their sparring session, he had been avoiding Lu Fan. During this time, Wang Daong and a group of laborers had nearly completed the construction of the grand residence. Pulling Lu Lingo along, Lu Fan emerged from the underground chamber. Clad in a brand new red cotton coat, with her hair styled in 2 playful pigtails and her rosy cheeks, Lu Lingo looked exceedingly lovely. Coupled with her daily consumption of ginseng and lingji, her bright eyes sparkled with vitality. Linger, our grand residence is almost finished. Do you like it? Lu Fan inquired, gesturing towards the impressive estate before them. The little girl, tilting her face upwards and blinking her enchanting eyes, joyfully exclaimed, I like it. I like it very much. That's wonderful. Once the house is completed, I will head to the town to purchase some furniture, and then we shall be able to move in. Lu Fan smiled and said, Indeed. The new year has passed. Strangely, the weather has grown increasingly frigid. The laborers have reported that the number of people perishing from hunger and cold outside is on the rise. This thought inevitably led Lu Fan to recall that group of wretches. He wondered if they had succumbed to starvation. While Lu Fan was lost in contemplation, Wang Daong suddenly rushed over. Young master, a group of villagers fleeing from disaster has arrived outside. They are crying and kneeling, pleading to see you. Upon hearing these words, Lu Fan's brow furrowed slightly. Villagers? He mused. Indeed, it seems that those who assaulted us last time might also be among them, Wang Daong remarked. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan smiled at the corners of his mouth. These brutes have returned once more. Come, Linger, let us go and take a look. Lu Fan, while speaking, pulled Lu Lingo along as they walked ahead. Outside the surrounding mountain wall, a group of villagers, clad in rags and afflicted with frostbite, gathered. Each of them appeared emaciated, their steps unsteady. Upon closer inspection, a significant number of them were indeed residents of Little Stone Village. Village Chief, do you think the Lu family boy will show us some mercy? My son starved to death just 2 days ago. Woe is me. Why are you crying? Is it only your family that has perished from hunger? A shrewish woman stepped forward, revealing herself to be Lu, who had once taken pleasure in tormenting Lu Fan. Lu, it's all your fault. Had you not bullied the Lu siblings, we wouldn't be suffering like this. Another woman spat angrily at Lu. Exactly, it's all Lu's doing. Lu, feeling the sting of their accusations, retorted, I did bully them. But what about you? Search your conscience. Have you not also tormented the Lu siblings? Her words rendered the crowd silent. The root of their plight, they could only blame Lu Dahai. Lu suddenly directed her ire at the bowed figure of Lu Dahai. That Lu Fan is your own flesh and blood. You could cast him out with such cruelty, so why should we refrain from bullying him? At this, Wang Suelian, Lu Dahai's stepmother, stepped forward, her eyes aflame with anger. What do you mean by that, Lu? My meaning is quite clear. As the saying goes, even a tiger does not eat its young, yet you two, as parents, are worse than beasts. Oh, how could I forget? You're the heartless stepmother, Wang Suelian retorted. Tell me, how do you still have the audacity to beg Lu Fan for help? Your marriage to Lu Dahai drove the siblings away, turning them into beggars. And yet you come here asking for their aid? If I were Lu Fan, I would let you starve. With her declaration, the onlookers rallied in agreement. Lu is right. The worst of all is you, the stepmother. As Wang Suelian faced the collective scorn, she cried out, they're insulting me. You must defend me. But to her shock, Lu Dahai struck her across the face, causing her to bleed profusely from her nose. Clutching her swollen visage in disbelief, she exclaimed, Lu Dahai, you struck me? I did. I was truly blind to have ever chosen a woman as venomous as you. Had it not been for you, I would never have cast Lu Fan and his sister away. Lu Dahai shouted in rage. With you as a useless husband, how dare you blame me? I may have driven them away, but was that not your agreement? You dare to hit me? I'll fight you. With that, Wang Suelian clawed at Lu Dahai like a wild beast, and he retaliated with a fierce beating. The surrounding villagers merely watched, finding amusement in the spectacle. At that moment, the massive gate of the surrounding mountain wall creaked open. All the villagers from Little Stone Village froze in astonishment, only to behold Lu Fan and his sister emerging, accompanied by several laborers. Dressed in white, Lu Fan, after practicing the evergreen technique, exuded an air of grace and charm, no longer resembling the pitiful, starving child he once was. Beside him, Lu Lingo donned a red cotton coat, clutching a fragrant chicken leg, her lips glistening with grease as she savored her meal. Her bright eyes sparkling as she followed Lu Fan. Look, it's the Lu boy. Oh my, look at that Lu girl eating a chicken leg. The villagers, who had gone days without food, felt their eyes widen and their mouths water at the sight of the chicken leg in Lu Lingo's hand. Their faces awash with desperation. Upon witnessing these wretched creatures, Lu Fan exclaimed, "Once again, it is you vile beings. Speak, do you seek death once more? Or do you harbor other intentions?" At that moment, the village chief, now emaciated to the point of being little more than skin and bones, stepped forward. Trembling as he spoke, "We have come to admit our wrongs to you." "Admit your wrongs to me?" Lu Fan let out a cold laugh. "Indeed, it is entirely our fault for having believed the deceitful words of that scoundrel Zhang Erkue, which led us to commit such heinous acts. Lu Fan, please forgive us. After all, we are all from the same village. Have mercy on us and provide us with a morsel of food. Rest assured, we are willing to toil like beasts of burden for just a bite. The village chief is correct. Master Lu, we beseech you for a scrap of sustenance." At that moment, all the villagers of Little Stone Village knelt on the ground, pleading earnestly before Lu Fan. "Pleading with me? I beg your pardon. But my provisions are not meant for animals." Lu Fan smiled brightly and said, "You wretched creature, do you now know to plead for mercy? When you tormented me in Lingo in the past, why did you not seek my forgiveness then?" At that moment, Lu Dahai stepped forward, tears streaming down his face as he implored Lu Fan, "I was wrong, my son. I truly made a mistake. I beg you, please find it in your heart to forgive me." After uttering these words, Lu Dahai suddenly wept bitterly, pleading with Lu Linger, "Linger, I am your father. Could you please intercede with your brother on my behalf?" Upon hearing Lu Dahai's words, Lu Lingo quickly retreated behind Lu Fan. In response, Lu Fan, with a smile, turned to Lu Linger and inquired, "Linger, that scoundrel expects me to forgive him. Tell me, is it possible for me to grant him such mercy?" Lu Lingo immediately shook her head. Chapter 42, Seeking Refuge with the Bandits. Lu Dahai, do you see? Even Lingo cannot forgive you. What further words do you have to say? Lu Fan turned his head with a smile to look at Lu Dahai. "Lu Shazai, he is your biological father. How can you act this way?" Stepmother Wang Tsuelian interjected at that moment. Just as her words fell, Lu Fan's body flickered, and he swiftly lunged forward, grasping Wang's neck with one hand, lifting her into the air like an eagle with its prey. "You wretched creature, dare to repeat that?" As Lu Fan emanated a murderous aura, Wang Tsuelian turned pale with fear, struggling in the air while shouting, "No, I wouldn't dare." Bang! Lu Fan casually tossed Wang aside, sending him sprawling. Wang let out a pained scream, grimacing in agony as he struggled to rise from the ground. After throwing Wang, Lu Fan's gaze turned icy, fixated on the villagers of Little Stone Village and Lu Dahai. "You wretches, heed my words. It is a mercy that I do not slay you today. So do not dare to plead with me again. Remember, I would sooner feed my provisions to dogs than offer you vile creatures a single morsel. Now, be gone." Faced with Lu Fan's wrath, the villagers of Little Stone could only retreat in disarray. As they descended the mountain, the village chief suddenly collapsed into the snow. "Chief! Chief!" Two villagers hurriedly rushed to assist him, but they found his mouth agape, his pupils growing increasingly vacant. Moments later, the chief's eyes fluttered closed, and he fell unconscious. A villager, his face pale, checked for the chief's breath and exclaimed, "The chief has starved to death." Upon hearing of the chief's tragic demise, despair washed over the villagers of Little Stone. "What shall we do? What shall we do? If we cannot find food, we too shall perish like the chief." Lu cried out, her voice trembling. The surrounding villagers wore sorrowful expressions, uncertain of their next steps. "Perhaps we should seek out the mountain bandits," one villager proposed. "What? Seek the bandits?" The crowd paused in disbelief. "Indeed, I have heard that even the bandits are running low on supplies. If we approach them, we could persuade them to raid that Lu Brat's provisions. If we can seize it, I believe the bandits will share some with us." Upon hearing this, the villagers' eyes brightened. Dahai is right. Since that Lu fellow acts unjustly, we shall not be held accountable for our ruthless actions. Yes, let us find the bandits and have them eliminate that Lu scoundrel, seizing his provisions. With the bandits on our side, even if Lu has many lackeys, his demise is certain. I support Dahai's proposal. I too am in favor. As the villagers rallied behind this notion, Lu turned to Lu Dahai and asked, "What is your stance, Lu Dahai?" All eyes turned towards him, awaiting his response. Lu Dahai is the biological father of Lu Fan. Lu Dahai was questioned, yet he remained silent. "Lu, why don't you say something?" "Woe is me. Do you still intend to acknowledge that illegitimate child as your son? Can't you see that the wild child does not recognize you as his father? Wang Suelian, who had been struck, cried out in despair. After a moment of silence, Lu Dehai finally lifted his bloodshot eyes. Very well. Since that wretched child refuses to acknowledge me, I shall consider that I never bore him in this lifetime. Upon hearing Lu Dehai's final declaration, the crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, since we are all in accord, let us now confront the mountain bandits. You, the wild offspring of the Lu clan, just wait and see how your demise unfolds when the bandits arrive. After driving away all the villagers, Lu Fan stood alone, admiring his grand estate. At that moment, Dong Wu, with his full beard, approached him. Lu, were those scoundrels the very villagers from Little Stone Village who ambushed you last time? Lu Fan nodded in agreement, uttering a sound of affirmation. Indeed. They were nothing but a bunch of scoundrels. Were it not for this situation, I would have swiftly dealt with each one of them. Dong Wu declared with a sense of bravado. Lu Fan remarked, isn't it more satisfying to watch them starve to death than to kill them outright? I never imagined your heart could be even more ruthless than mine. Dong Wu expressed his astonishment. Lu Fan burst into hearty laughter. In these chaotic times, how many kind-hearted individuals can truly survive? Lu, why do you carry that broken gourd around all day? What on earth is it? Dong Wu suddenly noticed the precious gourd on Lu Fan's person and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Do not touch. Lu Fan suddenly let out a loud shout, startling Dong Wu, who had just reached out his hand. Never having witnessed Lu Fan's anger before, Dong Wu was momentarily taken aback. If he was not allowed to touch, why the fierce admonition? Dong Wu muttered softly to himself as he quickly retracted his hand. Lu Fan chose not to speak excessively, tightening his grip on the precious gourd at his side before turning to leave. This gourd was something he guarded fiercely, for it was the very source of his survival and all he possessed in the present. After returning to the underground chamber, Lu Fan sat cross-legged to cultivate. He had now successfully broken through to the second layer of the qi refinement stage. Simultaneously, the energy in his dantian had swelled to the girth of a thumb. Lu Fan was confident that should he engage in combat, Dong Wu would likely struggle to withstand even 10 of his strikes. However, such revelations would remain undisclosed to Dong Wu. Upon reaching the second layer of qi refinement, Lu Fan noticed his ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had accelerated significantly. On occasions when he found himself lacking sufficient energy, he resorted to consuming the potent elixirs he had prepared. The thought of these elixirs caused him to furrow his brow slightly. It had been several days since he provided the grand tonic to Manager Huang. He wondered whether Manager Huang had achieved any notable results from their sale. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan resolved to make a trip to Qingyang Town. His grand residence was nearing completion, and he also wished to procure some furniture and other essentials. Most importantly, if the elixirs indeed proved marketable, it would lead to a substantial profit. After all, his concoction merely involved grinding rice and mixing in a few fragments of ginseng, reishi, and other ingredients. If he could sell each elixir for 10 taels of silver, it would yield an extraordinary income. With his mind made up, Lu Fan set off for Qingyang Town 2 days later, with Wang Daong and several laborers. Along with martial artists like Dong Wu stationed at the town's city god temple, Lu Fan felt reassured. Upon arriving in Qingyang Town, Lu Fan headed to the Huang pawn shop to find Huang Bairong. As he arrived, he spotted Huang Bairong's daughter, Huang Shaoyi. At 18, she possessed an ordinary appearance but boasted an alluring figure, often remarked upon in the village for her ample curves, suggesting she would make a good mother. Since Lu Fan had sold grain to Huang Bairong, he had become a distinguished guest of the Huang family. Both Huang Shaoyi and the household servants recognized him. Upon catching sight of Lu Fan from a distance, Huang Shaoyi hurriedly approached to greet him, her peach blossom eyes occasionally stealing glances at him. Curiously, ever since Lu Fan began practicing the evergreen skill sold by the disheveled Taoist, he had grown increasingly handsome. Not only had he become taller, but his demeanor had also transformed, resembling that of the distinguished gentleman in the city, stirring feelings within Huang Shaoyi's heart. Lu Fan held a favorable impression of Huang Shaoyi and greeted her with a smile. Hello. May I inquire if your father is present? Huang Shaoyi responded, Indeed, dear Lu. My father is here. Moreover, he has been mentioning you every day, saying that you, dear Lu, are on the verge of great fortune. Great fortune? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with interest. Please take me to find him, he urged. Certainly, certainly. This way, my esteemed young master, Huang Shaoyi replied, leading the way while occasionally stealing glances at Lu Fan. Soon, Huang Shaoyi brought Lu Fan to meet Huang Bairong. Upon seeing Lu Fan, Huang Bairong rushed over with palpable excitement, grasping Lu Fan's hand tightly. My esteemed young master, Why have you only just arrived? You cannot imagine. I have been sending people far and wide in search of you these past few days. Why the urgency to find me? Lu Fan inquired. Of course, it's for profit. My esteemed young master, have you forgotten? The 3 precious rejuvenation pills you provided last time are in high demand and being eagerly reserved. Upon hearing that his rejuvenation pills had indeed been sold and were being sought after, Lu Fan quickly asked, who wishes to reserve them? It is the 3rd young master of the Sima family. Huang Beirong replied. The Sima family? The 3rd young master? Upon hearing the name for the first time, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, when it comes to the Sima family, they are truly remarkable. For they are the wealthiest and most influential family within 100 miles of Qingyang town. The current head of the family is even an official in the court of the Qing dynasty. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had not anticipated the Sima family's significant stature. Given their formidable reputation, why would they suddenly wish to reserve my potent tonic? Curiously, Lu Fan inquired. As it happens, it was quite serendipitous. Just a few days ago, I was at the pharmacy selling this tonic on your behalf when I happened to encounter a servant from the Sima family. That servant purchased some, and the next day returned to buy the remaining 2. He mentioned that their 3rd young master was exceedingly pleased after consuming it. Thus, they wished to place an order. Lu, the little noble, what do you think? Have you struck gold? Huang Beirong excitedly recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan finally comprehended the situation. It appears that the 3rd young master of the Sima family experienced remarkable effects after consuming it. Lu Fan harbored a considerable confidence in his potent elixir, although he could not fathom how his gourd water could not only yield crops but also cure ailments. He was acutely aware that even the most ordinary individuals would gain strength from partaking of it. Indeed, it must be so. It seems fortune has smiled upon him. Young Master Lu, may I inquire if you have any of your elixir remaining? The 3rd young master of the Sima family mentioned that whatever quantity you possess, he would like to reserve. Furthermore, the price is entirely at your discretion. Huang Beirong declared to Lu Fan. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan joyfully exclaimed, Of course I do. How many do you need? Huang Beirong inquired. I have at least 100. During this period, Lu Fan had been diligently training alongside Dongwu. Thus he had not produced an excessive number of nourishing pills. Furthermore, Lu Fan was previously uncertain whether these nourishing pills could be sold, so after crafting approximately 100, he ceased production. My heavens, you possess 100 of them? Huang Beirong exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Each one is worth 10 taels of silver. 100. That amounts to a staggering 1,000 taels of silver. As he calculated, his voice trembled with excitement. Upon hearing the sum of 1,000 taels of silver, Lu Fan's fingers trembled slightly. After all, such a fortune was something he had never dared to dream of in the past. You have truly struck it rich this time. Young Master Lu, Huang Beirong exclaimed joyfully. Lu Fan chuckled and inquired, Manager Huang, where is the 3rd young master of the Sima family? When will he require my potent tonic? If all goes according to plan, he shall arrive this afternoon, Manager Huang replied. Very well, I shall await his arrival here. Indeed. Excellent. Thus, after conversing with Huang Beirong for a while longer, Lu Fan settled within the Huang pawnshop, anticipating the visit from the 3rd young master of the Sima family. The thought of soon earning 1,000 taels of silver filled Lu Fan's heart with immense joy. Maintain a low profile. It is imperative to remain discreet. Lu Fan silently reminded himself, Little noble one, I have personally prepared these delicacies for you. To try them and see if they're to your liking. Just then, Huang Shaoyi unexpectedly entered, carrying a platter of snacks. Thank you, Miss Huang. You are exceedingly gracious. Lu Fan expressed. You flatter me, little noble one. My father always says that knowing you is a blessing for our family, Huang Shaoyi replied, her round almond-shaped eyes glancing furtively at Lu Fan. This intrigued Lu Fan. Why did the young lady of the Huang family always steal glances at him? Miss Huang, is there something else you require? Lu Fan inquired curiously, noticing that she lingered beside him after presenting the treats. Huang Shaoyi's cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily responded, and no. Nothing at all. With that, she dashed away. Lu Fan helplessly shook his head and began to indulge in the delicacies before him. In the afternoon, 3 dark brown horses appeared at the Huang's pawnshop. Leading the group was a young gentleman clad in luxurious attire. This young man exuded an extraordinary aura, adorned with a snow-white jade pendant at his waist. Although his features could not be deemed exceptionally handsome, he carried an air of arrogance. Following closely behind him were 2 imposing figures, each equipped with a long knife at their sides. 3rd young master, we've arrived. Upon their entrance to the Huang's pawnshop, one of the burly men spoke up. The gentleman, referred to as the third young master, acknowledged with a slight grunt, then gracefully leaped down from his steed. Chapter 44. I wanted all what a bothersome little brat selling those elixirs. How dare he make our third young master run back and forth in vain? The burly man seethed, glaring at the faade of the pawnshop. It turned out that since this young gentleman had consumed a powerful elixir, he had made 5 or 6 visits thus far, only to find Lu Fan absent each time. This repeated failure had left the young gentleman's subordinates gnashing their teeth in frustration. Wuda is right. Although that brat's elixir possesses remarkable potency, daring to treat our third young master with such disdain is utterly unforgivable. Another guard could not help but interject, listening to the complaints of his subordinates. The young gentleman retorted, "Silence, you fools. After a long while, I have finally encountered an extraordinary elixir that allows one to grow stronger without the need for arduous training. If you frighten him away, I shall ensure you face dire consequences." It was revealed that the third young master of the Sima family harbored a deep aversion to martial training. However, his father insisted on subjecting him to it, leading him to lead a carefree life filled with idleness. Until one day, a servant unexpectedly brought back a potent elixir and administered it to him. Initially, the spoiled young master paid it little mind, merely finding the elixir quite pleasant to consume. To his astonishment, the following day, he realized he had gained considerable strength, even managing to impressively engage with his companion the night before, feeling invigorated the next day. Astonished by the elixir's efficacy, the young gentleman promptly dispatched a servant to procure the remaining 2 elixirs from Lu Fan. After consuming them, he indeed felt a significant increase in his strength, and even his prowess in bed improved remarkably. Elated by the miraculous effects, he sought to personally visit Huang by Rong to secure more elixirs. Regrettably, Lu Fan had previously left only 3 for Huang by Rong. Consequently, despite his 5 or 6 visits, he had been unable to purchase any and failed to locate Lu Fan. Today marked his 7th visit. Gazing at the Huang's pawnshop, the young gentleman murmured, "Heaven bless. I must acquire the elixirs today. If I fail to meet the requirements for this month's martial examination, my father will surely punish me." As he spoke, the young gentleman, accompanied by his 2 attendants, entered the Huang's pawnshop. Inside the courtyard, Lu Fan, who was sipping tea, suddenly heard Huang by Rong's excited voice. "Young Master Lu, the third young master of the Sima family has arrived." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan immediately stood up. "Where is he?" "In the main hall." "Young Master Lu, I shall take you there right away," Huang by Rong exclaimed, leading Lu Fan toward the main hall. After a few steps, Huang by Rong turned back, asking, "Young Master Lu, have you brought the elixirs today?" "Of course," Lu Fan replied. "That's good. If you hadn't brought them, I fear that the third young master might become enraged and wreak havoc upon my pawnshop," Huang by Rong said, before promptly guiding Lu Fan to the main hall. As Lu Fan stepped inside, he immediately caught sight of the third son of the Sima family. The young man was fanning himself with a paper fan, exuding an air of extravagance. Meanwhile, the 2 bodyguards beside him wore grim expressions. "Young Master Sima, this is the esteemed Lu Xiaogui you were seeking," Huang Bairong announced respectfully to the young master of the Sima family after leading Lu Fan into the room. Upon seeing Lu Fan, the elegantly dressed young dandy sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Brother, are you the remarkable figure who sells the miraculous tonics?" Lu Fan initially believed that this wealthy and powerful young master would exhibit a certain air of arrogance. To his surprise, the moment this individual approached, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "It is indeed I." Lu Fan smiled and replied, "Impressive, my dear brother." The extravagant young master rushed over, grasping Lu Fan's hand with palpable excitement. This left Lu Fan momentarily bewildered, pondering, "Is there something amiss with this affluent youth?" "Brother, you have no idea. Your pills are utterly miraculous. Ever since I consumed your elixir, not only has my physique grown increasingly robust, but my strength has also surged. Pray tell, from whence did you procure such wondrous tonics?" the young master inquired. "To be candid, all these pills are of my own making," Lu Fan responded. "What? You crafted them yourself?" The young master appeared somewhat incredulous. "Indeed, it is so." Upon hearing this, the young master scrutinized Lu Fan from head to toe, exclaiming, "Remarkable. Truly remarkable. By the way, I am Sima Hong. May I inquire your name, brother?" "Lu Fan," he replied. "Ah, so it is Brother Lu. A pleasure to meet you. Brother Lu, do you still have any of those miraculous pills?" "I am in urgent need," Sima Hong asked. "I do," Lu Fan answered. "How many remain?" "Approximately 100. Lu Fan stated candidly. Upon hearing the figure of 100, Sima Hong's face lit up with joy as he declared, "I want them all." Feigning composure, Lu Fan replied. Very well, it is a deal. Thus, upon Lu Fan announcing the availability of 100 miraculous pills, Sima Hong immediately gestured to his attendant beside him, saying, What are you waiting for? Quickly fetch the money for Brother Lu. At this command, 2 attendants promptly produced 10 silver notes. These notes were issued by the Deqing Bank and were universally recognized, redeemable anywhere. As Lu Fan gazed at the stack of silver notes presented to him, his heart raced. Brother Lu, 1,000 taels of silver, not a single cent less. Now, where are your miraculous pills? Sima Hong inquired eagerly. Lu Fan remarked, My pill is in the inner courtyard. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch it for the young master right away. With that, he proceeded. Lu Fan arrived at the inner courtyard. After observing that the surroundings were deserted, he promptly extracted 100 revitalizing pills from his precious gourd. Once he had retrieved them all, Lu Fan returned to the main hall and presented them to Sima Hong. As Sima Hong gazed upon the gleaming pills, he appeared to behold the most invaluable treasures, his excitement rendering him speechless. Thus, Lu Fan sold all 100 revitalizing pills to Sima Hong. Indeed, Sima Hong was affluent. He did not even bat an eye at the 1,000 taels of silver he had just expended. As he departed, he proclaimed, Brother, I shall take all your revitalizing pills in the future. Whatever quantity you have, I will acquire it all. Lu Fan nodded with a smile and said, All right. Thus, Sima Hong joyfully departed with his subordinates. As he walked away, Sima Hong merrily exclaimed, Damn it, with this miraculous elixir. Which fool would dare to make me continue my martial training? After Sima Hong's departure, Huang Beirong turned to Lu Fan and said, Congratulations, young noble. Heartfelt congratulations to you. Lu Fan smiled and said, Master Huang, you are too kind. All of this is thanks to you. Huang Beirong chuckled and replied, Oh, little noble Lu, you flatter me. To have the privilege of knowing you is truly my fortune. Huang Beirong's words held great truth. Previously, his chronic leg ailment and other physical afflictions were alleviated solely through the grain that Lu Fan sold him. Otherwise, how could he possibly appear as youthful and vigorous as he does now? Chapter 45. Forging Weapons. Little noble Lu, do you now possess such wealth? Have you considered purchasing a grand residence in Xingyang town? Huang Beirong suddenly inquired. No need. I have already constructed a house elsewhere, Lu Fan replied. Lu Fan was not a man of extravagant habits. Although he currently possessed wealth and resources, he believed that constructing a residence near the city god temple was more than sufficient. Furthermore, he preferred not to cultivate his practice in such a populous area. Upon hearing Lu Fan's sentiments, Huang Beirong refrained from further discussion. After a brief moment, Huang Beirong continued, Young Master Lu, I have a personal question that I hope it is not too inconvenient to ask. No worries, feel free to inquire, Lu Fan replied. Lu Fan, while stowing away the silver notes, replied. Huang Beirong paused momentarily before cautiously inquiring, May I ask, young noble Lu, are you married? Married? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Of course, he had not married. Huang Beirong, upon learning that Lu Fan was still unmarried, chuckled and inquired. Since the esteemed young Master Lu has not yet wed, might there be a lady of his affections? Lu Fan shook his head. He had never contemplated matters concerning his children before. The only instance he had ever considered such matters was on that fateful night when he took in Zixuan, who had shed her clothing. So, what do you think of my daughter? Huang Beirong suddenly inquired with a mischievous grin. What nonsense is this? Lu Fan was rendered speechless upon hearing Huang Beirong's words. Was he truly attempting to promote his daughter? To be honest, little nobleman, ever since that day she laid eyes on you, my daughter has been utterly captivated by you. Huang Beirong finally divulged the truth. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan gradually grasped the situation. No wonder that Huang Xiaoyi had been covertly glancing at him ever since their first encounter. It turned out she truly harbored feelings for him. Dear young noble Lu, I must confess that while my daughter may possess an ordinary appearance, her figure is undeniably remarkable. Most importantly, she is exceptionally virtuous. If you would consider marrying my daughter, I assure you that upon my demise, my entire estate shall be yours. What do you think? Lu Fan, truly, as long as you are willing to marry my daughter, I, Huang Beirong, will bestow upon you all of my life as savings. Witnessing Huang Beirong's earnestness, Lu Fan could not help but smile bitterly. Had this been in the past, he would have readily accepted without a second thought. For he was impoverished then. However, the present Lu Fan is markedly different. The wealth and resources he possesses far exceed what Huang Beirong could ever offer. Moreover, he has embarked on the path of martial arts. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan replied, I apologize, Manager Huang. At this time, I have no intention of marrying. Upon hearing Lu Fan's response, Huang Bairong displayed a hint of disappointment, murmuring, "Is that so? What about in the future? When you are older? Will you consider my daughter then?" Huang Bairong appeared unwavering in his hope. "As for future matters, they are best left for another time." Lu Fan replied, "Manager Huang, it's getting late. I should be on my way. Until next time." With that, he hastily departed from the Huang pawnshop. He was apprehensive, fearing that Mr. Huang might insist on forcing his daughter to marry him. However, when it came to the prospect of marriage and children, although Lu Fan had never contemplated it before, now that he possessed wealth and resources, perhaps it was indeed time to ponder such matters. Lu Fan pondered deeply. After Lu Fan departed, Huang Bairong remained behind, looking despondent. At that moment, Huang Xiaoe rushed out from within. "Father, did you just propose to that Lu Xiaogaran?" She inquired eagerly, her round face alight with curiosity. Gazing at his daughter, Huang Bairong let out a sigh. "I did propose. However, what? However, my dear daughter, I fear that Lu Xiaogaran may not hold you in high regard." Huang Bairong spoke candidly. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoye's delicate face paled slightly, and with tears brimming in her eyes, she turned and ran away. Daughter. Observing his daughter's distress, Huang Bairong hastily followed after her. Lu Fan departed from the Huang's pawnshop and made his way to the marketplace to begin his shopping. With 1,000 taels of silver notes in his possession, he had truly transformed into a wealthy landlord. Should Lu Fan desire to make a purchase, he could easily acquire the grandest residence in Qingyang town with his ample wealth. He could also hire dozens of maidservants and attendants to pamper him daily with massages and foot rubs. The thought of such a luxurious landlord lifestyle brought a broad smile to Lu Fan's face, causing him to walk as if he were floating. However, Lu Fan was not a person prone to extravagance. He believed that these silver coins would eventually prove useful. Furthermore, with the construction of the city god temple residence nearing completion and his sister surrounded by ginseng, reishi mushrooms, chicken, and various delicacies, there was no need for unnecessary wastefulness. Happily, Lu Fan ventured to the market, where he purchased a plethora of daily necessities. Subsequently, he visited a tailor's shop and acquired several sets of brand new clothing. After completing his shopping, he treated his sister to an abundance of food. After spending 4 taels of silver, Lu Fan left with a sense of satisfaction. Donning a pristine white long shirt, he appeared even more handsome, especially after breaking through to the second level of the everlasting skill, which enhanced his aura to resemble that of a young scion from a prestigious family. Having placed all his purchases in his treasured gourd, Lu Fan eagerly prepared to return home. However, just as he was about to leave, his gaze fell upon a blacksmith shop nearby. Inside, he spotted an array of newly forged weapons, including swords and spears. A sudden spark ignited in his eyes, having trained in martial arts. Perhaps it was time to acquire a suitable weapon for himself? Until now, he had never possessed a weapon of his own. The only one he had was the ghostly knife he had retrieved from bandits, which was far too light and of poor quality, making it cumbersome to wield, even inferior to Dong Wu's tiger-headed knife. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan strode towards the blacksmith shop, reassured by the fact that he had the means to afford a fine weapon. Upon entering, he encountered 2 burly blacksmiths. One appeared older, likely the shop owner, while the other, in his 20s, seemed to be an apprentice. When they saw the handsome Lu Fan step inside, their eyes lit up, and they quickly approached him with greetings. "Greetings, young master. May we inquire what you seek?" Being addressed as young master for the first time made Lu Fan feel a tad bashful. Yet, he quickly composed himself, offering a slight smile as he replied, "I am in search of a suitable weapon." Chapter 46. The first weapon. Upon hearing Lu Fan's request for a suitable weapon, the blacksmith shop owner promptly responded, "The weapons you desire are all right here." As he spoke, he gestured towards a large assortment of swords, spears, and halberds nearby. Lu Fan glanced over and walked forward, beginning to make his selections. All these swords and spears were crafted from ordinary wrought iron, resulting in mediocre quality and a notably light weight. Lu Fan scrutinized the selection before him, his brows slightly furrowing. "Esteemed shopkeeper, do you possess any weaponry of a more substantial weight? These are far too light." The weapons before him barely weighed 20 pounds at most, insufficient even to match half the heft of Dong Wu's saber, thus they were not the armaments Lu Fan sought. The blacksmith, taken aback by Lu Fan's remarks, inquired, "May I ask, how much weight do you desire in a weapon?" "The heavier, the better," Lu Fan replied. The blacksmith furrowed his brow in contemplation, sizing Lu Fan up before responding, "Please wait a moment. I shall fetch some from the back." With that, the blacksmith and his assistant retreated to the inner chamber. Before long, the blacksmith emerged, bearing several hefty weapons. "Esteemed sir, this is a broadsword we forged last year, weighing 30 pounds. Might this meet your satisfaction?" The blacksmith gestured towards a long sword, addressing Lu Fan with a hopeful inquiry. Lu Fan did not even glance and simply remarked, "It's too light." In response to Lu Fan's statement, the blacksmith shop owner was rendered speechless. My goodness. A 30-pound broadsword is considered light? Just how heavy of a weapon does this young master desire? "Young master, might I inquire if you are satisfied with these meteor hammers?" The owner pointed to a pair of ebony hammers nearby, each weighing 50 pounds, thus totaling 100 pounds together, and once more posed the question to Lu Fan. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan effortlessly grasped the meteor hammer with one hand. The 100-pound dual hammers were lifted with ease, swirling through the air. The two iron hammers emitted a powerful whooshing sound. No, they were still too light. After Lu Fan spoke, he placed the twin hammers down. The owner of the blacksmith shop was left astonished by Lu Fan's display of strength. On one hand, he was utterly impressed by Lu Fan's divine power. On the other hand, he pondered the question of just how heavy a weapon this young master intended to forge. "Master, why not bring out that item for him to try? It serves no purpose remaining in our shop," a young apprentice standing beside the owner suggested in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, the blacksmith's eyes gleamed with interest. "Please wait a moment, young master. Our humble shop possesses another heavy item. Allow me to fetch it for you." The owner replied, before promptly rushing to the back with the apprentice. A short while later, the blacksmith and the apprentice emerged, struggling to lift a heavy, dark rod. It was evident that the rod was exceedingly weighty, as both men appeared somewhat strained in their effort to carry it. However, the rod seemed rather ordinary. Resembling the length of a sword but lacking its form, it appeared to be nothing more than a firewood stick. Clang! As the blacksmith and the apprentice set the iron rod down, it struck the ground with a resonant, crisp sound. Observing the rod that resembled a firewood stick, Lu Fan furrowed his brow slightly. "Is this truly a weapon?" "Esteemed young master, this rod is the heaviest item in our shop, weighing a full 300 pounds. The blacksmith proclaimed, gesturing towards the iron rod. 300 pounds? Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. "Indeed, I shall not conceal from you, my lord, that this staff has been passed down through generations in our blacksmith shop. However, its extraordinary hardness has led us to preserve it without use." The proprietor of the forge, being a man of integrity, recounted the origins of this remarkable object. He stated that the material from which this staff is crafted remains a mystery, possessing an unparalleled hardness that even their ancestors, skilled in the art of blacksmithing, could not alter in the slightest. Thus, this rod, resembling a firewood poker, has remained idle within the confines of the blacksmith's establishment. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan cast another glance at the firewood stick. The stick, measuring approximately 1 meter in length, bore a rough surface. No matter how one looked at it, it hardly resembled a weapon. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan reached out to grasp the stick. "Young master, be cautious. This stick is quite heavy. Do take care not to injure yourself," the owner of the blacksmith shop exclaimed, hastily warning him as he noticed Lu Fan's intention to pick it up. Lu Fan smiled and said, "No worries. I am quite curious to see just how heavy this stick truly is." Lu Fan's right hand grasped the staff. The moment his palm made contact with it, an icy chill surged into Lu Fan's hand, and to his astonishment, he sensed a slight tremor in the energy within his dantian, which vanished almost instantaneously. Was it merely an illusion? Lu Fan was intrigued, his fingers clenched tightly. Lu Fan exerted a forceful lift, and the dark, hefty fire stick was effortlessly raised by him with a single hand. Astonishingly, the blacksmith shop owner and his assistant stood there, utterly dumbfounded, as they witnessed Lu Fan hoist the 300-pound rod with such ease. In their hearts, they were profoundly shaken, realizing that this young man truly possessed extraordinary strength. He had lifted a 300-pound stick with but one hand. Little did they know that Lu Fan, having already advanced to the second layer of the chi refinement stage, could unleash a punch nearly equivalent to 1,000 pounds. To him, this mere 300 pounds was inconsequential. Grasping the fire stick in his palm, Lu Fan gave it a gentle swing. Whoosh! The iron rod emitted a series of whistling gusts of wind. The weight was indeed impressive, yet its appearance left much to be desired. As Lu Fan swung the iron rod in his hand, he mumbled to himself. The owner of the blacksmith shop and his assistant, witnessing Lu Fan's peculiar behavior, were utterly astonished and dared not utter a word. After toying with the fire stick for a while, Lu Fan suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, I want this rod. Name your price." Upon hearing Lu Fan's desire for the fire stick, the blacksmith paused for a moment before responding, Do you truly wish to acquire this rod, young sir? Indeed. Please, name your price. Lu Fan insisted. After a moment of contemplation, the blacksmith replied, I shall not deceive you, young sir. Although this item has been idle in my shop, it has been passed down through generations. How about 2 taels of silver? Would you be willing to purchase it? Initially expecting a lofty price, Lu Fan was pleasantly surprised that the man only requested 2 taels of silver. Very well, 2 it is. In times past, Lu Fan would have engaged in a vigorous negotiation with the blacksmith, but circumstances had changed. Lu Fan was now affluent and truly embodied the role of a wealthy landowner. Thus, the situation was quite different. Lu Fan, in a moment of generosity, produced 2 taels of silver from his person and placed them directly before the blacksmith shop owner. The deal was struck. Upon witnessing Lu Fan's extravagant display of wealth, the blacksmith's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Chapter 47, Blackwind Stronghold. Thus it was. Lu Fan spent 2 taels of silver to acquire this firewood stick. The iron rod, despite its commendable weight, is remarkably unsightly. So much so that when Lu Fan holds it, passers-by merely perceive it as a mere firewood stick. However, Lu Fan was indifferent to such matters. Although the fire stick appeared ordinary, it far surpassed Dong Wu's tiger-headed knife, which weighed a mere 80 pounds and felt as light as a wooden stick in Lu Fan's grasp. The 300-pound fire stick was precisely what Lu Fan required. After placing it into his treasured gourd, he joyfully made his way back to the city god temple. Approximately 10 kilometers from the temple, a formidable band of mountain bandits advanced towards it. A cursory glance revealed there were over 100 of them. Each bandit bore a fierce expression, brandishing weapons. At the forefront was a robust man resembling a grizzly bear, mounted on a black-maned horse, from which hung 2 gleaming hatchets. Third underling. Do those wretched villagers truly speak the truth? When did that dilapidated city god temple ever have a wealthy deity? And is it really so affluent? Questioned a scrawny figure, gesturing towards the villagers leading the way. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the villagers guiding them were none other than the Lu family and the Lu Dahai couple from Little Stone Village. The burly man, referred to as the third underling, scoffed. Do they dare deceive me? The scrawny figure pondered this. After all, in all their years, who would dare lie in front of the third underling? And those villagers from Little Stone Village wouldn't have the audacity either. However, the scrawny figure could not comprehend when the city god temple had ever produced a wealthy deity, especially one that supposedly had riches and provisions. Knowing that their Blackwind stronghold had begun to face food shortages, it was clear why they dispatched their men to raid women and children, turning them into sustenance for their brothers. After some contemplation, the scrawny figure rushed to the front, confronting one of the villagers. He delivered a kick to the villager, who stumbled and fell, looking bewildered as he turned to the emaciated bandit, trembling. What is your command, Mountain Bandit Lord? I ask you, are you certain that the city god temple possesses wealth and provisions? The scrawny figure inquired. Absolutely certain, the villager replied, his voice steady. You better not be deceiving us. If you dare to trick us, you know what fate awaits you. The scrawny figure's face took on a sinister expression. I swear I am not deceiving you. The one with wealth at the city god temple is named Lu Fan. He used to be from our Little Stone Village. Oh. And here are his biological father and stepmother. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with them, the villager said, pointing towards Lu Dahai and his wife. The scrawny figure's gaze shifted, his beady eyes locking onto Lu Dahai and his wife, Lu Dahai and Wang Suelian. Upon noticing the mountain bandit Shouho casting a glance in their direction, instinctively recoiled a few steps. Shouho scrutinized the couple with a derisive sneer and remarked, that bastard just mentioned that you are the biological father of the wealthy master from the city god temple? Lu Dahai let out a fearful murmur. How intriguing. This is the first time I've heard of a father robbing his son's provisions and even seeking his demise. The lean monkey chuckled. Old bandit, this is not our fault. Blame that Lu fellow for being excessively unreasonable, Wang Suelian interjected. However, as soon as she spoke, the lean monkey slapped her across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed, causing Wang Suelian's mouth to bleed and sending her crashing to the ground. Have I asked you a question? Wang Suelian, dazed and seeing stars, dared not utter a single word. Listen well. You better speak the truth. If when our third leader visits the city god temple and finds no provisions, you shall await your doom, the lean monkey coldly declared before turning to leave. Thus, the imposing group continued their march toward the city god temple. Inside the towering walls of the city god temple, clad in a cloak, Dongwu leisurely sat with his tiger-headed knife in hand, while nearby, a group of laborers busily constructed a building. Damn it, where is that Lu fellow? Dongwu muttered. rising to venture outside the walls. Just then, a laborer rushed in, panic-stricken. Not good. Not good. The bandits are coming this way. Upon hearing this, the laborers' faces turned ashen, resembling ghosts. Even Dong Wu's expression shifted slightly. In these times, bandits were a nightmare for the unfortunate, and it was unimaginable that they would target the city god temple. Where are the bandits? Wang Daong, having heard the commotion, hurried over with his guard team. Following the ambush from the villagers of Little Stone Village, Lu Fan had tasked Wang Daong with assembling a robust security team, solely responsible for safeguarding the city god temple. Upon hearing of the bandits' approach, Wang Daong rushed over to inquire. Just down the hill. The laborer pointed with a pale face towards the outer walls. Let's go, quickly. Wang Daong commanded as he led over a dozen guards outside. Observing Wang Daong and his men rush out, Dong Wu swiftly grabbed his steel knife and followed suit. Arriving at the main gate of the walls, they beheld a throng of bandits advancing towards the city god temple. One laborer suddenly exclaimed in horror, "It's over. Those are the bandits from Blackwind Stronghold." What? The ones rumored to devour their victims whole, known as the living Yama? Other laborers gasped. Indeed, it's them. We're doomed. How did we attract these devils? The laborers, upon learning the name of the Blackwind Stronghold, turned as pale as sheets, crying out in fear. Seeing their panic, Wang Daong quickly reassured them, "Fear not. Even if they are the living Yama from Blackwind Stronghold, what of it? We have these towering walls for protection and dozens of laborers. I refuse to believe they can breach our defenses. But Brother Young, look. The third leader of Blackwind Stronghold is here." Suddenly, a laborer pointed towards the bandits, spotting a towering figure on a black-maned horse. What? The third leader of Blackwind Stronghold? Wang Daong trembled at the mention, clearly aware of the terror associated with him. Chapter 48. Allow me to teach them a lesson. What nonsense about Blackwind Stronghold and their third leader? Are they truly formidable? At that moment, Dong Wu, wielding his tiger-headed knife, approached. Wang Daong, knowing Dong Wu was a warrior, replied, "Dong Hero, you may not be aware, but within 100 miles of Qingyang town, the bandits from Blackwind Stronghold are the most fearsome. They oppress the weak and commit every atrocity. In times of famine, they rampage through villages, capturing women and children, cleansing them, and later butchering them for meat. Blackwind Stronghold has 3 leaders. The first, known as the living Yama Du Tong, is said to possess extraordinary skills and is called the immortal Yama. The second, named Shi Yili, though not particularly skilled, is cunning and crafty. The third leader before us is the butcher, Lei Hu, the most vicious and brutal among them. It is said that when a village offended this butcher, he slaughtered every man, woman, and child in a single night, dismembering them and even exterminating livestock." Listening to Wang Daong recount the horrors of Blackwind Stronghold, Dong Wu's brow furrowed slightly. What a cruel fiend. However, rest assured, since I have promised Lu to protect you, I shall ensure your safety. Now, retreat behind the walls. Acknowledging Dong Wu's prowess, Wang Daong bowed deeply, saying, "We are in your capable hands, Dong Hero." He then led his guards back behind the towering walls. Meanwhile, Dong Wu found a flat stone, seated himself upon it, and planted his tiger-headed knife firmly in the snow, crossing his arms in anticipation. On the other side, as the villagers of Little Stone Village and the bandits reached the hillside, they spotted Lu Fan's towering walls. "Bandit leader, see? We weren't lying. That is where the wealthy Lu resides." One villager exclaimed. "Indeed, that young man not only has wealth, but provisions as well. I even saw his sister enjoying a chicken leg. Yes, the Lu family heir is hiding within the walls of the city god temple. Once we breach the walls, we shall find him." As the villagers spoke, the lean monkey and his band of bandits revealed sinister grins. "At last, you have proven to be wise and not deceived us. Brothers, a grand opportunity awaits. Let us prepare ourselves." With the lean monkey's command, the bandits erupted into cheers. Murder and plunder were their favorite pastimes, offering both sustenance and the thrill of conquest. "Hey, look, there's someone sitting at the entrance." Suddenly, one bandit noticed Dong Wu seated at the outer wall of the city god temple. The others turned their gaze towards him, and upon seeing Dong Wu relaxed with his formidable knife, they were momentarily taken aback. "Damn, there really is someone there." The bandits approached Dong Wu, who stood with a blade planted in the ground before him and a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, arms crossed defiantly. As the bandits drew near, Dong Wu suddenly spoke. So you are the rascals from Blackwind Stronghold?" The group of over 100 bandits, upon hearing his words, erupted in anger. "You're courting death, aren't you? How dare you speak to us like that?" One particularly arrogant bandit shouted. "What can you do about it?" In a fit of rage, he swung his large knife at Dong Wu. Without even raising himself, Dongwu spat out the grass, striking the bandit in the face, causing him to recoil in pain. Then, with a swift motion, Dongwu unleashed a punch that sent the unfortunate bandit flying 6 meters, rendering him unconscious. The remaining bandits were taken aback, their faces paling slightly. Even the thin monkey, who had been close to the third-in-command, felt a chill run down his spine. "So, you are a martial artist? Pray tell, who might you be to oppose us?" After a moment's contemplation, the thin monkey stepped forward to question him. Dusting himself off, Dongwu stood up, declaring, "I am Dongwu, and I stand unchanged." The thin monkey narrowed his eyes and asked, "What brings you to obstruct our path?" Dongwu chuckled, "You bandits are quite amusing. You come to rob and pillage, yet you dare inquire about my presence? Very well, given your apparent lack of wit. I shall be frank. I have come today specifically to punish you scoundrels." This declaration ignited a cold fury in the thin monkey's eyes. Not only he, but all the bandits were incensed. For years, Black Wind Stronghold had dominated Xingyang town, and never before had anyone spoken to them with such audacity. "Since you seek death, let us fulfill your wish. Bring me his head." With the thin monkey's command, several bandits charged at Dongwu. At last, Dongwu made his move. Like a tiger springing into action, he leapt among the bandits, unleashing his formidable thunder fist technique. Each punch landed with a resounding crack, accompanied by the anguished cries of the bandits as their bones shattered. In mere moments, 7 bandits lay defeated at his feet. The thin monkey's eyes narrowed in shock. "So, he truly is a martial arts master? But what of it? Brothers, attack him together." Following his command, dozens of bandits surged toward Dongwu. In the face of this overwhelming force, Dongwu punched one bandit away and retreated swiftly. With a resounding clang, he grasped the tiger-headed knife that had been embedded in the snow. Armed, his confidence surged. As he wielded the knife, the air was filled with the screams of the bandits, their cries echoing as they faced his relentless assault. Indeed, as a 5th-grade martial artist, Dongwu was a force to be reckoned with. From a distance behind the city god temple, Wang Daong and the laborers could not help but cheer Hero Dong. "Well done. Eliminate those despicable bandits." The laborers, long oppressed by the bandits, felt a surge of excitement witnessing Dongwu's fierce retaliation. The battle raged on, with waves of bandits falling before him. However, despite his ferocity, he could not withstand the sheer number of foes. In a moment of distraction, one bandit managed to slice his thigh. Dongwu gritted his teeth, kicking the assailant away before bringing his knife down upon another bandit. In a short time, over 20 bandits had perished. Just then, a piercing voice sliced through the chaos. "You worthless fools, retreat." The voice belonged to Leihu, the third-in-command of Black Wind Stronghold. Though he was as robust as a bear, his voice was surprisingly shrill. At his command, the bandits fell back. Leihu's gaze, sharp and predatory, fixed on Dongwu. He leapt from his black stallion, wielding 2 gleaming axes with deadly intent. As Leihu charged, Dongwu raised his knife in defense. Clang! The axes struck his weapon with tremendous force, sending him staggering back 2 steps, pain shooting through his hand. "Well done, Leihu. Finish that scoundrel." The bandits cheered, emboldened by Leihu's display of power. Meanwhile, Wang Daong and the others in the temple felt their faces turn pale at the sight of the formidable Leihu. What a disaster! Is Hero Dong a match for him? If even he falls, we are doomed. Hearing the fearful murmurs, Wang Daong quickly rallied the workers. "Do not fear. As long as our young lord is here, we will be safe." "But where is he now? What if Hero Dong cannot withstand this?" A laborer questioned anxiously. "Trust in our young lord. Without him, would we be living so freely?" Wang Daong reassured them, and gradually the laborers fell silent. Back in the fray, after pushing Dongwu back, Leihu sneered. "So, this is all you are capable of?" Dongwu spat defiantly, gripping his knife tightly. "Fool. Do not pretend to be brave before me. I merely allowed you one strike." "What did you call me?" Leihu barked sharply. "Did you not hear? I said you are a coward," Dongwu retorted. Though Leihu appeared formidable, his voice betrayed him, echoing like a woman-ass. In Black Wind Stronghold, it was common knowledge that he despised being mocked for his voice. The moment Dongwu struck that nerve, he knew he had crossed a line. "You seek death." Thunder Tiger was utterly enraged. With a thunderous roar, he swung the mountain-splitting axe imbued with the power of wind and thunder towards Dongwu. Though Dongwu maintained a relaxed demeanor, he was far from complacent. During their earlier confrontation, he had discerned that this third-in-command of the Black Wind Stronghold, despite his effeminate voice, possessed formidable skills, likely having reached the peak of the acquired realm, surpassing him by a tier. Yet, he felt no fear. Brandishing his tiger-headed knife, he charged directly at Thunder Tiger. The clash of their weapons resonated like a deafening symphony. The 80-pound tiger-headed knife collided with the mountain-splitting axe, emitting a piercing metallic clang. Both fighters soared into the air, unleashing their ultimate techniques. Dongwu's domineering knife strike was fierce and powerful, while Thunder Tiger's dual axes exhibited remarkable versatility. After exchanging over 20 moves, Thunder Tiger's axe transformed into a crescent arc that descended upon Dongwu. As Dongwu beheld the incoming axe shadow, he hurriedly attempted to block with his knife. However, he was unprepared for the second axe that Thunder Tiger swung from an unexpected angle. Faced with this sudden shift in Thunder Tiger's attack, Dongwu was taken aback, realizing the peril he was in. He swiftly executed 2 strikes with his knife and hastily retreated, hoping to evade the lethal arc of the axe. But could he truly escape? Thunder Tiger let out a sinister laugh as he brought his axe down with ferocity. The axe shadow sliced into Dongwu's back, blood gushing forth, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Fortunately, he had managed to evade the brunt of the blow. Otherwise, it would have been a fatal strike. It's over. Dong the hero has fallen. Nearby, the laborers at the city god temple gasped in terror upon witnessing Dongwu being struck down by the third-in-command of the Black Wind stronghold. Even Wang Daong clenched his fists, trembling as he gazed at the fallen Dongwu. This was dire. The third-in-command was far too powerful, and it seemed that doom awaited them all. Among the crowd, some laborers began to wail in despair. Meanwhile, the bandits rejoiced, exulting at the sight of their leader's victory. The third-in-command is mighty. The third-in-command is invincible. Chapter 50. Just one strike. Upon seeing Dongwu on the ground, Thunder Tiger scoffed, easily defeated. With that, he hefted his axes, preparing to lead the bandits into the city god temple. Stop. Suddenly, from the blood-soaked ground, Dongwu bellowed. With great effort, he rose to his feet, blood streaming from the gash on his back and the wound on his thigh. Yet, undeterred, he brandished his tiger-headed knife and declared, "If you wish to enter this city god temple, you must first step over my corpse." Thunder Tiger was taken aback by Dongwu's determination to fight on. If you seek death so fervently, I shall oblige." With that, he swung his mountain-splitting axe towards Dongwu, clearly intent on ending the battle with one decisive blow. As the overwhelming axe shadow approached, Dongwu managed a grim smile, murmuring, "Little Lu, I'm afraid I cannot protect the city god temple for you. I'm sorry." With that, he closed his eyes, bracing himself for death. Just as the massive axe was about to cleave Dongwu's head, a figure suddenly descended from above. A dark iron rod appeared and intercepted the blow, thwarting the third-in-command's powerful strike. Clang! The iron rod met the mountain-splitting axe with a resounding clash, causing the axe to splinter and sending shockwaves through Thunder Tiger's hands, forcing him to drop his weapon as blood flowed from his palms. In the wake of this unexpected turn of events, everyone was momentarily stunned, both bandits and laborers alike. The most shocked of all was Thunder Tiger himself. He was a true pinnacle of the acquired realm, wielding his axe with unparalleled skill. Yet now, a simple dark iron rod had not only caused him injury, but also disarmed him. "Who?" Thunder Tiger shouted. A striking figure suddenly leapt in front of Dongwu. "It is I." The voice belonged to a young man clad in a white robe, strikingly handsome, with a black gourd at his waist and a dark iron rod in hand. Lu Fan has returned. As soon as Lu Fan's figure appeared, the laborers in the city god temple erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "The young master! The young master has returned!" Upon seeing Lu Fan, Dongwu felt a rush of emotion, his body trembling slightly as he silently murmured, "Lu, my boy?" Meanwhile, the mountain bandits reacted, with one of the villagers from Little Stone Village, Lu, exclaiming in disbelief, "The boy from the Lu family! Good heavens, when did he learn martial arts?" Her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the suddenly appearing Lu Fan. Indeed, when did this wild child acquire such skills? Old Lu, what on earth is happening? The stepmother, Wang, stood frozen in shock at Lu Fan's appearance. "I have no idea." Lu Dahai, Lu Fan's biological father, replied, shaking his head. Just then, Lei Hu, who had recently suffered a bleeding hand from the shock and had dropped his axe, bellowed, "You, boy, who do you think you are to meddle in the affairs of our Blackwind stronghold?" Lu Fan chuckled softly. "Even I am unaware. Yet you dare to bring these miscreants into my territory to commit murder and plunder? What? Your territory? Are you, perchance, the wealthy lord of this city god temple?" Upon hearing this, Lei Hu's gaze turned cold and menacing as he looked at Lu Fan. "You have guessed correctly." Lu Fan turned to the injured Dongwu and said, "Brother Dong, you have done enough. Now, it is time for you to rest. I shall take care of these ruffians." With that, Lu Fan brandished his firewood stick and fixed his gaze on the butcher Lei Hu and the surrounding bandits. "Come on. Weren't you eager to kill and plunder? Come. Seize what you wish." The foremost 4 bandits, enraged by Lu Fan's provocation, shouted, "Ignorant brat, we will chop you to pieces." With that, they charged at Lu Fan. Weapons drawn. Lu Fan smiled as he watched them approach. He then swung his dark firewood stick. Clang, 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 crack, crack. The bandits' blades barely touched Lu Fan's stick before they shattered into fragments. After shattering their weapons, Lu Fan executed a sweeping motion. Boom. The firewood stick struck the 4 bandits. Their anguished cries echoed as they fell, their veins shattered, lifeless on the ground. The sight of Lu Fan dispatching 4 bandits with a single blow rendered the remaining bandits pale with fear. Even Dongwu was taken aback, his eyes wide. How is this kid stronger than he was 2 days ago? Am I seeing things? He was under my tutelage. He marveled at the formidable black stick in Lu Fan's hand. Meanwhile, Lei Hu, the third in command of the Black Wind stronghold, witnessed his men being no match for Lu Fan. In a fit of rage, he leaped from behind Lu Fan. "You little rascal, let me see your true strength." He swung his mountain axe, the blade glinting like a crescent moon as it descended upon Lu Fan. Now at the second tier of the Qi refinement realm, Lu Fan merely smiled disdainfully at the incoming axe. He pointed his black iron stick skyward. Clang! The stick met Lei Hu's axe, and Lei Hu felt as if a tremendous force struck him. His arm trembled painfully, and he was sent staggering back 5 to 6 meters. On the ground, Lei Hu's face was a mix of shock and fury as he stared incredulously at Lu Fan. Damn it! How can that kid's stick possess such power? Who is he? How could one strike repel me? He pondered, realizing that even the formidable leader of the Black Wind stronghold, Du Tong, could not push him back in a single blow. Could it be that this nameless brat is stronger than the leader? A congenital expert? A wave of trepidation washed over Lei Hu. Who exactly are you? He gritted through the pain in his wrist, gripping his axe tightly as he questioned Lu Fan. You need not know who I am. The only thing you need to know is that you are about to die, Lu Fan replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Lei Hu's rage flared. You arrogant little wretch. With that, he launched another assault. His dual axes swung, creating a flurry of vicious strikes that surrounded Lu Fan like a deadly net. Draped in a white robe, Lu Fan remained unperturbed, not even flinching. Instead, he summoned the energy from his dantian. As the force surged, the 300-pound black iron stick vibrated ominously. With a single move, Lu Fan executed the basic Overlord blade slash. Though the stick was not a sword, it radiated an imposing aura that surpassed even the tiger head blade. Boom! With a decisive strike, the dense barrage of axe strikes shattered before him. More terrifying still, the momentum carried through, landing squarely on Lei Hu. A blood-curdling scream echoed. Clang! Clang! The 2 axes fell to the ground. Lei Hu's lifeless body was propelled backward, flying several meters away. Dead. Chapter 51. For survival, third in command. The dozens of bandits around them gasped in shock at the sight of Lei Hu being dispatched in an instant by Lu Fan. Especially the lanky monkey, whose eyes bulged in disbelief. My God, that was their third in command. The bandits stood dumbfounded, and even the laborers gathered at the city god temple were stunned. Good heavens. Our young master just killed the butcher of the Black Wind stronghold in one move? This is astonishing. Young master is magnificent. Young master is invincible. Overjoyed, Wang Daong and the other laborers cheered, witnessing the downfall of the butcher. Even Dongwu was wide-eyed, staring at Lu Fan. Is this truly the same kid who insisted on learning martial arts from me just days ago? He has just slain a 6th-tier postnatal expert in one move. This is utterly unbelievable. What astounded Dongwu even more was that the move Lu Fan used to defeat Lei, who was none other than the Overlord blade slash he had taught him. After effortlessly dispatching Lei Hu, Lu Fan turned to the remaining bandits. It is your turn now. His words sent shivers down the spines of all the bandits, making them retreat in fear, including the previously boastful lanky monkey. Please spare me. The lanky monkey suddenly dropped his weapon and fell to his knees before Lu Fan in desperation. Seeing this, the other bandits followed suit, discarding their weapons and kneeling at Lu Fan's feet, begging for mercy. With the most formidable third-in-command eliminated, they knew they were no match for Lu Fan. As Lu Fan approached the kneeling bandits, he commanded, Now, tell me, who are you, and why have you come to rob me? The trembling lanky monkey replied, We hail from the Black Wind stronghold, located 40 kilometers from here. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan furrowed his brow. If you are so far away, why attempt to steal from me? Because of them. The lanky monkey pointed towards a group of individuals at the back of the bandit line. Lu Fan raised his eyes and beheld the villagers of Little Stone Village. He saw Lu's family, as well as the couple, Lu Dahai and his wife. To be frank, Uncle, it was this band of ruffians who claimed that your city god temple is abundant with wealth and provisions, which is why they beseeched us to come and plunder. said the thin monkey. They further asserted that if they could annihilate everyone here, they would seize all your provisions. In truth, Lu Fan had already surmised much of this without the thin monkey's input. He was all too familiar with the depravity of the inhabitants of Little Stone Village. Yet, he had not anticipated that these miscreants not only sought to rob him of his supplies, but also aimed to exterminate everyone present. Very well, I appreciate your revelation. After Lu Fan finished speaking, he strode towards the villagers of Little Stone Village. Upon seeing him approach, the more than 20 villagers recoiled in fear. We were wrong. Uncle Lu Fan, please spare us. At that moment, an elderly woman from Little Stone Village knelt before Lu Fan, pleading desperately. Indeed, Lu Fan. We were driven to desperation by hunger. We beseech you, forgive us. You cannot blame us, can you? If there is blame, it lies in your refusal to provide us with even a morsel of food, Lu Shi interjected. Just as Lu Shi, the shrewish woman, finished her statement, Lu Fan swung the iron rod in his hand with ferocity. Bang! The 300-pound iron rod struck Lu Shi's head with a brutal force. Blood splattered as her skull shattered, and she fell lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing Lu Fan's merciless act of violence, the villagers of Little Stone Village screamed in terror, and even Lu Dahai and his wife stood frozen in shock. You wretches! I spared you once, and yet you dare to seek death again? Tell me, do you truly believe I would let you go? After Lu Fan mercilessly dealt with Lu, his cold and piercing gaze fell upon all the villagers of Little Stone Village. If Lu Fan had once exhibited mercy, this time he was resolute in his intentions. The villagers, witnessing his willingness to kill, were gripped by sheer terror. Lu Di, please spare us. They pleaded. It was Tatu who suggested we invite the bandits to rob you. He said that if we killed you, we would have food to survive. At that moment, an old woman, kneeling on the ground, suddenly pointed at a man beside her. The man, upon being singled out, erupted in anger. You old hag, what right do you have to blame me? Let me ask you all, who among you did not agree to the plan to kill Lu Fan? His words rendered the villagers mute, for they indeed had consented. And you, Lu Dahai, you miserable wretch, I ask you, although you are Lu Fan's biological father, did you not also support the idea of killing him? Faced with Tatu's accusation, Lu Dahai trembled in fear, his legs shaking uncontrollably. He then collapsed to his knees before Lu Fan, exclaiming, Fanner, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I beg you, please forgive your father. Seeing this wretched man kneeling before him, Lu Fan refused even to glance his way, for such a despicable creature was not worthy of his attention. Lu Fan, I implore you, spare us both. After all, he is your biological father and I am your stepmother, Wang. At this moment, Wang was also engulfed in fear. Silence! You wretched woman! This is all your fault. Lu Dahai suddenly shouted, his eyes blazing with fury as he directed his wrath towards Wang Chuilian. You blame me? Wang Chuilian was taken aback, astonished that the typically timid Lu Dahai would dare to accuse her. Yes, if it were not for you, that damned woman, I would never have had the heart to drive Lu Fan and his siblings away. He continued, this entire situation has been instigated by your venomous heart. I will kill you. Lu Dahai suddenly lost his sanity and rushed forward, seizing Wang Chuilian by the throat and pinning her to the ground. With her throat in his grip, Wang Chuilian struggled violently, gasping for air. Yet, Lu Dahai seemed possessed by madness, tightening his hold with increasing ferocity. In a mere moment, this venomous stepmother was ruthlessly suffocated to death by Lu Dahai. As he gazed upon Wang Chuilian, her eyes bulging in horror, Lu Dahai fell to his knees before Lu Fan after committing the act. Fanner, I have slain this wicked woman. I beg of you, please forgive me. As he spoke, Lu Dahai bowed his head repeatedly in supplication. The villagers of Shaoshi were rendered utterly speechless, for no one could have anticipated that this previously timid man would resort to such extremes to secure his own survival by taking the life of his own wife. Lu Fan cast a glance at the lifeless body of Wang Chuilian, then raised his gaze towards Lu Dahai. Lu Dahai, he declared, from the moment you expelled me and my sister, you ceased to be my father. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Lu Dahai's face turned ashen. Fanner, I am your father, your biological father. Do you truly intend to take my life? Do not forget, your veins carry my blood. Should you kill me, the heavens will not allow it. Lu Dahai, upon realizing that he had even killed Wang Chuilian, found himself in despair as Lu Fan remained resolute in his refusal to forgive him. You are absolutely right. Lu Dahai, a son who kills his father is condemned by heaven and earth since ancient times, Lu Fan declared. Hearing this, Lu Dahai's heart leaped with joy, as he believed that Lu Fan was preparing to spare his life. However, Lu Fan abruptly added, although I cannot bring myself to kill you with my own hands. Others certainly can. Boom. At these words, Lu Dahai was left utterly bewildered. What does this mean? As Lu Fan pondered whether he was truly inviting his own demise. He turned to the band of mountain bandits and declared, "You lot of scum should know what to do, right?" The bandits, certainly not dim-witted, reacted swiftly. The leading figure, a gaunt and wiry man, immediately sprang forth, vehemently denouncing the villagers of Shaoshi village. What this young master states is utterly correct. You beasts are even inferior to pigs and dogs. You are all relatives and neighbors of this young master, yet you wish to harm him? You intend to silence him permanently? Damn it, you are even worse than us bandits. Encouraged by the gaunt man's tirade, the other bandits rallied, echoing his sentiments. Indeed, these scoundrels are more vile than we are. Especially you, wretched father. To even contemplate the murder of your own son? You deserve the deepest pits of hell. Come, let us beat these brutes to death and avenge our young master. With that rallying cry, dozens of bandits surged towards the villagers of Shaoshi, including Lu Dahai, launching a brutal assault. The unfortunate villagers stood no chance against the ruthless bandits. The mountains echoed with their anguished cries as fists and stones rained down upon them. The cacophony of screams and pleas for mercy reverberated through the wilderness. Yet, Lu Fan remained unmoved, turning his back on the carnage, feigning ignorance to the harrowing wails that pierced the air. At last, after what felt like an eternity of torment, silence fell upon the scene, leaving behind a grim tableau of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, including that of Lu Dahai. His demise was particularly horrific, his skull shattered by stones, his body a grotesque sight, devoid of any semblance of wholeness. Only after the bandits had extinguished the lives of all the villagers did the gaunt man rush to Lu Fan's side. "Young master, we have fulfilled your orders and dispatched those brutes. Might we be spared now?" Lu Fan turned his head, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Release you? Who said anything about letting you go?" Upon hearing this, the thin monkey was left bewildered, along with the band of mountain thieves behind him. They had anticipated that by aiding Lu Fan in the extermination of the villagers from Shaoshi village, he would graciously spare their lives. However, they soon realized that the situation was far from favorable. "You can't possibly intend to kill us, can you? Although we are bandits, we have yet to harm a single soul from your city god temple." The thin monkey's assertion was indeed accurate. Upon arriving at the city god temple, their first encounter was with Douluo, and they had not even had the chance to loot or commit any atrocities. To be slaughtered by Lu Fan now would be an exceedingly unfortunate fate. Lu Fan turned his head with a smile and said, "If I do not slay you, that is indeed an option. Please, my dear old man, give your orders. As long as we are spared, we are willing to do whatever you ask." The thin monkey quickly interjected, "Excellent. Then from this moment forth, you shall leave behind all the wealth and provisions upon your persons." Lu Fan smiled brightly and exclaimed, "What? Leave behind the provisions and money?" Upon hearing this, the lean monkey was momentarily taken aback. Not only he, but also the band of mountain thieves behind him. Damn it. They were indeed bandits. In the past, they had always been the ones to seize food and wealth. Yet now, Lu Fan was demanding that they surrender all their possessions? What did this mean? Was he not explicitly declaring his intent to turn the tables on them? The young master, the lean monkey, was on the verge of tears. "What? Are you unwilling?" Lu Fan's voice suddenly turned frigid as he gazed at the skinny monkey and the remaining bandits present. The group of bandits was instantly struck with fear by Lu Fan's penetrating gaze. "I will ask you one last time. Will you comply or not?" As Lu Fan approached, a murderous aura emanated from him towards the mountain bandits. Realizing that Lu Fan was not jesting in the slightest, the lean monkey grit his teeth and exclaimed, "We surrender. As long as the young master grants us a chance to live, we are willing to relinquish everything." With that, he turned to the band of mountain bandits behind him and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Did you not hear the young master's orders? Quickly, surrender all the money and provisions you have." At the command of the lean monkey, the bandits began to produce the plundered wealth and provisions one by one. Observing this spectacle, Wang Daong and the weary laborers from the city goddess temple stood in stunned silence, including the injured Dongwu. At that moment, a singular thought coursed through their minds. This young master Lu's maneuver was utterly extraordinary. "Young master, we have gathered all the money and provisions." At this juncture, the lean monkey handed a large sack to Lu Fan. Inside the sack were the spoils of the bandits, money and grain, filling it to the brim. Satisfied, Lu Fan nodded with approval. "Now, remove your cotton clothing and trousers, and leave behind your weapons as well." Lu Fan continued, "What?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's command for the mountain bandits to remove all their cotton clothing, the thin monkey and the bandits were nearly in tears. In this frigid season, cotton garments are a rare commodity. Even among the laborers Lu Fan had summoned, the majority were clad in flimsy attire, with some lacking even a single decent piece of cotton clothing. What? Are you unwilling? Lu Fan cast his gaze upon the mountain bandits. Faced with Lu Fan's icy stare, the bandits knew they had no choice but to concede. We will heed your words, young master. We have no alternatives. Perhaps shedding our clothes may grant us a chance to survive. However, if we do not comply, we shall meet our end at your hands. Weighing the pros and cons, they ultimately began to remove their heavy cotton garments and trousers, one by one. Moreover, they discarded their weapons onto the ground. In the biting wind, dozens of mountain bandits stood shivering, bare-chested in the cold. The emaciated monkey wore nothing but a pair of underpants, standing in the snow, so frozen that his speech was barely coherent. Young master, we have given you everything we can. We beseech you, grant us a path to survival. As the emaciated monkey pleaded, Lu Fan waved his hand, saying, Enough, you may leave. Upon hearing that Lu Fan truly intended to let them go, the bandits were filled with elation and turned to flee. Wait. Just as the bandits were about to escape, Lu Fan suddenly called out to them. The bandits froze in place, turning back with fear. Young master, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Lu Fan smiled faintly and said, Rest assured. I am a man of my word. However, I require you to convey a message to the leader of your Black Wind stronghold. Convey a message? The thin monkey was taken aback. Indeed. Inform him that he must prepare 1,000 taels of silver within 3 days and personally deliver it to me as an apology. Furthermore, he must refrain from disturbing my city god temple in the future. Otherwise, I swear, I will utterly obliterate your Black Wind stronghold. Well, I have said all that needs to be said, so you may take your leave. As Lu Fan finished speaking, the bandits turned and fled. Watching them scurry away like wild dogs in a panic, a smile crept across Lu Fan's lips, marking the conclusion of yet another fierce battle. Lu Fan then turned to Wang Daong and the other laborers behind him, saying, Daong, gather everyone and have them pick up all these cotton clothes and trousers to put on. Also, take back all these weapons. Upon hearing this, Wang Daong immediately rushed over with the laborers, exclaiming, Yes, yes. Subsequently, Wang Daong led the laborers to collect all the cotton garments and trousers discarded by the mountain bandits. Donning them himself, he also ensured that all the weapons were retrieved. After Wang Daong and the laborers had gathered everything, Lu Fan stood alone in the snow, gazing at the bodies of the villagers from the small stone village before him. The corpses lay cold, covered in a thick blanket of snow. Lu Fan cast a fleeting glance, then said nothing further, turning back towards the city god temple. The wind and snow swept in. The lifeless bodies of the villagers from Shaoshi village lay buried beneath the icy blanket. The mountain bandits had been routed by the young master. Our young master is simply extraordinary, truly remarkable. You cannot fathom that the butcher, the third in command of the Black Wind stronghold, could not withstand even 2 moves from the young master before he was slain. Within the walls of the city god temple, the laborers clad in the cotton garments left behind by the bandits excitedly recounted the tale to their fellow workers. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with fervor. Previously, they had only perceived Lu Fan as a wealthy landlord. Little did they know, he was not only affluent, but also possessed astonishing martial prowess. Lu Fan, after dealing with those mountain bandits, approached Dongwu. The injured Dongwu was sitting on a slab of green stone, seemingly lost in thought for some unknown reason. Upon approaching him, Lu Fan beheld the wound on his back, accompanied by the blood that stained his entire body. Brother Dong, you are grievously injured. Lu Fan spoke as he settled down beside him. Dongwu, upon seeing Lu Fan, hurriedly struggled to rise, saying, It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Is this truly a minor injury? Here, quickly, take this. As Lu Fan spoke, he retrieved the last 2 potent healing pills from his treasured gourd. Dongwu was well aware of the miraculous efficacy of these pills in alleviating injuries and ailments. Thus, he did not hesitate to accept them graciously, taking them in hand before promptly consuming one. Brother Dong, I sincerely thank you for this. Lu Fan suddenly exclaimed, Ah, why are you thanking me? Facing Lu Fan's unexpected gratitude, Dongwu felt somewhat flustered. Of course, I am thanking you for guarding the city god temple on my behalf. After all, had it not been for you today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lu Fan spoke nothing but the truth. In the entirety of the city god temple, only Dongwu can be considered a warrior. Had it not been for Dongwu's desperate efforts to thwart those mountain bandits, the city god temple would likely have descended into a hellish nightmare by now. Young Lu, are you trying to drive me away? Dongwu suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening. Drive you away? How could that be possible? Then what do you want me to thank you for? The reason I am here, enjoying free food and drink, is solely to protect you. After a brief pause, Dongwu continued, in truth, young Lu, I am well aware of your good intentions. However, there is no need for gratitude. My actions are entirely for the sake of safeguarding these unfortunate souls. After all, I am indeed a warrior. At that moment, Dongwu's chivalrous heart surged forth, mingled with a hint of pride. Hearing this, Lu Fan smiled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, with those words, I understand. Now, please take a good rest. I shall go check on Linger. After Lu Fan finished speaking, he was about to leave. Lu Kid, wait a moment. Dongwu suddenly called out to him. Is there something else? Lu Fan turned back. Lu Kid, I have a question I've been eager to ask you. Have you truly never had any exposure to martial arts before? This was a question Dongwu had long wanted to pose. After all, how could someone who had never encountered martial arts suddenly become stronger than himself after just a few days of practice? Moreover, all the techniques Lu Fan had learned were taught by him. This defied logic. Before I met you, I had indeed never engaged with martial arts, Lu Fan replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Dongwu felt a sense of unease. Then how could your cultivation speed be so astonishing? And you dispatched that weakling from the Black Wind stronghold in just 2 moves? Dongwu inquired further. Lu Fan smiled and said, perhaps, as you mentioned, I might indeed be the legendary prodigy of martial arts. Lu Fan would certainly refrain from disclosing to Dongwu the matter of his cultivation of the evergreen technique. After all, regarding the white jade slip left to him by that disheveled Taoist, even Lu Fan himself had yet to comprehend the full extent of its significance. As he watched Lu Fan depart with a beaming smile, Dongwu stood dazed amidst the swirling snow, a growing sense of foreboding enveloping him. As Lu Fan had just returned to the cave, a voice suddenly echoed from the corner. Filthy mountain bandit, do not approach. My brother is skilled in martial arts, and if you dare to come any closer, he will surely slay you upon his return. Lu Fan turned his head and saw in the corner his sister Lu Linger, clad in a red cotton jacket, tightly clutching the ghostly-headed knife he had left behind, speaking in a stern voice. Observing his sister's demeanor, Lu Fan hurriedly reassured her. Do not be afraid, Linger, it is your brother. Upon hearing Lu Fan's voice, Lu Linger cautiously stepped out from the shadows. Once she clearly discerned that it was indeed Lu Fan, the little one dropped the ghostly-headed knife with a clatter and leapt into Lu Fan's embrace. Brother, you have finally returned. Woo-woo. I heard the laborers outside say that mountain bandits are coming to seize your provisions. Lu Linger wept as she spoke. Lu Fan quickly embraced the little one, saying, Linger, do not be afraid. The bandits have all been driven away by your brother. Really? Lu Linger inquired, raising her tear-streaked eyes. Indeed. Upon hearing that Lu Fan had successfully vanquished the bandits, Lu Linger began to wipe away her tears and smiled with joy. Chapter 54, They are all gone. Linger, here, this is something your brother bought for you, he said, while presenting the gift. Lu Fan took out all the clothes and snacks he had purchased for Lu Linger from the magical gourd. Upon seeing such an abundance of delectable treats, Lu Linger leaped with joy. Grasping a skewer of candied hawthorn, she looked at the heap of snacks and the new garments, her brow furrowing in curiosity as she asked, Brother, you must have spent quite a fortune on all these gifts for me, haven't you? Lu Fan chuckled softly, reveling in his newfound wealth. Having recently earned 1,000 taels of silver from the third son of the Sima family, he could indeed be regarded as a bona fide tycoon. Thus, this modest sum of money held little significance for him. After bestowing gifts upon his sister, Lu Fan commenced his industrious endeavors within the subterranean chamber. Presently, the grand residence was nearing completion. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would be finished within the next couple of days. At that juncture, he and Lingo could finally relocate. Leaving behind the oppressive darkness of the cave, he carefully stored all the grains cultivated within the cave into his precious gourd. Lu Fan gazed once more at the ginseng growing in the other 2 acres. These ginseng plants had grown increasingly larger, and their age was rising as well. In merely a month, the cultivation period of these ginseng would reach 100 days, transforming them into authentic century-old ginseng. When the time came to sell them, their value would soar significantly. In addition to this, Lu Fan carefully harvested the spiritual mushrooms and snow lotus flowers, placing them into his precious gourd. After completing these tasks, Lu Fan commenced the creation of the revitalizing pills. Each revitalizing pill required only a small amount of crushed grain, combined with ginseng powder and a few fragments of spiritual mushrooms, which were then kneaded together into pills and dried to completion. In simpler terms, the cost of producing one revitalizing pill, based on the ordinary market price, was less than a single tael of silver. Yet now, they could be sold for 10 taels at once. This represented a profit 1,000-fold. Thus, Lu Fan began his production, working through the night. Lu Fan once again needed over 100 potent elixirs. This time, to enhance their efficacy, he added a greater amount of ginseng powder. Gazing at the numerous elixirs he had crafted, Lu Fan felt as though he beheld a pile of gleaming silver notes. Ah, money. These were indeed genuine gold and silver. Haifeng Stronghold, situated several dozen kilometers south of Qingyang Town, is a forbidden zone for refugees and is renowned as the most perilous area within 100 miles of Qingyang Town. Why, you may ask? It is, of course, due to the notorious bandits who are accustomed to pillaging and slaughter. It is said that before Haifeng Stronghold, there are numerous mass graves, filled with the unfortunate souls captured by these bandits, who were subsequently discarded into the ravine after their demise. At this moment, a scene of carnage unfolded by one such mass grave, where several bandits were hoisting lifeless bodies to toss into the pit. The stench of decaying flesh permeated the air, and bleached bones were scattered throughout the pit. Have you heard? Our stronghold's provisions seem to be dwindling, remarked a bandit with a knife at his waist. I have heard. Damn it, fortunately, our chief's brilliance allowed us to capture some women and children from the refugees beforehand. Otherwise, we would all starve, replied a man known as Dogsy. Ah, what a wretched world. What good is cursing? There are many starving outside. We are still better off, Dogsy observed. True enough, the man spat, tilting his head to gaze down at the stronghold. I wonder if the third captain will manage to bring back more grain this time? Ever since we raided a family in Qingyang Town last month, I haven't had a proper meal. I heard from Shouho that this time we might actually have a chance, Dogsy responded. Really? Yes. Shouho specifically told me before he left that those villagers mentioned the city god temple has not only wealth but also provisions and women. Are you pulling my leg? Why would I lie to you? Huh, that would be splendid. If we manage to bring back some women, we will have tender meat to feast upon. Indeed. But it seems the third captain has been gone for nearly a day now. Where are they? One bandit wondered aloud. What's the rush? I suspect. Knowing the third captain's style, he is likely enjoying himself before returning, Dogsy chuckled in agreement. Just as the two bandits exchanged banter, a few figures appeared in the distance, capturing their attention. Damn it, someone is invading the stronghold. Grab your weapons. The bandits, on high alert, unsheathed their long knives upon seeing a group of figures stumbling towards Haifeng Stronghold. Hey, look, aren't those guys bare-chested? Dogsy suddenly squinted at the approaching group. Good grief. They really are. Don't they fear freezing to death in this cold? Another bandit muttered. As the group of bare-skinned individuals drew closer, Dogsy's eyes narrowed, and he shouted. Look at that fellow. Doesn't he resemble Shouho, the third captain's subordinate? What? Shouho. Another bandit squinted and recognized him as well. Lo and behold, at the forefront of the group, shivering and on the brink of death from the cold, was indeed Shouho, along with several bandits. Curiously, the once numerous bandits had now dwindled to just a handful. What is going on? Why are Shouho and the others all bare-skinned? And where is our third captain? Dogsy voiced his confusion. Enough of that. Let us go down and see, said one bandit, and they hurried down. At the gate of the stronghold, Shouho and the other nearly frozen bandits collapsed onto the snow. Boom. As the gate swung open, Dogsy and the others rushed out. Shouho, what happened to you? Several bandits rushed to support the almost lifeless Shouho. Shouho, barely able to speak due to the cold, trembled and uttered, It's over. It's over. What do you mean? Shouho, clarify. Dogsy pressed. And where are the third captain and the others? They're all dead, Shouho stammered. What? Upon hearing this, the remaining bandits stood frozen in shock. They intended to inquire further, but Shouho, having endured the bitter cold, lost consciousness after uttering those few words. Chapter 55. The living Yama is furious in the main hall of Haifeng Stronghold. Several bandit leaders gathered, their expressions grim as they deliberated. How could this happen? How could the third captain die? Indeed, the third captain had reached the pinnacle of the postnatal 6th rank, and his dual mountain axes were formidable weapons. How could he fall so easily? Damn, I refuse to believe anyone could slay the third captain. The bandit leaders fumed. Yet another group of bandit leaders countered. But if it were a lie, how could Shouho return bare-skinned? And how could 100 brothers return with only a dozen? That is true. Could it be that the third captain was truly killed? Just as the discussion grew heated, a voice resonated from the inner hall. The chief is here. At this announcement, all the bandit leaders fell silent, standing at attention, no longer daring to speak. Soon, a sinister figure emerged from the inner hall. clad in a green robe and appearing to be in his 30s, he was none other than the chief of Haifeng Stronghold, the living Yama, Du Tong. It was rumored that his skills had reached the realm of postnatal perfection, just a step away from the innate realm. Everyone knew of the terror that accompanied the living Yama in Haifeng Stronghold. Following Du Tong was a man with a handlebar mustache, holding a folding fan, dressed like a scholar. His cunning eyes surveyed everyone present. He was the second chief of Haifeng Stronghold, the scholar, Li. As the two stepped forward, the bandit leaders immediately knelt in reverence. Greetings, chief. Greetings, second chief. After Du Tong settled into the grand hall's central armchair, he waved his hand imperiously. Only then did all the bandit leaders dare to rise. Speak, what has transpired? Du Tong's voice, though not loud, resonated chillingly in the ears. Reporting to the chief. Someone just informed us that the third master has been slain. A trembling bandit leader stepped forward. Ah? Du Tong's pupils widened in icy horror. The third master has been killed? Are you certain? The bandit, terrified, knelt before him. I cannot be certain, but it was that scoundrel, the slim monkey, who reported it. Bring the slim monkey to me. I shall interrogate him personally. Yes, yes. The bandit hurriedly exited. Moments later, the slim monkey, recently released by Lu Fan, was brought into the hall. Though he had donned clothing, his face bore the marks of severe frostbite. Upon entering, he immediately knelt in fear. I, the slim monkey. Pay my respects to the chief and the second master. Just as he knelt, the second master, Li, who stood beside Du Tong, spoke slowly. Slim monkey. I must ask you, did you claim that my third brother was killed outside? Yes, second master. The slim monkey stammered. Can you confirm this? Li inquired again. Indeed. For I witnessed it with my own eyes. As the slim monkey's confirmation echoed, the bandits collectively gasped in shock. The third master has truly been killed? Tell me, who had the audacity to slay my brother? Du Tong's voice boomed with fury. It was a lad from the city god temple. The slim monkey quivered in reply. The city god temple? Yes, the one we were sent to raid from Little Stone Village. He continued. Nonsense. A mere city god temple. And yet someone could have slain my brother? Du Tong roared, slamming his palm onto the mahogany table before him. With a crack, the sturdy table splintered under the force of his blow. The slim monkey, frightened, stumbled and fell to the ground. I assure you, chief, every word I speak is true. If I utter a single lie, may the heavens strike me down. Seeing that the slim monkey appeared sincere, Du Tong's voice turned cold. Now, tell me how my brother met his demise. He was struck down by the lad from the city god temple with a single blow. What? A single blow? To be killed in such a manner? The incredulity swept through the assembled bandits. The slim monkey then recounted the battle between Lu Fan and Lei Hu, describing how Lu Fan had disarmed Lei Hu effortlessly and subsequently killed him in an instant. As Du Tong listened to the tale of his third master being dispatched with such ease, he could no longer contain himself. With an outstretched hand, a green claw-like shadow appeared and grasped the slim monkey's throat, lifting him off the ground. How dare you claim my brother was killed in a single blow? Are you mad? The slim monkey gasped for breath, trembling as he replied, Chief, everything I say is true. That lad is truly formidable. Since my brother is dead, how can you wretches still be alive? Du Tong demanded with a fierce glare. Suspended in the air, the slim monkey recounted their encounter with Lu Fan, detailing how they were robbed of their money and supplies. He even revealed how Lu Fan had stripped them of their clothing and left their weapons behind. Upon hearing this, the bandits were enraged, nearly leaping to their feet. Damn it, are you saying that the third master led us to rob, only to return empty-handed and lose his life? Du Tong, upon absorbing this information, erupted in rage-laden laughter. You worthless fools, how could you let this happen? The slim monkey, now in tears, stammered, Chief, it truly isn't our fault. That lad from the city god temple is simply too powerful. Oh, and he had a message for you. A message? What did he say? Du Tong demanded, fuming. He said for you to bring 1,000 taels of silver within 3 days and personally go to the city god temple to bow in apology. Otherwise, the slim monkey hesitated. Otherwise what? Otherwise, he will wipe out our Blackwind stronghold. As the slim monkey finished speaking, Du Tong's body flickered, and he seized the slim monkey's head, his fingers sinking deep, piercing into the skull. Blood oozed from his fingertips. Spare me, Chief, the slim monkey cried out. But it was too late, he perished. After slaying the slim monkey, Du Tong flung the lifeless body aside. How dare he oppose the Blackwind stronghold and threaten me for silver? He seeks death. Bring forth the brothers. I shall personally confront that lad. I wish to see how many lives he has to threaten me. Just as this living demon prepared to take his men for vengeance, the mustached Li stepped forward. Chief, temper your fury. Upon seeing Li's intervention, Dutong grunted, Second Master, what is your counsel? Within the Black Wind stronghold, it was common knowledge that Li was the foremost strategist. Most affairs, large or small, were managed by him. It was also known that he had once been a scholar before turning to banditry. Li, upon being questioned, replied, I believe, since our third master is deceased, we should observe the situation before taking action. Observe the situation? Dutong's countenance darkened. Indeed, Chief. Have you considered that if he could kill the third master in one blow, it indicates that he is a formidable martial artist? If you were to send men to attack him now, even if you succeeded, the cost would be significant. This suggestion caused the bandit leaders to ponder deeply. Even Dutong, upon hearing Li's words, furrowed his brow. Li's reasoning was sound. Everyone understood that Lei Hu was a peak 6th grade martial artist. If the Slim Monkey's account was accurate, then Lu Fan's strength was indeed formidable. Should Dutong lead the Black Wind stronghold against him, the losses would be considerable. Contemplating this, Dutong turned to Li. What do you propose? Li smiled gently. My suggestion is that we should take the opportunity to do him a favor. Upon hearing this, Dutong's expression hardened. You can't be serious. You want me to offer 1,000 taels of silver as an apology to that lad from the city god temple? Why not? Li replied with a chuckle. Master Li Xiaodao spoke, however, second leader, if we truly present 1,000 taels of silver, wouldn't that be quite a loss of face? Another voice chimed in, indeed. Second leader, we are bandits after all. It's absurd to be extorted by others. Several bandit leaders could not restrain their indignation. It was evident that the notion of delivering silver to Lu Fan was met with considerable reluctance. Master Li smiled and shook his head, stating, You are mistaken. First and foremost, the 1,000 taels of silver we offer is merely a means to engage this individual. If he possesses formidable strength and ample resources, and we're willing to join our Black Wind stronghold, wouldn't that be akin to adding wings to a tiger? Upon hearing Master Li's words, the bandit leaders began to reconsider. Indeed, if that fellow from the city god temple is inclined to join Black Wind stronghold, that would be advantageous. However, some voiced their skepticism, but what if he refuses to join us? Wouldn't our 1,000 taels be wasted? Master Li, with a gentle smile and a flick of his fan, replied, No, you are mistaken again. I shall coat the entire surface of the 1,000 taels with a potent poison. The bandits were momentarily taken aback. Poison? They echoed. Indeed. When the time comes, I will ensure that the silver is laced with poison. Should that fellow from the city god temple be unwise enough to reject our offer, touching the silver would seal his fate. Thus, you may rest assured. Either outcome will be beneficial for our Black Wind stronghold. Upon hearing this, the bandits' eyes lit up with excitement. As expected of the second leader, what a brilliant strategy. Indeed, they agreed. This way, we can avenge our third leader against that fellow from the city god temple without any effort. Truly ingenious. With unanimous approval for the second leader's proposal, even Dutong smiled, saying, Your plan is indeed commendable. Henceforth, I entrust this matter to you, second leader. Remember, if that fellow from the city god temple proves obstinate, eliminate him. Master Li, gently swaying his fan, assured, Rest assured, Chief, I will handle this matter. City god temple. After the encounter with the bandits, Lu Fan had come to appreciate the significance of martial prowess. As dawn broke, Lu Fan had begun his solitary meditation on the back mountain early on. At this moment, his hands came together, forming intricate gestures. As streams of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth converged upon him from all directions, being drawn into his body. Upon closer inspection, one could observe that a luminous veil enveloped the surface of his being. Even more intriguingly, golden ripples manifested within his pupils. Initially, Lu Fan remained oblivious to the unusual phenomenon in his eyes. It was only yesterday that he became aware that each time he summoned the flow of energy from his dantian in his abdomen, those golden ripples would emerge within his gaze. What, indeed, could these golden ripples signify? Lu Fan was filled with curiosity. He attempted to gaze in all directions through the golden ripples. To his astonishment, everything around him appeared extraordinarily vivid beneath the shimmering waves of gold. Moreover, even the tiniest specks of dust dancing in the air were rendered distinctly visible to him. With these golden ripples in his eyes, it seemed as though his vision had become increasingly clearer. Lu Fan was filled with excitement. He then attempted to gaze through the golden ripples towards the laborers toiling in the distance. Through the shimmering golden waves, the intricate network of blood vessels of the laborers appeared before Lu Fan's eyes as if illuminated by X-ray vision. Simultaneously, he observed their vital energy. Beneath the golden ripples, Lu Fan discerned that the male laborers exhibited a robust vitality, while the females appeared slightly weaker. Furthermore, he noted that Douluo, who possessed martial arts abilities, emanated a vitality far surpassing that of the male laborers. Haha, how remarkable. If I can perceive the strength of one's vitality, does it not imply that in future confrontations, I could instantaneously assess the martial prowess of my opponents? Lu Fan was taken aback, contemplating the implications. However, he soon realized that the golden ripples within his eyes possessed a significant drawback. The drawback was that every time he unleashed these golden ripples, the energy within his dantian would deplete at an alarming rate. Clearly, the golden ripples should not be used indiscriminately. Otherwise, if he exhausted his internal energy, it would lead to dire consequences. Indeed, caution was paramount. With this thought, Lu Fan hastily retracted the golden ripples from his eyes, restoring them to their original state. Subsequently, he resumed his cultivation. Chapter 57, The Lu Family Manor, in the Rear Mountains. Lu Fan retrieved the dark, unassuming firewood stick from the precious gourd and began to refine the dominant blade technique taught to him by Douluo. Ever since he acquired this stick, Lu Fan discovered that, despite its exceedingly unattractive appearance, it proved to be remarkably convenient in use. Most importantly, this stick could serve as both a sword and a knife, and its weight was perfectly aligned with Lu Fan's preferences. Amidst the howling winds, Lu Fan swung the firewood stick in his hand, and the surrounding snowflakes were sent swirling by his vigorous gusts. With a resounding boom, Lu Fan casually dropped the fire stick onto a massive piece of, which erupted as if struck by a bomb, shattering into countless fragments. Amidst the swirling debris, a voice filled with astonishment emerged from behind Lu Fan. Lu, how have you advanced your strength once again? Lu Fan turned around and saw Douluo standing behind him. There stood the valiant hero, his eyes wide open. Brother Dong, have you recovered from your injuries? Upon seeing Douluo, Lu Fan inquired with genuine concern. You seem to be recovering remarkably well. I must ask, what miraculous elixir did you provide me? The healing of my wounds is astonishingly swift. Indeed, ever since Lu Fan bestowed upon Douluo 2 potent pills the previous day, Douluo had ingested them without hesitation. To his surprise, by dawn today, the axe wound on his back and the knife wounds across his body had formed scabs, indicating signs of healing. But I cannot divulge that information to you. Just remember, the pills I gave you are nothing short of miraculous. Lu Fan remained resolute in keeping the secret of his elixir's formulation from Douluo. After all, if Douluo were to learn that Lu Fan merely combined the most ordinary grains with ginseng powder, casually kneading them together, you would be utterly astonished. Humph. If you choose not to divulge your methods, so be it. I shan't bother to inquire. Though Douluo professed such indifference, his admiration for Lu Fan only deepened. By the way, young lad, what is that dark iron rod you are holding? What on earth is that? Douluo suddenly noticed the fire poker in Lu Fan's hand. Lu Fan picked up the iron rod and remarked, "This is a weapon I specially purchased in Qingyang town for 2 taels of silver." What is this? This worthless piece of junk is considered a weapon? You spent 2 taels of silver on it? Douluo exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, what of it? Lu Fan replied, "Young lad, it seems you are simply rich and foolish, taken in by a scam." Douluo laughed heartily. In his eyes, although Lu Fan was a prodigious talent in martial arts, he remained too youthful and inexperienced. Spending 2 taels of silver on such a shabby iron rod was nothing short of a colossal jest. Lu Fan, completely unconcerned, remarked, "I believe my purchase was quite worthwhile." Worthwhile? My heavens. Young Lu, it appears you have truly lost your senses. As Douluo spoke, he approached Lu Fan. Come now. Let me take a good look at this wretched iron rod of yours. I am most curious to see how it could possibly be valued at 2 taels of silver. With that, Douluo prepared to seize the iron rod from Lu Fan's grasp. Lu Fan was unbothered as he raised his hand to present the iron rod to Douluo. The moment Douluo's hand made contact, the heavy black iron rod, weighing 300 pounds, clanged loudly as it struck the ground. The force was so immense that it nearly caused Douluo to strain his back. Why on earth is this rod so heavy? Douluo exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Lu Fan smiled and remarked, I told you. This iron rod is worth 2 taels of silver. Do you believe me now? Douluo was rendered speechless, gazing at the dark, ominous iron rod on the ground. He felt a sense of disbelief and bent down to lift it. To his astonishment, the rod was extraordinarily heavy, even for a warrior like Douluo. It took considerable effort to hoist it off the ground. Goodness, this is heavier than my tiger-headed saber by nearly double, he exclaimed. Lu, How on earth did you come to acquire such a peculiar item? Dongwu, now hesitant to bring up the subject again, quickly set the iron rod back down, panting as he turned to Lu Fan with a questioning gaze. Lu Fan kicked the iron rod, and it swiftly flew into his hand. It was quite convenient for me to use. As Lu Fan spoke, he swung the fire stick in his hand. The dark iron rod, when wielded by Lu Fan, emitted a sharp, cutting wind. Observing Lu Fan brandishing the hefty 300-pound iron rod with such vigor, Dongwu felt an unsettling sensation wash over him, and inwardly he muttered, "Freak. This guy is truly a super freak. By the way, Dong brother, there's something I wish to inquire about." Lu Fan suddenly interjected. "What is it?" Dongwu responded. "Are you aware of a certain martial art that enables one to see through another's body?" Lu Fan intended to ask why. Since he reached the second level of the Cha-Ching technique, his eyes had developed a golden ripple effect. "Huh? See through someone else's body? What do you mean?" Dongwu asked, somewhat perplexed. "It means being able to perceive another's life force and to see things invisible to the naked eye." Lu Fan inquired, "Brother Dong, may I ask what kind of martial art this is?" Dongwu shook his head in response, saying, "I have not heard of such a technique." Upon seeing Dongwu's uncertainty, Lu Fan let out a thoughtful "oh" and pondered to himself, "Why do golden ripples appear in my gaze? Could it be related to the evergreen technique I am cultivating?" After conversing with Dongwu for a while, Lu Fan returned to the cave. Another day had passed. Lu Fan's grand mansion has finally been completed. The vast estate resembles a traditional Sihiyuan, with 3 entrances and exits. Within the compound, pavilions and towers abound, each exquisitely crafted. Yet the only thing lacking is furniture. Gazing upon the magnificent residence, Lu Fan took his sister Lu Lingo's hand and asked, "Linger, do you like this house?" "I love it. I absolutely adore it," exclaimed Lu Linger, her twin pigtails bouncing as she skipped joyfully. "That's wonderful. From today onward, we no longer need to dwell in that cave. We shall make this our home," Lu Fan declared. "Yes, that's fantastic. Brother, we finally have a home," she replied, her face alight with happiness. Observing the cheerful siblings, Wang Daong and Dongwu joined in applause, offering their congratulations. "Young Master Lu, your splendid residence is finally built. It's time to bestow it with a grand name," suggested Dongwu. "Indeed, young master. I've noticed that many affluent gentlemen in Qingyang town prefer to give their homes elegant names. You should consider doing the same," Wang Daong added. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan nodded with a smile and said, "Excellent. But what name should we choose?" After pondering for a moment, Lu Fan suddenly had a stroke of inspiration and suggested, "How about we name it Lu Manor?" The Lu Manor? Upon hearing this name, those nearby were initially taken aback, only to soon hear Dongwu exclaim, "What a splendid name. It is grand and melodious. Indeed, indeed. Our young master's residence is truly reminiscent of a manor, spacious and imposing. The name Lu Manor is indeed quite fitting." Wang Daong and a host of laborers echoed this sentiment. Thus, Lu Fan and Lu Linger finally possessed a home that truly belonged to them. Lu's Manor. Chapter 58, The Arrival of the Silver. The Lu Manor has truly been established. Sprawling over nearly 100 acres, surrounded by majestic mountains that form a protective barrier. Within its confines lies a grand and opulent residence, reminiscent of the legendary estates of lore. As Lu Fan gazed upon his manor, a smile crept upon his lips, his heart swelling with pride. Just as he was lost in his reverie, savoring the beauty of his estate, Wang Daong approached him. Lu Fan had always held a favorable impression of Wang Daong, and curiosity piqued as he drew near. "Young master, there is a matter I wish to inquire about, if it is not too inconvenient," Wang Daong spoke, his tone betraying an air of hesitation. "Not at all. Please go ahead," Lu Fan replied, turning to face him. After a brief pause, Wang Daong continued, "Young master, your residence has been fully completed. The laborers are wondering if it would be possible for you to allow them to remain a while longer." "Eh? Who suggested that they should be dismissed?" Lu Fan inquired, intrigued. "However, young master, since your house is now entirely constructed, it stands to reason that they would no longer be needed," Wang Daong explained further. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan began to comprehend the situation. It turned out that those laborers were apprehensive about being dismissed once there was no work for them. "Haha, rest assured. Go inform them that I shall not send them away." "Really, young master?" Wang Daong exclaimed with delight. "Indeed. Go tell everyone that, henceforth, they will have an abundance of tasks to attend to. Therefore, they need not fear that I would dismiss them." Lu Fan speaks the truth. All along, he has been cultivating crops in a modest little burrow. However, now that his grand estate has been completed, it is only natural for Lu Fan to expand his farming endeavors outdoors. To tend to the cultivation of grains and other produce, he requires assistance. Previously, Lu Fan, ever cautious for the sake of safety, has always tended to the planting alone. However, the circumstances have changed. Lu Fan has not only commenced his martial training, but has also ascended to the level of a formidable warrior. Consequently, he harbors no concerns regarding the ill intentions of the laborers. Should any arise, Lu Fan is more than capable of addressing them individually. This is precisely why he has chosen not to dismiss these workers. Upon hearing that Lu Fan would not expel the laborers, Wang Daong was filled with joy. Thank you, young master, for granting us unfortunate souls a chance at survival. I, Wang Daong, bow before you on behalf of the 60 laborers. With heartfelt gratitude, Wang Daong bowed deeply to Lu Fan. Indeed, Wang Daong had ample reason to be thankful. In these times of famine, had Lu Fan been merciless enough to drive away the laborers, he believed that within mere days, all 60 of them would succumb to starvation. Subsequently, Lu Fan commenced the arrangement of these laborers, dividing over 60 of them into two groups. One group was dedicated to cultivating crops specifically for his and Lu Ling's sustenance. The other group, handpicked by Wang Daong for their strength and vigor, was designated as the guardians of the Lu estate. To enhance the combat skills of these individuals, Lu Fan appointed Dong Wu to instruct them in martial arts. Thus, the Lu estate was, in every sense, officially established. The expansive manor was not only brightly illuminated and filled with an air of joy, but also featured armed guards patrolling outside. Observing all of this, Lu Fan smiled contentedly. With the laborers tending to the crops and several female workers attending to Linger, Lu Fan could finally devote his full attention to his cultivation and wealth accumulation. In the span of a single night, Lu Fan once again crafted over 200 revitalizing pills. This time, due to his inclusion of a greater quantity of ginseng powder and fragments of reishi mushroom, the efficacy of the pills surpassed that of previous batches. Once he produces a few more, Lu Fan intends to sell these revitalizing pills to the young master of Qinyang Town, Sima. Just the thought of Sima, the third son of the Sima family, brought forth visions of gleaming silver in Lu Fan's mind. After completing the production of the revitalizing pills, Lu Fan commenced his subsequent training. He pondered what transformations his body would undergo upon reaching the third level of the evergreen technique. The following day, Lu Fan was engaged in his cultivation when suddenly, Wang Daong burst in. Young master, it is dire news. The bandits from Black Wind Stronghold have returned, and they specifically demand to see you. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan opened his sharp eyes. Could it be that these mountain bandits have truly come to bow and apologize? With this thought, Lu Fan sprang to his feet. Let us go and see. Exiting the manor, he found Dong Wu already brandishing a tiger-headed knife, accompanied by more than 20 laborers, all fully prepared for battle. After Lu Fan stepped out, he led everyone towards the towering mountain walls. There, at the imposing heights of the walls, the second-in-command of Haifeng's stronghold, Li, was seen gathered with a group of bandits. Additionally, in the distance, 2 bandits were seen carrying a large box. Suddenly, the massive door of the mountain wall creaked open. Clad in white and carrying a black gourd on his back, Lu Fan emerged from within, the very same second-in-command, the young lad with the gourd. Upon seeing Lu Fan, one of the bandits immediately pointed at him and exclaimed to Li. Li, holding a folding fan, focused his gaze on Lu Fan. Noticing Lu Fan's youth, a smile crept onto his lips. You rascals from Haifeng Stronghold. Do you wish to court death by coming here to wreak havoc again? Dong Wu, surveying the surrounding bandits, was the first to unleash a tirade. My dear fellow, you are mistaken. We are not here to cause trouble. Rather, we come bearing gifts. Li responded with a smile. Gifts? Dong Wu was taken aback. Indeed, last time, my third brother inadvertently trespassed onto your territory, which was a misunderstanding. To express my sincerity, I have come personally to apologize to the master of the city god temple. Li declared, gesturing grandly. The 2 subordinates carrying the box stepped forward immediately. With a resounding thud, the heavy box was placed down, and one of the bandits opened it. As the lid was lifted, the eyes of all the laborers present sparkled with astonishment. Silver. A whole chest filled with silver. There must be at least 1,000 taels. Faced with such a bounty, even Dong Wu was momentarily dumbfounded, quickly turning his gaze to Lu Fan. As for Lu Fan, he merely cast a cursory glance at the silver before raising his eyes to Li. And you are? Lu Fan inquired. With a smile, Li replied. I am the second-in-command of Haifeng Stronghold, known as Li. If I am not mistaken, you must be the master of the city god temple, young brother. Indeed. That is I, Lu Fan affirmed. Chapter 59. Playing tricks. Upon hearing Lu Fan's acknowledgement, Li clasped his hands in greeting and said, I did not expect such accomplishments from one so young. It truly impresses me. To be frank, ever since my elder brother learned about you, he has been unable to forget you. Thus, he sent me post-haste to offer you our apologies. Lu Fan smiled, contemplating how this bandit leader spoke with the same eloquence as a nobleman, employing a well-rehearsed manner of speech. If you truly wish to offer an apology, then leave the silver behind, and I shall forgive you. He had anticipated that Lu Fan would engage in further pleasantries, yet to his surprise, Lu Fan straightforwardly insisted on retaining the silver, leaving the advisor Li at a loss for words. Ahem, young brother, I shall certainly provide you with the silver. However, I have other matters I wish to discuss with you, Li the advisor said. Discuss with me? I must decline. I have no inclination to engage with bandits. Lu Fan outright rejected the offer. In response to Lu Fan's refusal, the advisor, Li, appeared somewhat awkward. He adjusted his breath and continued, Young brother, please do not be hasty in your rejection. Allow me to finish my words. To be candid, I have come on behalf of my elder brother with a sincere invitation for you to join our Blackwind stronghold. Join Blackwind stronghold? Dongwu was the first to exclaim. Indeed. I trust you are all familiar with the reputation of our Blackwind stronghold? While we may lack in certain aspects, we are unwavering in our loyalty and camaraderie towards our brothers. Especially in these tumultuous times, survival is paramount, and we, at Blackwind Stronghold, happen to possess both wealth and provisions, along with capable individuals. Therefore, my elder brother has stated that should you choose to join us, the position of third chief will be reserved for you, and we shall ensure that all your companions are well taken care of. After Li finished speaking with a smile, he lifted his gaze to Lu Fan. I wonder, young brother, are you inclined to join our Blackwind Stronghold? From this day forth, shall we strive together for a grand undertaking? Lu Fan finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that these bandits intended to recruit him as one of their own. Apologies, but I have never had a penchant for a life of banditry, so I graciously decline your kind offer. Lu Fan replied directly. Seeing Lu Fan's refusal, the advisor Li said, Young brother, would you not give it another thought? You must understand, hundreds of brothers in our Blackwind stronghold are eagerly anticipating your arrival. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, Are you threatening me? No, that is not my intention. Since it is not, then be gone. Remember to leave all the silver behind. Lu Fan could hardly be bothered to engage in futile conversation with these mountain bandits. Ever since the year of famine, how many atrocities had these brigands committed? How could Lu Fan place his trust in such scoundrels? The second in command, a mountain bandit leader, could not restrain himself from speaking, but was halted by the advisor Li. Then, with a smile directed at Lu Fan, he said, Very well. Since the young brother is unwilling to join our ranks, we shall not impose. As the saying goes, it is through conflict that acquaintances are made. We shall undoubtedly cross paths again, and this small gesture shall serve as our apology from the Blackwind stronghold to you. Upon finishing his words, Advisor Li gestured to his subordinates. Two bandits then brought forth a substantial chest filled with silver. As the workers, including Dongwu, beheld the mountain bandits presenting such a wealth of silver, their eyes sparkled with astonishment. Young brother, I bid you farewell, Li said, bowing his hands in farewell after the silver had been presented. As they witnessed the bandits truly departing, Dongwu and the workers were left in a state of shock. Who would have thought that these rascally bandits would bestow silver upon you, young Lu? You are certainly impressive, Dongwu exclaimed, gazing at the hefty chest of silver with excitement. Indeed, young master. This is the first time I have seen the bandits of Blackwind Stronghold give silver to someone else, Wang Daong added. Lu Fan did not exhibit excessive joy. On one hand, he was not in want of silver. On the other hand, he harbored doubts about the sincerity of these ruffian bandits. Having slain their third in command, could they truly be so generous as to offer him silver? Gazing at the gleaming box of silver, Lu Fan abruptly summoned the flow of energy from his dantian. Instantly, a ripple of golden light manifested in his pupils. As this golden shimmer appeared, he cast his gaze once more upon the box of silver. To his astonishment, what had initially appeared as bright silver was revealed, under the scrutiny of his golden eyes, to be entirely coated with a sinister black venom. This noxious substance was imperceptible to the naked eye, yet it was unveiled to Lu Fan's discerning gaze. So this was the truth. Lu Fan murmured softly. Beside him, Dongwu and a group of laborers were still completely oblivious to the situation. Upon seeing the bandits leave behind silver coins, Dongwu prepared to approach and collect them. "Do not touch the silver." Just as Dongwu took a step forward, Lu Fan's voice rang out sharply. Startled, Dongwu turned around. A look of confusion etched on his face, and asked, "Why not?" "Because the silver is poisoned." Lu Fan strode forward. "What? Poison?" Dongwu exclaimed in shock. "Indeed. If I am not mistaken, those mountain bandits deliberately offered us silver, intending for us to accept it, thus stealthily poisoning us," Lu Fan declared. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Dongwu and the other laborers widened their eyes in disbelief. "Damn it! How could I have thought that these scoundrel bandits would generously present us with silver for no reason? Their true intention was to bring about our demise." Dongwu cursed, now enlightened to the situation. "Yes, I too sense something amiss with these bandits today. So, they aim to poison us with silver? Cursed bandits! If it weren't for the timely warning from the young master, we would all have perished today." The laborers, upon grasping the gravity of the situation, were drenched in cold sweat. "Lu, what do you propose we do now? These wretched bandits must pay for their treachery." Dongwu, brandishing his tiger-headed knife, spoke with fierce determination. The other laborers turned their gazes towards Lu Fan. Lu Fan stroked his chin and said, "Since those bandits seek to play tricks, I shall indulge them in their game. Listen closely." Lu Fan meticulously outlined his forthcoming plans to the laborers before him. Chapter 60. Are you enjoying your meal? 3 kilometers from the city god temple lies a dense forest. There, the steward Li, accompanied by the bandits from Blackwind Stronghold, lingered, refusing to depart. Second in command. "When shall we strike?" inquired a bandit leader, brandishing a machete. The steward Li, holding a folding fan and sporting a goatee, grinned menacingly while waving his fan. "Patience. The poison I have concocted will only reach its peak efficacy in an hour. Therefore, we shall act as darkness descends." Huh. Truly, the second-in-command strategies are unparalleled. How dare that wild brat from the city god temple reject our invitation to join Blackwind Stronghold? By heavens, he is merely courting death. The bandit leader spat angrily. Old Fourth speaks wisely. Just a mere brat thinks he can refuse our silver? I shall see how many lives he possesses. Once they are all poisoned, I will have every last head from the city god temple displayed outside the city walls as a warning to those who offend us. Amid the bandits' curses, they awaited the arrival of night, convinced that no one could resist the allure of silver in these desperate times. After a brief hour, darkness began to envelop the sky. Glancing at the pitch-black heavens, Steward Li suddenly rose and declared, "The time has come. Let us ascend the mountain." At his command, the bandits sprang into action, drawing their blades in preparation for the slaughter at the city god temple. Upon their arrival, the once vibrant city god temple appeared lifeless. The laborers who typically guarded the entrance were nowhere to be found, and peculiarly, even the gates of the surrounding walls stood ajar. "Huh. Second in command, look. The gates of the city god temple are wide open," exclaimed a bandit leader, pointing at the entrance. A sinister smile crept across Steward Li's face upon seeing the open gates. "It seems the poison has taken effect. Let us proceed." With a sweeping gesture, he led the band of bandits into the temple. Inside, they were greeted by the grandeur of Lu Fan's residence, yet the courtyard was eerily empty. "Where is everyone?" the bandits inquired, perplexed by the desolation. Need it be said? They must have all succumbed to the poison. A bandit leader laughed heartily. "Indeed, the second-in-command scheme is brilliant. Let us find those wretched souls and slay them one by one." Thus, the bandits surged into the residence, where they indeed discovered several laborers sprawled lifelessly across the floor. Convinced of their demise by poison, the bandits noticed the lavish spread of delectable dishes laid out before them: rice, steamed buns, chicken legs, and stir-fried vegetables. By the heavens, look at all this food. I never imagined that brat from the city god temple would actually have provisions. Let me have some. I haven't touched grains in days. The sight of the banquet ignited their hunger, and they rushed to partake in the feast. Despite their life of plunder, they too felt the pangs of hunger. As they descended upon the table, they exclaimed, "Once we've filled our bellies, we shall thoroughly ransack this place." In no time, the lavish spread was devoured by the ravenous bandits. With their bellies full, satisfaction spread across their faces. "Hey, where have the bodies gone?" Suddenly, one bandit shouted, pointing to the spot where the laborers had lain. Alarmed, the other bandits turned to find that the corpses had mysteriously vanished. "What the devil? Where have those bodies gone?" As the realization struck, Steward Li's expression darkened. He quickly scanned the surroundings and, upon confirming the absence of the laborers' bodies, sensed impending doom. "This is bad. We must retreat," he shouted, turning to flee. However, just as they prepared to escape the residence, the massive door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Then, a voice resonated from within the estate. "Ladies and gentlemen, how is your meal?" As the voice echoed, Lu Fan, handsome and bearing a black gourd, emerged from the residence, a smile gracing his face. Following closely behind were Dongwu Wang, De Yong, and a throng of laborers, all wearing smiles. "Brat, it's you." "How?" Steward Li exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Lu Fan and the entire group appear before him. Lu Fan smiled and said, "You wish to inquire why I have not perished from poison, why I stand here unscathed, do you not?" Upon hearing these words, Master Li's heart sank with disbelief. "You actually perceived it?" he thought, incredulous. It must be noted that the 5 poisons powder he had concocted was colorless, tasteless, and exceedingly lethal. In the past, anyone who merely brushed against it would suffer grievous injuries, from severed limbs to fatal internal damage. Yet how did this young man from the city god temple discern such a thing? Of course, you wouldn't genuinely believe that merely applying a bit of venom to silver could take my life, would you? Lu Fan asserted sternly. As Master Li realized his entire scheme had been unveiled, he ceased to feign innocence. With a wicked grin, he exclaimed, "Well done, young lad. You possess quite the skill to see through my 5 poisons powder. But do you think that this will incite fear in me? Men, seize your weapons." With Master Li's command, dozens of mountain bandits behind him swiftly drew their blades. Indeed, Master Li was unafraid, for he had a multitude of henchmen at his disposal. Observing the bandits brandish their weapons, Lu Fan cheerfully remarked, "You still have the strength to draw your swords? Excellent, excellent. What do you mean by that?" Master Li's eyes narrowed at Lu Fan's words. "What I mean is, did you not relish your meal just now? Did you not detect any other flavor?" At Lu Fan's sudden utterance, Master Li's heart tightened. A chilling realization struck him. Chapter 61. Settling accounts at Black Wind Camp. Who would have thought you were quite clever? You guessed it so quickly. Indeed, I followed your suggestion and merely added a touch of your poison to the food, Lu Fan said with a grin. What? Upon hearing that Lu Fan had indeed mixed the 5 poisons powder into their meal, the mountain bandits gasped in shock. It turned out, the plan articulated by Lu Fan was to combat poison with poison. He deliberately instructed all the laborers to feign symptoms of poisoning and even arranged for a dozen of them to collapse within the mansion, all to create an illusion of poisoning for the bandits. Meanwhile, he meticulously prepared a lavish feast, washing the toxin from the silver with water before mixing it into the dishes. Now, all the bandits had consumed the food laid out before them. In essence, they were all poisoned. Just as one bandit leader was about to unleash his wrath, a torrent of black blood erupted from his mouth. He then collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing violently. Within mere seconds, he was foaming at the mouth, meeting a tragic end on the spot. At that very moment, the remaining bandits began to react. "Ah, my stomach hurts." "Me too." "Aya." Soon after, the once vigorous bandits were all spewing toxic blood and falling to the ground. In a matter of moments, aside from the second-in-command of the Blackwind stronghold, all the other dozens of bandits he had brought with him succumbed to the poison and perished. Witnessing the demise of his brethren, Master Li's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. "It is your turn now." As Lu Fan approached, he spoke with an air of confidence. The advisor, Li, was utterly terrified at that moment. He had never imagined that his scheme to poison Lu Fan would backfire so dramatically, leading to his own demise instead. As Lu Fan drew nearer, Li stumbled backward in fear, trembling as he stammered, "What do you intend to do, young man?" Lu Fan inquired, "What do you think I intend to do?" Upon realizing the precarious situation, the advisor Li's foremost thought was to flee for his life. With a flick of his folding fan, 2 concealed silver needles shot forth towards Lu Fan. Simultaneously, as the needles were released, he turned and dashed away. Yet, how could these hidden projectiles possibly harm Lu Fan? With a slight elevation of his iron rod, Lu Fan deflected the needles with 2 resounding clangs. "You wish to escape? Do you truly believe you can?" With a resounding voice, Lu Fan struck. The dark iron rod in his hand swung through the air, producing a powerful gust that tore through the atmosphere. Master Li, sensing the imminent danger, hastily drew his folding fan to defend himself. Though it appeared to be an ordinary paper fan, it was forged from cold iron, remarkably resilient. Just as Master Li believed he could withstand Lu Fan's assault, a thunderous clang reverberated as the iron rod shattered the fan, causing blood to gush from his mouth as he was sent flying by the force of the blow. How could this be? How could this young man possess such strength? Struggling to rise from the ground while suppressing his internal injuries, Master Li was filled with dread. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, having sent Master Li tumbling, declared sternly, I have already warned you against disturbing me at Black Wind Stronghold. Yet you chose to provoke me and even plotted to poison me? Master Li, now thoroughly terrified, knelt before Lu Fan, pleading for mercy. Do not kill me. I was wrong. If you spare me, I will persuade the chief to beg for your clemency. Lu Fan, however, merely replied coldly, too late. With that, he brought the iron rod down once more, crushing Master Li's skull as one would a ripe watermelon. After eliminating Master Li, Lu Fan surveyed the surrounding corpses. De Yong, drag all these bodies away. Remember to strip them of their clothing and loot anything valuable. Wang De Yong, well acquainted with Lu Fan's ruthless tactics, grinned and replied, Understood, young master. Brothers, let us get to work. Thus, Wang De Yong and his laborers began their task. After a thorough search, they unearthed over 20 taels of silver and a substantial amount of clothing from the bandits. Presenting the silver to Lu Fan, who had now amassed considerable wealth, he scoffed, What a bunch of paupers, and collected the silver without hesitation. In the end, Lu Fan effortlessly vanquished all the bandits, including the deputy chief of Black Wind Stronghold. Most gratifyingly, he acquired over 1,000 taels of silver, which, despite being tainted with poison, could be cleansed with water and rendered usable once more. With the silver secured, a smile crept onto Lu Fan's lips. Brother Dong, come, let us venture to a place together. Lu Fan picked up an iron rod while addressing Dongwu. Where are you going? Dongwu was taken aback. Of course. I'm going to eliminate the mountain bandits. Have you forgotten? I have stated that if they dare to provoke me again, I shall reduce their Black Wind stronghold to ruins. Lu Fan spoke as he carried the treasured gourd and accompanied Dongwu to settle scores at the Black Wind stronghold. Inside a dimly lit passage of the stronghold, 2 bandits emerged, dragging the lifeless bodies of 2 children. The elder child appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, while the younger one seemed to be merely 3 or 4. Both were likely the unfortunate offspring of famine victims, clad in tattered garments and exhibiting an eerie pallor, as if all their blood had been drained, rendering them gaunt and spectral. Why do you think our chief always captures these starving children? Inquired a bandit missing a prominent front tooth as he dragged one of the corpses. And why can't we even have a taste? How would I know? Replied the other bandit. You know our chief doesn't allow anyone into his cultivation chamber. Hearing this, the toothless bandit shook his head in resignation, muttering, What on earth is our chief up to? As the 2 bandits departed, in a shadowy cultivation chamber, the chief of the Black Wind stronghold, Du Tong, was observed holding a small vial. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the vial contained the blood essence of children. Behind him, rows of similar vials lined the shelves, each filled with the same macabre substance. Splendid! I'm almost at 100 vials, he exclaimed. With that, Du Tong suddenly knelt before a black stone statue, proclaiming, Master, I have nearly gathered the blood essence of 100 children as you commanded. Once I return, you must lift the death curse that binds me. After his fervent supplication to the ominous statue, which depicted a strange old man holding a whisk, Du Tong finally exited the secret chamber. Upon reaching the main hall of the stronghold, he inquired of the bandits at his side, Have Lao Er and the others returned yet? One bandit promptly replied, Reporting to the chief, they have not returned yet. It's been nearly a day. Could they have encountered some trouble? Du Tong pondered, though he quickly shook his head. In the Black Wind stronghold, he had faith in his advisor, Li, who was adept in both intelligence and capability. Just as Du Tong finished his inquiry, a bandit burst in, panic-stricken. Chief, it's bad. Someone has invaded our stronghold. What? Du Tong, seated in his grand chair, barked in response. What did you just say? I said someone has invaded our stronghold. Fury ignited within Du Tong. Who dares to be so audacious as to wreak havoc in my Black Wind stronghold? It's a brat who claims to be from the City God Temple. The bandit replied. The City God Temple? Du Tong's eyes narrowed. Damn it. Isn't that where Lao Er and the others went to raid? Realizing the implications, his expression darkened ominously. Everyone, follow me outside. At Du Tong's command, he led his men out of the hall. Before the stronghold, the air was filled with the clamor of battle. There stood Dongwu, clad in disheveled attire and wielding a tiger-head saber, fiercely dispatching the oncoming bandits. Despite their numbers, most of the bandits were weak, and soon Dongwu had felled many. You foul bandits shall witness the prowess of Dongwu today. He bellowed, charging into the fray like a valiant general. Behind him, Lu Fan, bearing the treasured gourd, observed with a smile. He held Dongwu in high regard, though his own prowess far surpassed Dongwu's. He perceived him as the embodiment of a true hero as described in tales. As Dongwu continued his onslaught, Du Tong and his band of followers appeared. Upon sighting Du Tong, the hundreds of bandits shouted, "Chief!" Dongwu, bloodied saber in hand, paused momentarily, recognizing Du Tong. "So, you are the leader of this band of ruffians." Du Tong, his demeanor cold as ice, retorted, "Who are you to dare trespass in my Black Wind stronghold?" "I am Dongwu, unyielding in name and nature," he declared boldly, thumping his chest. "Are you the one who killed Lao San?" Du Tong inquired. "Indeed." "And what of it?" Dongwu laughed. "Impossible. With your meager strength, how could you have defeated Lao San?" Du Tong scoffed, having discerned Dongwu's capabilities at a glance. "Who do you think you're looking down on? Today, I shall demonstrate my might." Dongwu, insulted, swung his saber with intent, aiming a dominant strike at Du Tong. Yet, Du Tong remained unmoved as the strike approached, extending 2 fingers to intercept the blade just inches from his face with a resounding clink, effortlessly pinching the 80-pound saber. "Is this all you've got?" Du Tong mocked. Though humiliated, Dongwu, shocked yet resolute, shouted defiantly, "I refuse to believe it." With that, he unleashed a flurry of punches, attempting to push Du Tong back. But as Dongwu threw his punches, Du Tong coldly scoffed, "You overestimate yourself." With a slight flick of his fingers, a surge of profound energy emanated, causing Dongwu to lose grip of his saber and stagger back 3 steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Despite being overwhelmed, Dongwu was determined to continue fighting. Just then, a voice resonated from behind him. "Brother Dong, retreat. You are no match for him." At this moment, Lu Fan stepped forward. Dongwu, well aware of his own capabilities, let out a low grunt upon hearing Lu Fan's words and then retreated. After Lu Fan stepped forward, his gaze scrutinized Du Tong before him. By stirring the golden ripples within his pupils, Lu Fan perceived that the leader of the Black Wind stronghold exuded a formidable aura, far surpassing that of Lei Hu by at least 2-fold. Moreover, this individual was enveloped in a sinister, dark energy, confirming his status as a master. As for Du Tong, upon noticing Lu Fan's emergence, his menacing gaze fixated on him. "Brat, who are you?" Lu Fan was questioned, and, looking up, replied, "Haven't you tried to seize my money and provisions time and again? How is it that you don't even know my name?" "So, you are the lad from the Chengwang Temple?" The brash young man then asked, "Where is my second brother?" At this moment, Du Tong inquired, "Are you referring to the fellow with the folding fan?" "I regret to inform you that I have already dispatched him," Lu Fan said, a smile playing on his lips. "What? The second-in-command is dead?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's sudden proclamation, the bandits present were left in stunned silence, including Du Tong, the living embodiment of death. How could this be? Old Air led so many men. How could he possibly have failed? Du Tong could hardly believe it. "You can only blame that fool for being so dim-witted, thinking he could poison me," Lu Fan replied. The mere mention of poison made Du Tong, despite his disbelief, accept the truth of the matter. "You wretched boy, you dare to come here after killing Old Air? Are you seeking death?" Du Tong roared, lunging forward like a great rock, his fierce claws slicing through the air, aimed directly at Lu Fan's face. Faced with Du Tong's sudden assault, Lu Fan dared not be careless and promptly unleashed the Thunder Fist, a skill taught to him by Dongwu. Bang! The Thunder Fist collided forcefully with Du Tong's claws, creating a shockwave that sent tremors through the surrounding air. With a resounding thud, Du Tong was forced back a step, while Lu Fan staggered half a step. How could this boy possess such strength? Du Tong thought in shock. It was worth noting that he was at the pinnacle of the postnatal 9th rank, just a step away from reaching perfection and entering the innate realm. Yet now, he had been pushed back by Lu Fan's single punch. Conversely, Lu Fan was equally surprised by Du Tong's prowess. "I did not expect the leader of the Black Wind bandit clan to possess such formidable strength." Chapter 63, Talisman? What a clever boy. No wonder you were able to kill Old Air and Old Sand. It turns out you do possess some skill. However, it is unfortunate for you that you have crossed paths with me today. It is your time to perish. With that, Du Tong surged forward like a whirlwind, executing his palm technique. The technique Du Tong practiced was called the Black Fiend Palm, a ruthless and domineering martial art. Should one be struck by this palm, their vital organs would be damaged by the malevolent energy. At this moment, Du Tong's palms danced through the air, enveloping Lu Fan in a dark shroud of malevolent energy. In response to Du Tong's Black Fiend Palm, Lu Fan unleashed his Thunder Fist. The Thunder Fist struck like a bolt of lightning, swift as the wind. And with each strike, the resounding echoes of thunder could be heard. In the blink of an eye, Lu Fan found himself embroiled in a fierce exchange with Du Tong, trading over 20 blows. Goodness, why does this lad's Thunder Fist appear so different from mine? Dong Wu, observing the fray, was utterly perplexed. Lu Fan's Thunder Fist was imbued with the might of thunder, and each blow contained a formidable power that left Dong Wu feeling frustrated. Meanwhile, Du Tong was equally taken aback by Lu Fan's Thunder Fist, and what astonished him even more was the mysterious force that seemed to accompany Lu Fan's punches. That power, when manifested, was challenging to withstand, even for someone of Du Tong's 9th rank cultivation. Damn it, how could this boy possess such high cultivation? Is he in the innate realm? Du Tong became increasingly astonished as the battle raged on. Suddenly, Du Tong leapt into the air, and in that instant, he reached for his waist. A slender, flexible sword, coiled at his side, appeared in his hand. Boy, prepare to die. With the soft sword drawn, Du Tong lunged forward. Like a venomous snake, the sword lashed out unexpectedly, catching Lu Fan off guard. The sharp blade grazed Lu Fan's shoulder, tearing his clothing. Fortunately, Lu Fan reacted swiftly, sustaining only a minor injury. Lu, be careful. This scoundrel is at least at the postnatal 9th rank. Dong Wu shouted, then turned to Du Tong, cursing, "You shameless bandit. How dare you use a weapon to ambush the lad?" Du Tong ignored Dong Wu entirely. Upon realizing his first strike had failed, he swiftly launched another attack with his soft sword. Indeed, Du Tong's swordsmanship was exceptionally refined, and the flurry of sword shadows descended upon Lu Fan like a torrential rain. In the face of Du Tong's fierce swordplay, Lu Fan swiftly drew a fire stick from his treasured gourd, preparing to defend himself. With the iron rod in hand, Lu Fan's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Particularly, the iron rod he wielded, weighing a staggering 300 pounds, caused Du Tong immense pain each time it clashed with his soft sword. How could this wretched boy's crude stick possess such formidable power? Fear began to creep into Du Tong's heart. After a few exchanges, he found himself relentlessly pushed back by Lu Fan's iron rod. With no other choice, Du Tong gritted his teeth and swiftly retrieved a yellow talisman from his waist. Upon its appearance, he bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the talisman. Instantly, the talisman flickered with an eerie light. "You little rascal, if my master's invisibility talisman can eliminate you, then you shall meet your deserved end," he declared. "Activate." With that command, Du Tong forcefully pressed the talisman against his chest. In an instant, with a whoosh, Du Tong's figure vanished without a trace. What? Seeing Du Tong's silhouette disappear in the blink of an eye, Dong Wu, standing behind, exclaimed, "Lu, be cautious. This scoundrel possesses a talisman." Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback upon his first encounter with such magical talismans. Just then, a fierce gust of wind suddenly rushed towards Lu Fan's neck from the side. Alarmed, Lu Fan swiftly swung the iron rod in his hand. With a resounding clang, while the iron rod deflected the opponent's blade, it nearly grazed Lu Tong's sword against his cheek. "Haha, you little brat from the city god temple. No matter how formidable your strength, you cannot withstand my invisibility talisman. Prepare to meet your demise." With Lu Tong's sinister laughter echoing, a flurry of phantom sword shadows surged towards Lu Fan. Seeing his adversary vanish from sight, Lu Fan found himself in a state of frantic disarray. After all, with the opponent relying on the invisibility talisman, no matter how high Lu Fan's cultivation level, it would be futile if he could not see his foe. What to do? What to do? If this continued, his demise was inevitably sealed. In the midst of his panic, a sudden thought struck Lu Fan. He recalled the golden ripples within his pupils. Yes, those golden ripples had previously allowed him to discern the essence and bloodlines of others. Would they also reveal the presence of an invisible foe? With that realization, Lu Fan promptly activated the golden ripples in his eyes. In an instant, a flash of golden light illuminated his gaze, and suddenly, Lu Tong, who was cloaked in invisibility, was captured by Lu Fan's golden ripples. "Haha, I found you." Lu Fan's heart swelled with joy, yet he feigned ignorance, continuing to awkwardly evade his opponent's sword strikes. Du Tong, cloaked in an invisibility talisman, had initially lowered his guard upon realizing that Lu Fan seemed oblivious to his presence. However, just as he lunged forward with a strike from behind, Lu Fan abruptly pivoted, his golden pupils locking onto Du Tong with unwavering intensity. "You wish to take my life? Do you believe yourself worthy?" With those words, Lu Fan transformed the iron rod in his grasp into a lethal downward slash. Upon realizing he had been detected, Du Tong was taken aback and hastily raised his sword to block the impending blow. Yet, the diminutive soft sword in his possession stood no chance against Lu Fan's iron rod. The impact resounded with a thunderous crash, shattering Du Tong's weapon. More terrifying still, the iron rod collided with Du Tong's chest, causing him to spew a torrent of blood, his torso reduced to a mangled mess. How could you possibly see me? Du Tong, sprawled on the ground, incredulously lifted his bloodied gaze to meet Lu Fan's. That, I cannot reveal to you. Lu Fan chuckled cunningly. It must be acknowledged that Du Tong's prowess was indeed formidable. Had it not been for his final moment of carelessness, Lu Fan would not have easily subdued him. Witnessing his own grievous injuries, Du Tong bellowed, "You brat, I will fight you to the death." He soared into the air, channeling all his strength into a dual-handed strike aimed at Lu Fan. However, Lu Fan offered him no opportunity. With a powerful swing of his iron staff, it transformed into a blade-like shadow, crashing down upon Du Tong. A piercing scream erupted as Du Tong plummeted from the sky. At that moment, his vital meridians shattered, leaving him sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. This scene stunned all the bandits, for none had anticipated that their so-called living Yama would ultimately fall to Lu Fan. After defeating Du Tong, Lu Fan declared, "I warned you not to disturb me at Black Wind Stronghold. Today, all of this is your own doing. So prepare to meet your end." With his meridians ruptured by Lu Fan's iron staff, blood trickled from the corner of Du Tong's mouth as he uttered, "Even in death, I will drag you to hell." With a brutal resolve, he spat a mouthful of blood, then pressed his bloodied hand against his own crown. "Master, you must avenge your disciple," he shouted fiercely. Suddenly, a blood-red character for death appeared upon his forehead. In an instant, Du Tong's body ignited spontaneously, and within moments, he was reduced to ashes. Observing the bizarre demise of the notorious leader of Black Wind Stronghold, Lu Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Chapter 64, The Stone-Carving Taoist. Following the peculiar death of Black Wind Stronghold's living Yama, Lu Fan finally cast his gaze upon the remaining bandits. The sight of Lu Fan sent them into a state of terror, as though they had encountered the Grim Reaper. "What say you? Do you wish to live or die?" Faced with the demise of their leader, they dared not continue the fight, and hurriedly replied, "We wish to live." "Then relinquish all your wealth and provisions, and be gone." Lu Fan spoke in a calm tone. He did not intend to eradicate all the mountain bandits. Firstly, their numbers were overwhelming. Secondly, most of these bandits were merely unfortunate souls on the brink of starvation, driven to desperation and forced into a life of crime. Thus, he understood their plight. Upon hearing that Lu Fan had spared their lives, the bandits felt a sense of relief, albeit tinged with frustration at his demand for all their money and provisions. Damn, isn't this just being robbed again? Though they were utterly reluctant, the bandits prioritized their survival over their grievances. Very well, we shall comply. One by one, they surrendered all their possessions and provisions, laying them before Lu Fan, along with their weapons. Once the bandits had relinquished everything of value, Lu Fan permitted them to depart. In no time, they scattered like leaves in the wind. The Black Wind Stronghold had thus met its end. "You two, wait." Just as the last two bandits were about to flee, Lu Fan suddenly called out. The two bandits halted, trembling in fear, their faces etched with despair. "Do not be afraid. I have no intention of harming you. I only require you to guide me to the location where Black Wind Stronghold kept its money and supplies," Lu Fan stated. Lu Fan believed that the vast Black Wind Stronghold must possess far more silver than what was apparent. Hence, he resolved to seize it all. Upon hearing this, one of the bandits spoke up. "To be frank, young master, all the money and provisions we pilfered are stored in the chief's secret chamber." At the mention of the secret chamber, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Take me there," he commanded eagerly. The two bandits, not daring to disobey, hurriedly led Lu Fan and Dongwu to the chamber. Before long, they arrived. "Young master, this is the chief's secret chamber," one bandit indicated, pointing to the imposing stone door. The door was closed, suggesting that it was secured by a mechanism. Lu Fan cast a glance behind him, then drew forth his firewood stick, swinging it with great force. With a resounding crash, the formidable stone door was shattered by Lu Fan. "Enter," he beckoned. Lu Fan spoke as he stepped inside first. Behind him, Dongwu and two mountain bandits hurriedly followed. The training room was vast, shrouded in a dense, eerie atmosphere. However, what took Lu Fan by surprise was the sight of countless riches piled on the side of the room. A cursory glance revealed that there were easily over 1,000 taels of silver. "Huh, young Lu, look at all this silver," Dongwu exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the mountainous heap of wealth before them. Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed upon a mound of silver coins scattered on the ground. After all, it was the first time he had ever encountered such a substantial sum of silver. Among the heap, resembling a small hill, lay not only silver and copper coins, but also an assortment of stolen necklaces, jewelry, and a myriad of other chaotic treasures. It seemed he had struck gold at last. In Lu Fan's heart, a surge of ecstasy erupted. Lu Xiaozai, what do you see? Suddenly, Dongwu discovered that behind the secret chamber, there was a row upon row of bottles. These bottles were filled with a pungent red liquid, densely arranged in an orderly manner. Lu Fan turned his head, and immediately his expression shifted. Is this blood? Dongwu hastily approached for a closer inspection. Indeed, it is blood. It seems to be essence blood. Damn it. How could there be so much essence blood stored in the secret chamber of this despicable mountain bandit? Lu Fan cast a glance over the vials of essence blood before raising his gaze towards the two bandits behind him. How could there be so much essence blood stored here? He demanded. Responding to your lordship, we truly do not know. The bandit stammered in haste. You insolent fools. I do not believe your ignorance. Speak, or I shall take your lives with a single stroke. Dongwu brandished his tiger head blade, intimidating the two men. Seeing Dongwu draw his weapon, the bandits quickly exclaimed, Esteemed lords, we genuinely have no knowledge of this. All we know is that our leader sends us every month to capture children under the age of 10. Then, the following day, those children succumb to anemia and perish. Upon hearing the bandit's confession, Lu Fan began to grasp the grim reality. All this essence blood before him belonged solely to children? Yet, why did Du Tong seek the essence blood of children, and in such copious amounts? The despicable bandits were nothing short of beasts, exploiting so many innocent lives. Dongwu glared at the bottles of essence blood, his fury palpable. Lu Fan was equally taken aback. It was his first encounter witnessing someone extracting the blood of a child. Just as Lu Fan pondered this, his gaze was suddenly captivated by a black stone statue. The statue depicted a bizarre figure of a Taoist, so lifelike and vivid, as if it were a living being, holding a whisk in its hand. Lu Fan felt an inexplicable chill creeping over him as he beheld the stone-carved Taoist. An eerie, penetrating aura emanated from the figure, evoking a sensation as though the Taoist were a living being. Could it be that this Taoist was the master whom Du Tong had called out for in his final moments? If that were indeed the case, then this figure would undoubtedly be a formidable adversary. Lu Fan's gaze was fixed upon the stone sculpture, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he waved his hand, causing the iron rod in his grasp to strike the figure of the stone man. With a sharp crack, the sculpture shattered, unleashing a surge of dark energy that soared into the sky, heading westward. Witnessing such a bizarre spectacle, an overwhelming sense of foreboding welled up within Lu Fan. What are you staring at, kid? Dongwu, oblivious to the oddity, approached Lu Fan with a curious inquiry. Lu Fan shook his head, gazing at the shattered stone sculpture of the Taoist, and said, It's nothing. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Dongwu refrained from further inquiries. He simply joyfully proceeded to collect the silver. Thus, the Black Wind stronghold was entirely vanquished by Lu Fan. Moreover, Lu Fan confiscated all the wealth and provisions of the stronghold, with the silver alone amounting to over 4,000 taels, not including various necklaces and ornaments. In addition, Lu Fan seized a considerable quantity of grain from the stronghold. After stowing all these treasures into his precious gourd, Lu Fan led Dongwu down the mountain. We have struck it rich. Now we can truly say we have made a fortune. What do you think, little Lu? Dongwu exclaimed as they descended the mountain. Lu Fan smiled lightly. Brother Dong, may I ask you something? You previously mentioned that there truly exists celestial arts in this world, correct? Indeed, Dongwu replied. His curiosity piqued. What has prompted you to ask this all of a sudden, young Lu? Lu Fan pondered for a moment before speaking. Do you recall the time I faced off against Du Tong? The talisman he ultimately wielded, could it possibly be the very technique employed by the immortals? Lu Fan voiced the doubts that lingered in his mind. In previous confrontations, he had never encountered such a technique, one that could render a person invisible. Indeed, how could I have almost forgotten this? You are absolutely correct, young Lu. That talismanic spell is indeed employed by those who cultivate the way. Dongwu quickly interjected. Chapter 65, Meeting Your Second Sister? Upon hearing that the talisman was indeed utilized by cultivators, Lu Fan's brow furrowed in concern. Lu Fan vividly recalled that when Du Tong produced the invisibility talisman, he explicitly stated that it was bestowed upon him by his master. If that were the case, then Du Tong's master must indeed be a cultivator. A terrifying thought suddenly surged through Lu Fan's mind. This is disastrous. What should I do now? Lu Fan's expression darkened. Given his current strength, he could manage against ordinary martial artists. But if he were to encounter a practitioner of the mystical arts, he would undoubtedly face certain death. With this thought, Lu Fan quickly began to devise a strategy. It was futile to remain passive. He must take the initiative. It seemed imperative that he elevate his training without delay. For if Du Tong's master truly sought him out, the consequences would be dire. Yes, he needed to enhance his cultivation promptly. However, Lu Fan was vexed by the lack of opportunities to engage with martial arts. The only martial artist nearby was the 5th-tier master, Dongwu. Yet, Lu Fan had already mastered all of Dongwu's techniques. This would not suffice. He needed to venture to Qingyang Town to consult Huang Beirong about where to acquire martial arts manuals. Resolute in his decision, Lu Fan returned to the city god temple. The bandits of Black Wind's stronghold had been completely eradicated, and Lu Fan had established his own guard at the temple. With Dongwu, a formidable warrior, stationed there, he felt a sense of security. After bidding farewell to his sister, Lu Fan, with his precious Gourd in tow, set off for Qingyang Town. Clad in a white robe, Lu Fan was no longer the impoverished youth on the brink of starvation. He had grown taller, his features more handsome, and with daily nourishment from ginseng and lingji. Those unaware might mistake him for a scion of a noble family. As he walked, he suddenly collided with another figure. Lu Fan could only feel the softness and enchanting fragrance emanating from the figure before him. When he lifted his gaze, he beheld an exquisite silhouette glaring at him with indignation. She wore a dress of vibrant green, her eyebrows elegantly arched and her almond-shaped eyes gleaming. Her skin was as flawless as sculpted jade, and her graceful form, coupled with her stunning visage, truly made her a paragon of beauty. How could you be so careless? You nearly knocked me down, the striking woman exclaimed, covering her forehead as she began to reproach Lu Fan. Lu Fan initially found the woman to be strikingly beautiful, yet he was taken aback when she immediately began to complain about him. Unable to restrain himself, he retorted, "My lady, was it not you who collided with me? And what of it? Who instructed you to obstruct my path?" The woman shot back, her eyes narrowing in irritation. "You are being exceedingly unreasonable," Lu Fan replied, exasperated. "I am quite unapologetic about my lack of reason, and what of it?" she declared defiantly. Observing her demeanor, Lu Fan could not help but shake his head in disbelief. "Humph, I shall forgive you this time as I have pressing matters to attend to, but do not let our paths cross again." With that, the stunning woman spun on her heel and departed with the swiftness of the wind. Lu Fan remained indifferent. Upon noticing the woman had departed, he continued his journey towards the Huang family pawnshop. Upon arriving, as he stepped inside, he observed a considerable number of individuals standing about. Among them, a retainer armed with a long knife, upon spotting Lu Fan from a distance, immediately exclaimed, "Third young master, third young master. The young lad has finally appeared." Just as he shouted, a debauched young man suddenly burst forth from within. It was none other than the third son of the Sima family, Sima Hong, who had previously purchased Lu Fan's potent elixir. Following closely behind Sima Hong was Huang Beirong. "Brother Lu, you have finally made your appearance. My heavens! You have kept me waiting for so long," Sima Hong exclaimed with excitement, rushing toward Lu Fan as if he were a long-lost relative. Observing the antics of this young master from the Sima family, Lu Fan could only feel a sense of speechlessness. "Young Master Sima, have you truly been waiting for me all this time?" Lu Fan displayed a sense of curiosity. "Of course, I have been waiting for you for a full 5 days," Sima Hong said, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Beside him, Huang Beirong chuckled and added, "What young Master Sima says is absolutely true. He has indeed been waiting for the esteemed young gentleman for 5 whole days." It turns out that ever since Sima Hong procured Lu Fan's powerful medicinal pills, not only has his stamina surged, but he has also embarked upon the genuine path of a martial artist. Previously, this third young master was utterly inept, having summoned countless martial arts instructors yet failing to even step over the threshold of martial arts. However, after consuming Lu Fan's potent pills, who could have imagined that in just a matter of days, he would enter the authentic realm of martial arts? He has now ascended to the rank of a low-tier martial artist, boasting a postnatal first-grade cultivation level. This development has left Sima Hong utterly exhilarated, as he indulged daily in the medicinal pills Lu Fan provided as if they were mere snacks. 100 pills were consumed in a mere few days. The consequence of this was that Sima Hong, after finishing the pills, found himself perpetually plagued by nosebleeds. Yet, his martial prowess has indeed improved significantly. Thus, Having exhausted his supply of pills, Sima Hong fervently began to search for Lu Fan. Alas, Lu Fan has always been elusive, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Thus, Sima Hong could only remain on guard at the Huang's pawnshop day after day, eagerly anticipating Lu Fan's return. Upon realizing the situation, Lu Fan could not help but exclaim, "This frivolous young master truly has an insatiable appetite." 100 revitalizing pills were consumed in such a fleeting moment. Brother Lu, ever since I partook of your revitalizing pills, I have developed an immense fondness for them. Pray, dear Brother Lu, do tell me. Do you have any more of your revitalizing pills? I wish to purchase them all. Lu Fan also held a favorable impression of this extravagant young master. After all, a fool with ample wealth is indeed a rare find. Lu Fan smiled brightly. How many are left? Sima Hong immediately inquired. More than 300. I want them all, he declared. Come, quickly prepare the silver notes for Brother Lu. Sima Hong was well aware of Lu Fan's principle. He always demanded payment up front. Thus, after instructing his subordinates, they promptly presented a thick stack of silver notes. As Lu Fan gazed at the substantial pile, a smile spread across his face. He then sought a secluded spot and began to extract the nourishing pills from his precious gourd. This time, Lu Fan had intentionally crafted the pills a bit larger, and he had also added extra ginseng and reishi mushrooms. After all, Lu Fan can hope that the efficacy of this nourishing pill will yield substantial profits. Young Master Sima, I present to you a total of 320 pieces, all for you. Lu Fan, while handing all the revitalizing pills to Sima Hong, remarked. Gazing at the impressive 300 pills, Sima Hong leapt with excitement, picked one up, and began to savor it as if it were a confectionery. These are treasures. Absolute treasures. By the way, Brother Lu, ever since my second sister tasted your revitalizing pills, she has found them exceedingly delightful. Might it be possible for you to meet her? Sima Hong suddenly interjected at that moment. Chapter 66. The Underground Black Market. Upon hearing Sima Hong's request for Lu Fan to meet his sister, Lu Fan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Hee. My second sister is quite stunning, and not only is she exceptionally beautiful, but she is also quite generous with her spending, Sima Hong continued. Hearing about her lavish spending, Lu Fan's eyes gleamed with interest. Naturally, he was eager to earn some silver. Thus, he replied, all right, with Lu Fan's agreement. Sima Hong was filled with joy and promptly instructed his subordinate, quickly go and fetch my second sister. Soon, one of his attendants hurried off to invite her. Before long, a graceful figure clad in a green dress emerged from the Huang's pawnshop. This enchanting silhouette was captivating, like a beauty that could topple nations. As she stepped out, Sima Hong rushed over, exclaiming, Sister, the brother who sells me the revitalizing pills has come. You must meet him. As he spoke, he took the stunning figure by the hand and led her towards Lu Fan. Brother Lu, do you see? This is my beautiful second sister. Upon hearing those words, Lu Fan raised his head and beheld the stunning figure before him. Why are you here? Lu Fan recognized her at once. Before him stood an enchanting woman in a green dress, unmistakably the same one he had collided with earlier. Sima Lan was equally surprised to see Lu Fan. Upon spotting him, her almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, What are you doing here, you clumsy fool? The simultaneous outburst from both parties left Sima Hong bewildered. Sister, Brother Lu, what is happening? Do you two know each other? Of course we do. This fellow bumped into me just a moment ago. Sima Lan retorted. Her lips pursed as she pointed at Lu Fan. Lu Fan shook his head, responding, My lady, it was you who ran into me, if I may say so. If I bumped into you, consider it a stroke of good fortune, she shot back defiantly. Just as it seemed the argument would escalate, Sima Hong hurriedly intervened, grasping Sima Lan's arm. He was well aware that when it came to being unreasonable, his sister took the crown, with no one daring to contest her. Sister, let us not quarrel. Brother Lu here is my benefactor. The extraordinary vitality pills we consumed were all crafted by him. At this unexpected revelation, Sima Lan froze, her intent to confront Lu Fan dissolving into astonishment. What? He made those miraculous pills? She asked, disbelief etched on her face as she turned to Sima Hong. Indeed, if you don't believe me. Just look, this is another batch Brother Lu has sold to me, Sima Hong said, displaying the vitality pills he had just purchased from Lu Fan. Upon seeing the numerous pills, Sima Lan's mouth fell agape, rendering her speechless. It turned out that once Sima Hong had learned of the pill's efficacy, he had promptly informed his sister. Initially skeptical, Sima Lan had experienced a noticeable increase in her strength after consuming a few. Thus, the two sisters began to treat the vitality pills as if they were mere sweets. After finishing their supply, they yearned to acquire more. only to find themselves unable to contact Lu Fan. It was truly unexpected that the miraculous pills were crafted by you, she mused, her almond-shaped eyes appraising Lu Fan from head to toe. Lu Fan, disinterested, turned away, pretending he had not heard. Sima Hong, observing Lu Fan's demeanor, hurried over and said, "Brother Lu, my apologies. My second sister has such a personality, please do not take it to heart. Sister, come over and apologize to Brother Lu." Sima Hong quickly winked at his sister. Although Sima Lan wore an unwilling expression, the thought of the miraculous effects of the great tonic pill ultimately compelled her to approach Lu Fan. She said, "Fine, for the sake of my younger brother. I shall apologize today." "I'm sorry, is that sufficient?" Sima Hong then chimed in, "Hey, Brother Lu, see? My sister has already apologized to you. Let us consider it settled." Lu Fan did not pay much attention to it. On one hand, he needed to sell his nourishing pills to earn money from the siblings of the Sima family. On the other hand, it seemed rather unworthy to be angry with a woman. Thus, he chose to let it be. Lu Fan had truly come to know the second miss of the Sima family. Through their conversation, he learned that the Sima family was indeed immensely wealthy and powerful. Although the current year was marked by famine, it had little effect on the affluent Sima household. In fact, during the initial years of the disaster, they had generously donated tens of thousands of stones of grain to the impoverished citizens of Qingyang town. After Lu Fan sold the nourishing pills to the Sima siblings, he suddenly inquired, "Sima Gongzi, might I ask if there are many martial artists in Qingyang town?" "Huh? Why does Brother Lu ask this?" Sima Hong responded with curiosity. "To be frank, Sima Gongzi, I wish to purchase some martial arts manuals for my training. I wonder if you might know where to find them?" Lu Fan finally expressed his intention. At present, he possessed only the evergreen technique acquired from the disheveled Taoist, and aside from that, he was left with only the rudimentary martial skills taught to him by Dong Wu. Therefore, Lu Fan needed to enhance his ability swiftly. Otherwise, should that Du Tong's cultivator master appear, his fate would surely be sealed. "Ah, so Brother Lu wishes to practice martial arts. You have indeed come to the right person. To be honest, ever since I consumed your nourishing pills, I have already stepped into the first rank of postnatal martial arts and am on the verge of entering the second rank," Sima Hong proclaimed with pride. "Only the second rank of martial arts? Must you embarrass yourself like this?" Sima Lan could not help but retort. Afterward, she turned to Lu Fan and said, "In truth, if you seek martial arts manuals, they are indeed available for purchase in the market. However, those are merely low-quality goods that are commonplace. If you truly desire superior training manuals, you must venture into the largest underground black market in Qingyang town." Black market? Lu Fan heard this place name for the first time and couldn't help but be taken aback. Indeed, my second sister was right. There are indeed secret manuals for sale in the black market down below. Moreover, one might even stumble upon something remarkable. At this moment, Sima Hong also spoke up. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Where is the underground black market? Can you take me there?" Sima Lan replied, "If it were anyone else, I would never consider bringing them along. However, given that you sold my foolish brother the elixir, I might just lend you a hand." "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan felt a surge of gratitude. What he lacked the most at present was a comprehensive cultivation manual. If he could indeed acquire some exceptional texts, he would no longer fear those so-called cultivators. After Sima Lan's agreement, the three prepared to journey to the largest underground black market in Qingyang town. Chapter 67, The Treasure Pavilion. Along the way, Lu Fan gleaned from the Sima siblings that Qingyang town boasted the most extensive underground black market within a radius of several hundred miles. This black market was exceedingly secure, populated by a myriad of individuals from all walks of life. According to Sima Lan, aside from a plethora of martial arts practitioners, there were also numerous members from nearby gangs and sections. Moreover, the black market offered an astonishing variety of goods. It could be said that there was nothing you could not acquire, except for what you could not imagine. However, the black market was fraught with peril, teeming with life-threatening dangers and individuals of dubious repute. Lu Fan listened attentively, as it was his inaugural visit to this underground black market, although this place reeked of danger. "Brother Lu, rest assured, with me around, I will undoubtedly ensure your safety," proclaimed the flamboyant young master, Sima Hong, as he patted his chest with a grin. However, before he could finish his boast, Sima Lan, clad in a green dress, swiftly struck him on the back of his head. "How could you protect anyone when you haven't even broken through to the second level of the postnatal martial arts realm?" she scolded. Rubbing his head in a display of grievance, Sima Hong retorted, "What's wrong with the second level? It's still quite formidable." Sima Lan, uninterested in her brother's antics, turned her attention back to Lu Fan. Hey, once we step into the black market, just follow my lead, and don't worry, I promise you will be safe. She assured him, her already ample bosom swelling with confidence, igniting a warmth within Lu Fan's heart. Indeed, brother Lu, do not be deceived by my sister's delicate beauty. She is, in fact, a formidable 7th level in postnatal martial arts, Sima Hong interjected at that moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan smiled and replied, very well. I shall rely on you, Miss Sima. Sima Lan, flattered by the praise, strutted forward with an air of pride, reminiscent of a little peacock. Soon, the siblings led Lu Fan into a dim alley in Xingyang town. The alley was quite deep, and at its end stood 2 men in black, their gazes menacing. As Sima Lan and the two reached the conclusion of the alley, one of the black-clad men suddenly reached out to block their way, speaking in a chilling tone, "Travelers, this path is closed. You may proceed to the underworld. Then let us pass." Sima Lan replied with a clear voice. "Very well, but first, you must pay the passage fee," the black-clad man insisted. Without hesitation, Sima Lan produced some silver coins from her pocket and handed them over. The 2 men in black examined the coins before finally saying, "You may proceed." With that, one of the men suddenly pulled a lever hidden within the stone wall, and a secret door rumbled open before Lu Fan and the Sima siblings. "Thank you," Sima Lan exclaimed as she ushered Lu Fan and Sima Hong inside. Once inside, Sima Hong turned to Lu Fan and asked, "Brother Lu, do you know who those 2 men in black were?" Being a newcomer to the black market, Lu Fan shook his head in ignorance. "Allow me to enlighten you. Those individuals are all members of the Bai Bauj." Bai Bauj? Lu Fan inquired, curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar name. "What does Bai Bauj do?" "Higi, you have certainly asked the right person. To be honest, brother Lu, the Bai Bauj has quite a significant reputation. Have you ever heard of the largest pavilion, the 2 gates, and the 3 clans of Yuzhou?" Lu Fan continued to shake his head, observing Lu Fan's ignorance. Sima Hong began to passionately recount the tale. In our Yuzhou, there exist 3 formidable powers, known as the 1 pavilion, 2 gates, and 3 clans. The 1 pavilion refers to the most prominent Bai Bauj in Yuzhou. This Bai Bauj possesses not only wealth but also influence. Most importantly, its business extends throughout the entire Deqing, with rumors suggesting a profound connection with the cultivators residing in the mountains. In Yuzhou, when Bai Bauj speaks, no one dares to utter a second word. Not even the formidable Duandao Gate or Tianxiang Palace, who are powerful sects in their own right, would dare to act recklessly in the presence of Bai Bauj. Most crucially, even the underground black market beneath our feet is under the protection of Bai Bauj. Hearing of Bai Bauj's immense wealth and power, Lu Fan felt a tremor in his heart. No wonder even individuals like the Sima siblings had to pay tribute upon entering this underground black market. It turns out Bai Bauj is truly formidable. Bai Bauj engages in all kinds of trade, from the common necessities of the ordinary folk to the precious items coveted by the elite. Furthermore, they also deal in medicinal herbs, treasures, and much more. One could say that at Bai Bauj, there is nothing one could think of that cannot be found. So, brother Lu, if you truly wish to acquire exceptional martial arts manuals, visiting Bai Bauj is undoubtedly the right choice. As Sima Hong continued to elaborate on Bai Bauj, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel increasingly convinced that his journey here was indeed worthwhile. Just as Sima Hong was speaking to Lu Fan, Sima Lan, standing nearby, interjected impatiently, "Are you 2 done? Are we going to the black market or not?" Seeing his sister's irritation, Sima Hong quickly replied with a smile, "Yes. Yes. Let us hurry up and go, less idle chatter." With that, the fiery beauty turned and walked away. Sima Hong and Lu Fan hurriedly followed suit. As they stepped inside, a long, pitch-black corridor came into view. The passage was exceedingly long and twisted, stretching into the unknown. After walking several hundred meters with Sima Lan, a cacophony of sounds suddenly emerged ahead. After walking a few more steps, a shadowy street finally appeared before Lu Fan's eyes. Is this the underground black market? Lu Fan gazed at the street that had suddenly appeared before him, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. The black market stretched out before him, vast and bustling. In every direction, north, south, east, and west, 4 main thoroughfares teemed with a diverse crowd. Indeed, as the Sima siblings had described, this place was a melting pot of individuals from all walks of life. Lu Fan's golden ripples within his pupils swept across his surroundings, revealing that most of the individuals in this black market were robust warriors brimming with vitality. To his astonishment, Lu Fan's golden eyes also detected a more potent and intense aura emanating from the depths of the street. It was truly unexpected to find such a thriving underground market in Xingyang town. Lu Fan was taken aback. "Brother Lu, did you see that? This is the black market." "Hee hee. Once we finish our business, I shall take you to the Red Pavilion. You cannot imagine. The ladies there are so breathtakingly beautiful that they could make fish sink and birds fall, and most importantly, they are skilled in every art of music and dance. Just as Sima Hong was speaking to Lu Fan, a sudden thud resounded as he received a sharp rap on the head. Sima Hong, if you dare to provoke those vixens at the Red Pavilion again, I will inform father upon our return, and you shall see whether he breaks your legs. Sima Lan declared sternly. The pampered young master, upon hearing his father's name invoked, instantly wore a look of grievance. I merely wish to show Brother Lu a thing or two. Show him what? I am well aware of your mischievous intentions. Sima Lan retorted, her almond-shaped eyes glaring. Afterward, she suddenly turned to Lu Fan and said, Hey, do not be influenced by him, understand? Lu Fan silently scoffed to himself. What wrongdoing could I possibly learn? Chapter 68, The Broken Blade Sect. As I traversed the path, I observed the bustling vendors lining the black market, offering an array of goods. There were those selling firewood, rice, oil, and salt, as well as provisions for sustenance. Additionally, there were sellers catering to the needs of warriors, peddling swords, spears, and various weaponry. In the distance, I could see further offerings. Lu Fan also noticed ginseng for sale. However, this ginseng paled in comparison to the ones cultivated by him. Not only was it smaller in size, but it was also merely a decade old. Yet, it bore a price tag of 50 taels of silver. Such a price is exceedingly exploitative. Once I become acquainted with this black market, I shall return here to sell some ginseng of my own. Lu Fan murmured to himself. In truth, the black market had never been so crowded before. Brother Lu, do you know why the black market is so bustling today? Sima Hong suddenly inquired as they walked. Why is that? Lu Fan asked. Because today marks the monthly auction held by the Treasure Pavilion, he replied. An auction? Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the Treasure Pavilion holds an auction every month. At these auctions, an abundance of rare and precious treasures is available, including the martial arts manuals you seek. Consequently, the auctions at the Treasure Pavilion invariably attract a myriad of spectators from all walks of life. Now do you understand? After hearing Sima Hong's explanation, Lu Fan finally grasped the situation. No wonder he had encountered so many martial practitioners along his journey. It turned out they had all come for the auction at the Treasure Pavilion. Come, let me take you to witness the auction, Sima Hong said, and with that, he led Lu Fan onward. Soon, the Sima siblings brought Lu Fan to a magnificent octagonal building. On the expansive golden plaque, 3 grand characters were inscribed in a flowing script. Treasure Pavilion. A long line of people was forming at the entrance, clearly all participants in the auction. After arriving, Sima Hong joined the queue with Lu Fan. In no time, the 3 entered the Treasure Pavilion. Before them lay an enormous auction hall, shaped like an ellipse, teeming with a throng of people. On the second floor, numerous elegant private boxes were visible. Brother Lu, let us ascend to the second floor, Sima Hong exclaimed, leading Lu Fan upward. Although Lu Fan currently had no shortage of money, it was his first time participating in such an event. Therefore, he obediently followed the siblings, Sima Hong and Sima Lan, carrying his treasure gourd. Upon reaching the second floor, a young attendant swiftly approached them. Ah, Master Sima has arrived. This way, please. It was evident that most of the staff at the Baibaoj recognized Sima Hong. Under the guidance of the attendant, Lu Fan and the siblings entered a refined private room on the left. The room was not large, yet it exuded an air of exquisite luxury. Just as the Sima siblings settled down with Lu Fan, a group of individuals clad in martial attire appeared on the second floor. These individuals clearly belonged to the martial world. Each exuded a strong aura of bloodshed and bore-cold, merciless expressions. Leading them was an elder with hawk-like eyes. Though of short stature, the elder radiated an intense vitality. Beside him was a young master in splendid attire. As this group approached, the elegantly dressed young man caught sight of Lu Fan and his companions, particularly the stunning Sima Lan, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. Ah, no wonder I heard joyous chirping today. It seems I have encountered the illustrious Sima Beauty, he exclaimed. Sima Beauty, how have you been? He laughed as he made his way towards Sima Lan. Upon noticing the young master, Sima Lan's almond-shaped eyes widened in dismay. Yin, stop pretending in front of me. The young man, identified as Yin, merely smiled in response. What words are these, Sima Beauty? I have simply missed you during our time apart. Silence. Yin. Dare to harass my sister again, and see what happens. Sima Hong suddenly stood up, filled with indignation. Ah, is this not the infamous waste of the Sima family? Do you wish to fight me? Come, try it. Yin mocked. Just as Sima Hong clenched his fists, preparing to retaliate, Sima Lan intervened. What's wrong? Are you afraid now? I thought this waste had some ability. Turns out, he is merely a coward hiding behind his sister. Yin laughed heartily before turning away with his entourage. Watching Yin and his group depart, Sima Hong slammed his fist onto the table in frustration. This is infuriating. Sister, why didn't you let me teach that scoundrel Yin a lesson? Sima Lan replied, with your limited skills, do you truly believe you could defeat him? Even if I am a martial artist of the 7th rank, you should have noticed the formidable figures standing behind him. Startled by his sister's reminder, Sima Hong paused. He had indeed seen the group of fierce martial artists behind Yin, though they appeared unfamiliar. Sister, who are they? He inquired. Sima Lan gazed thoughtfully in the direction Yin had departed. If I am not mistaken, those accompanying Yin belong to the Douluo sect. What? The Douluo sect? Upon hearing this, Sima Hong's expression soured. Indeed, the elder in black who just passed by is likely an elder of the Douluo sect stationed in Qingyang town. As Sima Lan spoke, Sima Hong's countenance grew increasingly grim. Damn it. If the Yin family has truly allied with the Douluo sect, then our Sima family will surely be at a disadvantage in the upcoming tournament of the 3 clans. He expressed his concern. Sima Lan remained silent, while Sima Hong grew anxious at the thought of the impending competition. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, who had remained quiet, grasped the situation. Based on Sima Hong's explanation, he surmised that the greatest power in Yunzhou encompassed 1 pavilion, 2 sects, and 3 clans. The pavilion was Baibao, and the 2 sects were likely the Douluo sect and Tianxiang Palace. As for the 3 clans, they comprised the Sima family and the Yin family, though the identity of the last clan was not disclosed by Sima Hong. After gaining a basic understanding of the power dynamics, Lu Fan chose not to dwell further, for these matters held little relevance to him. His primary desire at present was to acquire martial arts manuals to enhance his cultivation. Lu Fan quietly sat in the private room on the 2nd floor, awaiting the commencement of the auction. After the passage of a short while, the auction at Baibao Pavilion finally began. The vast oval hall was filled with attendees eager to participate in the bidding. As it was Lu Fan's first experience at such an event, he quickly rose to observe. The auctioneer was a plump man in his 40s. According to Sima Hong, this man was merely a minor steward at Baibao Pavilion, bearing the surname Wang. He had previously presided over auctions in Qingyang town. Once the steward reached the center of the hall, he cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Today marks Baibao Pavilion's monthly auction. I, Wang, extend a warm welcome to all friends who have traveled from afar. The auction will proceed as per the usual rules. The highest bidder wins. As for the items up for bid, rest assured, everything under Baibao Pavilion's jurisdiction is guaranteed to be safe." Following his announcement, the crowd erupted into applause. Now, let us commence the auction. I present to you our first item for bidding. With that, 2 attendants brought forth a delicate jade vase. The vase gleamed brilliantly, standing over a foot tall. After its unveiling, Steward Wang began his introduction. This vase is a relic from the estate of the 6th prince of the Daqing dynasty. After the prince was executed for treason, his estate was confiscated, resulting in this exquisite piece being lost to the public. This vase, carved entirely from white jade, holds immense value, whether for collection or commerce. The opening bid is 30 taels of silver. As Steward Wang announced the price, the bidders began to raise their paddles. However, due to the famine of the era, the vase was deemed more suitable for collection, leading to a scarcity of bidders. Ultimately, it was purchased by a rotund gentleman for 60 taels of silver. Next on the auction block was a treasured sword. The sword appeared impressive, glimmering with golden light. Yet, Lu Fan discerned its true nature immediately. It was utterly worthless. He believed that a mere strike from his firewood stick would shatter it. The auction continued, but the items on offer were of no interest to Lu Fan. Was there truly no martial arts tome available at this auction? While Lu Fan pondered this, Steward Wang suddenly exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, now comes the highlight of our auction." With that, he gestured for his attendants to present a tray covered by a red cloth, adding an air of mystery. This item has been entrusted to Baibao Pavilion for auction. It consists of precious elixirs. These elixirs can heal ailments and strengthen the body for ordinary individuals, while martial artists will find their vitality enhanced and their abilities increased. Truly a treasure. Upon hearing this, the attendees gasped in astonishment. Elixirs? Is that for real? Could such wondrous elixirs exist? Curiosity flickered among the crowd. Steward Wang smiled reassuringly. Please rest assured, Baibao Pavilion has a century of impeccable credibility. We have verified these elixirs to be genuine. With his words, the attendees were swayed, recognizing the esteemed reputation of Baibao Pavilion. Steward Wang, let us see what these elixirs are. The crowd clamored with excitement, even Lu Fan displaying a hint of intrigue. Observing the tray before Steward Wang, he mused. Why do the effects he describes sound so similar to my own tonic? Just as Lu Fan contemplated this, Steward Wang cheerfully declared, since everyone is eager to see. Allow me to unveil them. With that, he removed the red cloth. Before everyone's eyes lay 5 thumb-sized, pale white elixirs. Lu Fan was rendered speechless. Those elixirs were unmistakably the tonics he had crafted. To his astonishment, he couldn't fathom how his tonics had ended up here. What was happening? He glanced at Sima Hong beside him, who wore a mischievous grin. In that moment, Lu Fan understood instantly. Could it be that Sima Hong had taken the tonics he sold to him and brought them to Baibao Pavilion for auction? As Lu Fan pondered this, Sima Hong chimed in with a sly tone. Brother Lu, have you figured it out? Heh, to be honest, ever since I consumed your tonic, I was completely entranced. However, it felt like such a waste to keep it all to myself. So, I thought, why not see if I could profit from it? This way, I can earn money while enjoying your tonic, 2 birds with 1 stone. Don't you think I'm clever? Listening to Sima Hong, Lu Fan inwardly cursed. Recognizing the shrewdness of this rascal, who was attempting to profit from his own tonics. Steward Wang, what is the name of this elixir? Does it truly possess the remarkable effects you claim? While Lu Fan harbored his doubts, the bidders below began to inquire. Steward Wang replied, this elixir is called the Great Nourishment Elixir. It bears a remarkable similarity to the Qi blood elixir sold in the marketplace. The only difference is that our elixir is significantly more affordable. In this age of famine, elixirs were the most precious commodities for martial artists. For instance, the Qi blood elixir mentioned by Steward Wang sold for 300 taels each, with no availability in the market. Hearing this, the bidders grew increasingly curious. Steward Wang, what is the minimum bidding price for the Great Nourishment Elixir? Wang smiled and raised 2 fingers. The minimum bid for 1 elixir is merely 20 taels. 20 taels. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan could not help but curse inwardly once more. That Sima Hong is truly despicable. I sold him a single great supplement pill for only 10 taels of silver, yet he resold it at double the price. Chapter 70. The Great Supplement Pill as a Snack. Just as Lu Fan lamented the loss of his precious great supplement pill, the nearby bidders exclaimed in unison, Manager Wang, is this great supplement pill really just 20 taels each? Lu Fan, what? 20 taels is still considered cheap? Manager Wang chuckled and replied, indeed, at present, the minimum bidding price for a great replenishing pill is merely 20 taels. I bid 30 taels. Before Manager Wang could finish his sentence, a bald martial artist immediately stood up to place his bid, as if fearing he would miss out on a great opportunity. I bid 40 taels. No sooner had the bald man spoken than another short man beside him also stood up, declaring, I bid 50 taels. In the blink of an eye, yet another martial artist emerged to join the fray. As the prices continued to escalate, Lu Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Were these individuals truly this frenzied? Meanwhile, Sima Hong, upon hearing the incessantly rising bids, was grinning broadly, his smile nearly reaching his ears. Brother Lu, do you see this? We are about to strike it rich. Just look. They are already bidding 90 taels for each pill. Hearing the shrewd fellow speak, Lu Fan felt a twinge of surprise within. It turns out that to sell one's precious replenishing pills at a high price, one must have a significant platform. Lu Fan pondered to himself. Meanwhile, the bidding price had already escalated to 120 taels per item. It must be said that the auction for this supreme tonic pill was quite enticing, especially since it could enhance a warrior's power and increase their vitality. Just imagine, a single vitality pill sells for a minimum of 300 taels outside. If this supreme tonic truly possesses the effects of a vitality pill, the bidders would undoubtedly be willing to spend lavishly. As the bidders continued to raise their offers, a sudden voice rang out from the second floor. I bid 200 taels. May I ask if anyone else wishes to raise the offer? 200 taels? Upon hearing this amount, everyone looked up at the second floor, where the speaker was none other than Yin Tong, the young master of the Yin family. He stood there with an air of dominance, smiling down at the crowd. Damn it, it's the young master of the Yin family. It's over, we can't bid anymore. Rumors suggested that the Yin family had allied with the Broken Blade sect. Look, isn't that Emma Wuji, the elder in charge of the Broken Blade sect stationed in Qingyang town, right behind Yin Tong? It was indeed him. What hope do we have now? Following Yin Tong's appearance, no one dared to call out a bid. After all, it was well known that the young master of the Yin family was a vengeful person. And now that they had allied with the Broken Blade sect, provoking them would be tantamount to courting death. Seeing that no one dared to raise their offer, Yin Tong's smile widened. Is there anyone else who wishes to raise the bid? At this moment, Wang Guanshi from the Baibao spoke up. The crowd fell silent. Who would dare to raise the bid? Just as Wang Guanshi was about to announce the outcome, a voice suddenly emerged from the right side of the second floor. I bid 300 taels. Everyone turned in astonishment at the mention of 300 taels, only to find Sima Hong, the flamboyant young master, grinning mischievously. The bidders below were stunned by Sima Hong's audacity to raise the bid to 300 taels, particularly Yin Tong, who was enraged. You, a worthless wastrel, dare to challenge me? I bid 400 taels. I bid 500 taels. As Yin Tong raised the bid, Sima Hong, without a second thought, announced an astonishing price. Faced with Sima Hong's relentless provocations, Yin Tong was furious. You truly wish to compete against me, do you? Very well. Let me show you my strength. I bid 1,000 taels. Boom. As this price was declared, the entire hall fell into a stunned silence. Even Lu Fan was taken aback. 1,000 taels. For a single supreme tonic pill. Sima Hong, upon hearing this amount, was nearly beside himself with joy. Wastrel, come on, if you have the ability, keep raising the bid. After Yin Tong declared his price, he angrily directed his words at Sima Hong. Sima Hong laughed heartily and replied, Oh no, how could I possibly compete with you? Ha! You pathetic fool. Seeing Sima Hong finally falter and cease to raise the bid, Yin Tong scoffed disdainfully. After Sima Hong stopped bidding, Wang Guanshi from Baibauj smiled and said, Since no one else is raising the bid, these 5 supreme tonic pills belong to young Master Yin. 1 supreme tonic pill for 1,000 taels, totaling 5,000 taels for all 5. Yin Tong, indeed wealthy, waved his hand, and his subordinates produced the silver notes without hesitation. After receiving the money, Wang Guanshi handed the 5 supreme tonic pills to Yin Tong, who beamed with pride. He laughed heartily as he approached Sima Hong. Wastrel, didn't you want this precious pill? Come, kneel and beg me. Perhaps I might feel merciful and give you a taste. In response to Yin Tong's provocation, Sima Hong appeared utterly unfazed, instead bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at, Wastrel? Yin Tong demanded, unable to contain his anger. Sima Hong continued to laugh, pointing at Yin Tong. I laugh because you were so foolish. You dare insult me? My apologies, I simply couldn't hold back. As he spoke, Sima Hong produced a large handful of tonic pills from his pocket and began munching on them like candies. Yin Tong was momentarily taken aback, staring in disbelief at the young master who was now holding an abundance of the very supreme tonic pills he had just bid for. Boom. Yin Tong was petrified. Not only was he stunned, but the surrounding bidders were equally astonished. No one had anticipated that Sima Hong, who had just been in fierce competition, would suddenly possess so many supreme tonic pills, identical to those Yin Tong had just purchased. You wastrel, how do you have so many supreme tonic pills? Yin Tong's eyes widened in disbelief as he confronted Sima Hong. Sima Hong, cheerfully eating, replied, Why would I tell you? After finishing his words, he continued to shove more pills into his mouth and pulled out another handful from his pocket. Seeing Sima Hong produce such an abundance of tonic pills, Yin Tong's composure shattered. Chapter 71. You 3, I 7, how could this be? How could this wastrel possess so many supreme tonic pills? Yin Tong furiously pointed at the pills in Sima Hong's hand and asked Wang Guanshi from Baibauj. Wang Guanshi approached and said, I forgot to mention to young Master Yin that the one who entrusted us at Baibauj to auction the supreme tonic pills was actually young Master Sima. What? Upon hearing this, Yin Tong erupted with rage, realizing that Sima Hong had deliberately raised the bid against him, and that the supreme tonic pills were being sold on Sima Hong's behalf. He felt utterly humiliated. Haha, Yin, now do you understand why I laughed at your foolishness? Sima Hong taunted shamelessly. Sima Lan, standing beside him, joined in the laughter. This pushed Yin Tong to the brink of fury. Sima Hong, you are courting death, he shouted, ready to take action. Just as Yin Tong was about to strike, the plump Wang Guanshi suddenly stood in front of Sima Hong, sternly declaring, Young Master Yin, are you intending to disrupt the rules of Baibauj and oppose us? With this, Yin Tong's raised hand halted mid-air. Who would dare provoke Baibauj? Even the Broken Blade sect, to which the Yin family had allied, would not easily challenge Baibauj, let alone a mere Yin family. With no choice, Yin Tong gritted his teeth and lowered his hand, glaring at Sima Hong. Today, I will spare you for Baibaoj's sake. But remember, I will settle this score with you. With that, he stormed off. Humiliated, Yin Tong was unwilling to remain any longer and swiftly departed from the Baibao pavilion with his subordinates. Witnessing Yin Tong's departure in such a fit of anger, Sima Hong erupted into boisterous laughter. This time, he truly struck gold. Not only had he secured several thousand taels of silver from Yin Tong, but he had also managed to utterly humiliate the young master of the Yin family. After Yin Tong's exit, manager Wang of Baidao Pavilion resumed the auction. As for Lu Fan and Sima Hong, they continued to linger in their private box on the second floor. Brother Lu, we have truly hit the jackpot this time. A full 5,000 taels of silver. Sima Hong exclaimed joyfully to Lu Fan. Lu Fan felt a surge of disdain within, muttering, "This fellow dares to auction off his own medicinal pills and still has the audacity to claim he's making a profit. How infuriating. I spent several days crafting those potent pills, earning only 3 or 4,000 taels of silver, while you, with a mere flip of your hand, auction them for 5,000 taels. Do you think, Brother Lu, that I feel comfortable with you profiting from my pills? Fear not, for I, Sima Hong, am not one to be stingy. Let us split the 5,000 taels we obtained from that foolish yin equally. What do you say?" Sima Hong seemed to perceive Lu Fan's thoughts and spoke up. "Equally?" Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. "What is the matter, Brother Lu? Are you unwilling?" "Of course I am," Lu Fan retorted. "The pills are my creation, and the materials and labor were all my own. And what about you? You merely opened your mouth. How can that warrant an equal split? But Brother Lu, I was the one who found the opportunity. And what of that? I still possess the pills." Lu Fan replied. "Let us do this. We shall split it 70-30, you take 30, I take 70. As for the medicinal pills, I shall always be at your service. I will provide you with as many as you desire. All I ask is that you help me establish a connection with the Baidao Pavilion. How does that sound?" Lu Fan, like a shrewd merchant, began to haggle with Sima Hong. Though Sima Hong lacked prowess in martial arts, his business acumen was undoubtedly sharp. Otherwise, he would not have been able to acquire the potent pills from Lu Fan and swiftly bring them to the Baidao Pavilion for auction. Reflecting on his mere 30% share, Sima Hong felt a twinge of regret. However, considering that he had only used his words and that the production costs and secret formula of the pills were firmly in Lu Fan's hands, he realized that if he angered Lu Fan and the latter refused to sell him any more pills, he would be at a significant loss. After weighing the pros and cons, Sima Hong finally gritted his teeth and conceded, "Very well, I shall abide by your terms, Brother Lu. You shall have 70. And I shall take 30. Seeing Sima Hong acquiesce, Lu Fan smiled. "Then from this day forth, we shall be business partners." "Absolutely. Just wait and see how I will help you earn a fortune," Sima Hong proclaimed, puffing out his chest with a proud demeanor. Lu Fan was quite pleased in that moment. It must be said that having Sima Hong, this extravagant young heir, as a business partner not only allowed Lu Fan to engage with higher echelons but also enabled him to earn wealth with remarkable ease, which was undoubtedly a fortunate circumstance. Thus, the two became genuine business partners. The subsequent auction, however, lost its allure. The items up for bid were not what Lu Fan desired. Sima Hong seemed to perceive Lu Fan's sentiments and remarked, "Brother Lu, it appears that the martial arts manuals you seek are not available today. How about I accompany you to inquire with the branch head of the Treasure Pavilion? Perhaps she might possess the martial arts manuals you were looking for." "That sounds agreeable," Lu Fan replied. Lu Fan certainly needed to seize the opportunity to cultivate diligently. Otherwise, should the master of the Black Wind Fortress appear, he would find himself in grave danger. Thus, the Sima siblings began to lead Lu Fan in search of Steward Wang. Upon hearing that Lu Fan sought martial arts cultivation manuals, Steward Wang scrutinized him from head to toe, and then stated, "Please wait a moment. I shall report to the sect leader." With that, Steward Wang entered the inner chamber. In the parlor, Lu Fan and Sister Sima sat quietly together. From the words of Sima Hong, Lu Fan had gleaned a general understanding of the situation regarding the Baibao. It turned out that this Baibao had dozens of branches throughout the entire Daqing dynasty, each presided over by a master. As for the master of the Qingyang town branch, Sima Hong mentioned her name, Lu Ruyan. Speaking of this enchanting beauty, she was truly a peerless gem, captivating and enchanting beyond compare. Moreover, Lu Ruyan was not only beautiful in appearance but also possessed legs that could drive one to distraction, as Sima Hong described with a somewhat lascivious tone. Lu Fan merely smiled, listening attentively. However, upon observing her brother's lecherous demeanor, Sima Lan swiftly delivered a sharp slap to Sima Hong's nape. Instantly aware of his faux pas, Sima Hong hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, sister. No matter how beautiful Lu Ruyan is, she cannot compare to your beauty, all right?" "Silence," Sima Lan admonished furiously, leaving Sima Hong too intimidated to utter another word. After a brief interlude, a captivating fragrance wafted from the inner chamber. Then, a servant announced, "The pavilion master Lu has arrived." As the words resonated, an exquisite woman adorned in a fitted dress emerged into Lu Fan's view. This woman was stunning, truly breathtaking. Her ethereal visage resembled that of a celestial being, Her features were picturesque, her skin as smooth as jade, and each smile and frown exuded an enchanting allure. Most significantly, her figure was perfectly curvaceous, reminiscent of a sinuous water serpent. Trailing behind this enchanting figure were manager Wang of the Baidao Pavilion and an elderly man clad in gray. The old man, though not tall, emanated an aura of formidable vitality. "Oh, the beautiful Lu, at last I meet you," Sima Hong exclaimed, springing from his seat in excitement to greet her. In contrast, Sima Lan seethed with frustration at her brother's lack of decorum. Chapter 72. Are you an alchemist? It turned out that this was indeed the pavilion master of Baibao Pavilion in Qingyang Town, and she was undeniably beautiful. Lu Fan could not help but exclaim. Having lived in Qingyang Town since childhood, he had indeed never encountered a woman as beautiful as this, apart from the presence of Sima Lan beside him. This was the second time in his life he had witnessed such beauty. Moreover, Lu Fan also discovered that aside from her unparalleled beauty, Lu Ruyan possessed an extraordinarily powerful martial aura. Young Master Sima, it has been a long time. Thank you for entrusting us at Baibaoj to auction the Great Rejuvenation Pill on your behalf. Here, this is your auction silver. As Lu Ruyan emerged, her voice was as melodious as a yellow oriole, enchanting all who heard it. Upon finishing her words, a servant promptly presented a thick stack of silver notes to Sima Hong. "Hiki, I must express my gratitude to the beautiful Lu. Were it not for your assistance in the auction, how could I have earned such a fortune?" Sima Hong chuckled joyfully as he accepted the silver. After deducting Baibaoj's auction fee of 500 taels, Sima Hong had profited a staggering 4,500 taels. Upon receiving the money, he immediately handed it over to Lu Fan, for he was the true master of the venture. Observing Sima Hong transfer the entire sum to Lu Fan, Lu Ruyan blinked her beautiful eyes, curiosity piqued as she glanced at him. "May I ask, who is this gentleman?" "Ah, I nearly forgot to introduce you, my esteemed beauty. This is my business partner, Lu Fan, my brother." "Oh, young Master Lu, a pleasure to finally meet you," Lu Ruyan responded, her interest piqued. "Speaking of my brother Lu, he is truly remarkable. To be candid, do you know who crafted the Great Rejuvenation Pill you had auctioned?" "Who?" "It was my brother Lu." As Sima Hong spoke, he pointed towards Lu Fan. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she scrutinized Lu Fan once more. He exuded an extraordinary presence. Clad in a simple white robe yet strikingly handsome, the Great Rejuvenation Pill was actually created by young Master Lu? Indeed, Sima Hong affirmed with a smile. Could it be that young Master Lu is an alchemist? Lu Ruyan inquired, astonished. It turned out that when Sima Hong first brought the Great Rejuvenation Pill to Baibaoj, Lu Ruyan had been skeptical about its efficacy. After all, in a place as impoverished as Qingyang Town, the occurrence of potent elixirs was exceedingly rare. However, she was astounded when she consumed a Great Rejuvenation Pill and discovered its effects surpassed even the most expensive qi blood pills. Not only did it enhance her martial prowess, but it also contained an indescribable surge of spiritual energy. At that time, Lu Ruyan had asked Sima Hong about the source of the pill, to which he had replied with a grin, "That's a secret." Little did she expect to meet the very creator of the Great Rejuvenation Pill now. Yet, a person capable of crafting such a treasured elixir must surely be an alchemist. Could it be that he, at such a young age, is a great alchemist? When questioned about his identity, Lu Fan shook his head. "No, I am not an alchemist." Lu Fan was certainly not an alchemist. To be precise, it was the first time he had ever heard the term alchemist. "If you are not an alchemist, how could you possibly produce such exquisite elixirs?" Lu Ruyan inquired, her curiosity intensifying. Beside her, Sima Hong and Sima Lan also gazed at Lu Fan with intrigue. Lu Fan merely smiled and replied, "That is something I cannot disclose." Lu Fan would certainly not divulge the secret of his precious gourd to them. However, this remark piqued the curiosity of Lu Ruyan, the enchanting lady master of Qingyang Town, even further. An alchemist holds an exceedingly esteemed position in the Qing dynasty. For instance, within their Baibao Pavilion, there exists an exceptionally formidable alchemy master. This alchemist not only enjoys the most exalted offerings from the pavilion, but even commands the utmost respect from someone of Lu Ruyan's stature. Yet, he is so young. Could he truly be an alchemist? If not, then who could possibly be responsible for concocting these potent elixirs that enhance one's vitality and inner strength? Lu Ruyan pondered. Regardless, it is indeed an honor for a humble lady like me to make the acquaintance of Master Lu. I sincerely hope that Master Lu will consider bringing these precious elixirs to our Baidao Pavilion for auction. Rest assured, we shall provide him with the most satisfactory bidding price. Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Lu Fan replied, "I appreciate your assistance, Master Lu." Master Lu is too modest, Lu Ruyan thought to herself. "Oh, determined to ingratiate herself with this handsome gentleman. After all, if he were indeed an alchemist, and if he were to serve under her, her own standing within the Baibao Pavilion would undoubtedly rise. This thought ignited a thrill within her. By the way, exquisite Lady Lu, does your Baibao Pavilion possess any martial arts manuals? At that moment, Sima Hong unexpectedly interjected. Martial arts manuals? Lu Ruyin was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. My brother Lu came here primarily to purchase some martial arts manuals. Sima Hong succinctly explained the situation. Upon hearing that Lu Fan sought to acquire martial arts manuals, Lu Ruyin turned to him and inquired, May I ask what kind of martial arts manuals Master Lu is interested in? Any good ones will suffice, he replied nonchalantly. Although Lu Fan has now cultivated martial arts, he possesses a rather limited understanding of the martial arts system. Apart from the 2 sets of techniques imparted to him by the esteemed Dong, Lu Fan finds himself entirely at a loss. Therefore, his desires are quite unpretentious. As long as it aids in his pursuit of strength, any martial arts manual will suffice. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Lu Ruyin smiled gracefully and replied, Since young Master Lu has spoken, I am more than willing to assist. Young Master Lu, please follow me. I shall guide you in selecting the martial arts manual that best suits your aspirations. Seeing that Lu Ruyin indeed had cultivation manuals, Lu Fan was elated. Chapter 73. The turtle shell armor piece. Under Lu Ruyin's guidance, Lu Fan and his companions ascended to the top floor of the treasure pavilion. This is the most significant area of our treasure pavilion, Lu Ruyin explained, gesturing towards the imposing crimson door before them. Inside, we store all the treasures available for auction, including the martial arts manuals. Young Master Lu, please. Lu Ruyin beckoned, and then instructed her attendants to open the door. As the crimson door swung open, they were greeted by an expansive circular space, filled with a dazzling array of precious items. This marked Lu Fan's inaugural visit to the illustrious Baibao Pavilion, and as he gazed upon the exquisite array of items displayed upon the shelves, he felt a profound astonishment within. Indeed, this Baibao Pavilion was truly affluent. Young Master Lu, the martial arts manuals you seek are this way. Lu Ruyin guided him toward a grand bookshelf. The structure comprised 3 tiers. The first tier was inscribed with martial arts techniques of the early postnatal stage. The second tier bore the inscription, martial arts techniques of the mid-postnatal stage. As for the final tier, it was labeled, martial arts techniques of the pinnacle postnatal stage. These martial arts manuals were meticulously organized, each tome elegantly positioned in place. With such an abundance of martial arts manuals before him, Lu Fan's spirits soared. The 3-tiered bookshelf was replete with numerous texts, encompassing foundational techniques such as the eagle claw technique, iron shirt technique, and the 5 tigers breaking the door blade technique. It also featured those suitable for internal cultivation, including the celestial gang true chi and the 9 yang art. Additionally, there were several lightness techniques, such as the Luo Yin step and the ascending cloud ladder, among others. However, his enthusiasm was somewhat dampened by the realization that the majority of these manuals were tailored for postnatal practitioners, with nary a volume dedicated to innate techniques in sight. Upon inquiring with Lu Ruyin, he learned that the Baidao Pavilion upheld stringent hierarchies, since Qingyang Town was merely a minor branch of the Baidao Pavilion. Only postnatal manuals were available here. To access the supreme martial arts manuals of the innate or master level, one would need to journey to the headquarters of the Baidao Pavilion. With this revelation, Lu Fan grasped the situation clearly. The only martial arts manuals accessible to him at present were those meant for postnatal practitioners. Lu Fan pondered for a moment. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of joy. After all, having a plethora of skills only enriches one's abilities. With these precious manuals, he could expand his knowledge. Inquiring about the prices of these martial arts texts from Lu Ruyin, she smiled and said, Young Master Lu, there is no need for formality. As a valued guest of our Baibao Pavilion, all the manuals here are available to you at half price. Upon hearing the phrase half price, Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction and began to select. On the 3rd floor, he chose 2 techniques, one named Blazing Palm and the other Swift Windsword technique. Additionally, he selected a set of techniques suited for escape, entitled Phantom Steps. As for the other martial arts manuals, he refrained from choosing further, for they seemed somewhat redundant given his current cultivation level. The total cost for the 3 techniques, at half price, amounted to approximately 300 taels of silver. Although parting with 300 taels caused him some discomfort, the memory of having earned several thousand taels from young Master Yin earlier that day eased his concerns. Just as Lu Fan finished counting out the silver, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a black tortoise-shell fragment tucked away in the far corner of the bookshelf, covered in dust as if it had been forsaken. Most intriguingly, upon sighting the tortoise shell, the aura of his evergreen technique began to stir within him. Could it be that this tortoise shell fragment is something extraordinary? Lu Fan, filled with curiosity, stepped forward and inquired, Master Lu, what is this object? Lu Fan spoke while pointing to the tortoise shell fragment that lay forgotten in the corner. Lu Ruyin glanced at it, and her brows furrowed slightly, as if she were equally bewildered. Turning her gaze, Lu Ruyin inquired of Manager Wang, when was this item placed here? The rotund Manager Wang, upon being questioned, hurriedly leaned in for a closer look. Then, slapping his forehead, he exclaimed, I remember now. This broken tortoise shell piece seems to have been left behind by the previous master of the pavilion, but I am not quite sure about its specifics. Upon hearing Manager Wang's words, Lu Ruyin turned to Lu Fan and said, My apologies, young Master Lu. This item is quite old and is likely a relic from the previous master. That's quite all right. May I ask, Pavilion Master Lu, if this tortoise shell fragment is available for purchase? Lu Fan inquired. Lu Ruyin was taken aback by Lu Fan's desire to buy this long-abandoned tortoise shell piece, then smiled and replied, You are too modest, young Master Lu. This broken item has been discarded here for so long. Selling it to you would be taking advantage of you. How about this, since you have taken a liking to it? I shall take the liberty of gifting this tortoise shell fragment to you. Hearing that it would be given to him for free, Lu Fan felt a surge of joy. I am truly grateful, Pavilion Master Lu. Thus, Lu Ruyin gifted the tortoise shell fragment to Lu Fan. Although Lu Fan was unaware of the true nature of the tortoise shell fragment, he felt that regardless of its essence, receiving it at no cost was undeniably advantageous. After lingering in the treasure pavilion for a while longer, Lu Fan and his companions finally prepared to take their leave. Just as Lu Fan was about to depart, Lu Ruyin suddenly interjected, Young Master Lu, please wait. With that, she produced a small black iron token from her bosom, upon which the words Treasure Pavilion were intricately engraved. Young Master Lu, this token serves as a symbol of our treasure pavilion. With this in your possession, you may freely access the black market at any time, as well as enter our treasure pavilion to procure whatever you desire. Here, young Master Lu, this is for you. As Lu Ruyin spoke, she extended the small token towards Lu Fan. Staring at it in astonishment, Lu Fan thought to himself, this exquisite beauty is exceedingly generous towards me. Brother Lu, you must accept it. Lady Lu has never bestowed gifts upon anyone else, remarked Sima Hong, who stood by at that moment. Lu Fan, no longer holding back, graciously accepted the token. Thank you, Master Lu, he said. Lu Ruoyan smiled and replied, Young Master Lu, you are too modest. As I have mentioned, you shall henceforth be a distinguished guest of our Baibouch. After receiving Lu Ruoyan's token, Lu Fan and his companions rose to take their leave. Upon exiting Baibouch, Lu Ruoyan remained standing at the entrance. Old Yang, do you believe that young Master Lu is an alchemist? She suddenly inquired of the elderly man in gray beside her. The elder, known as Old Yang, though not tall in stature, emanated a formidable aura of martial prowess. His deep-set eyes followed Lu Fan as he departed, before he replied, I cannot say for certain whether he is an alchemist, miss, but there is something distinctly peculiar about him. Peculiar? Lu Ruoyan echoed. Indeed. Though I cannot ascertain his true identity, I sense an odd aura surrounding him. Why do you say that, Old Yang? Lu Ruoyan pressed further. To be candid, miss, during my time at the main hall, I had the fortune to encounter a cultivator from the mountains. That cultivator possessed an aura as profound as an abyss and eyes like cold stars. For some reason, when I laid eyes on that young man just now, I felt a strange resemblance to the aura of the cultivator I once met. Is that so? Such a thing exists? Lu Ruoyan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. I dare not make rash assertions, but the aura emanating from that young man is undoubtedly not that of an ordinary martial artist. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan blinked in contemplation. She then murmured softly, It seems that young Master Lu's identity is shrouded in mystery. Chapter 74. Yin Tong's Revenge After Leaving Baibouch. Sima Hong looked at Lu Fan with envy and exclaimed, Brother Lu, you are truly impressive. This is your first visit to Baibouch, and already you've garnered such favor from the enchanting Miss Lu, even receiving the token of Baibouch. It is truly enviable. Lu Fan smiled. All of this is thanks to you. Otherwise, I would never have had the opportunity to meet Master Lu. Flattered, Sima Hong retorted playfully. At least you have a conscience. As they exchanged banter, the trio began to wander through the bustling black market, which was vast and sprawling. Lu Fan discovered that the black market offered a plethora of goods, far surpassing those available outside Xingyang town. Moreover, the prices here were consistently higher than those outside. After perusing the market, Sima Hong suggested they find a tea house to rest. The trio then made their way to a tea house. After ordering some snacks and tea, they settled in. At a nearby table sat several martial artists armed with swords and guns who were loudly chatting and drinking tea. Have you heard? The notorious Black Wind stronghold seems to have encountered a major crisis, exclaimed a burly martial artist with dark skin. What kind of crisis? Another martial artist inquired. I heard from someone that the Black Wind stronghold was completely annihilated overnight. What? Annihilated? How can that be? The bandits of Black Wind stronghold are numerous, and they have 3 powerful leaders stationed there. It's impossible for them to be wiped out. Believe me, I'm not lying. According to reliable sources, not only was the Black Wind stronghold entirely eradicated, but even their 3 great leaders were killed. Who possesses such might to slay the leaders of the Black Wind stronghold? Could it be that the bandits offended the Broken Blade sect or the Heavenly Fragrance Palace? No, it's not them. Then who? I don't know. I only heard from a bandit who escaped the Black Wind stronghold that they seem to have offended a young devil. This boy, armed with a single staff, stormed into the Black Wind stronghold, not only killing their leader Du Tong, but also looting all their treasures. Is that true? Indeed. Their conversation was so loud that Sima Hong and his sister could not help but overhear, especially when they learned that the Black Wind stronghold had been completely wiped out. Both siblings were momentarily stunned. Sister, did you hear that? Those despicable bandits were all killed, even the notorious Du Tong. Sima Hong exclaimed. Well done. Those vile bandits deserve to die. Sima Lan responded. Listening to the siblings, Lu Fan felt a surge of curiosity. After contemplating for a moment, he asked, Do you know the bandits from the Black Wind stronghold? Of course. Those wretched bandits had been harassing the Sima family's surrounding enterprises and had killed many of our people. My father even traveled to Yunzhou to petition the governor for troops to eradicate them. It's frustrating that the governor has connections with the Black Wind stronghold, allowing those bandits to act with such impunity. Upon hearing Sima Hong's indignation, Lu Fan finally grasped the situation. Haha, regardless of the circumstances. It brings great joy to see those despicable bandits meet their end. I just wonder who this valiant hero is that could single-handedly vanquish them. Indeed, anyone capable of killing the notorious Du Tong must be an extraordinary expert, Sima Lan remarked. Wow, does that mean he's the best of the best? Absolutely. How impressive. Oh, how wonderful it would be to have the opportunity to meet such a master. What do you think, Lu? Sima Hong turned to Lu Fan. With a smile, Lu Fan replied, You are absolutely right. Thus, after a brief respite in the tea house, the 3 departed from the black market. As they left, a shadow stealthily followed them. Upon witnessing their exit from the black market, the figure hurriedly dashed into a nearby mansion. Inside the expansive residence, a group of individuals clad in blood-stained black attire stood ominously. These were all members of the Broken Blade sect. At the center of the main hall sat Emma Wuji, the overseer of the Broken Blade sect in Qingyang Town, alongside Yin Tong, the heir of the Yin family. At that moment, a servant rushed in. Young master, the Sima family's boy has left the black market. Upon hearing this, Yin Tong sprang to his feet. Are you certain? Yes, my lord. I witnessed it with my own eyes, 100% certain, the servant replied. Good. As long as that useless fool has left the black market, we need not worry about the threat from the Baibao Pavilion. Haha, foolish waste, let us see where you can run this time. It turned out that ever since Yin Tong had been humiliated at the auction, he had longed to eliminate Sima Hong. After all, how dare a worthless person like Sima Hong mock him? However, due to the protection of the Baidao Pavilion, Yin Tong had refrained from taking action. But now, the situation had changed. Once Sima Hong and the others left the black market, he no longer had to fear the Baidao Pavilion intervening. With this thought, a cruel smile crept across Yin Tong's lips. Bring in Zhao Eru and the others to see me. Yes. Soon, a group of men was led into the central hall. Each of them bore fierce expressions and carried long knives at their waists. Upon arriving in the hall, they immediately bowed to Yin Tong. We pay our respects to young Master Yin. Yin Tong surveyed them and spoke. Zhao Eru, didn't you want to follow me? Today, I offer you an opportunity. The burly man known as Zhao Eru, with a face full of coarse features, immediately responded, Please, young master, just give the order. As long as you provide food and drink for my brothers, we will dedicate our lives to you. Haha, splendid. Yin Tong laughed heartily. Zhao Eru, although you hail from a bandit background, as long as you handle this matter efficiently, I guarantee you and your brothers will have plenty to eat and drink from now on. Moreover, I assure you that following me will be far more carefree than your previous days in the Black Wind stronghold. It turned out that Zhao Eru and his companions were all bandits who had escaped from the Black Wind stronghold. After Lu Fan eliminated the formidable Dutong, he did not trouble the remaining hundreds of mountain bandits, but rather commanded them to depart. However, in this year of famine, the bandits, stripped of their support, were compelled to devise means of survival. Consequently, Zhao Eru led a group of comrades to seek refuge with the young master Yin Tong of the Yin clan. Following Yin Tong's assignment of a task to Zhao Eru, a sinister expression crept across his face. Sima Hong, you worthless fool. This time, I shall see how you escape. Chapter 75, Concealed Intentions? Qingyang Town. After Lu Fan bid farewell to the siblings, he felt a sense of accomplishment from his day's endeavors. Not only had he gained insight into the black market, but he had also discovered the enigmatic treasure pavilion. Moreover, he had obtained the cultivation manuals he sought. Although these texts comprised ordinary martial techniques practiced by postnatal warriors, Lu Fan found himself quite satisfied with his acquisition. Most importantly, after his encounter with the treasure pavilion today, Lu Fan was convinced that fostering a good relationship with them would facilitate his future endeavors in wealth accumulation. After all, a simple handcrafted tonic pill could fetch an astonishing price at the black market. If he were to slightly enhance the tonic and perhaps alter its name, he could potentially reap substantial profits. This thought brought a smile to Lu Fan's lips. Brother Lu, I shall take my leave now. Remember, we are business partners from now on, and we shall earn money together, said Sima Hong as he departed. Lu Fan held a remarkably favorable impression of the extravagant young lord. For it was only due to Sima Hong that he had become acquainted with places like the black market and the treasure pavilion. After exchanging cordial greetings with Sima Hong, the siblings took their leave. As he watched them depart, Lu Fan made his way to the marketplace. Currently, his magical gourd contained over 10,000 silver coins. In addition, it housed tens of thousands of bushels of grain, along with a considerable quantity of ginseng and reishi mushrooms. Merely these possessions would suffice to ensure a lifetime of comfort and security for both Lu Fan and his sister. Yet, as is often the case with humanity, one cannot help but be consumed by greed. Lu Fan was no exception. In the days of his impoverishment, he was content with merely a bowl of thin porridge each day, ensuring that his sister would not go hungry. Yet, who could have imagined that in just 6 months, he would transform from a near-starving youth into a wealthy lord of the city god temple? Moreover, he had also embarked on the path of martial cultivation. Reflecting on his past, Lu Fan could only summarize his state in 2 words. He had become frivolous. However, who would not be elated with newfound wealth? So he indulged. At the marketplace, Lu Fan began to purchase delightful treats and engaging toys for his sister, along with 5 or 6 new outfits. In addition to these, he acquired various other trinkets. Once all his purchases were complete, he hastily stored them in his precious gourd to avoid drawing attention. Strolling down the street, he ambled along with the black gourd slung over his shoulder. At that moment, a group of individuals, reeking of blood, suddenly came into view. Leading them was none other than Yin Tong, the young master of the Yin family. Though the elder of the Broken Blade sect, Imo Wuji, was conspicuously absent. Upon witnessing the Yin entourage, Lu Fan quickly concealed himself. The exquisitely dressed Yin Tong approached and inquired of his subordinates, "Have Zhao Eru and his group set off?" "Yes, young master, Zhao Eru and his men have already departed." "Excellent. Send someone to follow them. Once they eliminate the Sima siblings, ensure that there are no survivors. Remember, not a single one should be left alive," Yin Tong commanded with an icy tone. The subordinates were taken aback upon hearing that Yin Tong intended to silence Zhao Eru's group. Wasn't the young master supposed to let them serve him? Why the sudden intent to annihilate them? Fools! What use is a bunch of fallen bandits to me? Moreover, if they truly kill the Sima siblings, would I spare their lives? Yin Tong retorted sharply. He was right. He understood better than anyone that although Sima Hong was a reckless wastrel, he belonged to the esteemed Sima family, equal in status to the Yin clan. Should anything happen to Sima Hong, the Sima family would undoubtedly seek vengeance against the Yin family. Thus, only by involving outsiders could Yin Tong extricate himself unscathed. In essence, Zhao Eru and his men were nothing more than scapegoats. "Young master is wise. I shall dispatch someone immediately," one of the subordinates finally responded after grasping Yin Tong's intent. Once his subordinate departed, a sinister smile crept across Yin Tong's face. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, though standing a good distance away, had already reached the second layer of the Qi refinement realm and could clearly hear Yin Tong's words. Particularly, when he learned of Yin Tong's plot to harm the Sima siblings, his expression darkened. Lu Fan was originally a person disinterested in meddling in others' affairs. However, Given that Sima Hong had always treated him sincerely and considering their impending partnership in lucrative business ventures, it was inconceivable for him to stand idly by while Sima Hong faced potential harm. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan finally decided to follow the underlings dispatched by Yin Tong. On the desolate street, the Sima siblings rode two majestic black steeds, galloping forward. The flamboyant Sima Hong, while riding, turned to his extraordinarily beautiful sister Sima Lan and remarked, "Sister, don't you think I'm clever? Just by turning the tables, I managed to extract several thousand taels of silver from that scoundrel Yin. Huh. The thought of that scoundrel's green face brings me joy. What's there to be joyful about? You've shared that silver with that fellow Lu? Have you forgotten?" Sima Lan retorted disdainfully. "Ah, sister, you're mistaken. My brother Lu and I are business partners. Besides, we did purchase the great rejuvenation pills from him, so sharing a bit more silver with him is only fair." At her brother's words, Sima Lan chose to ignore him. "Do you look down on brother Lu?" Sima Hong suddenly inquired. "Humph, why would I look down on him?" Sima Lan replied, "Well, I think brother Lu is quite admirable. Not only can he concoct the great rejuvenation pills, but he is also remarkably handsome. Sister, weren't you always fond of handsome men? Why the sudden change of heart?" Sima Hong questioned, perplexed. "Shut your mouth." Sima Lan snapped angrily. After a brief silence, she added, "It's not that I look down on that Lu fellow. I just find him excessively stingy and overly cautious, always concealing his intentions." "Is that so?" Sima Hong was taken aback. "Of course. It's apparent to anyone with half a brain, except for you." Sima Hong rubbed his head, muttering, "What does brother Lu conceal? I don't perceive it at all." Chapter 76, The Ambush Outside Xingyang Town. In a desolate burial ground, a group of ruffians wielding knives and axes lay in hiding. Upon closer inspection, these were the remnants of the bandits from Black Wind Stronghold. Ever since their leader, Du Tong, was swiftly eliminated by Lu Fan, these bandits had been fleeing, ultimately finding their way to Xingyang Town. Previously, they could plunder and steal, but now, without their stronghold, they were scattered like loose sand. And many had even perished from starvation. Desperate, they sought refuge with wealthy and powerful figures, such as the young master of the Yen family. As long as there was food and drink, these bandits would risk their lives. "Zhao, please, just let me have a bite of your coarse bread. I haven't eaten for a day and a night." A gaunt bandit approached the burly Zhao Eru, his eyes filled with longing. Hearing this, Zhao Eru, who was savoring a piece of black coarse bread, kicked the emaciated bandit aside. "Eat your grandmother." The bandit fell to the ground but dared not speak. Zhao Eru shoved the remaining piece of coarse bread into his mouth, chewing it with relish, and declared, "Listen up. This time, you must do well and eliminate those damned Sima siblings. If we complete this task, we won't have to fear hunger anymore. Understood?" "Understood," the bandits chorused. "Good. Damn it. It's all that devilish brat from the temple's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have fallen to such a state." Recalling the carefree days at Black Wind Stronghold, Zhao Eru could not help but curse. In the past, Zhao Eru had been a decent little leader among the bandits, with no worries about food or drink. Sometimes, when they robbed the wealthy, they even feasted on fine meat. But now, starving 3 times a day, often without even a morsel to eat. Reflecting on this, Zhao Eru's resentment toward Lu Fan intensified. After all, if it weren't for Lu Fan, their Black Wind Stronghold would not have been eradicated, and he and his brothers wouldn't be suffering from hunger. Most infuriating was that Lu Fan not only killed their leader, but also plundered all their possessions. Damn, he's worse than us bandits. Yet, despite his hatred, Zhao Eru was utterly terrified of Lu Fan. The memory of how swiftly Lu Fan had dispatched their leader made him shiver with fear. That devil. That boy is no human. He is a true demon. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Eru shook his head, unwilling to dwell on the thought. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly. "They're coming. Everyone, prepare." Upon hearing the hoofbeats, Zhao Eru swiftly drew his long knife and hid himself. The 20 or so bandits behind him also drew their blades, ready for action. Soon, 2 figures emerged at the burial ground's edge. Upon closer examination, it was the Sima siblings, recently departed from Xingyang Town. As they rode forward, suddenly, a tripwire snared their horses. With no time to react, the black steeds stumbled and threw the siblings to the ground. "Sister, are you all right?" Sima Hong, ignoring his own pain, quickly asked Sima Lan, who had scraped her arm, blood trickling down as she rose. "I'm fine. Damn it, who ambushed us?" Sima Hong fumed. Just as he spoke, Zhao Eru and over 20 bandits emerged from the burial ground's shadows. Upon seeing the armed men, Sima Hong's face drained of color. "Who are you?" he stammered fearfully. retreating. With a sinister grin, Zhao Era replied, "You don't need to concern yourself with who we are. Just know that next year on this day will be your memorial." Sima Hong's heart sank. "Who are you? I have no enmity with you. Why do you wish to harm us?" "Heh, indeed, you bear no grudge against us. But regrettably, others wish for your demise. And we are merely the instruments to fulfill that desire." Realization dawned upon Sima Hong. "Are you sent by that scoundrel Yin?" He was not foolish. He knew Yin Tong was vengeful and ruthless. Yet, he never anticipated that, in broad daylight, someone would dare to send assassins after him and his sister. "Boy, save your words for the king of hell. Attack." Zhao Era had no desire to complicate matters further. At his command, the two bandits beside him immediately brandished their knives. As the cold blade swung towards him, Sima Hong quickly retreated. In that fleeting moment, a graceful figure unexpectedly appeared before him, followed by a swift motion, sending the two armed bandits flying with a couple of resounding thuds. Sima Lan had made her move. Dressed in a flowing green gown, Sima Lan was breathtakingly beautiful. The bandits, taken aback by her sudden appearance, stared in awe. Good heavens! What a stunning woman! Indeed, is she a celestial being? These rough men, having never encountered such a flawless beauty, were momentarily rendered speechless, their eyes wide with admiration at Sima Lan's exquisite form. Even Zhao Eru, upon witnessing her entrance, could not help but be struck by her beauty, though he quickly reminded himself that he had a task to complete. "You possess quite the skills, little beauty. However, alas, we are merely here to collect payment for our services, so I must apologize," he declared, signaling for his men to attack. With Zhao Eru's command, over 20 bandits lunged towards Sima Lan, seeking death. Sima Lan, being at the 7th tier of martial arts, was far beyond the capabilities of these bandits. Her hands moved like a blur, and as her seemingly delicate strikes landed upon the bandits' chests, their bones shattered, sending them flying through the air with anguished cries. Though Sima Lan was a woman, she was anything but weak. Her movements were as graceful as a butterfly, allowing her to effortlessly evade the bandits' attacks. In a short while, several bandits lay defeated at her feet. "This young lady is surprisingly formidable. What shall we do, Boss Zhao?" one bandit asked, observing his fallen comrades. Zhao Era grinned maliciously. "Watch and learn." He then swung his knife fiercely towards Sima Lan from behind. Sensing the impending danger, Sima Lan gracefully leapt away, narrowly avoiding the blow. Undeterred, Zhao Era struck again, 3 consecutive slashes aimed at her, yet he failed to even graze her clothing. Realizing Zhao Era was no match for her, Sima Lan prepared to eliminate the bandit leader. Just as her hand approached him, Zhao Era suddenly scattered a handful of white powder. Caught off guard, Sima Lan inhaled the substance. "Ha, little lady, let's see how you handle this." Zhao Era laughed triumphantly. The white powder, a concoction known as soul confounding powder, would render anyone who inhaled it weak and helpless. Sima Lan, enraged at the treachery of the bandits, shouted, "You'll pay for this." However, just as she took a step forward, her legs gave way and she collapsed to the ground. "Sister!" Seeing Sima Lan fall, Sima Hong rushed to support her. At that moment, Sima Lan's face was flushed, her body limp. "Sister, what's wrong?" Sima Hong asked anxiously. "Oh no, I've inhaled the powder." Sima Lan struggled to explain. "What? The powder?" Panic gripped Sima Hong as he realized he was the only one capable of fighting back, albeit as a novice martial artist. He was no match for these seasoned bandits. Meanwhile, Zhao Eru, reveling in his apparent victory, mocked, "You were quite impressive just now, but now look at you." Sima Lan seethed with anger, wishing to tear Zhao Eru apart, yet her body was devoid of strength, unable to even rise. "What's wrong? Do you not accept defeat? Don't worry, for your beauty, I shall treat you well after I deal with this little brat." Zhao Eru sneered, his expression lecherous. The other bandits chuckled wickedly. Knowing such beauty should not be wasted easily. "Bring the lovely lady here," Zhao Eru commanded, and 2 bandits approached her. "Don't touch my sister," Sima Hong shouted, charging at the bandits. But with his meager martial prowess, he was no match for them. Before he could reach them, one bandit kicked him in the stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. As he attempted to rise and protect Sima Lan, the bandits pounced on him, mercilessly beating him until he could no longer move. After Sima Hong fell, Zhao Eru approached the prostrate Sima Lan. "Do not blame me, little beauty. Blame yourself for crossing the wrong person. But fret not. I am a man who treasures beauty and will treat you well," he leered, his hands reaching for her. "Don't touch me," Sima Lan cried, tears streaming down her cheeks, powerless to resist. Just as Zhao Eru's hands were about to make contact with her pristine skin, a sudden rush of air sliced through the tension, followed by a piercing scream from Zhao Eru. Upon closer inspection, One could see a small stone had pierced through his palm. Who the hell ambushed me? He bellowed, clutching his bleeding hand in agony. The surrounding bandits were equally stunned by the sight. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows, stepping forward with an air of grace. Dressed in white and carrying a black gourd. "Brother Lu?" Sima Hong exclaimed, his spirit soaring at the sight of the figure. The bandits, hearing his cry, turned to see Lu Fan, their expressions filled with incredulity. This was the initial reaction of the mountain bandits upon seeing Lu Fan, particularly that of Zhao Era. His palm had been pierced, and in his frantic rage, he yearned to eliminate Lu Fan. However, upon catching sight of Lu Fan's figure, his pupils dilated sharply, and his face turned as pale as a ghost. Could it be the devilish lad from the city god temple? Goodness, am I not mistaken? Zhao Era's eyes widened in terror as he trembled and exclaimed. Lu Fan immediately recognized the bandits before him. "So it is you wretched scoundrels." At that moment, the bandits also recognized Lu Fan, and as he approached step by step, more than 20 of them were so terrified that they nearly lost control. "How could we encounter this devilish boy from the city god's temple? It's over, it's truly over. My lord, what brings you here?" Zhao Eru stammered, his voice trembling with fear. There was no escaping it. They were petrified. Recalling how Lu Fan had single-handedly annihilated the Black Wind stronghold and slain its 3 leaders, Zhao Eru and the other bandits felt their legs go weak. "I came to find you," Lu Fan replied with a smile as he continued to advance. "What? You're looking for us?" Zhao Eru was utterly bewildered. "Indeed. Didn't you intend to kill my friends? So I came to see you." Lu Fan smiled brightly. However, Zhao Eru was taken aback, especially upon hearing Lu Fan refer to friends. He was so frightened that he fell to his knees at Lu Fan's feet with a thud. "This is a misunderstanding. I truly had no idea that these 2 were your friends. Had I known, even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I would never have dared." Chapter 78. Lu Fan's principles of conduct. As Zhao Eru knelt down, the bandits behind him swiftly followed suit, each one dropping to their knees. This scene left Sima Hong, who was battered and bruised, utterly speechless. Even Sima Lan, who was under the effects of a charm powder and felt weak and feeble, stood there in a daze. No one could have anticipated that these ruthless bandits would exhibit such fear towards Lu Fan. Goodness, this brother Lu is truly remarkable. He has compelled these bandits to kneel and call him master. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the bandits kneel, Lu Fan did not even cast a glance in their direction. Instead, he approached Sima Hong and helped him to his feet. "Are you all right?" Lu Fan inquired with concern, gazing at Sima Hong's battered face. Sima Hong, being supported, quickly nodded and replied, "I'm fine." Next, Lu Fan moved to Sima Lan's side. "What about you?" Sima Lan, still under the influence of the charm powder and feeling extremely weak, could only weakly nod in response. Seeing that both individuals were not severely harmed, Lu Fan finally felt at ease. He then turned around and walked towards the bandits. The more than 20 bandits, upon seeing Lu Fan approach, were struck by fear and fell silent, not daring to make a sound. "It was the one named Yin who sent you, wasn't he it?" After Lu Fan approached, he inquired. Zhao Eru was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Lu Fan. "Young master, you actually found out?" Lu Fan smiled faintly. "Young master, we were wrong. We shall never dare again. I implore you, grant us a chance for survival." At that moment, Zhao Eru bowed his head in supplication to Lu Fan. After finishing his bow, Zhao Eru suddenly knelt before the Sima siblings and exclaimed, "I am sorry. I am truly sorry. It was that scoundrel, Yin, who compelled me to harm you." At last, Zhao Eru revealed the truth. Indeed, it was that rascal Yin Tong. Upon hearing this, Sima Hong clenched his fists tightly. Zhao Eru desperately continued to plead for mercy from Lu Fan. However, Lu Fan remained unmoved. After Zhao Eru's bowing, he inquired, "Do you possess any wealth on your person?" Zhao Eru was taken aback. "I ask you, do you have any wealth?" Lu Fan spoke once more. Zhao Eru suddenly grasped Lu Fan's intention. It seemed that this gentleman intended to rob them once again, much like he did at Black Wind Stronghold. "I apologize, but ever since we departed from Black Wind Stronghold, my brothers and I have been left with not a single coin to our names. If we possess no wealth, then there is little reason to continue living." With those words, Lu Fan struck Zhao Eru's crown with a resounding blow. In an instant, Zhao Eru was silenced before he could even emit a cry. His life extinguished by Lu Fan's hand. As they beheld the shattered remains of Zhao Eru's head, the bandits were momentarily paralyzed with shock. It was over. Lu Fan was about to unleash a massacre. "Run!" the mountain bandits shouted as they turned to flee. Yet, how could Lu Fan allow them to escape? With a mere thought, he summoned his fiery staff from the treasure gourd. In a flash, he pursued them, unleashing chaos in his wake. These unfortunate bandits stood no chance against Lu Fan, and within mere moments, they were all annihilated. Witnessing the swift demise of the bandits, the siblings, Sima, stared in astonishment at Lu Fan, as though they had witnessed a specter. "By heavens, Brother Lu, you have eradicated all these bandits," Sima Hong exclaimed, gazing at the sea of corpses. They were never worthy of mercy. Their existence was a curse. Lu Fan's words were indeed not without merit. Previously, he had shown mercy to these mountain bandits, but in the blink of an eye, they resumed their mischief. If left unchecked, it was not improbable that these ruffians would once again wreak havoc. Moreover, Lu Fan understood that one must never allow potential threats to linger. After all, only in this way could he ensure his own safety. Just imagine, if today Lu Fan were to release Xiao Eru and his ilk once more. It was highly likely that these unscrupulous bandits would turn around and betray him. At that moment, should Yin Tong discover the truth, he would undoubtedly send someone to deal with Lu Fan. Hence, this was the reason behind Lu Fan's decision to eliminate these bandits. However, it was evident that the Sima siblings were oblivious to Lu Fan's intentions. They could only watch in astonishment and fear as he swiftly dispatched over 20 bandits. They were astonished by Lu Fan's formidable prowess and terrified by his ruthless methods, which provided them with a renewed understanding of his character. Once Lu Fan had dealt with all the bandits, he began to scour their belongings for valuables. Observing Lu Fan's actions, the Sima siblings were rendered speechless once again. After a thorough search, Lu Fan discovered that these bandits were indeed impoverished. Aside from a few coins on Xiao Eru, the rest had nothing of worth. Meanwhile, Sima Lan, although affected by a sedative, fortunately found its effects to be limited and soon regained her strength. As for Sima Hong, he bore only minor external injuries and was otherwise unscathed. "Brother Lu, I had no idea you were so formidable, a true master of martial arts." Sima Hong had always believed Lu Fan lacked any combat skills, but witnessing his true capabilities shattered his previous perceptions, leading him to admire Lu Fan even more. "Just a bit," Lu Fan replied with a smile. "Brother Lu, you mustn't be so modest. Your skills are at least several levels above my sister's. Aren't they, sister?" Sima Hong, oblivious to the situation, directed his comment at Sima Lan. In response, she shot him a sharp glare. After casting a reproachful look at her foolish brother, Sima Lan turned her almond-shaped eyes back to Lu Fan, realizing how impressive he truly was. Indeed, her previous suspicions had been correct. This fellow enjoyed keeping his talents hidden. On the other hand, Sima Hong was in high spirits after narrowly escaping death. Especially witnessing Lu Fan's prowess only deepened his admiration for him. "By the way, Brother Lu, weren't you supposed to have left? How did you end up here?" Sima Hong clearly remembered that after parting ways with Lu Fan in Qingyang Town, he had departed. So how could he possibly be present now? "I did leave. However, I happened to encounter that fellow surnamed Yin along the way," Lu Fan simply explained. "I see. Damn it. It's all that bastard Yan's fault. I will settle this score with him sooner or later," Sima Hong exclaimed angrily. Afterward, he turned to Lu Fan and said, "Regardless, I must thank you for saving my sister and me. Had it not been for you, we cannot even imagine the consequences." Though Sima Lan said nothing, her gratitude towards Lu Fan was evident on her face. Lu Fan smiled and said, "It's just a trivial matter, no need for formalities. Well, the issue has been resolved, and I must take my leave now. You siblings should remember to be wary of that person with the surname Yan." After Lu Fan finished speaking, he bid farewell to the Sima siblings. Chapter 79, Most Enigmatic. The City God Temple. Following the events at Blackwind Stronghold, the atmosphere surrounding the City God Temple was now filled with joy. Within the towering mountain encirclement, an imposing and majestic mansion stood proudly. This was the Lu family manor, constructed by Lu Fan himself. Currently, the Lu family manor had sheltered nearly 200 individuals. Among them was a security team, composed of over 100 members led by Wang Daong, responsible for the safety of the manor. The remaining residents were tasked with agricultural cultivation, as well as attending to the daily needs of Lu Fan and his sister during this era marked by famine and desperation. The estate of Lu Fan stands in stark contrast to the harsh environment outside, where the chilling winds seem to have claimed the bones of the unfortunate. Surrounding the manor, one can observe the meticulously cultivated fields, spanning over 100 acres, which Lu Fan had specifically cleared for agriculture. These fertile lands are exclusively devoted to the cultivation of rice, alongside a variety of vegetables and fruits. Amidst this bounty, a large bald chicken leisurely strolls, accompanied by a cacophony of clucking chicks. Furthermore, within the secretive confines of Lu Fan's hidden underground temple, Rare treasures such as ginseng, reishi mushrooms, and snow lotuses flourish. The decision to cultivate such precious items in the subterranean depths was undoubtedly motivated by concerns for their safety. After all, who would willingly disclose their most treasured secrets? At that moment, a vibrant figure dashed out from the courtyard, an energetic girl with twin ponytails, clad in a red cotton jacket, and carrying a small cloth bag on her back. The flock of chicks, pursued by her, flapped about in a frenzy, their clucks echoing in the air. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize Lu Fan's younger sister, Lu Linger. Nearly 11 years old, the little girl possessed rosy cheeks and a captivating pair of sparkling eyes. After a brief chase, a figure appeared before the young girl. "Hey, little one, it's nearly dusk. Where is your brother?" The speaker was none other than the rugged and imposing Dongwu, known as the hero Dong. His beard adorned his face, and despite his disheveled appearance, there was a noticeable improvement in his vigor and spirit compared to before. Lu Linger observed Dongwu in silence. She found a stone to sit upon and then took out a chicken leg from her cloth bag, beginning to gnaw at it. "Little girl, I am speaking to you. Are you not the least bit concerned about your brother?" Dongwu leaned closer, crouching in front of Lu Linger. "Not worried." Lu Linger shook her head. "Why not?" Dongwu inquired. "Because my brother promised he would fulfill his word. He said he would return today, and he will." Lu Linger replied, tilting her small face upwards. "Really? You seem to have quite a bit of faith in that lad, Lu," Dongwu muttered. He then continued. "Can you tell me what your brother used to do? Why does he progress so swiftly in his training? I also heard that you were quite impoverished before. How come you have everything now?" Dongwu had always been curious about Lu Fan, for in his eyes, what Lu Fan possessed was almost unbelievable in this era of famine. To his surprise, as soon as he voiced his question, Lu Linger pouted and retorted, "I won't tell you." "Why not?" Dongwu pressed. "Because my brother said one should only trust oneself. No one else can be relied upon." Dongwu fell silent at her words, internally cursing. Indeed, they are siblings. Goodness, each one is more petty than the last. "All right, I won't speak with you any longer. I'm off to play." The little girl stood up, bouncing away, ready to entertain herself. "Hey, wait." Dongwu reached out to halt Lu Linger, wanting to inquire further about Lu Fan. However, just as he grasped her arm, an indescribable, strange force surged forth from Lu Linger. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he was abruptly struck by that force. Boom! Dong Xia was sent crashing to the ground, landing squarely on his rear, the mysterious strength from Lu Linger having overwhelmed him. "What happened to you?" The 11-year-old Lu Linger turned her head, gazing at the fallen Dongwu with curiosity. Dongwu was on the verge of tears. What just occurred? How could a renowned martial artist of the sixth heaven be knocked down by a mere little girl? This was utterly bizarre. "I am fine," Dongwu exclaimed, rubbing his sore bottom as he rose to his feet. Lu Linger blinked her enchanting eyes, casting a curious glance at Dongwu, and said, "Since there is nothing going on, I shall entertain myself." With that, the little girl skipped away. Observing Lu Linger's diminutive figure, Dongwu's face twisted in disbelief. "No, this cannot be right. How could a man of my stature, a sixth-grade martial artist, be so utterly unsettled by a mere child? It must be an illusion. Yes, undoubtedly it is a misperception." As Dongwu shook his head vigorously, he rubbed his stinging backside, muttering to himself as twilight approached. Lu Fan has finally returned, with the precious gourd upon his back, upon his arrival. Wang Daong and the members of the guard saw him. At this moment, Wang Daong and the weary laborers had long regarded Lu Fan as their savior. Upon seeing him, they addressed him affectionately as young master. Lu Fan greeted them with a beaming smile. As soon as they entered the Lu Manor, the cheerful Lu Linger, sporting two playful pigtails, came bounding out from inside. "Brother." Upon seeing Lu Fan, the little girl leapt into his embrace. Upon seeing his younger sister, Lu Fan smiled and gently pinched her rosy little cheeks. "Linger, have you been well behaved at home?" "I listened to my brother. I have been very good," she replied. "That's wonderful. Here, this is a candied hawthorn that I bought for you, along with some delicious treats." As he spoke, Lu Fan handed the items he had purchased from his treasure pouch to Lu Linger. "Brother, you are so kind." Lu Linger happily clutched a pile of food that Lu Fan had purchased. Seeing his sister so joyful, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Lu Fan found himself devoid of any financial worries. According to the provisions stored in his magical gourd, even if he and his sister did nothing for the rest of their lives, they could still lead a blissful existence. However, as the saying goes, comfort can lead to complacency. Lu Fan comprehended this truth better than anyone else. especially after his visit to the underground black market in Qingyang town. He became acutely aware that there are always greater forces beyond one's own. For instance, the Bai Baoji, the Duandao sect, and the Yin family. Each of these factions is one that he cannot afford to offend at this moment. Should he inadvertently provoke any of them in the future, it could very well lead to his own demise. His sole desire is to protect his sister and safeguard his family legacy. Thus, the only course of action for Lu Fan is to cultivate his strength. Yes, he must grow stronger. I must hasten my training. Chapter 80. The Mystery of the Armor Plates. Lu Fan's recent venture into the underground black market of Qingyang town proved to be exceedingly fruitful. Not only did he effortlessly accumulate several thousand taels of silver, but he also acquired the coveted cultivation manual he had long desired. After bestowing all his newfound possessions upon his sister, Lu Fan ventured alone into the cavern beneath the city god temple. Within the expansive cavern, he beheld an impressive array of ginseng, lingji mushrooms, and other precious herbs. Spanning 4 acres, the ginseng had reached an astonishing age of 84 days. If one were to calculate the growth as 1 year per day, these ginseng roots would soon mature into genuine century-old specimens. At that point, not only would their medicinal properties surpass those of ordinary ginseng, but their value would also be incalculable. Observing the abundant ginseng spread before him, a look of satisfaction graced Lu Fan's face. Subsequently, Lu Fan then settled down in a cross-legged position, preparing to cultivate his skills. At present, he had reached the pinnacle of the second layer of the eternal green technique, and with a little more time, he would advance to the third layer. However, he was uncertain about the heights his cultivation would attain beyond the third layer. Never mind that for now, he resolved to focus on perfecting his martial arts. With this thought, Lu Fan retrieved 3 manuals he had purchased from the treasure pavilion from his precious gourd. The first was the blazing fire palm. The second, the swift wind sword technique, and the final one, aimed at enhancing his agility, was the phantom step. All 3 of these martial arts techniques were of the peak level in the realm of postnatal cultivation. Given Lu Fan's current capabilities, they were ideally suited for his training. And so, he began his practice. Thus, Lu Fan commenced his cultivation within the depths of the cave, though the reason remained elusive. Lu Fan discovered that ever since he began cultivating the everlasting skill, his pursuit of martial arts techniques had become significantly more effortless. After merely glancing through the 3 martial arts methods before him, he grasped the essence of their core principles. Subsequently, he devoted himself to rigorous training for 5 consecutive days. Lu Fan secluded himself in the depths of a cave for his cultivation. Whenever hunger struck, he would procure some food from his precious gourd. When thirst arose, he would quench it with the gourd's water. 5 days passed. Lu Fan has seamlessly integrated the 3 martial arts techniques. In the depths of the cave, clad in a white robe, he unleashed a flurry of strikes with both palms. Each time he struck, one could observe the blazing flames emanating from his palms. A manifestation of his first technique, the fiery palm. After practicing this technique for a while, Lu Fan transitioned to the gale sword technique. Lacking a sword, he resorted to wielding a firewood stick in its stead. The 300-pound iron rod transformed in his hands into a true sword, swift as the wind, exuding a formidable sword intent. Next, he focused on the final technique, the phantom steps, which pertained to body movement. As Lu Fan executed this technique, his figure became elusive. Surrounded by countless phantoms, his speed was so extraordinary that it rendered his true form nearly invisible to the naked eye. Remarkably, Lu Fan mastered all 3 martial arts techniques in just 5 days. Upon completing his training, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air and began to contemplate his next steps in cultivation. Although he had acquired 5 martial arts techniques, he sensed that their enhancement to his abilities was not as substantial as he had anticipated. I must seek a more profound cultivation manual. Otherwise, should I encounter a formidable opponent, I would find myself in peril. With this thought, Lu Fan resolved to continue his training. But what should he train in? He had already mastered the 3 techniques acquired from the treasure pavilion. The tortoiseshell armor piece. Suddenly, Lu Fan recalled the exquisite tortoiseshell fragment gifted to him by the enchanting Lu Ruyan. He remembered that upon first seeing the shell, the internal flow of his cultivation technique, the everlasting skill, had been instantly stirred. Thus, he surmised that the tortoise shell was indeed a remarkable treasure. However, at that moment, fearing that the Baobao Pavilion might not sell it, he refrained from examining it in detail. Now that Lu Ruyan had bestowed the tortoise shell fragment upon him, Lu Fan hurriedly retrieved it from his treasured gourd. The fragment was no larger than the palm of his hand, its surface adorned with a series of peculiar and intricate patterns. Once he had it in hand, Lu Fan eagerly commenced his inspection. What kind of treasure is this tortoiseshell fragment? How could it awaken the essence of the everlasting skill within me? Lu Fan groped and murmured to himself. The shell fragment was frigid, resting in his palm like a piece of raw iron. After scrutinizing it for a considerable time, he still could not decipher its nature. Could it be that he had misjudged? Was this turtle shell truly an ordinary object? Lu Fan fell into deep contemplation. After pondering for a while, he picked up the tortoise shell again for further examination. However, after an extensive period of scrutiny, he found not a single clue. Just as he was about to give up, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Since the essence of the everlasting technique he practiced could activate this tortoise shell, wouldn't it yield some reaction if he infused that essence into the shell? Why not give it a try? With this clever thought, Lu Fan promptly settled into a meditative posture and began to circulate his everlasting technique. As he activated the technique, a stream of energy, resembling a thumb in size, began to serpentine throughout his body from the dantian in his abdomen. Subsequently, he pressed both palms against the tortoise shell. As the energy flowed in, the originally pitch-black shell suddenly flickered with an eerie glimmer. Indeed, there was a reaction. Observing the tortoise shell's strange flash, Lu Fan's eyes shone with a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, he resumed channeling the essence of the everlasting technique, intensifying his infusion. As the energy gradually entered the tortoise shell, a brilliant white light erupted from it, illuminating the bizarre patterns on its surface. At that very moment of astonishment, a slender beam of light surged into the center of Lu Fan's brow. Immediately, a sharp pain radiated from the depths of his consciousness. Chapter 81. Tortoise Elder. The excruciating agony made Lu Fan feel as though his head were on the verge of exploding. His first instinct was to withdraw his hands from the tortoise shell. However, to his dismay, a peculiar force suddenly seized control of his entire being, rendering him completely immobile. Damn it! How could this happen? Lu Fan stood there in astonishment. He had initially believed that the tortoise shell would be something extraordinary, but never did he anticipate that upon the white light penetrating his brow, his consciousness would feel as if it had been cleaved by a knife, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain. What was even more terrifying was that the white light had seized control of Lu Fan's body, rendering him utterly immobile. It was over. What on earth is that white light? How could it possibly control my body? As these thoughts raced through Lu Fan's mind, the slender thread of white light began to meander within his consciousness. After circling a few times, a piercing voice suddenly erupted from the white light. Ha 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 ha. 300 years. A full 300 years. Old Tortoise is finally about to break free from the seal. Little boy, not bad. Thank you for releasing me from my confinement. The voice was grating, and as it echoed within Lu Fan's consciousness, he became utterly dumbfounded. What is this old tortoise? What seal? Had he unwittingly freed a nefarious being? Just as Lu Fan was grappling with his shock, the slender thread of white light in his consciousness abruptly transformed, eventually taking the shape of a diminutive old man. This old man was no taller than a thumb, resembling a turtle, complete with a thick shell on his back. Is this the old turtle? As Lu Fan gazed at the old turtle within his consciousness, an unsettling feeling washed over him. You insolent wretch, it's old tortoise. The diminutive figure bellowed. Hearing this, Lu Fan was further astonished. He had previously heard from storytellers that in this world, all things possess a spirit. Those with spirit could attain enlightenment and transform into human form, referred to as spirits, charms, and monsters. Could it be that this old turtle, nestled within his consciousness, was indeed the monster spoken of by the storytellers? Are you a monster? Lu Fan pondered for a moment before finally succumbing to curiosity and asking, Bah, you are the true monster. I, old turtle, am a celestial spirit beast, you know? The diminutive old turtle, upon being referred to as a monster by Lu Fan, immediately erupted in indignation. Celestial spirit beast? Lu Fan encountered this term for the first time, causing his mind to whirl with curiosity. Are spirit beasts not also beasts? If that is the case, then this old tortoise is indeed a creature of the supernatural. Little child, consider yourself unfortunate to have crossed paths with me, the Grand Tortoise. You have no idea that I, the Grand Tortoise, have been languishing in this mundane world, devoid of spiritual essence, for nearly 300 years. Alas, fortunately, I have now met you. Otherwise, I would remain sealed for an indeterminate period. The old man lamented, tears unexpectedly streaming down his cheeks. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's heart trembled with dread. It's over. This old tortoise truly was rescued by me. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan spoke. Since I have saved you, why do you repay my kindness with malice and seek to harm me? There is no choice. I, the old tortoise, have been sealed for so long that my physical form has deteriorated. Thus, in order to break free from this seal, I can only seek a substitute. And that substitute Dear child, is perfectly you. Boom. Upon hearing that the diminutive elder intended to use his body as a vessel, Lu Fan was taken aback. You actually wish for me to serve as a substitute? The old turtle chuckled, of course. For 300 years, I have been unable to find a suitable candidate. Now that you have liberated me, it is only natural that I would seize your body. Infuriated by these words, Lu Fan could no longer contain his outrage. You ungrateful old turtle. I rescued you out of goodwill, and you dare to repay my kindness with malice? In response to Lu Fan's tirade, the old turtle remained unfazed. Grinning as he said, Go ahead and curse me. After all, shortly your corporeal form will belong to me. But fret not, my young friend. Once I inherit your body, I shall treat it with the utmost care. Lu Fan could no longer contain his frustration and erupted in a torrent of curses. Yet, regardless of how vehemently he protested or struggled, his body felt as though it were ensnared, utterly immobile. Faced with such a dire predicament, despair washed over Lu Fan. He had never anticipated that after toiling so hard to acquire everything, he would ultimately find himself ensnared by this accursed old turtle. Little one, do not be angry. I, old turtle, am truly left with no choice. The practitioners in your pathetic mortal realm are exceedingly scarce. However, I am fortunate to have encountered you. My apologies, little one. Upon uttering these words, the diminutive elder suddenly broke into a sinister grin. He then began to weave intricate gestures with his hands, preparing to seize control of Lu Fan's corporeal form. Lu Fan, unable to move, sank deeper into despair. He understood that once his body was usurped, it would spell his demise. The thought that this old turtle was on the verge of claiming his flesh ignited a wellspring of hatred within him. He loathed his own lack of caution, lamented his inability to care for his sister in the future, and despised this wretched old turtle for repaying kindness with malice. Alas, what purpose did his rage serve? In this world where strength reigns supreme, only the powerful can wield their destiny. With this realization, Lu Fan was engulfed in hopelessness. As he closed his eyes, bracing himself for death, an unexpected scream pierced the silence. What the hell? How do you not possess a spirit root, you little brat? Boom. At the sound of the old turtle's sudden outcry, Lu Fan's eyes flew open in disbelief. It was impossible. How could he lack a spirit root? Which would mean he was merely immortal. Immortal? How could this be? How could old turtle possibly usurp a mere mortal? Within the depths of Lu Fan's consciousness, the old turtle writhed in a frenzy, as if bitten by a venomous snake. It became clear that to usurp a body, one must possess a spirit root. Mortals were utterly incapable. This was the source of the old turtle's fury. Having been sealed for 3 centuries, he had longed for the chance to be reborn, only to discover that Lu Fan was devoid of a spirit root. However, Lu Fan remained oblivious to the significance of a spirit root. He was simply perplexed at the old turtle's sudden agitation. Boy, tell me, are you truly a practitioner? The old turtle bellowed after a moment of hysterical shouting. What practitioner? Lu Fan asked, bewildered. Immortal cultivation, longevity. Do you not understand? The old turtle shouted again. When Lu Fan heard the terms immortal cultivation and longevity, he was momentarily taken aback, for he genuinely did not comprehend. Observing Lu Fan's utter lack of understanding regarding cultivation, the old turtle fell into a profound despair. He began to wail and roll around in Lu Fan's consciousness, lamenting, how could this be? How could this be? After waiting for 300 years, how could I encounter a useless mortal lacking a spirit root? Damn it, this is infuriating. Chapter 82. Subduing the old turtle, yet something did not add up. If you lack a spirit root, then how is it that you possess spiritual energy within your body? Moreover, you have even reached the pinnacle of the second layer of the chi refinement stage? The old turtle suddenly exclaimed, filled with perplexity. Lu Fan, of course, would not divulge the fact that he was cultivating the eternal green technique and possessed a precious gourd. Thus, he feigned ignorance, remaining silent. You little rascal, speak up. Why do you not respond to your old turtle's words? The old turtle bellowed, noticing Lu Fan's silence. You better start talking, or I shall not be kind to you. Faced with the old turtle's outburst, Lu Fan pressed his lips tightly together, offering no reply. This infuriated the old turtle even further. Just as the old turtle was about to take action against Lu Fan, suddenly, his body began to convulse violently. Oh no, why does the seal still persist? Could it be that this brat's spiritual power is too feeble, preventing the seal from being lifted? Exclaimed the old turtle. No sooner had he spoken than his thumb-sized body began to tremble uncontrollably. In mere seconds, a golden chain emerged upon the surface of the old turtle's body. The instant the chain appeared, it ensnared the old turtle completely. No, In the face of the golden chains binding, the old turtle cried out within Lu Fan's spiritual sea. After the golden chain restrained the old turtle, Lu Fan, who had been under its control, finally regained his freedom of movement. I can move. Having narrowly escaped, Lu Fan promptly stretched his limbs, his face alight with hope. Once he had completely freed himself from the old turtle's grasp, he immediately began to berate it. You old turtle, do you still think you can seize my body? Although the old turtle was bound by the golden chains within Lu Fan's spiritual sea, it could still speak. While I may not be able to take your body, you shall not have the upper hand over me, your old turtle. Oh, is that so? Lu Fan let out a cold chuckle, contemplating how to deal with this old tortoise. Now that it had burrowed into his divine sea, how could he eradicate it? Yes, sealing it. Previously, it was his infusion of spiritual energy into the tortoise shell that had allowed this wretched creature to break free from its confinement. Thus, it seemed that in order to subdue this tortoise, he would require that very shell. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan promptly picked up the tortoise shell fragment that had fallen to the ground. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the shell was adorned with intricate runes, and beneath these symbols lay a row of ancient script. Could this be a spell? Lu Fan murmured, his gaze fixated on the ancient script above. Namoali, Ami, Sarivamoya. As he recited the incantation, suddenly, the golden chains binding the old tortoise trapped within Lu Fan's divine sea began to constrict with increasing intensity. It hurts. It hurts. Ah. With the chains tightening relentlessly, the old tortoise writhed in agony, screaming within Lu Fan's divine sea. Haha. Truly effective. You old tortoise. Did you not wish to seize my corporeal form? Did you not intend to bring me harm? This time, let us see who shall perish. Lu Fan paid no heed to the old turtle's fate. Upon witnessing the incantation's efficacy, he resumed his recitation with renewed fervor. As Lu Fan continued to chant, the golden chains binding the old turtle tightened inexorably. The air was filled with its anguished wails, echoing, ah, 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 ah. The creature, ensnared within Lu Fan's divine sea, writhed in agony, pleading for mercy. It hurts, it hurts, it feels as though I'm dying. Please, I beg you, cease your incantation. Yet, Lu Fan remained resolute, declaring, continue. He persisted until the old turtle, bereft of the strength to utter another word, lay still in the divine sea, seemingly lifeless. Only then did Lu Fan halt his recitation. Has this old turtle truly perished? After a brief pause, Lu Fan addressed the divine sea, inquiring, Old turtle, are you still alive? The ancient tortoise, bound by golden chains, remained motionless and silent. Has it truly perished? Very well. I shall continue reciting the incantation. No sooner had Lu Fan uttered these words than the seemingly lifeless tortoise suddenly spoke, its voice weak. Oh, my little ancestor, I am afraid of you. I beg you. Please cease. Upon realizing that the old turtle was indeed alive, Lu Fan smirked. Only now do you seek mercy? Were you not quite arrogant earlier, intending to seize my corporeal form? The tortoise hastily replied, forgive me, forgive me. It was my foolishness. Oh, little ancestor, please show leniency and do not hold my transgressions against me. The old tortoise began to bow and plead for mercy. Seeing the ancient creature finally relent, Lu Fan paused his incantation. Old turtle, do you wish to live? Indeed. The tortoise promptly responded. Since you wish to survive, you must obey my every command. From this moment forth, I will pose a question, and you shall answer. Should you dare to withhold even a fragment of the truth, I shall resume my incantation, rendering you unable to live or die. Lu Fan's voice was cold and menacing. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the tortoise almost collapsed in fear. It had initially believed that Lu Fan's spiritual power would break the seals upon its shell, granting it the chance for rebirth. Little did it know that Lu Fan was merely a mortal, devoid of any cultivation roots. This revelation left the centuries-old tortoise feeling utterly duped, cursing its own misfortune. Old turtle, speak. What exactly are you? Lu Fan inquired. Are you just a turtle? The old turtle replied, indeed, I'm a turtle. Lu Fan pressed further. A turtle demon? The old turtle boasted, no, I am a celestial spirit beast. How could I be an ordinary turtle demon? With a scoff, he added, ha. Lu Fan let out a cold laugh and inquired, how did you find yourself ensconced within this tortoise shell? He continued to press for answers. The old turtle, bound by golden chains, lowered its head, seemingly reluctant to respond. Refusing to speak, are we? Noticing the old turtle's hesitation, Lu Fan prepared to recite an incantation. I will speak. I am, in fact, a spirit beast of the heavens and earth. Due to offending an ancient ancestor from the realm of cultivation, I was sealed and cast into this mortal world. The old turtle divulged everything. Upon hearing that the old turtle hailed from the realm of cultivation, Lu Fan's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. You actually come from the realm of cultivation? The old turtle replied, Indeed. Are you not aware of the cultivation world? Lu Fan shook his head in confusion. He truly did not know. Having lived in Little Stone Village since childhood, he had only recently begun to explore the martial arts. The concept of the immortal realm was something he had merely heard in passing from Douluo. Beyond that, he was utterly ignorant. He never anticipated that he would encounter an ancient turtle from the immortal realm within this tortoise shell. Old turtle, could you enlighten me about the nature of the cultivation world? Furthermore, how does one embark on the path of immortality? Lu Fan inquired. Oh dear, the old turtle replied. How am I to respond to such a question? The so-called immortal realm is synonymous with the cultivation world. Forgive me. I momentarily forgot that you are merely a commoner from the lower realm. Lu Fan responded with a sound, startling the old turtle, which hastily changed its words. In truth, little ancestor, the realm of cultivation is divided into two major domains. The upper realm, which is the true world of immortality, and the lower realm, which constitutes the world of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan could not help but inquire, am I currently belonging to the upper realm or the lower realm? Chuckling, the old turtle could not contain his laughter. Oh, my little ancestor, you are overthinking. The world in which you presently reside is merely the most primitive realm of mortals. Lu Fan, Chapter 83, Wasting Heavenly Treasures. From the old turtle's words, Lu Fan gleaned a basic understanding of the circumstances within the realm of cultivation. It appeared that this world of cultivation was divided into the upper realm and the lower realm, and that the great Qing dynasty, where he currently resided, was merely the lowest tier of the mortal world. Contemplating this, Lu Fan inquired, Old turtle, please enlighten me on how one might enter the realm of cultivation. I fear that may not be possible for you. The old turtle responded with a shake of its head. Why not? Because you lack a celestial root. A celestial root? Indeed. Without a celestial root, how could you possibly cultivate? Upon hearing the old turtle's remarks, Lu Fan's expression darkened abruptly. It is said that the path to immortality is ethereal. How could it be traversed by just anyone? Little one. The vastness of this world is far more complex than you can fathom. Consider how many aspire to embark on the path of seeking immortality, yet how few actually succeed. As the old turtle spoke, Lu Fan's countenance grew increasingly grim. It dawned on him that cultivation required a celestial root, and he, a mere mortal, was devoid of such a blessing. Did this mean he would never set foot on the path of cultivation in his lifetime? Little one, if you truly wish to enter the realm of cultivation, it is not entirely impossible. Suddenly, the old turtle interjected. Really? Lu Fan asked eagerly. Indeed. As long as you release me from your divine sea, I, the old turtle, promise to accept you as my servant and guide you through the realm of cultivation, the turtle asserted. However, just as its words concluded, Lu Fan began to chant an incantation. Na-mo ali ami, sari-wa mo-yi. As Lu Fan recited the spell, the once arrogant old turtle immediately cried out in agony. Please stop, little ancestor. It hurts. Seeing the old turtle in such distress, Lu Fan ceased his incantation. Old turtle, did you not just claim to accept someone as your servant? The old turtle, taken aback, hesitated to respond. After a lengthy pause, it finally stammered. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Do you think a mere apology will suffice? What do you propose instead? As you suggested, acknowledge me as your master. What? You expect this old turtle to acknowledge you as its master? Are you dreaming? I am a spirit beast of heaven and earth. How could I possibly recognize a mere mortal like you as my master? The old turtle exclaimed, its voice filled with disbelief. Lu Fan was indifferent to his loud shouts. If you refuse to acknowledge it, that's fine. At worst, I will expend a bit more effort each day, reciting the incantation 70 or 80 times. I am quite curious to see if you, old turtle, can withstand it. Upon hearing that Lu Fan intended to recite the incantation 70 or 80 times in a single day, the old turtle turned pale with fright. He never imagined he would encounter such a formidable character as Lu Fan. If Lu Fan truly recited the incantation that many times daily, it would be better for him to simply end his life. Well, what will it be? Will you acknowledge me? Lu Fan inquired. The old turtle, feeling defeated, realized there was no alternative. The sealing incantation was already under Lu Fan's control. If he refused to comply, he would inevitably endure daily torment. Thus, he steeled himself and replied, Very well, I acknowledge you. Address me as master. Seeing the old turtle concede, Lu Fan beamed with delight. Master, now say it louder. I could hardly hear you. Master. The old turtle complied, and Lu Fan's face broke into a broad smile. Although he had narrowly escaped disaster today, ultimately, he had triumphed over this malevolent turtle. With the old turtle residing within his divine sea, Lu Fan would gain further insights into the realm of cultivation. Listen closely. Old turtle. From now on, without my command, you are forbidden from acting recklessly in my mind. Moreover, do not entertain thoughts of escape. Should you harbor any treachery, do not blame me for being merciless, rendering you worse than dead. As Lu Fan spoke with a chilling tone, the old turtle nodded vigorously, cursing inwardly. This damned mortal is even more ruthless than I. By the way, young ancestor, I have something I wish to inquire. The old turtle suddenly spoke. Speak. The old turtle cleared his throat and continued, I am quite curious, young ancestor. Despite your lack of celestial roots, how did you ascend to the realm of cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the second tier in chi training? At the old turtle's question, Lu Fan was taken aback. It turned out that the evergreen technique he practiced was indeed a cultivation method from the cultivation world. No wonder Douluo was unaware of chi training. No wonder he progressed so swiftly in conventional martial arts after cultivating the evergreen technique. All of this was due to that. Young ancestor? Noticing Lu Fan's silence, the old turtle was eager to ask further. Lu Fan let out a cold snort and said, Silence. It is best not to inquire into matters that do not concern you. The old turtle immediately ceased his questioning. However, in his heart, the old turtle couldn't help but murmur, how utterly perplexing. How on earth did this mortal lad manage to cultivate to the second tier of chi refinement? It defies all logic. It is simply unscientific. After Lu Fan reclaimed the ancient tortoise, he carefully stored the tortoise shell fragments within his treasured gourd. Subsequently, he emerged from the underground chamber. Having not ventured out for several consecutive days, Lu Fan was greeted by the sight of Douluo and the laborers upon his exit. Young Master Lu, what have you been up to these past few days? I was beginning to think you had vanished, exclaimed the valiant Dong, clad in a cloak and sporting a scruffy beard, as he hurried towards Lu Fan from a distance. Lu Fan smiled and remarked, I have merely been in seclusion for cultivation. Oh. After exchanging a few brief words with Douluo, Lu Fan entered the Lu family manor, within the opulent estate. The laborers, upon seeing Lu Fan, respectfully called out, Young Master. To the left, several women whom Lu Fan had previously taken and called out Young Master, while casting furtive glances at his handsome visage. As Lu Fan entered the grand hall, he immediately spotted Lu Linger, the young girl with her hair styled in twin ponytails, who was in the midst of a meal. Upon seeing Lu Fan, she hurried over, grasping his hand and exclaimed, Brother, are you hungry? Come eat. Having spent the past few days in the cave without a proper meal, Lu Fan smiled and nodded, joining his sister at the dining table. The table was adorned with fragrant chicken legs, glistening rice, and an array of stir-fried dishes. He picked up his bowl and began to eat. However, as Lu Fan savored his meal, a sudden shriek erupted from the depths of his consciousness. What the hell? How can the spirit rice, spirit meat, and even the vegetables contain so much spiritual energy? Damn it! How can this mortal boy consume such exquisite delicacies from the world of cultivation? The voice, unmistakably emanating from the old turtle within Lu Fan's consciousness, was filled with disbelief. The old turtle was oblivious to the fact that the rice and grains, having been drenched in the mystical water from the treasure gourd, were indeed infused with spiritual energy. Gazing at the abundant spread of spiritually infused food, the old turtle's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! Now I understand why this mortal lad has managed to cultivate to the second level of chi refinement in this realm where spiritual energy is as scarce as a bird's song. It turns out he's been feasting on such treasures every day. What a waste of resources. Truly a lamentable squandering. Yet, something felt amiss. How could this mortal possess spirit rice, spirit meat, and such an abundance of spiritual vegetables, trapped within Lu Fan's consciousness for 3 centuries? The old turtle could hardly contain its astonishment. After all, it had never encountered so many spiritually enriched items in the mortal world. The spiritual rice, spiritual meat, and spiritual vegetables consumed by Lu Fan may lack the rich spiritual energy found in the true delicacies of the cultivation world, yet even so, they left the old turtle utterly astonished. After a moment of contemplation, the old turtle could not restrain his curiosity any longer. Young Master, he called out. Lu Fan, who was in the midst of his meal, felt a chill run through him at the old turtle's voice and replied coldly, What is it? Where did you acquire such an abundance of spiritual rice, spiritual meat, and spiritual vegetables? The old turtle inquired. In response to this question, Lu Fan retorted, "None of your business." The old turtle was about to lose his temper, thinking to himself, "I am a spiritual beast. Why should I bow to you?" However, he suddenly remembered that Lu Fan held the power to control his sealing incantation, and thus he quickly subdued his anger and closed his mouth. Lu Fan certainly would not disclose that the grains, meats, and vegetables imbued with spiritual energy were cultivated using the water from his precious gourd. After all, this was his trump card. Following the meal, Lu Fan retreated to his room alone. Upon entering, he immediately began to chant incantations. As he spoke. The ancient turtle trapped in the divine sea was suddenly ensnared by golden chains, wailing in agony. "Little ancestor, please stop. It hurts. Oh, it hurts so much." Seeing the old turtle plead for mercy, Lu Fan finally ceased his incantation. The turtle, trembling in pain, pitifully inquired, "Little ancestor, how have I offended you? Who told you to ask so many questions? Have you forgotten? I warned you that some inquiries are best left unasked," Lu Fan admonished sternly. The turtle, chastised, lowered its head, not daring to utter a word. After imparting this lesson to the ancient creature, Lu Fan exited the room. Now, Lu Fan had finally gleaned some insights into the realm of cultivation. It turned out that to pursue immortality, one must possess a celestial root. But where could one acquire such a root? Lu Fan remained unaware. Never mind, it is better to diligently practice martial arts for now. After all, as that old tortoise remarked, how many individuals in this world seek to discover immortality, yet how few could truly succeed? One must not be overly ambitious. It is imperative to remain grounded. After careful contemplation, Lu Fan decided to abandon the pursuit of immortality. For the time being, he needed to diligently hone his martial skills while also focusing on the prosperous development of his Lu family estate. He stepped out of the manor. Lu Fan happened upon Douluo, who was wielding a tiger-headed knife. Intrigued, Lu Fan sought to engage Douluo in a friendly sparring session. Ever since he acquired 3 martial arts techniques from the treasure pavilion in the cave, he had yet to put them to the test. Approaching Douluo, he proposed, "Brother Dong, it has been quite some time since we last sparred. Shall we head to the back mountain for a practice session?" "What? Spar? No. I absolutely refuse to fight with you." Douluo immediately waved his hands in protest. "Why not?" Lu Fan inquired. "There's no particular reason. I simply won't fight." Douluo was no fool. He knew better than to spar with the current Lu Fan. After all, the last time, Lu Fan had just learned the Thunder Fist and had accidentally knocked himself out. If they were to spar now, he would surely end up seriously injured. As Lu Fan observed Douluo's disinterest in sparring with him, he felt a sense of tedium. Just as Lu Fan was about to take his leave, Douluo suddenly spoke. "Young Lu, there is something I believe I must discuss with you." "What is it?" Lu Fan turned his head. "It concerns your sister." Douluo pondered momentarily. "Linu? What about Liner?" Upon hearing that it was about Liner, Lu Fan's brow furrowed with concern. After a brief pause, Douluo continued, "Young Lu, have you noticed anything unusual about your sister lately?" "Unusual? What do you mean, Brother Dong?" "It seems as though your sister has undergone some sort of mutation. Her strength is quite astonishing. Moreover, there exists within her a remarkably peculiar force. On one occasion, I inadvertently brushed against her and nearly found myself thrown back. Furthermore, I witnessed her kick a stone weighing several dozen pounds effortlessly." Listening to Douluo's account, Lu Fan realized that he had been preoccupied lately and had paid little attention to Lu Linger. Now, hearing Douluo's words, he could not help but furrow his brow even deeper. "Is what you say truly the case?" Lu Fan pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Of course it is true. What reason would I have to deceive you?" Observing Douluo's earnest expression, Lu Fan chose not to press further. He was quite familiar with Douluo. Under normal circumstances, he would never jest about his own sister. Could it be that Ling Er had indeed undergone a transformation? As evening descended, after dining with his sister, Lu Fan gazed at the little girl with twinkling eyes. Lu Linger, with her twin ponytails, had grown increasingly beautiful, especially with her daily consumption of ginseng and Ganoderma. She radiated an ethereal charm, making her appear like a little fairy to those who did not know her. At that moment, Lu Linger was kicking a handmade shuttlecock in the yard, her small cloth bag slung over her shoulder. Though the shuttlecock was crafted by the laborers and appeared rather rough, Lu Linger cherished it dearly. "Linger, come, let me join you in kicking the shuttlecock," Lu Fan said as he stepped closer. Upon hearing his words, Lu Linger's eyes widened in delight. "Really? Brother, you want to play shuttlecock with me?" "Indeed. I happen to have some free time now. So let us have some fun together." Great. Ever since we were sent away by Father, you Haven T played shuttlecock with me. I'm so glad you can finally accompany me now. Lu Lingo raised her small face in excitement. Thus, Lu Fan began to accompany her in kicking the shuttlecock. Lingo, unleash all your strength and kick it towards your brother. Let me see how powerful you are. Lu Fan said with a smile. Then I will listen to you, brother. As Lu Lingyo spoke, she tossed the feathered shuttlecock into the air. With a swift motion of her small foot, it soared towards Lu Fan like an arrow. Observing the rapidly approaching shuttlecock, Lu Fan's eyes flickered momentarily before he lifted his foot to catch it. In that fleeting moment of contact, he sensed a formidable force emanating from the shuttlecock. How astonishing! How could Lingyo's kick possess such strength? The force behind that strike was comparable to that of a martial artist. Could it be true, as Dong Wu suggested, that Lingyo has indeed undergone a transformation? As Lu Fan pondered, he kicked the shuttlecock back with his foot. Lingyo, put in a bit more effort. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingyo smiled and replied, All right, brother. Chapter 85, Teaching Lingyo to Cultivate Bang. 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 In the expansive courtyard, Lu Fan and Lu Lingyo were engaged in an exhilarating game of kicking a swiftly flying shuttlecock. The shuttlecock danced beneath their feet like a shooting star, its speed and power astonishingly formidable. After a considerable duration of play, Lu Fan suggested they take a break. The 11-year-old girl, having played for so long without breaking a sweat or showing any signs of fatigue, nodded with a smile upon hearing Lu Fan's suggestion and then put away the shuttlecock. Lingyo, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Lu Fan entered the room. Lu Lingyo then obediently approached and asked, Brother, what is it? Lu Fan gazed at the little girl with twin ponytails, smiling as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Lingyo, have you noticed some significant changes in yourself recently? Changes? What do you mean, brother? The young girl inquired, lifting her delicate face in confusion. For instance, your strength. Lu Fan pondered for a moment and said, brother, you actually know about it? Upon being mentioned that her strength had increased, Lu Lingyo did not hide her excitement and laughed heartily. To be honest, brother, I truly have become stronger, she declared. Lu Lingyo suddenly walked into the courtyard, lifted a heavy slab of bluestone weighing over 10 pounds, and then, with her small fists tightly clenched, struck down with a punch. Bang! The bluestone was shattered to pieces by her tiny fist. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with amazement. Brother, did you see? Am I impressive? The little girl asked proudly, her face beaming as she looked at Lu Fan after breaking the heavy stone with a single blow. Impressive. Truly impressive, Lu Fan replied. Actually, brother, I was even more formidable a few days ago, the little girl suddenly remarked. A few days ago? Lu Fan was taken aback. Indeed. It was during the days you were sequestered in the cave for your cultivation. You have no idea, but at that moment, an unusual energy suddenly surged within me, bouncing around like a ball. Whenever I casually touched something, it would shatter. Be it stone or dishware, it truly terrified me, Lu Lingyo recounted. Is it really possible for such a thing to happen? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan became increasingly astonished. Indeed. But what about now? Is that energy still present? Lu Fan hurriedly inquired. Yes, it is. However, it has now settled within me. As Lu Lingyo spoke, she gestured towards her navel. Upon noticing her indication, Lu Fan's eyes narrowed in curiosity. He recalled that it was through consuming Gourd water and the grains he had cultivated that he began to feel his strength gradually increasing. Could it be that Lingyo was experiencing a similar transformation? Contemplating this, Lu Fan immediately activated the golden ripples within his pupils. As the golden ripples emerged, his golden eyes shimmered as he focused on the area around Lu Lingyo's navel. Indeed, he discovered a delicate vortex of energy residing within her navel. As he suspected, Lu Fan was filled with excitement. According to his previous understanding of cultivation, as long as the dantian in the abdomen could store energy, one could cultivate martial arts. This meant that Lingyo, like himself, could also practice martial arts simultaneously. Aha! This is splendid. Lingyo, from this day forth, you shall train in martial arts alongside me. Lu Fan suddenly exclaimed with joy. Oh, practicing martial arts? Lu Lingyo was taken aback. Indeed. Just think about it. Once you master martial arts, you will no longer have to fear being bullied by others. How wonderful that would be, Lu Fan remarked. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingyo inquired, after training in martial arts, will I be able to protect my brother? Of course. Excellent. As long as I can safeguard my brother, I shall practice, replied Lu Lingyo. Hearing his sister's words, Lu Fan smiled. With Lingyo training alongside him in martial arts, he would feel significantly more at ease when venturing outside. Indeed. Let us commence our martial training. Thus, Lu Fan prepared to initiate Lu Linger into the world of martial arts. The following day, Lu Fan summoned Dongwu, who approached with a tiger head knife resting on his shoulder and a blade of wild grass held between his lips. He inquired, "Little Lu, what brings you to seek me so early in the morning?" Lu Fan smiled and said, "I would like you to begin teaching Linger martial arts starting today." "What? Teach her martial arts?" Upon hearing this, the valiant Dong's eyes widened as he turned to gaze at Lu Linger beside him. Indeed, Lingo is now 11 years old, and it is certainly time for her to learn some skills to protect herself. Therefore, I wish for you to instruct her. Lu Fan expressed his true thoughts. The reason he chose not to teach himself was twofold. On one hand, despite Lu Fan's formidable strength, his understanding of martial arts remained limited, leaving him at a loss on how to guide the novice Lu Linger. On the other hand, although Dong Wu's abilities were not particularly high, he had painstakingly honed his skills over 2 decades, step by step. Hence, Lu Fan believed that entrusting Dong Wu with the task of teaching would undoubtedly be more appropriate than handling it himself. Upon hearing that he was to instruct the young girl in martial arts, Dong Wu was momentarily taken aback before turning to Lu Linger and asking, "Little girl, do you truly wish to learn martial arts?" "Indeed," Lu Linger replied, her round eyes sparkling. "May I inquire why you suddenly desire to study martial arts?" Dong Wu pressed further. "Because once I learn, I will be able to protect my brother," Lu Linger responded. Hearing her earnest reply, Dong Wu cast a silent glance at Lu Fan, inwardly thinking, "Does this kid really need your protection? What a farce." Lu Fan stood aside, chuckling to himself. "Very well. In light of the fact that young Lu has provided for my sustenance, I shall accept this task. However, young Lu, I must forewarn you. My martial arts skills are not something that just anyone can easily master, so if the young lady fails to grasp them, do not blame me," Dong Wu declared with an air of arrogance. "Rest assured, if Lingo truly struggles, I shall not hold Brother Dong accountable," Lu Fan replied. Hearing Lu Fan's words, Dong Wu felt reassured. "Since you say so, I shall refrain from being overly sentimental. Young lady, come, from this day forth, witness how I, the great Dong, will instruct you in the art of unparalleled martial prowess. Fear not, under my guidance, within 3 years, you shall undoubtedly advance to the realm of martial arts, becoming a true little heroine," Dong Wu proclaimed with grandiosity. Upon hearing that it was time for martial arts training, Lu Linger exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful!" Thus, she commenced her journey of cultivation under the guidance of Dong Wu. After Dong Wu led Lu Linger away, Lu Fan finally returned to the cavern beneath the city god temple, a vast and expansive underground chamber. After Lu Fan entered, he commenced his inspection of the cultivated ginseng and the condition of the reishi mushrooms. These ginseng plants had been cultivated for nearly 90 days. According to the principle of 1 day equating to a year, in just a few days, these ginseng would be on the verge of becoming genuine centenarian herbs. Indeed, after 100 days, I shall excavate all these centenarian ginseng and commence the refinement of a new batch of potent rejuvenation elixirs. I firmly believe that with the medicinal efficacy of these centenarian ginseng, my elixirs will undoubtedly be more readily marketable. Resolving this in his mind, Lu Fan settled into a cross-legged position and began to cultivate the evergreen technique. Lu Fan discovered that both his martial arts prowess and physical stature were intricately linked to the evergreen technique. Although he was unaware of the true nature of this technique, he was certain that continuous cultivation was undoubtedly the right path. The practice commenced, with his hands crossed and his tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth. Lu Fan began his cultivation in accordance with the techniques of the evergreen skill. As he practiced, streams of celestial energy converged upon his being. In a bid to expedite his progress, Lu Fan had also consumed several ginseng roots. Chapter 86, Breaking Through with the Ginseng Now in his System. A wave of warmth enveloped Lu Fan. Simultaneously, the energy within his dantian began to surge wildly through the meridians. Previously, during his practice of the evergreen skill, he had never experienced such sensations. Today, he felt an unmistakable sign of impending breakthrough. Could it be that I am on the verge of ascending to the 3rd layer of the Qi refinement stage? With this thought, Lu Fan intensified his efforts. As time slowly passed, around the hour of Su, a thunderous roar suddenly emanated from his dantian. With the sound, Lu Fan's vitality surged, causing a brilliant sheen to appear upon his skin. Concurrently, the surrounding celestial energy rushed toward him with fervor. Yet, to his dismay, the influx of energy seemed insufficient to satiate his needs. He felt an overwhelming emptiness in his abdomen, a potent hunger for energy that demanded immediate fulfillment. What a predicament! Lacking sufficient energy, what shall I do? Lu Fan was now beset by a throbbing headache. In the past, during his cultivation, the surrounding spiritual energy had sufficed. Yet now, as he approached the pivotal moment of breaking through to the third layer of the chi refinement stage, the lack of spiritual energy posed a grave threat to his success. No, I must swiftly devise a means to achieve my breakthrough. Lu Fan's mind raced as he sought a method to break through. Suddenly, it struck him, ginseng. After all, he had cultivated an abundance of ginseng, which was renowned for its restorative properties. Consuming it would undoubtedly aid in his breakthrough. With this thought, Lu Fan hurriedly uprooted a dozen ginseng roots, each nearing a century in age. Without hesitation, he began to gnaw on the roots, indifferent to their bitterness or taste. After devouring several, he let out a satisfied burp. He then seized his treasured gourd and drank deeply of its contents. Once he had completed his preparations, Lu Fan settled into a meditative posture to continue his pursuit of transcendence. After a brief interval, the ginseng he had consumed suddenly reacted. Waves of warmth surged from his lower abdomen, intensifying to a searing heat that enveloped him, causing a sharp pain akin to being scorched. Oh no, had he overindulged? Feeling the burning sensation in his abdomen, Lu Fan quickly began to circulate the incantation of the evergreen technique. Strangely, as he chanted the mantra, the searing pain in his abdomen began to subside. Simultaneously, wisps of energy emerged from within him, converging into his lower dantian. Ah, it's working. Indeed. The consumption of ginseng proved to be immensely beneficial for cultivation. With renewed vigor, Lu Fan resumed his meditative practice. Time slipped away, and finally, as the hour of the high approached, 3 thunderous booms resonated from his dantian. Boom, boom, boom. As these sounds echoed, Lu Fan felt his abdomen convulse violently, and the previously diminutive flow of energy within him surged to nearly double its size. Moreover, he sensed an enhancement in his vitality and sensory perception. Have I reached the third level of chi refinement? Lu Fan gently waved his palm, and the howling gust of wind directly struck the wall on the left. Bang! The solid stone wall was indented with a colossal palm print created by Lu Fan. Indeed, he had advanced in his cultivation. Lu Fan leapt into the air, his eyes gleaming with indescribable excitement. As he felt the flowing energy of the Longqing technique within his abdomen, he also sensed the enhancement of his vital essence. Lu Fan believed that if he were to confront the notorious leader of the Black Wind stronghold, Du Tong, at this moment, he could undoubtedly vanquish him effortlessly within 5 moves. The sensation of becoming stronger is truly exhilarating. Lu Fan's face radiated with satisfaction. However, despite the enhancement of his cultivation, he found his techniques to be rather lackluster. What should he do? Where could he acquire authentic cultivation methods? Previously, at the Treasure Pavilion, he had encountered the most formidable techniques, which only reached the pinnacle of postnatal realms. Yet, given his current strength, he had far surpassed that level. Consequently, those techniques held little value for Lu Fan. Just as he was immersed in frustration, a spark of inspiration struck him. Ah, of course. Did I not have an ancient tortoise residing in my divine sea? Perhaps I could procure some powerful techniques from it. With the thought of the old tortoise, Lu Fan suddenly felt invigorated. Old tortoise, come forth, he exclaimed loudly. And then, within the depths of Lu Fan's divine ocean, the ancient tortoise, ensnared by golden chains, emerged. Little ancestor, have you summoned me? The tortoise now regarded Lu Fan with utmost caution, for it was powerless against his dominion. As it materialized in Lu Fan's divine sea, the young man inquired, Old tortoise, you previously claimed to be a spiritual beast hailing from the world of cultivation. Is that correct? Indeed, the tortoise replied cautiously. Then, do you possess any cultivation techniques from that realm? Upon hearing Lu Fan's unexpected inquiry about cultivation methods, the tortoise was taken aback. Does the little ancestor wish to cultivate? Lu Fan nodded and said, Indeed, I have now advanced to the 3rd level of chi refinement. So I wish to seek some cultivation manuals. What? You have actually ascended to the 3rd level of chi refinement? Upon hearing Lu Fan's progress, the old turtle exclaimed in astonishment. Then, the old turtle widened its eyes as it sensed Lu Fan's aura, which indeed confirmed his attainment of the 3rd level of chi refinement. The old turtle could no longer contain itself. How extraordinary! Young master, you are simply remarkable. Without a celestial root, you have managed to reach the 3rd level of chi refinement. My heavens, you must be a monster. In the old turtle's mind, it was inconceivable to cultivate without a celestial root. Yet, how had Lu Fan achieved this? Moreover, he had advanced so swiftly to the 3rd level of chi refinement. Is that ginseng? Suddenly, The old turtle caught sight of a pile of century-old ginseng that Lu Fan had just unearthed within the cave and exclaimed, "Yes, what of it?" Lu Fan replied, "Young master, how could there be so many ginseng in this pit? Furthermore, these ginseng seem to be infused with rich spiritual energy." The old turtle was taken aback. Although it was merely a beast, it recognized the value of this ginseng. Now, seeing the cave filled with several acres of century-old ginseng left the old turtle utterly astonished, its jaw nearly dropping. "All of this belongs to me." Lu Fan, while speaking, seized a ginseng root and took a crisp bite. Observing Lu Fan casually devour a century-old ginseng imbued with spiritual essence as though it were mere fruit left the old turtle utterly speechless. "I understand now. I finally comprehend how a mere mortal like you has cultivated to the third level of chi refinement. It turns out you consume these treasures filled with spiritual energy daily." The old turtle lamented, feeling a pang of heartache. Simultaneously, it cursed inwardly, "Damn it. Why does this mortal have access to such an abundance of treasures? If it were me, the old turtle, who could have consumed such supplements back in my day, I would have long since looked down upon the realm of cultivation." Chapter 87. Mastery of Objects. Old turtle, are you seeking punishment again? Did you not hear my question? Lu Fan said coldly, noticing the old turtle's shifting gaze. The old turtle quickly deflated, responding, "Young ancestor, what kind of cultivation method do you wish to practice?" "The stronger, the better," Lu Fan replied. Upon hearing this, the old turtle pondered for a moment before saying, "I won't hide anything from you, young ancestor. I do possess some cultivation methods, but they may not be suitable for your practice." "Why not?" Lu Fan inquired. "Because I am a turtle. Our spiritual beasts cultivate in entirely different ways from you humans. So my methods are certainly not appropriate for you," the old turtle explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan acknowledged the old turtle's reasoning. It was indeed improbable for a demon beast's cultivation methods to align with those of humans. Just as disappointment began to settle in Lu Fan's heart, the old turtle suddenly added, "However, you need not despair. Although my methods may not suit you, the humans I have devoured might possess techniques appropriate for your cultivation." "Humans you've devoured?" Lu Fan's brow furrowed at this revelation. "Indeed. One advantage we spiritual beasts have is that every human cultivator we consume has their memories stored within our consciousness. Wait a moment, let me search for you." After saying this, the old turtle swiftly formed a hand seal and pointed to its brow. Then, with a mouthful of light, it began to expel a myriad of tiny luminous points. Lu Fan stared in astonishment at the glowing particles. Could it be that these points represent all the human cultivators this old turtle has consumed? After expelling the lights, the old turtle commenced its search for a suitable cultivation method for Lu Fan. "This one won't do. The level is too high for you to practice. This one is out as well. Damn it, it's a sinister technique. Whoa, this one is even worse. How could it be a method for women?" The old turtle muttered to itself while diligently sifting through the options. After a TS worth of time, the old turtle raised its head with a despondent expression. Addressing Lu Fan, "Young ancestor, I sincerely apologize. It seems I have indeed not come across any cultivation method suitable for a mere ant at the third level of chi refinement." "Your grandfather." Lu Fan was infuriated. So this old tortoise was implying that he looked down upon his low cultivation level? Just as Lu Fan was about to recite a powerful incantation to teach the old tortoise a lesson, the tortoise suddenly interjected, "However, dear ancestor, do not fret. Although your power is quite limited, you can still learn the fundamental techniques of cultivation. Rest assured, in this mortal realm, even the most basic methods of cultivation can effortlessly vanquish these ignorant mortals." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan inquired sharply, "What foundational cultivation techniques are available?" "Oh, there are quite a few. However, given your current level of cultivation, I believe the most suitable for you would be the art of object manipulation." "The art of object manipulation?" Lu Fan was taken aback. "Indeed, the art of object manipulation is the most appropriate cultivation method for those in the chi refining stage. If you can master this technique, you will undoubtedly be able to navigate this world, where spiritual energy is as scarce as the song of birds, with ease," the old turtle asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan was filled with immense joy. He exclaimed, "Then please, teach me." "Certainly," replied the old turtle. "However, dear young one, if I, the old turtle, sincerely impart my techniques to you, would it not be fair for you to offer something in return? Would it not?" The old turtle suddenly interjected with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan chuckled. "Old turtle, it seems your incessant chatter is merely an attempt to gain some advantage from me?" The old turtle grinned slyly. "I, the old turtle, am a creature of integrity. and I shall unwaveringly obey your every command, dear little ancestor. However, consider this, since I have already become your servant. It is only fair that you grant me a modicum of benefit in return, is it not? If you offer me nothing in return, how disheartening it would be for me." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan chuckled and said, "Do you desire a benefit? Very well, I shall grant it to you." Lu Fan promptly began to recite the sealing incantation. Namo Lia Aim, Sarichwame, Ah. As Lu Fan uttered the spell, the ancient turtle trapped within Lu Fan's divine sea was suddenly bound by golden chains, causing it to wail in agony. "Little ancestor, it hurts. Please stop, I beg you." Upon witnessing the turtle's plea for mercy, Lu Fan ceased his incantation, a smile gracing his lips. "Did you not desire benefits? Do you still wish for them?" No. I don't want them anymore." The old turtle shook its head fervently, resembling a clapper drum. "Truly, you no longer want them?" Indeed. "Very well. This is your own decision. Do not blame me." Hearing Lu Fan's words, the turtle was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed in anger. After all, it never imagined it would encounter a little tyrant like Lu Fan. Most importantly, it was firmly under his control. The thought that such a grand spirit beast was being tormented by a mere mortal at the third level of chi refinement filled the turtle with a rage so fierce it yearned to swallow Lu Fan whole. "From now on, you old turtle, teach me the art of object manipulation. Rest assured, as long as you instruct me well, I shall ensure you are well compensated." Emphasizing the phrase well compensated, Lu Fan intentionally heightened his tone. The old turtle, not being foolish, immediately grasped the underlying implications of Lu Fan's words and nodded eagerly. Thus, Lu Fan commenced his lessons in the art of object manipulation with the ancient turtle. What is the art of object manipulation? It is the ability to control all things using the spiritual energy within one's body. As the saying goes, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the internal spiritual power, and consequently, the stronger the ability to command all things. According to the old turtle, truly powerful cultivators can, through the art of object manipulation, move mountains and rivers, an impressive feat indeed. However, Lu Fan did not aspire to lofty ambitions. He understood that his journey thus far had been one step at a time. He must not be overly demanding. Moreover, as a mere mortal lacking celestial roots, how could he dare to indulge in such aspirations? First, he needed to familiarize himself with the spiritual energy in his dantian. Only by mastering this energy could he attempt to use his mental strength to control objects. Little ancestor, your current cultivation level is relatively low. So begin by learning to manipulate lighter objects, the old turtle advised patiently, elucidating his teachings to Lu Fan. Lu Fan is exceptionally intelligent, grasping concepts with remarkable clarity. The art of object manipulation, in essence, entails harnessing the spiritual energy cultivated within one's dantian to exert control over physical objects. With this understanding, Lu Fan commenced his practice of this technique. Having ascended to the third level of chi refinement, Lu Fan now finds his dantian brimming with potent energy. Following the guidance of the old turtle, he began to channel this energy into his spiritual sea. Upon contact with this energy, Lu Fan endeavored to exert his mental influence over it. As time elapsed, he diligently repeated his exercises. Chapter 88. Rebellion according to the old turtle. The martial arts techniques Lu Fan had previously practiced are utterly incomparable to those of the cultivation realm. They exist in entirely different spheres. Lu Fan practiced the techniques of dominating blade strike and thunder fist, imparted by Dong Wu, relying on the spiritual energy of the evergreen skill, which facilitated an astonishingly rapid progression in his training. However, when it came to the most fundamental technique of the cultivation world, object manipulation, Lu Fan soon realized the vast disparity between the two. Merely mastering the control of spiritual energy consumed nearly 2 days of his time. Nonetheless, Lu Fan remained undeterred. From a starving child in a desolate mountain village, he had ascended to his current state through sheer willpower and perseverance. Thus, this minor setback was insignificant to him. He resolved to continue his practice. On the third day, Lu Fan finally achieved proficiency in using his mental energy to control the spiritual force in his lower abdomen's dantian. Yet, the old tortoise remarked that this was merely the beginning. The next step was to manipulate external objects, which would signify a true mastery of object manipulation. Since Lu Fan was just starting his training, the old tortoise instructed him to experiment with the lightest of materials. Lu Fan casually plucked a dry blade of grass from the ground. The blade was indeed light. The old tortoise stated that Lu Fan would only be considered successful when he could completely control the movement of the grass. Thus, Lu Fan commenced his training, channeling the spiritual energy from his dantian to his fingertips as he attempted to manipulate the grass. Yet, object manipulation proved to be far from simple. After a series of attempts, Lu Fan found himself unable to succeed. However, every endeavor begins with difficulty. Lu Fan remained undeterred. When hunger struck, he consumed ginseng and reishi. When thirst beckoned, he sipped from the magical gourd. A day passed, then two, and upon reaching the third day, as Lu Fan summoned his spiritual energy to manipulate the withered grass with the tips of his fingers, suddenly, a visible wisp of white energy emanated from his fingertips. At that very moment, astonishingly, the desiccated grass on the table stirred slightly. Ah, it moved. It truly moved. Lu Fan exclaimed with exhilaration. He swiftly urged his spiritual energy. And as the power gathered increasingly within his lower abdomen, the dry grass on the table began to shift at his fingertips, slowly levitating into the air. However, being a novice, the grass wobbled precariously, lacking stability. Nonetheless, this achievement nearly made Lu Fan leap with joy. Old tortoise, come and see. I can control the dry grass now. As Lu Fan excitedly exclaimed, calling out for the old turtle. The ancient being within Lu Fan's spiritual sea observed the withered grass being controlled by Lu Fan. He remarked nonchalantly, for a mortal devoid of celestial roots. Achieving this level in merely a few days is quite commendable. Continue your cultivation. Lu Fan had anticipated some words of praise from the old turtle, but was taken aback by his response. Nevertheless, Lu Fan remained undeterred and continued his practice. By the fifth day, he had attained the ability to manipulate the small grass at will. Within the confines of the cave, a tiny blade of grass floated effortlessly before him. Swaying in accordance with Lu Fan's gestures, Lu Fan beckoned Xiao Qiao, and she complied without hesitation. Lu Fan commanded the grass to descend, and it obediently complied. Gazing at the grass swayed by his fingertips, a radiant smile blossomed on Lu Fan's face. However, during these days of cultivation, he discovered that utilizing the art of object manipulation caused a rapid depletion of his internal spiritual energy. Much like the golden ripples within his pupils, it consumed spiritual energy at an alarming rate. No wonder the old tortoise remarked that only with greater cultivation could one truly grasp the essence of the art of object manipulation. It turned out that everything hinged on one's own spiritual strength. Subsequently, Lu Fan continued his training. Having mastered the control of the delicate grass, he decided to shift his focus to a wooden stick. Given the increased weight of the stick compared to the grass, Lu Fan embarked on a more arduous path of cultivation. In the city god temple, ever since Lu Fan commenced his practice of the art of object manipulation in the underground cave, the others had busied themselves with their own affairs. Although the lunar year had long since passed, there were no signs of warming weather. Instead, the chill seemed to intensify. Have you heard? It appears that the entire population of Nyojia village has succumbed to starvation. In the outskirts of the Lu Manor, amidst the cultivated wasteland, a laborer bent over to plant vegetables while conversing with another nearby individual. I have heard that not only in Nujiakan, but also in the surrounding villages within 10 miles. It seems that everyone is starving to death, he remarked. Pa, what is that to us? I have also heard that due to the hunger, many have begun to rebel. Rebel? Is that true? Of course it is. Do you know about Jo Jiagu? The villagers there have already revolted. It is said that not long ago, they even reached Qingyang town, resulting in many casualties. Ah, is it that serious? Does the court not intervene? What can they do? People are on the brink of starvation. If it were you, would you not rebel? The laborer's words rendered everyone present speechless. Indeed, with starvation looming, who would care about rebellion or the law? Sigh. Liu Zi is right. If it weren't for our young master's protection, we would have perished long ago. Yes, indeed. We owe everything to our young master. The other laborers chimed in, expressing their gratitude. Just as these workers engaged in conversation, a sudden voice of panic emerged from behind. Not good. Someone is attempting to breach our young master's manor to steal food. Upon hearing this, the laborers froze, momentarily stunned. Another theft? Quickly. Grab your tools and head out to investigate. Once they regained their composure, the workers swiftly seized their hoes and clubs and hurried towards the gates of the mountain-enclosed temple. At the mountain-enclosed gates, Wang Daong, wielding a large sword, stood proudly with over 100 guards. Ever since Lu Fan organized the guard team, these laborers had been training under Dongwu in swordsmanship and martial arts. They were no longer the same as before. At the forefront stood Dongwu, shouldering a broadsword. Damn it. Today, I shall see which fool dares to steal from young Master Lu, he declared. Open the gates, Dongwu commanded. However, Wang Daong interjected, but Dong Hero, our young master is currently in seclusion. Won't it be improper to open the gates like this? Lu Fan had previously stated that regarding the city god temple, no one, aside from his sister, was permitted to approach within 100 paces, including Dongwu and Wang Daong. Now, as Dongwu prepared to open the gate, Wang Daong felt a sense of unease. However, Dongwu boldly declared, "What is there to fear? Since Lu is preoccupied with his seclusion, we ought to shoulder some of his responsibilities. Someone, open the gate for me." As Dongwu was about to unbar the entrance, Wang Daong ultimately refrained from voicing further objections. Chapter 89. The wealthy ladies. With a resounding rumble, the gates of the walled courtyard swung wide, and Dongwu was the first to dash out, wielding his tiger head knife. "Damn it, let us see which scoundrel dares to raid the city god temple." Just as the valiant Dongwu was ready to wreak havoc, a group of timid women came into his view. Upon closer inspection, he noted dozens of elegantly dressed ladies adorned with gold and silver jewelry, shivering in fright as they huddled together. These women were evidently from affluent families, yet they appeared utterly disoriented and terrified, resembling lost souls. Additionally, a few children could be heard wailing nearby. Staring at this group of women, Dongwu stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. Not only he, but even Wang Daong and all the laborers of the guard were equally taken aback. What on earth? Why are there only women here? And they all seem to be wealthy? Dongwu had anticipated a band of mountain bandits arriving to plunder supplies, but instead, he was met with this unexpected assembly of women. "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" Dongwu inquired after a moment of contemplation. From within the crowd, a strikingly beautiful woman, dressed in lavish attire, suddenly knelt before him. "Kind sir, please, we beseech you to take us in. We have escaped from Qingyang Town." "What? Qingyang Town?" At her words, Dongwu was further perplexed. Everyone knew that Qingyang Town was a major settlement within 100 miles. While it might not rival Yunzhou County, it was certainly a notable place in the region. How could these women claim to have fled from Qingyang Town? What has transpired in Qingyang Town? Dongwu pressed for answers. The well-dressed woman, wiping her tears, sobbed, "To be candid, sir, Qingyang Town has been overrun by marauders. They have ravaged the town, committing unspeakable atrocities and slaughtering many. Even the county magistrate has been killed by these brigands. Qingyang Town has turned into a hell on earth. My father, my husband, and my family have all been slain." As she spoke, the other women began to kneel before Dongwu, pleading, "Please, take us in. If those marauders capture us, they will surely torture us to death." Hearing the desperate cries of these women softened Dongwu's heart. "Ladies, please rise," he urged. "Daong, quickly open the gate and let them in." However, Wang Daong interjected, "Dong Xiong, this may not be wise. The young master has explicitly stated that without his command, no one is allowed entry. But can't you see how pitiful these women are?" Dongwu retorted, unable to contain his compassion. "Dong Xiong, I recognize your noble intentions. Yet, in these troubled times, there are countless souls suffering outside. If we cannot obtain the young master's consent, I truly cannot allow them to enter." Wang Daong spoke with undeniable logic. In these chaotic times, the number of those perishing from hunger and cold was staggering. If every individual were to be rescued, how many lives would that entail? Faced with Wang Daong's reasoning, Dongwu, though yearning to grant these women sanctuary, dared not act recklessly. Finally, he huffed in frustration. "Very well, I shall seek out Lu at once." With that, Dongwu turned and strode back towards the courtyard. Within the subterranean chambers of the city god temple, Lu Fan, having practiced diligently for over 10 days, was engrossed in honing his telekinesis. A wooden stick, approximately the length of a palm, danced around him, propelled by his fingertips. "Indeed, this is promising. If I continue to train earnestly for a few more days, I might even be able to manipulate weapons. Once I can control blades, I could vanquish my foes in an instant. Truly, the techniques of the immortal realm surpass those of martial arts." Lu Fan pondered within his heart. As he was practicing his telekinesis, suddenly he heard the sound of footsteps approaching from a distance. Who dares to approach my city god temple? With this thought, Lu Fan swiftly moved to investigate. Just as he emerged from the underground chamber, he spotted a towering figure standing at the entrance of the temple, calling out loudly, "Young Lu! Young Lu!" Upon hearing Dongwu's voice, Lu Fan swayed slightly before making his way out. "Brother Dong, what brings you here?" Dongwu, seeing Lu Fan finally emerge, hastily replied, "Young Lu, you mustn't hold it against me. I barged in here out of urgency. And rest assured, I did not enter your city god temple." Lu Fan was acutely aware that, without his explicit command, no one would dare to enter his city god temple freely. He inquired, "Speak, what urgent matter brings you to me?" In haste, Dongwu recounted the recent events involving a group of women who had escaped from Qingyang Town. Upon hearing of the brutal assault by bandits on Qingyang Town, which had turned into a veritable hell on earth, Lu Fan's expression shifted dramatically. All along, Lu Fan procured all his necessities from Qingyang Town. If Qingyang Town were to be truly seized by ruthless bandits, would it not spell immense difficulty for his subsequent business endeavors? Young Master Lu, I recognize this is your territory. However, the plight of those women from outside is truly pitiable. Therefore, could you perhaps show some compassion and offer them shelter? Dongwu interjected at that moment. Lu Fan would certainly not acquiesce easily, for he was no saint. First, take me outside to have a look, Lu Fan declared. All right. With that, Dongwu hastily led Lu Fan to the entrance. As Lu Fan arrived, the surrounding laborers and Wang Daong immediately greeted him with utmost respect, calling out, Young Master. Upon stepping out the door, he beheld a group of elegantly dressed women, adorned with gold and silver jewelry around their wrists and necks. Yet trembling from the cold. Lu Young Master, it is they. Dongwu gestured towards the cluster of women. Upon seeing the group of women, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. As they noticed his presence, each woman fell to her knees, pleading, We beseech you, kind sir, to take us in. Yet, Lu Fan remained unmoved. He raised his head and stated, I have been informed by my associates that you all fled from Qingyang Town. Is that correct? Indeed, they replied. Kind sir, we implore you to show us mercy and provide us with shelter, a place to call home. A particularly attractive woman clad in elegant attire earnestly beseeched Lu Fan. Lu Fan replied calmly, Although I feel sympathy for your plight, I regret to inform you that my supplies are also rather limited. The kind-hearted gentleman interjected, We do not seek your provisions. All we ask is for your protection. Suddenly, a woman clad in fine garments knelt down, weeping, Indeed, dear sir. As long as you can safeguard us, we are willing to serve you, even as humble laborers. A glance at the group of women who had fled from Qingyang Town revealed to Lu Fan that they were all affluent ladies, unburdened by financial constraints, each carrying their own bundles. Their sole fear was being captured and tormented by ruthless bandits. However, Lu Fan could not simply take in dozens of women without due consideration. Just as the crowd continued to plead with him, a timid voice emerged from within the throng, Is it Lu Xiaogiren? As the words fell, Lu Fan noticed a round-faced girl among the group, her eyes brimming with tears.